Despite everything, guys, the crashing, the setbacks, and all the shit, I still managed to deliver. So if you want part 8, let me know and show your support. Also, if there's anything you want me to add to the story, I'll check it out. It could be anything, characters, ideas, twists, whatever you're thinking. But for now, enjoy. 6 months had passed, slipping by like sand through an hourglass, and everything had been going smoothly. The crew had settled in quite nicely, finding their rhythms aboard the Fury, their routines becoming second nature. The ship hummed with a comfortable familiarity now, the kind that only came with time and trust. Anakin had continued his training, pushing himself harder each day, refining his connection to both sides of the Force with a discipline that bordered on obsession. And now it had been officially a whole year since he was sent back in time. A full rotation around the sun in this strange, altered timeline where everything was both familiar and alien at once. Nox's belly had grown, the swell unmistakable now, showing that the pregnancy was in full swing. The life growing inside her was a constant reminder of what they were building together, what they were fighting for. But she hadn't been idle, far from it. Despite the physical changes, despite the way her body adapted to carry their child, she had grown stronger in the Force, her power deepening like roots pushing into fertile soil. Her mastery of Sith alchemy had progressed in ways that both impressed and occasionally unnerved him. She was relentless, driven, brilliant. Anakin slid on his Ravan mask, the cool metal settling against his skin like a second face, familiar and concealing. The weight of it always brought a certain clarity, a separation between who he had been and who he was becoming. He had received word from Thrawn, precise, efficient communication as always, that Jadis's location had been found. Finally, after months of tracking, of following threads and dismantling the Eradicator network piece by piece, they had him. Thrawn would dock with the Fury so Anakin could transfer to the stealth ship. The plan was in motion. The docking procedure was smooth, practiced. Anakin made his way through the connecting corridor, his boots echoing against the deck plating, each step bringing him closer to the confrontation he'd been anticipating. He entered the stealth ship, and immediately Thrawn was there to greet him, standing with that characteristic posture, perfect military bearing softened by something more calculating, more thoughtful. "Welcome, General Skywalker," Thrawn said, his voice carrying that distinct accent, controlled and precise. His red eyes gleamed with intelligence, taking in every detail. "We will head to the Artis system." He gestured smoothly to his left, indicating a figure standing nearby at a console. "Now, this is Watcher 2. She looked every bit the Imperial officer, her clothing crisp, immaculate, bearing the insignia of Imperial intelligence. Her posture was rigid, professional, but there was a sharpness in her eyes that spoke of someone who saw everything, catalogued everything. She stepped forward, offering a slight bow of respect. "Lord Vader," she said, her voice steady, carrying genuine admiration beneath the professional veneer. "It's an honor to have you with us." Vader tilted his masked head slightly, acknowledging her. "It seems my reputation precedes me," he replied calmly, the vocoder in his mask giving his words a slightly distorted quality. Watcher 2's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "Of course, my lord. Imperial intelligence is always keeping track of rising stars, and especially those who are connected to one of our agents." She gestured toward Thrawn with a subtle motion. "But enough about that. I would not want to waste your precious time." Thrawn moved to the central holographic display, his long fingers dancing across the controls with practiced efficiency. The air shimmered, and then light coalesced into a three-dimensional tactical map, star systems and coordinates floating in blue luminescence. "As I said before," Thrawn began, his tone taking on the quality of a briefing, "we have tracked the signal of the Eradicator control station to the Artis system." He zoomed in, the display shifting to show a massive vessel hanging in the black. "Intelligence suggests strongly that Darth Jadis and the station are actually aboard a BSX-5 Harrower-class dreadnought." Anakin studied the hologram, his mind already working through the tactical implications. He crossed his arms, feeling the familiar weight of his lightsabers at his belt. "I assume we're not just going to fly toward that ship in this thing without a solid plan," he said, his voice measured. "The dreadnought would detect us and blow us out of space before we could even think about boarding." Thrawn's expression shifted barely, but Anakin had learned to read the subtle signs. It was almost approval. The Chiss seemed to read his thoughts, addressing the elephant in the room before Anakin could press further. "Your concern is valid. Approach would normally be suicidal with a vessel of this size," Thrawn acknowledged, manipulating the display to highlight the stealth ship's capabilities. "But this ship comes equipped with a state-of-the-art stealth generator. It will buy us enough time to board undetected." He paused, letting that sink in. "Intelligence suggests the crew of the dreadnought is skeletal at best. For the most part, when we board, we will be largely unopposed. We find Jadis, and we stop him." Anakin's jaw tightened behind his mask. "When you say stop, you mean kill him?" It wasn't a question. He turned his head slightly, fixing Thrawn with the blank stare of the Revan mask. "You know as well as I do he's too dangerous to be left alive." Thrawn clasped his hands behind his back, his posture shifting into something more formal, more diplomatic. "Killing Jadis isn't our priority," he said carefully, each word chosen with precision. "It's stopping the Eradicator countdown. And with his abilities." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. "He could simply teleport away. In a duel, you would most likely win. Your skills are considerable. But we do not know the full extent of his capabilities, and we should consider that he is known to be second only to the Emperor himself in raw power." Thrawn's red eyes held Anakin's masked gaze steadily. "I wouldn't be surprised if Jadis knows we're coming and has made preparations for us. If convincing him to abandon his goal doesn't work, if diplomacy and reason fail, only then will you engage him directly." Anakin felt a flash of frustration, hot and sharp, but he forced it down. He didn't have the authority to override Imperial intelligence on this. He wasn't even supposed to be here officially. Right now, having Zhorod would actually be useful for once. Her position on the Dark Council would carry weight. But now that he thought about it, if Nox hadn't threatened her life after nearly killing her on Bamara, he sure as hell would have done something about her sooner or later. Zhorod was insane, obsessed with him, following him around like an unwanted puppy with delusions of grandeur and a disturbing fixation. How she was even allowed to sit on the Dark Council was beyond him. The Empire's standards must have fallen dramatically. Thrawn's voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and clear. "Anything you want to add before we begin, General Skywalker?" Anakin shook his head once, decisive. "No. Nothing." His voice was hard, determined. "Let's get this bastard." Artus system. The stealth ship glided through the void like a predator, silent and invisible, slipping past the dreadnought's sensor arrays without triggering a single alarm. Space was vast and empty here, cold and indifferent. The massive Harrower-class dreadnought hung against the backdrop of distant stars, a monument to Imperial engineering and Sith ambition. It was a beast of a ship bristling with weapons, armored like a fortress, designed to break worlds. The stealth ship angled toward the hangar bay, adjusting trajectory with minute thruster bursts. Inside, Anakin stood near the boarding ramp, feeling the subtle shift as they entered the gravitational pull of the larger vessel. Thrawn stood beside him, checking his weapons with methodical precision: a blaster rifle, sidearm, combat knife, all in perfect working order. He was dressed in full Imperial agent tactical gear, the black trench coat settling around him like a shadow-made fabric. Anakin exhaled slowly, centering himself, reaching out through the Force. He could feel it now: the ship, the people aboard, the dark presence at its heart. His lightsabers clung to his belt, one on each side, one with a blue kyber crystal, pure and clear, and one with a red crystal he'd claimed from the infinite engine on Nar Shaddaa. The red crystal made him stronger in the Force, amplified his connection to the dark side, but he had learned to balance it, to walk the line between light and dark without falling. It was a dangerous dance, but he'd always been good with impossible odds. The ship settled with barely a whisper of repulsor lifts, touching down on the hangar deck with feather-light precision. The ramp lowered, hydraulics hissing softly, and Anakin descended first, Thrawn a step behind. The hangar stretched out before them, vast, empty, eerily silent. Their footsteps echoed against the durasteel plating, the sound swallowed by the cavernous space. Not a soul in sight. No security, no crew, no welcoming party of hostile troopers with blasters raised. Anakin found this strange, unusual but not entirely unexpected. Intelligence had said skeleton crew, but this felt different. This felt deliberate. Watcher 2's voice crackled through the comms in their ears, professional and controlled. Lord Vader, Cipher 9. She used Thrawn's operational designation, a habit of intelligence protocol. There's no one to welcome us. Seems our cloaking generator worked. Anakin scanned the hangar, his eyes moving across every shadow, every corner, every ventilation shaft. His senses were stretched out, feeling through the Force, reading the emotional landscape of the ship. And he could sense Jadis unmistakable, impossible to miss. He was on board. The presence was like a void, a black hole of pure dark side energy that made everything around it feel cold, lifeless, drained. The crew scattered throughout the dreadnought felt hollow, empty, their emotions twisted into something barely human: terror, hatred, fear, all wrapped around a core of fanatical loyalty to Jadis. They were broken, reshaped, puppets on strings they couldn't even see. Thrawn's voice was calm in response, but there was an edge of caution. Don't get overconfident, Watcher 2. This could be a trap. I'm aware of that possibility, she replied, her tone acknowledging the danger without dwelling on it. They moved forward, deeper into the ship, following the route Watcher 2 fed them through their tactical displays. The corridors were dimly lit, emergency lighting casting long shadows that seemed to reach for them. The air tasted recycled, stale, carrying the faint metallic tang of old fear. Every step took them closer to the heart of the dreadnought, closer to Jadis. Then the opposition came. They rounded a corner, and suddenly there were troops, Imperial soldiers, but wrong somehow. Their eyes were empty, glazed, their movements jerky like marionettes operated by an amateur puppeteer. They raised their blasters without hesitation, without fear, and opened fire. Anakin's lightsabers ignited in twin snaps of sound and light, blue and red, contrasting yet harmonious. He moved, and the Force moved with him. His body became a blur, deflecting blaster bolts with precision that was almost contemptuous. One bolt came screaming toward his head, his red blade intercepted it, sending it back into the chest of the shooter. The soldier collapsed without a sound. He surged forward, a storm of controlled violence. His blue lightsaber carved through a rifle barrel, then continued through armor and flesh. His red blade followed, spinning in a complex pattern that left trails of light in the air. Purple Force lightning crackled from his free hand, arcing into a cluster of soldiers. They convulsed, screaming, their nervous systems overloading before they crumpled to the deck like discarded toys. Another group rushed from a side corridor. Anakin raised his hand, fingers curling into a claw, and the Force responded. He crushed not their bodies, but the space around them, compressing it, folding it inward. Bones cracked, armor crumpled, and they fell, gasping their last breaths. Beside him, Thrawn was a study in calculated efficiency. His blaster rifle barked, measured 3-round bursts: headshot, headshot, headshot. Each shot was perfect, economical, wasting no movement or ammunition. A soldier got too close, thinking to tackle him. Thrawn sidestepped smoothly, brought the rifle stock around in a brutal arc that shattered the man's jaw, then followed with his combat knife a single thrust under the ribs, angled upward toward the heart. The soldier dropped, and Thrawn was already moving, already acquiring his next target. They fought their way forward, leaving bodies in their wake. Anakin's movements were fluid, almost dance-like, lightsabers weaving patterns of death and deflection. He could feel each opponent in the Force before they appeared, anticipate their attacks, respond before they even fired. It was almost too easy, and that worried him. These soldiers fought without fear, but also without skill, like they were going through the motions, fulfilling a purpose they didn't understand. They reached a blast door, sealed and imposing. Anakin sheathed one lightsaber and extended his hand toward the control panel. The Force flowed through him, into the mechanism, feeling the electronic pathways, the security protocols. With a thought, he bypassed them, and the blast door groaned, beginning to slide open. As they waited, Anakin noticed a console nearby, its screen flickering with a recording ready to play. He activated it with a touch, curious despite himself. The hologram sputtered to life, grainy, poorly maintained. A man appeared, middle-aged, with a brown beard and a bald head. His eyes were the most disturbing thing, completely devoid of emotion, flat and dead. Like he'd seen things that no mind should ever witness and survived only by shutting down everything that made him human. When he spoke, his voice was monotone, mechanical, drained of all inflection. "It's a grand social experiment," the man said, staring at nothing. "There are probably 100 of us from across the Empire, all saved from the fire, who knows how or why. For the most part, we're left to ourselves, squabbling and fighting, left to fear our own shadows." He paused, and for just a moment, something flickered in those dead eyes, awareness, perhaps, or the ghost of who he used to be. "But we know the Master's out there. And I'm convinced there's a plan at work. Somebody wants to change us. Someone wants to control us." The recording ended with a crackle of static. Anakin scoffed, the sound bitter even through his mask's vocoder. Jadis really messed these people's minds. Thrawn nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful, analytical. "It seems Jadis is quite skilled in mental manipulation. We should prepare for that possibility he may attempt the same with us." The next recording activated automatically, a different face this time. The man looked younger, maybe mid-20s, with haunted eyes that still held a spark of defiance. His voice trembled, but there was fury in it, barely controlled, simmering just beneath the surface. "It's been, I don't know how long it's been anymore. I lose count of the days during the blackouts." His hands shook as he spoke, clenched into fists. "The ones furthest along in the process, they say our terror transforms us into the Master's image." His voice rose, anger overwhelming fear. "Well, I'll tell the Master what's really happening. We're learning to fight back. Do you hear me, Master? We'll kill you for this. We'll kill you." Suddenly his expression changed, twisted into panic. "Hey! Get the criff off me! Get!" The recording dissolved into screams, raw, animal sounds of pain and terror and rage. "Ah! Bastard! I'll kill you! Ah!" And then it cut off abruptly, leaving only silence and the echo of suffering. Anakin felt something twist in his chest, not quite sympathy, but recognition. "Well, at least they tried to fight back," he said quietly. "Didn't work out for them, though." Thrawn's voice was softer, almost respectful. "It's admirable. Most people would break completely under such conditions. The fact that a few tried to fight back despite all odds stacked against them speaks volumes about their character." A third recording began to play. This time it was a woman, young, her face tear-stained, her voice fragile and breaking. She looked like she'd been pretty once, before this place had gotten hold of her. "I was so happy when I got the invitation," she said, trying to smile through the tears. "Everything was going to change for me. Leave home for a year, see the galaxy, make something of myself." The smile crumbled. "Why did the Master pick me to survive when hundreds died? And now the rest of us are dying, one by one, and I don't know why. I don't understand." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "My mother was a slave." Anakin winced, the word hitting him like a physical blow. Memories surged up: his own mother, Shmai, her kind eyes and gentle hands, her strength in the face of bondage. His mother had been a slave. His mother had died because he couldn't save her. For just a moment, the old pain threatened to overwhelm him, sharp and fresh as the day it happened. But he composed himself quickly, forcing the emotion down, locking it away. He'd moved past that a long time ago. He had to. Dwelling on it changed nothing. Thrawn noticed the reaction, the slight tension in Anakin's shoulders, the momentary stillness, but said nothing, his expression carefully neutral. The recording continued, the woman's voice dissolving completely into sobs. I don't want to end up like her. I don't want to be nothing, to die here and have no one remember, no one care. Oh please. She was fully breaking down now, her face in her hands, body shaking with the force of her grief. Please, someone rescue us. Please. Anyone. Please. The recording ended. Anakin had heard enough. The blast door was fully open now, the way forward clear. Let's move, he said, his voice harder than before, carrying an edge of anger that hadn't been there earlier. They entered the bridge and everything changed. The space was vast, a cathedral of military function and Sith intimidation. Viewports stretched across the forward section, showing the infinite black of space and the cold light of distant stars. Control consoles lined the walls, manned by crew members who moved with eerie precision, their hands dancing across controls, their faces completely blank. Their eyes were empty, utterly devoid of life or will, like the recordings, but worse. These weren't even fighting anymore. They'd been completely hollowed out, turned into biological automatons serving a purpose they no longer questioned. And at the center of it all, standing at the helm with his back turned, hands clasped behind him as he gazed out at the void, Darth Jadis. He was tall, imposing even in stillness. His mask was a work of art and nightmare smooth, featureless except for the eyes and mouth, designed to reveal nothing, to project only power and inevitability. His robes were immaculate, dark as the space beyond the viewport, trimmed with the red that marked the Sith. He stood perfectly still, perfectly composed, radiating cold dark side energy like a black sun. Anakin and Thrawn stepped fully onto the bridge, their footsteps echoing in the unnatural silence. None of the crew looked up. None of them reacted at all. They simply continued their work, trapped in whatever hell Jadis had built inside their minds. Jadis spoke, his voice emerging from that mask with no emotion whatsoever, just the void and the dark side made audible, cold and final as death. So both of you have arrived at last. His back was still turned, still watching the stars. Watching or waiting, it was impossible to tell. I expected too little of you, Jadis continued, each word precise and measured. You served me well on Hutta and on Dramund Kos, and again by bringing Vader here. I should have known you would serve me again. Anakin stepped forward, anger flaring hot in his chest, cutting through the cold that Jadis radiated. You and I will have words, he said, his voice hard, edged with controlled fury. You know how much trouble your faking your death has given me? And your sadistic, insane, obsessed daughter's horrid constantly following me, declaring her love, causing me endless annoyance. Do you have any idea what it's like? For the first time, something that might have been amusement colored Jadis's tone. Yet she is not here. I hear your fiancé, Nox, dealt with her quite effectively. But no matter. Horrid is a means to an end. What matters is that you are here now. Anakin raised an eyebrow behind his Ravan mask, though the gesture was invisible. What's that supposed to mean? Jadis finally turned, the movement slow, deliberate, theatrical. The mask regarded them both blank, inscrutable, reflecting nothing. Everything that has transpired has been at my command, he said, and there was absolute certainty in his voice, the confidence of someone who had orchestrated every move on a vast game board. My will is the destiny of lesser men. He took a step forward, and the air seemed to grow colder, heavier. "Become my successor, Vader." The words hung in the air like a verdict. "Ever since you arrived at Korriban, when we spoke on Dramund Kos, I have wanted someone to carry forward what I would build. I have watched you, studied you, tested you. And I offer you a choice now: become my successor. Accept the gift of your life, Vader, and you as well, Agent." He inclined his head slightly toward Thrawn. "We will discuss terror, the Empire, and the Sith. We will reshape everything." Anakin scoffed, the sound sharp and dismissive. "You want to talk? After all the bullshit you've caused me?" His voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. "You've got a strange sense of priorities." Jadis's posture didn't change, didn't react. "You will survive," he said simply, as if stating an immutable fact. "But my tolerance has limits." Watcher 2's voice crackled urgently through their comms, tension bleeding through her professional composure. "Don't engage him yet, my lord. You know what he's capable of. I'm trying to analyze the situation, trying to find the Eradicator command codes, but it will take time. And if he has those codes activated..." Jadis continued as if she hadn't spoken, as if her warning was irrelevant. "It was my desire that the Eagle unite the terror cells. It was my desire that my flagship be destroyed." He gestured slightly, almost negligently. "I required a weapon that the Dark Council would overlook, something they would dismiss as beneath their notice. The terrorists became my unknowing servants and carried out my plan perfectly." Anakin crossed his arms, his stance deceptively relaxed. "We had our suspicions about your death. We figured out with proof that you were alive soon after. We were just dismantling your Eagle network before we tried to find you." He paused, letting that sink in. "But now the network is finished, and here we are." For the first time, Jadis's head tilted slightly, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. "Impressive," he said, and there was genuine interest in his voice now. "I had underestimated your intelligence. I expected you to be a warrior, a blunt instrument, not a thinker, not a strategist. But it seems you are both. This is better than I anticipated. We will be able to finalize my plan much quicker this way." Anakin didn't bother to correct him, didn't mention that they were stalling for time. Let Jadis think what he wanted. Thrawn spoke up, his voice crisp, accusing. "You sanctioned the murder of Imperial citizens. You faked your own assassination. You betrayed everything you claimed to serve." Jadis turned his masked gaze toward Thrawn, and when he spoke, there was something almost like approval. "Only to achieve something greater, Agent. Surely you of all people understand the necessity of sacrifice." He clasped his hands behind his back again, settling into what was clearly a prepared speech. "With my false death, I escaped the eyes of the Dark Council and of Imperial intelligence, even your considerable resources. After the Dominator was destroyed, I came here, bringing with me those passengers worthy of elevation, those who could survive the transformation. I maneuvered my pieces into place, arranged every variable, accounted for every contingency." "Yet, we get it," Anakin interjected, impatience creeping into his voice. "Spread terror and fear across the Empire, break people, remake them in your image. But what's the actual point of it all? What's the endgame?" Jadis seemed pleased by the question, as if he'd been waiting for someone to ask. "I accomplished 2 things during my absence," he began, his voice taking on a lecturing quality, like a teacher explaining a complex theorem. "First was the diminution of the Dark Council. Upon my death, my former enemies began warring amongst themselves, vying to claim my resources, my networks, my power base. Darth Horrid's arrival escalated the chaos beautifully. My daughter is doomed. Her instability ensures that, but she is an adequate distraction." He paused, and there was something cold and cruel in his next words. "Her interest in you, Vader, was only ever designed to pull you deeper into this conspiracy. And she has done it well." Anakin stepped forward, closing some of the distance between them, his posture aggressive. You said your death accomplished two things. One was weakening the council, turning them against each other. What was the other? Jadis's mask seemed to glow with dark satisfaction. Throwing the Sith into disorder was only the start, the opening move. The rest of the empire had to be prepared as well, the military, the bureaucracy, the citizens themselves. That was the eagle's true purpose, to sow fright and hatred, to create an atmosphere of constant fear, to show the empire what terror truly means. All this while, my eradicators were growing, developing, being positioned. Now they are ready. And my victory is close at hand. What victory? Anakin demanded, his voice sharp. What are you talking about? Jadis spread his arms slightly, a gesture of grandeur, of revelation. The eradicators will destroy the strongholds and power bases of my enemies on the council. Simultaneously, they will terrorize the empire itself. Every world, every system, every citizen will know fear like they have never known it. Then I will return to the council and lead the empire into a new age, an epoch of terror, an age where fear is the currency of power and survival is earned through absolute obedience. He turned his masked gaze directly on Anakin. And you, Vader, will ensure this age carries on to the next generation. You will be my heir, my instrument, my legacy. Anakin shook his head slowly, deliberately. The Emperor won't let you get that far. You think you can reshape the entire empire without him noticing? Without him stopping you? Jadis's response was immediate, dismissive, almost contemptuous. The Emperor is distracted. He let the word hang there, loaded with implication. I could resculpt the Dark Temple into a monument to my glory, reshape it stone by stone, and he would fail to object. Perhaps I shall do exactly that, once this is finished. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with violence about to be born. Watcher 2's voice crackled through the comms, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere of the bridge like a blade through fog. I see where this is going. Her tone was analytical now, professional detachment masking whatever fear she might have felt. He needs the eradicators to make this work, but Cipher 9 has half the command codes. Jadis continued speaking as if she hadn't interrupted, his voice still that terrible void-like monotone, devoid of passion but full of absolute certainty. Under my rule, all people will revel in fear and degradation. He gestured slowly, deliberately, his hand moving through the cold air like he was conducting an invisible orchestra. These prizes will no longer be hoarded by the Sith alone. Every citizen of the Empire will know what it means to truly fear, to truly serve. He paused, and though his mask revealed nothing, there was weight in his next words. But without both halves of the Eradicator codes, my weapons cannot be properly targeted. They will merely cause chaos widespread, yes, but unfocused. Random destruction serves no one. Behind his Revan mask, Anakin's mind worked through the implications rapidly. For all of his planning, all of his careful orchestration, he didn't memorize both codes. Or he didn't have access to half the code in the first place. It was a critical oversight, a flaw in an otherwise meticulous design. That was his major mistake. Thrawn has the other half. And Jadis needs it. Thrawn's voice cut through the tension, measured and precise as always. I have half the codes. He tilted his head slightly, those glowing red eyes fixed on Jadis with unreadable intensity. I assume you have the other half. Jadis's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, a subtle straightening, a minute adjustment of his shoulders. Yes, he replied, his tone neutral, giving nothing away. Embedded within this ship's core systems, encrypted and secured. He let that information settle before continuing. Without proper orders, the Eradicators will fire blindly across the galaxy. Targets will be random. Deaths will be meaningless. This serves neither of us, Agent. The bridge seemed to grow colder, the air itself thickening with dark side energy. Enter your codes into the ship, Jadis commanded, and there was an edge beneath the monotone now, not quite desperation, but something close to it. Need, perhaps. Allow the eradicators to target my enemies with precision. Do this, and you will be rewarded beyond measure. You will be my herald, the voice that carries my will across the stars. He turned his masked gaze toward Anakin. And Vader would be my successor, the inheritor of everything I will build. Anakin felt his jaw tighten behind his mask. He didn't trust Jadis not one bit, not for a second. Even if the Sith Lord was telling the truth, even if the offer was genuine, it wouldn't serve his own plans. Jadis stood directly in the way of everything Anakin was trying to accomplish. The Empire needed to change, yes, but not like this. Not through terror weaponized and institutionalized. Not through breaking people until they were hollow shells going through the motions of life. Thrawn's response was carefully measured, each word chosen with surgical precision. Last time you promised me something, you faked your own death. His voice was calm, but there was an undertone of accusation, of old betrayal not forgotten. You made me complicit in a conspiracy I didn't fully understand. You used me. Jadis's masked head turned toward Thrawn, and when he spoke, there was something that might have been respect buried beneath the emotionless delivery. I misunderstood your role then, Agent. I saw you as merely a tool, a means to an end. He took a single step closer, his robes whispering against the deck. Consider what I can offer now. True authority, not the scraps intelligence throws at you when they need someone expendable. Wealth beyond counting. A place in my vision, a seat at the table when the new order is established. His voice dropped slightly, becoming almost intimate, almost persuasive. The respect that Imperial intelligence has denied you because of what you are, where you come from. Blood purity is a notion whose time has passed, Agent. It is a weakness, a limitation that holds the Empire back. He spread his hands in a gesture that seemed almost reasonable, almost generous. Consider an empire where there is no limit to what an alien might become, Jadis continued, and there was genuine conviction in his words now, a flicker of something that might have been idealism twisted into something darker. Where skill and power determine rank, not species or birthright. Where you, Thrawn, could rise as high as your considerable abilities allow. Anakin felt something twist uncomfortably in his chest. Jadis has a point there, he thought reluctantly. The Empire's xenophobia was one of its greatest weaknesses, a self-imposed limitation that threw away talent and loyalty for the sake of prejudice. But what Jadis envisions his methods, his cruelty that probably wouldn't be much better. Maybe even worse. Trading one form of tyranny for another. Thrawn was silent for a long moment, and Anakin could practically see the calculations happening behind those glowing red eyes. When the Chiss finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful, almost contemplative. Your reasoning is persuasive, my lord. Anakin gave Thrawn a sharp side eye behind his mask, tension coiling in his muscles. What are you playing at? His hands moved subtly to his lightsabers, fingers wrapping around the hilts, ready to ignite them in an instant. He didn't doubt Thrawn's ultimate loyalty, but better to be safe than sorry. Better to be prepared for betrayal that might never come than to be caught flat-footed if it did. Jadis's posture shifted, settling into something that might have been satisfaction. There is no other way, Agent. Surely you see that. His voice took on a harder edge, a finality that felt like a door closing. If you refuse, you will die here at my hand, before Vader could possibly stop me. The Eradicators will still reap untold destruction across the galaxy. Your sacrifice would mean nothing. It would be a waste, a pointless death that changes nothing. He let that sink in, let the weight of futility settle over them. I can be merciful, Jadis continued, his tone softening just slightly, offering an olive branch wrapped in threat. Take time to consider your choice. Think carefully about what you truly wish to accomplish. Then we can begin the true work, reshape the Empire together, forge something new from the ashes of the old. Jadis started to turn around, the conversation apparently concluded in his mind, his victory assured. But before he could complete the movement, Thrawn spoke up, his voice cutting through the moment with perfect timing. You haven't thought this through completely, my lord. Jadis paused, his body going utterly still. Kill me, Thrawn continued, his tone conversational, almost academic, and Vader will still remain here. And he can possibly defeat you. You know his capabilities as well as I do. Your attention would be divided, your focus split. He paused, letting that tactical reality sink in. And I also take the codes with me. Dead men don't input commands. The codes die with me, locked away where you'll never find them. Anakin saw what Thrawn was playing at now, understanding blooming like cold fire in his mind. He's cornering Jadis, forcing him to see the flaw in his position, making him realize that violence won't get him what he needs. Jadis's masked head turned back toward Thrawn with agonizing slowness. A bold sentiment, Agent, he said, and there was something dangerous in his voice now, something that had been absent before. But not a wise one. You gamble with forces you cannot control. With your death, neither of us achieves our desires, Jadis continued, his hands moving in a subtle gesture. And only I will be in a position to eventually form a new plan, to rebuild, to try again. Another gesture, sharper this time. As for Vader, the air shimmered, crackling with energy. A ray shield erupted around Anakin with a high-pitched whine, pale blue energy forming a cage of light and force. Anakin moved instantly, lightsabers igniting with twin snaps, but the blades couldn't penetrate the shield. They sparked and hissed against it, deflecting harmlessly. He slammed his fist against the barrier, then his shoulder, but it held firm, unyielding. Damn it! The memory flashed through his mind unbidden. The invisible hand, rescuing Chancellor Palpatine, getting caught in a ray shield just like this one while Obi-Wan watched helplessly. That feeling of being trapped, powerless, while events spiraled beyond his control. He was stuck now. Couldn't help. Couldn't intervene. His mind raced through possibilities. I could cut through the floor, drop down to the deck below. But that would take time, precious seconds he didn't have. And it would mean leaving Thrawn alone with Jadis, and that wasn't an acceptable option. The Chiss was brilliant, but against a Dark Council member's raw power, tactics only went so far. No. Trust the plan. Trust that Thrawn knows what he's doing. Put your cards on the table and believe he has an ace up his sleeve. Thrawn spoke up, his voice maddeningly calm despite the shift in the tactical situation. An interesting theory, my lord. But an incorrect one. He took a single step forward, deliberate, unafraid. You are simply wrong, Jadis. You won't be in a position to do anything. Watcher 2's voice crackled through the comms, sharp with alarm and confusion. Cypher. What are you doing? Don't antagonize him, he'll kill you. Jadis's voice carried a note of frustration now, the first real emotion breaking through that terrible monotone. Tell me, Agent, what possible advantage could you have over me? He spread his arms, encompassing the bridge, the ship, the void beyond. You are in my sanctuary, surrounded by my power. My influence here is infinite, absolute. Any chance you had of victory was taken away when Vader was removed from the equation. Anakin spoke up from within his prison of light, his voice hard and defiant. Still here, you know. He slammed his fist against the shield again for emphasis, the impact sending ripples across its surface. This thing can't hold me forever. I've broken out of worse. Thrawn didn't even glance at him, keeping his full attention on Jadis. That all may be true, my lord. Your power here is considerable. The trap you've sprung is effective. He paused, and there was something almost like a smile in his voice. But in this situation, it matters not. He reached up slowly, deliberately, and tapped the COMM device in his ear. This conversation is being recorded, Thrawn said simply, and the words fell like stones into still water. Every word. Every threat. Every detail of your plan. Even if I'm dead, even if Vader is somehow contained or killed, the recording will survive. And Vader being trapped temporarily in that ray shield has only guaranteed that fact. He's a witness to your confession, and you've just demonstrated your hostility in the clearest possible terms. Jadis's posture shifted, tension entering his frame for the first time. Underneath where Vader stands is just the vacuum of space, he said, his voice going cold, hard as frozen durasteel. Nothingness. The void. There is no escape that way. If he tries to cut through, I will vent the bridge to space and teleport away. Your death will be instant. His will take longer, unless he can hold his breath and survive decompression. He gestured toward the rest of the bridge, where the crew continued their eerie, silent work, oblivious to the confrontation happening mere meters away. And your friends on your ship? Jadis continued, dismissive contempt coloring his tone. The ones waiting in the hangar? They're incapable of defeating me. I could cut through them like wheat before a scythe. Their lives are forfeit, all of them, if you press this. Thrawn's response was immediate, unshaken. You can't kill all of them. Some will escape, scatter to different ships, different parts of the dreadnought. Station this size, there are dozens of ways off. His voice was calm, stating facts, laying out the tactical reality. And they'll tell everyone. The entirety of Imperial intelligence will know your plot within hours. The Dark Council within a day. The whole Empire shortly after. And then what? Jadis shot back, and there was something almost like dark amusement in his voice. Let them tell the world that I live. Let them spread the news across every system. I will still prevail. My power is not diminished by exposure. Thrawn shook his head slowly. Darth Horrid and the others on the Dark Council will put aside their differences. They'll ally against you. You're a threat to all of them now, a common enemy. He paused, letting that sink in before delivering his final point. And you forget Vader here is engaged to a Sith Lord. Nox. She has immense potential, raw power that rivals many on the Council. If he and I were to die here, if you were to kill us. His voice went quiet, deadly serious. She would not rest until you were dead. She would hunt you across the galaxy, spend every resource, call in every favor. You'd never know peace again. Jadis's hands clenched into fists at his sides, the first overtly aggressive gesture he'd made. You are a fool, he said, and now there was real anger bleeding through, hot and sharp. You think my foes are capable of doing me harm? That I am so vulnerable, so easily destroyed? Anakin spoke up from his prison, seeing the angle Thrawn was working, understanding the strategy now. You already admitted it yourself. His voice was sharp, cutting through Jadis's bluster. You destroyed the Dominators so you could go into hiding. You needed to fake your death to operate freely. He let that hang there, damning and obvious. That means you know they can hurt you. Otherwise, why hide at all? Arrogant creatures. Jadis's voice rose, actual fury breaking through now. The temperature on the bridge plummeted, frost forming on the consoles in rapid crystalline patterns. Suppose your allies scatter across the galaxy, spreading word of my existence. Suppose they rally an army, unite my enemies against me. He began to glow a deep, terrible red, dark side energy pouring off him in visible waves. The air itself seemed to scream, pressure building like the moment before a storm breaks. The bridge became colder, more oppressive, the very atmosphere thick with malevolence. Crew members at their stations began to tremble, their blank eyes filling with tears that froze on their cheeks, but they continued working, unable to stop, unable to disobey. I am still capable of destroying you, Jadis said, his voice now carrying the full weight of the dark side, resonating with power that made reality itself seem to bend. All of you. I could break this ship apart, tear it atom from atom. And I will break Vader into submission if I have to shatter his mind, reshape his will, make him my willing slave. You cannot withstand me. None of you can. Anakin felt the pressure of that power even through the ray shield, oppressive and crushing, like being at the bottom of an ocean of malice. But he'd faced darkness before, faced Sidious, faced his own demons, faced the weight of his choices and failures. He wasn't about to break now. "I want to see you try," Anakin said, his voice hard and absolutely unafraid. "You ain't the first who's tried to break me, Jadis. And you won't be the last. Palpatine tried. The desert of Tatooine tried. My own guild tried." He pressed his hands against the shield, staring out at Jadis with defiant intensity. "I'm still standing. Still fighting. So go ahead, give it your best shot." Watcher 2's voice burst through the comms, urgent now, almost desperate. "Cypher, enough. He's going to kill you both. Stand down, extract, we'll find another way." Jadis's power built higher, the red glow intensifying, lightning beginning to arc between his fingers. "Are you so willing to die before you give up the codes?" His voice was a roar now, shaking the very structure of the bridge. "So confident of victory in death? Shall we test it? Shall we see if your convictions hold when your body is being torn apart, when your mind is being flayed, when everything you are is being unmade?" "Go ahead," Anakin said, his voice cutting through the maelstrom like a blade. "Kill me. Even floating in space, even dying, I will find a way to kill you. I'll haunt you. I'll make it my mission. My last act will be your ending." Thrawn's voice joined his, calm and certain and absolutely final. "Go ahead and kill me too." He stood perfectly still, hands at his sides, facing down the storm of dark side energy without flinching. "You've already lost, Jadis. The moment you revealed your plan, the moment you trapped Vader and confirmed everything, you lost. The recording exists. The information is out there. Kill us, and you only prove that we were right to oppose you." The silence that followed was absolute, profound. The red glow began to fade. The terrible pressure lifted, degree by degree, like the slow retreat of a tide. The temperature rose, the frost on the consoles beginning to melt, water droplets forming and sliding down metal surfaces. Jadis stopped channeling the dark side. His posture straightened, his hands lowering to his sides. When he spoke again, his voice had returned to that terrible monotone, emotionless and flat. "Yes," he said simply. "Perhaps I have." The words hung in the air like a confession, like a surrender. "It seems I should have been more cautious," Jadis continued, and there was something in his tone that might have been regret, or perhaps just cold assessment of failure. "I should have taken steps to stop you both before you found the Eagle network, before you had time to dismantle my infrastructure. I should have acted sooner, struck faster, been less confident in my invulnerability." He paused, and then said something that no Sith in his position should ever say. "But I acknowledge my error. And I am willing to bargain." Anakin felt surprise ripple through him, genuine shock. No Sith would do this. Not in Jadis's position. Their arrogance, their ego, their pride, it would prevent this kind of retreat. They'd fight to the death before admitting defeat. But Jadis was different. Jadis was more dangerous precisely because he wasn't bound by those limitations. "You may have this ship," Jadis said, his tone businesslike now, negotiating terms of surrender. "You may have the Eradicator codes, both halves, fully functional. I will leave. I will withdraw from this confrontation and seek new paths, new methods." Anakin felt the ray shield flicker, then die. The blue light faded, leaving him free. He stepped forward immediately, lightsabers still ignited, ready for treachery. "Just like that?" Anakin said, suspicion heavy in his voice. "You're just going to walk away?" Jadis's masked head turned toward him. "Just like that?" There was something in his voice, not quite amusement, but close. "You win, Vader. You and the agent both. I shall withdraw from this battle before it becomes a war I cannot control, before the odds shift completely against me." He began walking toward the side exit of the bridge, his movements unhurried, completely controlled. His robes whispered against the deck plating, the sound loud in the sudden quiet. Watcher 2's voice came through the comms, sounding absolutely flabbergasted. Did he really just? Is he actually retreating? This doesn't make sense. Dark Council members don't just walk away. Before Jadis reached the door, he paused, turning his masked head back toward them. Pursue no vendettas, he said, his voice carrying clearly across the bridge, and I shall pursue none. But I will rebuild my networks, reconsider my strategies, adapt my plans. And years from now, perhaps 5, perhaps 10, I will return to the Dark Council. This is not over. Merely postponed. Anakin's grip tightened on his lightsabers. I can't make any promises about letting you just walk away and rebuild. Jadis's posture shifted, something that might have been a shrug. I expect none. I know what you are, Vader. What you will become. He turned fully toward the door. Farewell. Know that very few creatures in this galaxy survive, earning both my hatred and my respect. You are among them now. You don't sound angry, Anakin observed, studying Jadis's body language, trying to read what he could from posture alone. Jadis paused at the threshold. Looks can be deceiving, Vader. A Sith with no control over their emotions is just a child playing at power, lashing out without purpose. His voice carried something that might have been a teaching tone, almost professorial. Do not disappoint me. I have high expectations of you. I suspect we will meet again, and I am curious to see what you will have become. And then he was gone, stepping through the door, his presence fading from the Force like smoke dissipating in wind. The bridge suddenly felt larger, emptier. The crew continued their work in eerie silence, their blank eyes still unfocused, still trapped in whatever mental prison Jadis had built for them. Thrawn moved immediately to the nearest console, his fingers flying over the controls, bringing up system after system. Disabling the ray shield permanently, he muttered, working quickly. And accessing the Eradicator command protocols. Anakin deactivated his lightsabers, the humming blades vanishing with a hiss. He reached out through the Force, searching, questing, and found nothing. Jadis had already left the ship entirely. Damn, he's fast, Anakin muttered, grudging respect in his voice. I have to learn that Force teleportation technique sometime. That's a hell of an escape option. Movement caught his attention, running footsteps, rapid and uneven. 2 people burst onto the bridge, and Anakin recognized them from the recordings. The man with the brown beard and the woman who'd spoken about her mother being a slave. They looked different now. There was light in their eyes, confusion and terror and hope all mixed together. Watcher 2 walked behind them at a more measured pace, her expression still stunned, still processing what had just happened. The man spoke first, his voice shaking, barely able to form the words. The Master. He's gone. Is he? He couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't bring himself to hope that fully. The woman's face broke into something that was half sob, half laugh, tears streaming down her cheeks. We're free. Her voice rose, disbelieving, and joyous and broken. Ha! We're free. Oh gods, we're actually free. She collapsed to her knees, hands covering her face, body shaking with the force of emotions too long suppressed, too long twisted and controlled. Watcher 2's voice came through the comms and from her physical position simultaneously, creating a slight echo. I've got confirmation Jadis's shuttle just jumped out of the system. Hyperspace signature detected, vector plotted. She looked at Thrawn, then at Anakin, her expression caught between awe and confusion. You two just talked down a Lord of the Dark Council. You negotiated with him and won. I didn't think that was possible. I didn't think any of this was possible. Thrawn's lips curved into the faintest smile, his red eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction. Many things are possible, Watcher 2, when the correct pressure is applied to the correct point. He turned back to the console. Now let's make sure he didn't leave us any surprises in these command codes. Anakin walked to the viewport, staring out at the stars, at the infinite black where Jadis had disappeared. He'll be back, Anakin thought, certainty settling in his gut like cold stone. This isn't over. Men like Jadis don't just give up. They adapt, they learn, they come back stronger. Anakin spoke up, exhaling slowly as the adrenaline from the confrontation began to fade, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness. I'd rather not do that ever again. His voice carried the weight of someone who'd just walked a tightrope over an abyss and barely made it to the other side. The tension in his shoulders, the way his hands still hovered near his lightsabers, it all spoke of how close they'd come to disaster. Watcher 2 moved to a nearby console, her fingers already dancing across the keys with practiced efficiency, pulling up system after system. Hopefully, there won't be other rogue Dark Council members, my lord, she said, her tone professional but with an undercurrent of relief. She pulled up the command interface, the holographic display casting blue light across her focused features. Entering the command codes now to deactivate the eradicators. Stand by. The bridge was silent except for the soft beeping of the console, the hum of the ship's systems, and the eerie sound of the broken crew continuing their automated tasks in the background. The tension stretched thin, fragile as spider silk, as everyone waited to see if the codes would work, if Jadis had been honest about this one thing, at least. A confirmation tone chimed, clear and final. The threat has been neutralized, Watcher 2 announced, and there was no mistaking the profound relief in her voice. She looked up from the console, meeting Anakin's masked gaze. All Eradicator weapons are standing down. The countdown has been terminated. We did it. Anakin walked slowly to the massive viewport, his boots echoing against the deck plating with each measured step. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, staring out into the infinite black of space where stars burned cold and distant. Somewhere out there, Jadis was fleeing, plotting, preparing for whatever came next. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Something tells me this won't be our last encounter with Jadis, Anakin said quietly, his voice carrying that certainty that came from experience, from knowing how these things always played out. Men like Jadis didn't just vanish. They adapted, learned from their mistakes, came back stronger and more dangerous. Watcher 2 looked up from her console, her expression thoughtful but attempting reassurance. That may be the case, my lord. But he has no choice now but to go deep into hiding. You both can rest easy for now, he won't resurface anytime soon. He's lost too much. She returned her attention to the systems, pulling up communication protocols. Jamming field is down. I'm broadcasting an all-clear signal to the Imperial governors. They'll know the crisis is over. Behind them, movement, shuffling footsteps, unsteady and uncertain. The man with the brown beard, one of Jadis's experimental subjects, stepped forward. His eyes were clearer now than they'd been in the recordings, but there was still something broken in them, something that might never fully heal. His voice trembled when he spoke, thick with emotion that seemed to war between grief and confusion. I believed in the Master's vision, he said, and there was a desperate quality to the words, like he was trying to hold on to something that was slipping through his fingers. He showed us his new world, transformed us into something better than we were. He saved us. Watcher 2's expression softened with something that might have been pity. She gestured toward the man and the woman who stood beside him, explaining quietly to Anakin and Thrawn, Jadis's experiments. The survivors of his conditioning program. We'll debrief them properly before we send them home, try to help them reintegrate. The man continued speaking, his voice growing more agitated, more insistent. The Master uplifted us, saved us from the fire on the Dominator, taught us everything we needed to survive. He gave us purpose, showed us strength we never knew we had. Thrawn turned toward him, his red eyes compassionate but firm. Trust me, he said, his voice gentle but carrying absolute certainty, you're better off without him. What he did to you wasn't salvation. It was enslavement dressed in prettier words. The man's face twisted, emotions flickering across it too fast to track: confusion, anger, grief, rage. He showed us our strength. His voice rose, cracking with intensity. Some of us will still die for him. We'll die for the vision he gave us. Everything happened at once. The man lunged forward, hands reaching for Thrawn's throat. The woman moved simultaneously, her face a mask of fanatical devotion, pulling something from her clothing, a vibroblade, small but deadly. Other survivors scattered around the bridge suddenly turned, their eyes glazing over, whatever trigger Jadis had planted in their minds activating all at once. They weren't soldiers, weren't trained fighters, just broken civilians moving with jerky, puppet-like motions, driven by programming they couldn't resist. Watcher 2's voice cut through the chaos, sharp with alarm. Watch out! But Anakin was already moving. The force surged through him, cold and precise. He didn't draw his lightsabers, didn't need to. These weren't enemies in any real sense. They were victims, broken tools still serving a master who'd abandoned them. But they were also dangerous, and he couldn't let them hurt anyone. He reached out with his mind, with that terrible power he'd learned to wield with surgical precision. The force wrapped around throats, around fragile cervical vertebrae. With a thought, just a thought, quick and clean, he snapped their necks. The sound was sharp and final. Crack! 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 Bodies crumpled to the deck, their strings cut, their suffering ended. The man with the brown beard, the woman who'd cried about her enslaved mother, and 3 others all falling in synchronized silence. They'd been dead long before this moment, really. Jadis had killed them when he'd broken their minds, hollowed them out and filled them with his vision. This was just, making it official. The woman, one of the survivors who hadn't attacked, who'd managed to resist the programming, stared at the bodies with wide, horrified eyes. Then she and the handful of other survivors who'd remained still began backing away, terror and something like reverence on their faces. "Forgive us, Master," the survivor woman whispered, her voice shaking. "We failed your vision. We failed you." She wasn't talking to Jadis anymore, she was talking to Anakin, seeing him as the new power, the new master to fear and obey. She turned and walked off quickly, the other survivors following her like lost children, their footsteps echoing away down the corridor. The crew at their stations never even looked up, still trapped in their own automated hell, working away at tasks that no longer mattered. Watcher 2 let out a breath she'd been holding, her hand pressed against her chest. "Jadis would have made everyone into slaves like them," she said quietly, staring at the bodies on the deck. "The entire empire, the entire galaxy, eventually. It's a nightmarish thought." Anakin stood perfectly still, looking down at the dead. His mind went somewhere else for a moment, to a dusty planet covered in sand, to a small slave quarters where a boy had dreamed of freedom and his mother had sung soft songs. If Jadis had been the one who found me on Tatooine instead of Qui-Gon. The thought sent ice through his veins. That would be a dangerous timeline. I would probably terrorize the entire galaxy, plunge it into fear and hatred, become exactly what Jadis wanted, a weapon of terror with the power to reshape reality itself. He shook his head sharply, banishing the thought. That wasn't this timeline. That wasn't who he'd become. Watcher 2 continued speaking, not noticing that Anakin had gone somewhere dark in his thoughts. "Some of these survivors may reintegrate into society, given the chance and proper therapy. Others." She trailed off, the implication clear. "Some wounds went too deep to heal." Anakin turned away from the bodies, from the viewport, looking at Watcher 2 directly. "You should have seen what Jadis did to his daughter." Flashback, a few days ago. The ramp of the Fury was lowered, the late afternoon light of Dramund Kos casting everything in shades of grey and crimson. The perpetual storm rumbled overhead, lightning arcing between clouds, painting the world in brief flashes of stark illumination. Nox stood at the ramp, her silhouette framed against the stormy sky, her belly now prominently swollen with their child. Her arms were crossed, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked, her voice carrying clearly over the sound of distant thunder. "You knows Horrid is still obsessed with you. I put enough fear in her on Bomara to make her leave you alone, but that woman is..." She searched for the right word. "Unstable. Unpredictable." Anakin turned around to face her, adjusting the straps of his gear. "She may have information on Jadis. Thrawn is close to figuring out his location, but we're still missing pieces. Horrid knew him better than anyone. She's his daughter. If there's anything to find, it's in her head or her files." Nox sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "Fine. But if she does anything at all, I will kill her." It wasn't a threat. It was a simple statement of fact, delivered with the casual certainty of someone describing the weather. Anakin walked up to her, closing the distance between them. He reached up, cupping her face gently, and kissed her. The kiss was soft, tender, a moment of connection before walking into whatever mess awaited him with Horrid. When he pulled back, his voice was softer, gentler. "I know you will. But you should get some rest now. You've been training non-stop, pushing yourself too hard. It might hurt the child if you keep going like this." Nox's lips curved into a smirk, her eyes glinting with amusement and affection. "Ah, you're worried about me. You truly do care." She leaned back slightly, studying his masked face. "And here I thought you were getting worried that I would surpass you in power. That I'd become stronger than the great Anakin Skywalker." Anakin feigned pain, bringing his hand to his chest dramatically. "Ow! You truly wound me to think I would think so little of you." He dropped the act, his voice taking on a playful edge. "But you can try, though you're not surpassing me anytime soon. After all, I am the best." Nox's smirk widened, becoming something predatory, something that made his pulse quicken. "Is that a challenge, young man?" Her voice dropped, becoming husky and suggestive. "You know I love challenges." She traced her hand over his chest, fingers moving slowly, deliberately. "I guess I'll have to get more creative in our nighttime activities. Can't have you getting too confident now, can we?" Anakin felt heat rise in his chest, spreading outward. "Well, let's see if you can handle me this time," he shot back, his voice equally suggestive. "Because I'm not holding back anymore." Nox leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear. "I'm counting on it." Then she pulled back, her hand moving to rest on her swollen belly, her expression softening. "But perhaps we should calm down a little. We wouldn't want to hurt our baby in our excitement. You should feel fortunate I've spared you the embarrassment of losing to a pregnant woman." She rubbed her belly affectionately, her smirk never fading. Anakin couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. "Well, that time on Tatooine tells a different story," he said. His tone teasing, almost mischievous. "You were screaming so loud I swear they could probably hear your cries of joy from Mos Espa." "Oh, Anakin! Oh, Anakin!" Nox's face flushed bright red, embarrassment breaking through her usual confidence. She punched him playfully on the shoulder, harder than necessary. "We are not talking about that." Her voice was too fast, too high-pitched, giving away just how flustered she was. Anakin's smirk widened. "Oh really? Is the proud Darth Nox embarrassed? It's okay to admit it. You enjoyed yourself. No shame in that." Nox turned around quickly, trying to hide her burning face. "Shut up," she muttered, but there was no real anger in it. "I'll go check on R2 and C-3PO. I swear that damn golden droid is insane or something, always complaining about something." She paused at the top of the ramp, her back still to him. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more serious, stripped of the playful banter. "I love you, Anakin. Don't you forget that." Anakin felt warmth bloom in his chest, genuine and deep. "I love you too." Nox smiled. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it through their bond and entered the ship, disappearing into the interior. Anakin's expression became serious as he turned away, heading toward the Sith citadel. The massive structure loomed against the stormy sky, its obsidian spires clawing at the heavens, illuminated by arcs of crimson lightning that seemed to pulse with dark side energy. More than just a building, the citadel was a monument to Sith power, its very foundations imbued with centuries of dark rituals and treachery. He made his way through the imposing corridors, past Sith lords and imperial officers who gave him respectful nods or wary glances. Everyone knew who he was now. Lord Vader, rising star of the Empire, engaged to a Dark Council member, warrior of considerable power. His reputation preceded him. Finally, he reached Darth Zhorod's office. The door slid open with a hiss, and the smell hit him immediately. Ozone from Force lightning, burned flesh, and something acrid and chemical. Medical disinfectant, maybe. Zhorod stood near her desk, clutching her stomach, bent slightly forward in obvious pain. Her robes were scorched in places, blackened and torn. The smell of electrical burns was stronger near her. Anakin could see shallow lightsaber wounds on her arms, cauterized but still raw and angry looking. A medical droid hovered nearby, its sensors scanning her with clinical detachment. Physical trauma includes electrical burns, lacerations, and retinal damage, the droid recited in its flat, mechanical voice. Transfer to a Kolto tank for long-term recovery is strongly recommended to prevent permanent scarring and tissue damage. Zhorod's eyes, unusually bright blue, almost luminescent against her extremely pale, grayish skin, fixed on the droid with barely contained fury. There were 2 scars running from the sides of her lips to her cheeks, not deep but definitely noticeable, giving her face a permanently unsettling quality. She looked like she'd been personally insulted by the droid's very existence. You'd suggest a Dark Council member hide in a vat. Her voice was sharp, dripping with offended pride. For healing? Like some common soldier. The medical droid's photoreceptors flickered. I am programmed to dispense medical advice based on all relevant factors, my lord. Your rank does not alter biological requirements for healing. Get out. Zhorod's voice rose to a shriek. Have yourself disassembled, made into a probe droid, and sent to the most desolate place in the Empire. Hoth. No, somewhere worse. Get out of my sight. The droid retreated quickly, its servos whirring as it exited the office. The moment it left, Zhorod's bright blue eyes locked onto Anakin's, and the fury drained away, replaced by something desperate, something that made his skin crawl. Pain flickered across her features, physical and emotional, all mixed together into something raw and terrible. Look, my love, she said, her voice breaking slightly. She moved toward him, limping, arms reaching out. Anakin sidestepped smoothly, putting space between them. Zhorod's arms fell, her expression crumpling with hurt, but she continued speaking anyway, desperate to make him understand. They hurt me, she said, voice trembling. And then they laughed. How could they do that? How could they? Okay, let's just forget for a moment that you're insane, sadistic, and obsessive, Anakin interrupted, his tone blunt and matter-of-fact. Maybe someone felt you needed humbling. Maybe you pushed too hard, demanded too much. Zhorod clutched her stomach tighter, pain etched across her pale features. My love, my beautiful, handsome, strong love, I'm a Dark Lord of the Sith. Her voice rose with indignation and confusion, like she couldn't comprehend what had happened. I'm not meant to be humbled. I'm meant to humble the world, to make it kneel. She took a shaky breath, composing herself slightly. After Viordiano broke, after I made him break, I called the Dark Council to assembly. I demanded that the other lords give me the respect I was due, acknowledge my accomplishments. Her face twisted with remembered humiliation. Some were angry. They mocked me, called me a child playing at power. They. Her voice dropped to a whisper. They tormented me. Used the Force to inflict pain, held me down while they laughed. And they warned me not to overstep my bounds again. Despite himself, Anakin felt a flicker of something that might have been sympathy. She never had a good father, he thought sadly. Never was taught how the real world works, especially Sith politics. Jadis never trained her properly, never prepared her for this life. She's brilliant in some ways, but completely unprepared for the reality of the Dark Council. Still, this had been inevitable. And maybe it would be the wake-up call she needed. The Dark Council did this to you, Anakin said, not really a question. Zhorod stepped closer, desperate, like if he left she would completely break apart. My love, you're here, and that's all that matters. Her voice took on a pleading quality. I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a Darth, but that slut of yours Nox, she prevented me from seeing you. Anakin's voice went cold, hard as Durasteel. Speak one more word about my fiancé, and I'll kill you here and now. I don't care about your position. I don't care about the consequences. One more word. Zhorod flinched like she'd been slapped, hurt flashing across her face. Fine. Fine. She swallowed hard, continuing quickly. Where were we? Yes, the Dark Council. They called me an arrogant child, unworthy of my position. They said I was a disgrace to my father's legacy. Her voice cracked. It's all Jadis's fault. He was my master, my father, but he never taught me what I needed to know. Now he's dead and I'm not ready for his council seat. I'm drowning, and no one will help me. Anakin's tone softened slightly, curiosity overriding some of his irritation. I met the guy Jadis. Right here in this building, actually. But you're his daughter. He must have taught you something. Trained you in some way. Zhorod's laugh was bitter, broken. Do you know what kind of creature Darth Jadis was? She looked directly at Anakin, her bright blue eyes boring into his. When I was young, maybe 7 or 8, he taught me how to sing. He said song was a blade, a tool to cut emotion from others, to manipulate them through beauty and art. She wrapped her arms around herself, like she was cold. He had professional musicians tutor me for a year. I practiced every day, hours and hours, until my throat was raw. I became good, really good. Anakin leaned against the desk. What happened after the year? Zhorod's voice went flat, emotionless, like she was recounting someone else's story. When he decided I was ready, my father arranged a performance for me in Kos City. A grand theater, filled with imperial nobility, military officers, Sith lords. I sang for hours. I made the audience weep with the beauty of it. I sang until my throat was raw and bleeding, until I could barely breathe. Her hand moved to her throat unconsciously. I sang until my vocal cords were permanently damaged. I sang until I could never sing again. The silence in the office was profound. Thus purged of the capacity for song, of that emotional outlet, that weakness, I saw my father smile for the first time. Zhorod continued quietly. He was proud. That's how he began my apprenticeship. That's how he taught me what the Sith truly were. Jadis is seriously messed up, Anakin thought, genuine horror creeping through him. He has to be a psychopath or something. What kind of father does that to his own child? I don't know what to say, Anakin admitted, and it was true. What could anyone say to that? Zhorod's expression brightened slightly, desperately latching onto what she perceived as sympathy. Don't be sad, my love. It taught me a great deal. And it taught me to hate Darth Jadis. She stepped closer, her voice becoming urgent. I know what's happening in Imperial intelligence. I know you're going on a mission with Cipher 9. And I know that the Eagle wasn't the man you thought he was. Her hands reached out, gripping his forearms. My love, swear that you'll find whoever really killed my father. Swear that the man responsible will pay for forcing me into this wretched life, where I can't even have the man I love. Anakin pulled his arms free gently but firmly. My priority is deactivating the Eradicators, not revenge. Thousands, maybe millions of lives are at stake. That comes first. Zora's eyes widened, desperation flooding her features. My love, you would deny me this. Her voice rose, becoming shrill. I'm still Sith. If Darth Jadis hadn't been murdered, I would never have taken his place on the council. I would never have been humiliated like this. She grabbed Anakin's shoulders suddenly, pulling herself against him, and began to cry real tears, hot and desperate, soaking into his clothing. My love, please. His killers are to blame for everything. Swear you'll make them hurt. Swear it. Anakin pushed her off firmly, creating distance between them. I will do what I need to do, he said, his voice cold and final. And I'm not your love. We're done here. If you have anything useful on Jadis files, intelligence, locations, I suggest you send it to Cipher 9. He turned toward the door. Please, my love. Zora's voice broke completely, becoming a scream of anguish and desperation. I'll do anything. I know I've been a bad girl, I know I've made mistakes, just don't leave me. Please don't leave me like my father did. Anakin stopped at the threshold, looking back over his shoulder. You have serious issues, Zora. Get hold of yourself. You're acting like a lost little girl, but you're not little anymore. You're a grown woman, a Dark Council member. Act like it. He stepped through the door, and it slid shut behind him, cutting off whatever response she might have made. Rex stood outside, leaning against the wall in his distinctive armor, arms crossed. He straightened when Anakin emerged. Wasn't that a bit harsh, General? Anakin looked up at his old friend, his expression invisible behind the mask but his voice carrying certainty. No, it wasn't. You never give an obsessive person something to attach to, something they can interpret as hope or affection. She would have never stopped if I'd been less harsh. She would have seen any kindness as proof of my love, twisted it into validation of her delusions. Doing this being cold, being final, that's the only way to make sure it doesn't continue. Rex was silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. That's cold, General. Real cold. From inside the office, Zora's screams could be heard, raw, anguished, inhuman. The sound of furniture being thrown, of objects being crushed by the force, of a person completely breaking apart. It went on, echoing through the corridor. Rex and Anakin walked away, leaving the chaos behind. End of flashback. Watcher 2's voice pulled Anakin back to the present, back to the bridge of Jadis's dreadnought. I can't imagine. She trailed off, then shook her head. I don't want to imagine. Still, we should be celebrating. It's a good day. She pulled up a data pad, scrolling through it. Going down the list, Empire saved, check. Darth Jadis on the run, check. An Imperial dreadnought recovered intact, check. The survivors rescued and the eradicators neutralized, check. She looked up, genuine satisfaction on her face. I'd call this mission a complete success. Thrawn stood by the viewport, looking out at the stars, his hands clasped behind his back in that characteristic pose. He's still out there, you know, he said quietly, his voice thoughtful. Planning. Adapting. Learning from this failure. Watcher 2's smile didn't fade. He's lost his followers, his resources, and his base of operations. He won't return for a while, years, maybe. Decades if we're lucky. She gestured around the bridge. This is yours now, my lord. What do you say we set course for home? Anakin nodded once, decisive. Back to Drummond Cos, then. Right away, my lord. Watcher 2 moved to the console, her fingers dancing across the controls, inputting navigation coordinates. This is Watcher 2 to Keeper. Jumping to light speed now, prepare for our arrival. Mission accomplished. Returning with Imperial Dreadnought and survivors. The ship shuddered slightly as the hyperdrive engaged, stars stretching into lines of light as they made the jump. The blue tunnel of hyperspace enveloped them, that strange surreal glow filling the viewports. Anakin turned to Thrawn. So, we're done here. What now? Thrawn's red eyes remained fixed on the swirling hyperspace outside, his expression contemplative. I'm probably going to be reassigned soon. Imperial intelligence will want me preparing for the war with the Republic. There are operations being planned, assets being positioned. My skills will be needed elsewhere. Anakin nodded slowly, then said, My Skywalker Corporation has finished construction of a few Venator-class star destroyers and other support ships, frigates, corvettes, logistics vessels. He paused, choosing his words carefully. But the fleet needs an admiral. Someone with tactical genius, someone who understands both strategy and the art of war. He turned to look at Thrawn directly. With your expertise, would you want to be its Grand Admiral? Thrawn turned from the viewport, his glowing red eyes studying Anakin with interest. For a long moment, he said nothing, clearly considering the offer from multiple angles: tactical, political, personal. Finally, he spoke. I'm a busy man, as you know. Imperial intelligence keeps me occupied with operations across multiple sectors. He paused, and something that might have been a smile touched his lips. But I can serve as admiral when I have the time. It would be an honor to command such a fleet and to disperse and study the enemy's art, to learn new things about different species and cultures through the lens of warfare. His voice carried genuine enthusiasm now. Yes. I accept. It will be educational. Anakin felt satisfaction settle in his chest. Glad to hear it, Grand Admiral Thrawn. The hyperspace journey stretched on, the blue glow constant and hypnotic, carrying. Time skip. The Fury sat in its designated docking bay on Dromund-Kaas. The massive hangar filled with the sounds of maintenance droids working on nearby vessels, hydraulic lifts hissing, and the distant rumble of the perpetual storm outside. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, fuel, and the metallic tang of durasteel. Rain hammered against the hangar's atmospheric shield, creating a constant white noise that filled the space. Anakin descended the boarding ramp, his boots clanging against the metal with each step. He was still wearing his tactical gear, dust and carbon scoring from the mission visible on his armor and robes. His body ached with the kind of bone-deep weariness that came after sustained combat and intense force use, but he was alive, whole, victorious. Vet waited at the bottom of the ramp, leaning casually against a cargo crate, her blue skin practically glowing in the harsh hangar lights. Her leku twitched slightly, a unconscious tell of her emotional state that Anakin had learned to read over their time together. The Twi'lek treasure hunter and escaped slave who'd become one of his most trusted companions had her arms crossed, but there was genuine relief in her bright eyes. Well, what do we have here? Vet said, her voice carrying that characteristic mix of snark and genuine affection that defined their relationship. She pushed off from the crate, walking toward him with exaggerated swagger. The Sith boss returned. And here I thought I would have to explain to the Sith lady why her fiancé had died on a rogue Dark Council member's dreadnought. She shook her head dramatically. That would have been a fun conversation. Hey, Nox, you know that man you love? Yeah, about that. Anakin couldn't help the slight smile that tugged at his lips beneath his mask. Real funny, Vet. He tilted his head, fixing her with his masked gaze. At least pretend that you weren't worried about me. Vet raised her hands in mock surrender, her expression caught between amusement and guilt. Oh, you caught me. She laughed, but there was something genuine beneath the sarcasm. I mean, you should have seen Nox at the ship while you were gone. I swear she was walking around like a caged Nexu, pacing back and forth, snapping at anyone who got too close, checking sensors every 5 minutes. She gestured expressively with her hands. Me and Rex tried to calm her down, told her you'd be fine, that you could handle yourself. But she insisted you would be fine, kept saying it over and over like a mantra, and eventually she calmed down. Just became restless. Maybe it's the pregnancy giving her mood swings or something. Anakin thought to himself as they walked deeper into the ship, passing through the familiar corridors of the Fury. Nox is too proud to admit she was worried. She'd never say it out loud, never show that vulnerability where others could see. He felt warmth bloom in his chest at the thought. I swear our kid is going to be something else, stubborn as hell, powerful, brilliant. But he didn't doubt that she trusted him. She did, completely. That still doesn't stop someone from worrying, though. Love and trust don't prevent fear. So what's going on after that? Anakin spoke up as they moved deeper into the ship, the door hissing shut behind them, cutting off the noise from the hangar. His voice became more casual, dropping some of the formality. It's been 6 months since that business on Nar Shaddaa. You and Rex have been really close lately. Vet's expression shifted. Something softer creeping into her features. She looked down for a moment, then back up at him, a slight flush darkening her blue skin. Guilty as charged, boss. She rubbed the back of her neck, an uncharacteristically vulnerable gesture. I mean, I like the guy, you know? When he first showed up on Bamara, claiming he knew you from the unknown regions and fought in some war out there, I thought he would be another Quinn, you know, the stuck-up soldier type who follows orders without question and has a stick so far up his ass he can't see straight. She laughed at her own description, her leku swaying with the movement. Don't get me wrong, she continued, her voice taking on a more playful tone, I love getting on their nerves, it's one of my favorite pastimes. But the more we got to know each other, especially when he helped me on Nar Shaddaa. She paused, looking guilty. Sorry for stealing your ship again for that, by the way. Anakin waved it off. He'd gotten used to Vet's independent streak long ago. I realized that Rex is unique, Vet said, and her voice softened in a way Anakin had rarely heard. How do I explain it? He's kind, brave, honorable, strong, and cute, like, really cute. The complete opposite of what I am, you know. She gestured at herself self-deprecatingly. I like to not take things seriously, mess around, banter, keep things light. But underneath all that, I was a pirate, a thief. Someone far from deserving of a man like Rex. She stopped walking, turning to face Anakin fully. Her expression had become serious now, vulnerable in a way that made her look younger. But honestly, when I was imprisoned in that cage on Korriban for trespassing in a tomb and attempted theft, I thought I was done for. Her voice dropped, remembering that moment. I was trapped in that cell, shock collar around my neck, watching Sith apprentices walk past and knowing that eventually someone would decide I was worth less alive than dead. And then you came. She met his eyes, or where his eyes would be behind the mask. You said you needed me to guide you through the same tomb I'd attempted to steal from, and I thought, this is it. This is how I die. She swallowed hard. You were Sith. I figured you'd probably keep me as your slave forever, or kill me the moment you had no more use for me. That's what Sith do, right? Use people up and throw them away. She shook her head slowly. But instead, you removed my shock collar after I helped you just because I asked. You didn't torture me, didn't threaten me, didn't force me. You just did it. And then you proposed a partnership like equals. To a stranger. A thief who'd tried to rob a Sith tomb. A genuine smile spread across her face, warm and real. I thought you were insane at the time. Completely out of your mind. She laughed softly. But now I think that was probably the best thing that's ever happened in my life. I was done for, finished, at the end of my road. Then you came along and showed me a way out, gave me a chance when no one else would. Her expression shifted again, becoming more complex, happiness mixed with concern and confusion. But when I see Rex, it reminds me of how lucky I got. And it also makes me realize. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I can tell, just like me he was a slave or something. He doesn't say it directly, but he acts strangely, like he's only ever known training facilities and war. Like those are the only things that defined his existence. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her natural perceptiveness coming through. He tells me he was a Republic soldier during some war in the unknown regions, this unknown war that apparently happened out there. But when I ask him about family, or where he grew up, what his childhood was like, he gets so vague about it. Dodges the questions, changes the subject. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to something more intense. If you tell me he's just hiding something personal, I don't buy it. That simple Republic soldier story doesn't add up. Her leco twitched with agitation. What's really going on here, Anakin? What aren't you two telling me? What's the truth? Anakin felt his chest tighten. Damn it! Vet is too perceptive for her own good sometimes. He thought quickly, weighing options. I can't tell her they're from the future, nearly 4,000 years in the future. That's impossible to believe, sounds absolutely insane. But another thought followed immediately. But I can also tell that hiding it from her any longer will just sow mistrust later. It'll poison our relationship, make her wonder what else I'm lying about. He remembered the cave on Tatooine, how Nox had learned the truth, then seen it through the Force, experienced it directly. Nox knows already. I guess it's time for Vet to know as well. She's earned that much. She's been with me since the beginning, risked her life more times than I can count. She deserves the truth. Come with me, Anakin said quietly, his voice serious in a way that made Vet's playful expression fade into concern. They exited the ship, moving out of earshot of the crew, away from the droids and maintenance personnel working in the hangar. The sound of rain against the atmospheric shield was louder here, creating a barrier of white noise. Anakin activated his COMM link. Rex, report to the hangar bay. Now. A moment later, Rex appeared, his distinctive armor instantly recognizable even at a distance. The clone captain approached with military precision, his posture perfect, his movements economical. When he reached them, he looked at Vet, then at Anakin, and something passed between them: understanding, recognition. General, you called me. Rex's voice was controlled, professional, but Anakin could hear the question beneath it. Rex narrowed his eyes at Vet, then looked back at Anakin. Is it time? The question was loaded with meaning. Anakin nodded once, decisive. It's time. He took a breath, feeling the weight of what he was about to reveal. I'll speak for Rex, since this involves me and I can only reveal it to people from this time. Once you know the secret, Rex can talk about it with you himself. Vet raised an eyebrow, her expression caught between curiosity and wariness. Okay, that definitely doesn't sound weird at all. Is it some Sith magic or something that prevents him from speaking about whatever you two are hiding? Like a force binding or a curse? Anakin shook his head. Let's just say it's something the Force has done for me without asking, some kind of protection or restriction built into the situation. I can only reveal the secret, but once you know, Rex can talk about it with you freely. Vet, come on, tell me already. She threw her hands up in exasperation. You're making it sound like you two are part of some weird secret society obsessed with orgies or something. All this mystery is killing me. Despite the tension, Anakin felt a laugh threaten to escape. Well, that's definitely way off. He paused, then decided there was no easy way to say it. If I had to put it simply, we're from the future. Nearly 4,000 years in the future. Everything went silent. The sound of rain, the distant hum of machinery, even the wind, it all seemed to fade as Vet processed what she'd just heard. Her face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, disbelief, waiting for the punchline. Real funny, guys, she finally said, her voice flat. And I'm the Emperor of Space Lizards. Good one. She looked between them, her smile fading when neither of them laughed or broke character. Her voice dropped, became quieter, and her eyes went wide with dawning shock. "You ain't joking around, are you?" She studied their faces, their body language, looking for any sign of deception. "Are you two okay? Like, high on drugs or something? Do you have a medical condition I'm not aware of?" Her voice rose slightly with concern. "Because I've seen people out of their minds on spice and death sticks, and this sounds like..." "We are not on drugs," Anakin interrupted firmly, "and our minds are completely normal. As normal as they've ever been, anyway." Vet raised her hands in a placating gesture, still processing. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm not trying to insult you, I just need to." She trailed off, then her expression hardened slightly, became more focused. "So the entire story about you being a Republic war hero in the unknown regions, fighting in the unknown war, killing an evil Jedi who turned to the dark side and betrayed his fellow Jedi, killing them all and becoming a dark Jedi, leaving because the worlds and government out there collapsed, ravaged by war and death, and you appearing in the known galaxy and coming to Korriban, that was all a lie." "Well, it wasn't necessarily a lie," Anakin responded carefully. "The core of it is true. I was a Jedi Knight who fought in a war. We called it the Clone Wars." Vet's eyebrow raised. "The Clone Wars? That's an odd name for a war." "We'll get there," Anakin said, and then he began to talk. The words came slowly at first, then faster, the story pouring out of him like water through a broken dam. "I was fighting against the Separatists, a coalition of systems that wanted independence from the Republic. They were led by Count Dooku, a former Jedi who'd turned to the dark side. The more the war went on, the more I saw the Jedi Order's corruption. They held me back, never trusted me completely despite everything I accomplished. They stopped me from saving my mother, forbade attachments like they were some kind of disease." His voice hardened with old anger. "I was secretly married to a Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo. Beautiful, intelligent, passionate about democracy and justice." "Wait, you were married before?" Vet interjected, genuine surprise in her voice. "We'll get there," Anakin repeated. "I had a Padawan, an apprentice named Ahsoka Tano. She was like a little sister to me, someone I cared about deeply. And the Jedi Council framed her for a temple bombing. Well, she was framed, and they just accepted it. Branded her a traitor without a proper investigation, were ready to have her executed without looking for the real culprit." Vet's expression darkened. "That's seriously messed up." "I never gave up on her," Anakin continued. And there was fierce pride in his voice. "I investigated on my own, followed every lead, pushed until I found the truth. The real culprit was Ahsoka's close friend Barriss Offee. She had been behind the bombing and had framed Ahsoka to make a point about the Jedi's corruption." His hands clenched into fists at the memory. "I got proof, captured Barriss, and brought her back just in time to prevent Ahsoka's execution. Ahsoka was cleared of all charges, and the Council offered her the rank of Knight as an apology, like that made up for nearly killing an innocent person. She refused and left the Order," Anakin said quietly. "I tried to convince her to stay, told her the Order needed her, that I needed her. But she refused. Ever since then, my master Obi-Wan and the Council kept telling me to let it go, to move on. But it was their fault she left. Their lack of faith, their willingness to abandon her, it drove her away." Anakin continued, explaining the rest of the Clone Wars, the battles, the politics, the slow corruption that ate away at everything the Jedi claimed to stand for. He told her about the nightmares, about seeing Padme die in childbirth over and over again, about the desperation that had driven him to seek any solution, any power that could prevent that future. "I was having nightmares of Padme dying," Anakin said, his voice dropping. "I needed to save her. So when Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, told me the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, I listened. Apparently, Plagueis could use the Force to save people from dying, to manipulate life itself." He paused, the next part harder to say. "When Palpatine revealed he was a Sith Lord, I immediately reported it to Master Windu Mace Windu, one of the most powerful Jedi Masters. He told me to wait in the council chambers while he dealt with it. But I couldn't wait. I couldn't just sit there while everything hung in the balance. His voice hardened. So I went to the Chancellor's office. I arrived just as Windu was about to kill Palpatine. And I cut off Mace Windu's hand. Palpatine fired lightning at him, and Windu was thrown out the window, falling to his death. The silence that followed was profound. That's when I really became Vader, Anakin said quietly. I marched with the 501st Legion to the Jedi Temple and slaughtered everyone. Masters, knights, Padawans. His voice went completely flat, emotionless. Even the younglings. The children. Vet raised her hand, her expression horrified. You did what? That's... She struggled for words. That's really dark. Was Rex there? No, Anakin replied. He wasn't part of that. After I was done at the temple, I called for all remaining Jedi to return, telling them it was safe. It was a trap. Order 66, a command implanted in all clone troopers, was purging the rest of them across the galaxy. Vet's voice was quiet, almost afraid to ask. Did you feel bad? Did you regret what you did? Anakin's response was cold, absolute, carrying no hesitation or doubt. No, I felt only hatred and anger for them. All the times they mocked me, looked down on me, humiliated me, held me back, prevented me from saving my mother, tried to have my Padawan executed. They got what they deserved. He paused, and for just a moment, something human crept back into his voice. I only shed tears for the younglings. I didn't want to kill them. But I had to. Palpatine demanded it, and I... He stopped. But I would be lying if I said I wouldn't do it again if I had to. If it meant saving Padme, I would do it all over again. Vet stared at him, processing everything. Well, that's dark as hell, she finally said. But I gotta say, I would have probably done the same thing if someone tried to kill my family, treated me like that for years. She looked at Rex. And you just accept that? What he did? Rex spoke for the first time, his voice measured and thoughtful. I wouldn't say accept is the right word. He crossed his arms. If I'm being honest, most clones didn't like the Jedi. We respected a few, the ones who treated us like people instead of disposable tools. I served under Anakin and fought for the Republic, so at the time I was loyal. Republic first, Anakin second. He paused, his expression becoming more complex. If the being who brought us here sent us back in time hadn't shown me the full context of Anakin's fall, I would have been completely against him. But now that I know the whole story, I can't fully blame him either. Palpatine is to blame for everything. He orchestrated it all, manipulated everyone. Rex's voice hardened. I only respected a few Jedi, so I won't lose sleep over most of their deaths. But the younglings... He shook his head. I accept that it happened. Doesn't mean I like it. Vet was silent, processing everything, her mind clearly racing. Anakin continued, needing to finish the story now that he'd started. After the temple, I was sent to Mustafar to wipe out the Separatist Council and shut down the droid army. I did exactly that, showed no mercy, was even a little sadistic about it. The memory felt distant now, like something that had happened to someone else. When I was done, I stood at an observation deck, looking out at the lava flows, thinking about everything I'd done. Then I turned around, and suddenly I was in the past on an Imperial shuttle on its way to Korriban in this time period, nearly 4,000 years before I was born. That's when I met Nox, he said, and his voice softened slightly. Of course, I was angry, desperate to get back to my own time, to Padme, to everything I knew. But it became clear pretty quickly that it was impossible. So I moved on. And I realized Padme wasn't right for me. She had done things in the past, things with a man named Clovis, that made me question my marriage, question her loyalty. His voice became quieter. I had a conversation with her through the force reached across time and space somehow. She disapproved of what I'd become. Went on a rant about how the empire was bad, democracy was good, please come back, turn back to the light, all that nonsense. I won't get into all of it. But I broke it off with her. And then... He smiled slightly behind his mask. Then I got together with Nox. And I've never been happier. Vet stood there for a long moment, her Lekko completely still, a sign of deep concentration. Okay, she finally said. That's a lot to take in. A lot to think about. She looked between them. I've got some questions for you too. Ask away, Anakin said. Okay, first of all, Rex is a clone. She looked at him directly. Explain that. What does that even mean? Rex nodded, stepping forward. Yes, I'm a clone. A template from a Mandalorian bounty hunter named Jango Fett. I was bred to be a soldier, a number, a product, something expendable. So were all my brothers, thousands of us, all identical. All created for one purpose. His voice carried old pain, but also pride. We clones have accelerated aging. I grow older faster than a normal human, about twice as fast. For some reason, when I arrived in this time, my aging returned to normal human speed. I don't know how long that will last, but for now, I'm aging normally. He looked directly at Vet. We were raised to be slave soldiers, to fight in a war we never asked for. But if you ask me, I don't regret a damn thing. His voice strengthened, became fierce. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have had the honor to fight alongside my brothers, wouldn't have served the Republic that I believed in at the time. I wouldn't have met General Skywalker or Ahsoka. I wouldn't have become the captain of the best legion in the Grand Army of the Republic. He paused, and his voice softened. And I wouldn't have met you, Vet. Vet's face flushed darker blue, her eyes widening. I don't know what to say. She struggled for words, clearly touched. But wait, how old are you actually? Rex's response was matter of fact. I don't know exactly. 14 years old, give or take. What the hell, Rex? Vet's voice rose to a near shriek, her hands flying to her head. You're saying I've been doing it with a child? Oh shit, I'm not beating the allegations with this one. They're gonna lock me up and throw away the key. Rex raised his arms quickly, trying to calm her. Calm down. I age faster, remember? So I'm physically 27 years old and mentally 27. For all intents and purposes, think of me as 27. That's what I am. Vet took several deep breaths, trying to calm herself. Okay. Still weird. Definitely weird. But what the hell, at least you're not an actual kid, right? She was talking to herself now, trying to rationalize it. So you're 27 years old? Yeah. 27. That works. Right? Right. Anakin shrugged. It honestly depends on who you ask. But Rex is a grown-ass man and is functionally 27 years old if we use his aging rate. So it's simple to just view him as 27. That's accurate to who and what he is. Okay, definitely still weird, Vet muttered, but I can work with this. If he's actually not a child but a full-grown consenting adult, then it should be fine. She pointed at Rex seriously. But you can't be just throwing that number around to other people. They'll get the wrong idea. They'll think I'm some kind of predator. Rex nodded seriously. Understood, ma'am. Vet's expression shifted to exasperation. How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Vet, not ma'am. Understood, Vet, Rex replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Vet sighed deeply, running her hands over her face. What am I going to do with you? She composed herself, then looked back at Anakin. Anyway, second question, your mother. You mentioned her. What was that about? Anakin's entire posture changed, becoming rigid, closed off. I don't like to talk about this, so I'll be brief. His voice was flat, emotionless, the way it got when he was suppressing something painful. I was born a slave on Tatooine. My mother raised me, loved me, kept me safe until I was 9. Then I was taken by the Jedi. When I was 19, I returned to Tatooine to find her. Discovered she'd been bought out of slavery by a man named Cliegg Lars. She'd married him, had a good life for a while. His hands clenched. But then she was captured by Tusken Raiders. They tortured her brutally for weeks. When I found her, she died in my arms. His voice went completely cold. And I killed everyone in that camp. Men, women, children didn't matter. They were animals, so I slaughtered them like animals. Vet was silent for a long moment. Okay, she finally said quietly. I'm starting to see a theme here. But you know. She looked at him with something like understanding. I told you earlier I was a slave too. That's why you always seemed to understand what I was talking about when I mentioned it. I always found it strange how you got it when most people just see slaves as things. But now it makes sense. She took a breath, then smiled slightly genuine, warm, real. Thanks for telling me. Both of you. I know that wasn't easy. She looked between them. I won't let you down. And Rex? She turned to him specifically. Later, we'll talk more about all of this. Just you and me. Okay. Rex nodded. Understood. As Vet walked away, heading back into the ship, Rex turned to Anakin. You think that went well, sir? Anakin watched her go, then nodded slowly. Yeah. I think it went better than I thought it would. She took it surprisingly well. He paused, then fixed Rex with a look. But seriously, you can't be going around saying you're 14 out of the blue like that. People will get the wrong idea and actually think you're a literal child. Context matters, Rex. Rex had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Noted, General. I'll be more careful about how I phrase things in the future. Anakin clapped him on the shoulder. Good man. Now come on, let's get inside before Nox starts pacing again. Anakin and Rex entered the Fury, their boots clanging against the boarding ramp, the familiar hum of the ship's systems welcoming them back. The interior lights cast everything in a warm amber glow, the recycled air carrying the faint smell of ozone, lubricant, and the distinctive metallic tang that all starships seemed to share. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the corridors as they made their way deeper into the vessel. Quinn was at the bridge, precisely where Anakin expected him to be. The Imperial officer sat ramrod straight in the co-pilot's seat, his immaculate uniform without a single wrinkle, his posture perfect even in casual moments. Malave Quinn was nothing if not consistent, dutiful, honorable, and absolutely devoted to order and discipline. He was currently running his usual calibrations, fingers moving across the console with practiced efficiency, his expression focused and serious as always. The co-pilot seat had become his domain after that race 6 months ago, the one between Andronikos Revel and Anakin. Anakin had promised the winner the right to fly the ship, and when he'd won decisively, Andronikos had been forced to relinquish his beloved pilot's chair. The pirate still hadn't forgiven him for it. As if summoned by the thought, Andronikos's voice drifted from somewhere behind Quinn, carrying that distinctive mix of irritation and sardonic amusement that defined the former pirate captain. Sith lady had to move in with the Sith guy, and now I can't fly our ship, he was saying, his tone bitter but theatrical. And I can't fly this one either. So here I am, reduced to sitting in a chair and pretending I still matter. Anakin glanced over to see Andronikos sprawled in one of the passenger seats. His feet propped up on a console in a way that made Quinn's eye twitch with barely suppressed disapproval. The former captain of the Sky Princess who had terrorized both Republic and Imperial space for 5 notorious years was now reduced to pestering Quinn for entertainment. Perhaps if you spent less time complaining and more time maintaining the weapons systems, you'd find yourself useful, Quinn said without looking up from his calibrations, his tone clipped and professional but with an edge of exasperation. Perhaps if you loosened that stick up your ass, you'd remember what it's like to actually fly instead of just babysitting instruments, Andronikos shot back with a grin. Anakin shook his head, moving past them before the verbal sparring could escalate. Some things never changed. He thought of Kemval, the massive Dasaid warrior who currently had a rather unpleasant passenger in his head. That nasty business 6 months ago at the Dark Temple still lingered in everyone's memory when Darth Zysh had tried to take over Nox's body, completing her ritual to achieve immortality by possessing her former apprentice's younger, more powerful form. Nox had collected all the artifacts, unknowing that her master was planning on stealing her body the entire time. But Kemval had stepped in at the crucial moment, his loyalty to his new master overriding everything else, and interrupted the ritual. Now Zysh was stuck in the Dasaid warrior's head, 2 consciousnesses trapped in one massive, predatory body. Sometimes Zysh would threaten them, her voice emerging from Kemval's mouth with feminine inflections that sounded wrong coming from such a monstrous form. But there was nothing she could do. The Dasaid was bound to Nox, and in turn, Zysh was bound as well. For the most part, Kemval just complained about how hungry he was and how much he wanted the witch out of his head. Occasionally, when Anakin passed him in the corridors, he could hear the two of them arguing internally, Kem's deep rumbling voice alternating with Zish's sharper tones in what must have been an absolutely miserable existence for both parties. Anakin's thoughts turned to his apprentice Jasa Wilsam. He'd been teaching her to walk the balance in the Force, to find equilibrium between light and dark, but it was challenging work. After he'd made her kill Nomenkar, her former Jedi master, she'd been struggling with the dark side's intoxicating pull. She'd witnessed the Jedi Order's weakness, seen her master's emotional instability, and embraced the Sith path with reckless abandon. She was quite bloodthirsty now, aggressive and volatile in a way that reminded him uncomfortably of his own early days after falling to the dark side. But she was progressing fine under his guidance, learning to channel that fury into something more controlled, more purposeful. She'd embraced the dark side completely, believing that fear was the only truth-inducing force in the galaxy. That reminded him he still had that Jedi Watch member in the cargo hold. The prisoner had been there since he had killed Jasa's parents in front of him to prevent them from going to the Empire, using their deaths to draw out Jasa and bring her to him. It had been brutal, necessary, and effective. But the Jedi Watch member had important information about an organization Anakin needed to understand better. He'd been breaking the man down through isolation for months. Letting him stew in darkness and silence, eroding his mental defenses before the real interrogation even began. The prisoner wouldn't die until Anakin got what he needed. Jasa had been very insistent that she be allowed to interrogate the Jedi herself, but that would have been a terrible idea. Her bloodlust would have killed him before extracting the necessary intelligence, and a dead prisoner couldn't provide answers. Anakin activated his COMM link, speaking clearly. "Kalani, report to my position." A moment later, the droid approached the first sophisticated construct Anakin had built in this timeline, over a year ago now. He'd based the design on the super tactical droid General Kalani from his own time, replicating the advanced processing capabilities and strategic algorithms that had made the original such a formidable military mind. This Kalani moved with mechanical precision, its photoreceptors glowing blue in the dim corridor. "My lord, what is your command?" The droid's voice was synthesized but carried appropriate inflections. Anakin had programmed personality subroutines to make interaction more natural. "What is the status of Project Lazarus?" Anakin asked, keeping his voice low. This was sensitive information, not something he wanted broadcast throughout the ship. Kalani answered immediately, its data banks accessing the relevant files with electronic speed. "My lord, currently the remains of the individual identified as General Grievous have been discovered and secured. He is in a severely critical condition at a secret Skywalker Corporation medical facility. The droid paused, processing the medical data. He has been burned extensively, internal and external damage from what appears to be exposure to extreme heat and prolonged fire. However, our medical analysis indicates he should regain consciousness in the next couple of months, and achieve full operational function soon after, pending proper medical intervention and cybernetic repair. Anakin felt a spark of satisfaction. Grievous alive, or at least recoverable. The cyborg general who had terrorized the Jedi during the Clone Wars, whose hatred of the Jedi stemmed from their role in his people's suffering, who had been reconstructed after a shuttle crash orchestrated by Dooku. If Anakin could bring him back, offer him purpose again. Good, Anakin said, his tone approving. Make sure when he wakes up, you give him my offer. Explain the situation clearly, who I am, what I'm building here, what opportunities exist. His voice hardened. If he refuses, terminate him immediately. I won't have a potential enemy wandering around with his capabilities. He paused, then added, and tell him there are many Jedi here for the slaughter. That should pique his interest. Right away, my lord. Kalani's photoreceptors flickered acknowledgement, and the droid turned smoothly, walking away with that distinctive mechanical gait. Later, as Anakin was reviewing tactical reports in one of the Fury's private chambers, the door hissed open. He sensed her before she entered, that familiar presence in the Force, dark and powerful and intimately known. Nox swept into the room, her pregnant belly prominent now beneath her Sith robes, and immediately ran up to him, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him into a fierce kiss. The kiss was hungry, desperate, carrying weeks of worry compressed into a single moment of contact. When she finally pulled back, Anakin spoke up. Slightly breathless, amusement coloring his tone. Whoa, easy there. You miss me? No, Nox said, far too quickly, the denial automatic. Then she realized what she'd said and how unconvincing it sounded. She composed herself, trying for dignity. I just wanted to make sure you didn't do anything stupid out there. Anakin replied with mock offense, pressing a hand to his chest dramatically. I'm deeply offended that you would think I would believe such an obvious lie. He tilted his head, studying her face, seeing the tension in her jaw, the relief in her eyes. You may have manipulated an entire cult on Nar Shaddaa into believing you're some goddess, and gotten all of Zisha's research cult apprentices, students, disciples to believe you're Zisha's chosen one, meant to lead the Sith with me into the future. But you ain't fooling me. Nox smiled, genuine and warm, her mask of composure cracking completely. You stubborn, observant bastard. Her voice carried affection beneath the insult. Nothing gets past you. She pouted slightly, an expression that looked absolutely ridiculous on a Sith Lord. Couldn't you just let me have this one? Just this once? Anakin replied with exaggerated seriousness, oh no, I can't have the Lord Nox, descendant of an ancient noble Sith bloodline and successor of Lord Aloysius Kallik, get the better of me. He counted off on his fingers, his tone becoming playfully teasing. You're practically a Sith princess. Well, a prideful, stubborn, snarky, sarcastic, loving, maybe a bit crazy, and definitely a bit sadistic, power-hungry and knowledge-hungry, scheming Sith Lord princess who is surprisingly and hopelessly in love with a handsome chosen one fallen hero Jedi Knight now turned Darth Vader, walking the path of balance. He paused dramatically. Did I sum up everything nicely? Nox's smile widened, her eyes glinting with amusement and warmth. Now who's the prideful one? She stepped closer, pressing against him despite her swollen belly making the position slightly awkward. And you're right, I am a Sith princess, quite hopelessly in love with a handsome chosen one, despite this Sith princess being deep in the dark side. But honestly. Her voice softened, became vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed. I'm just happy you're okay. That you came back. Anakin's expression brightened with triumph. Oh, I knew it. You really do care. He picked her up carefully, mindfully of the pregnancy, and spun her around lightly, her laughter filling the room. Now, young man, don't let that get to your head, Nox responded when he set her down, though she couldn't hold back the smile spreading across her face, genuine joy transforming her features. She moved to sit on the edge of the bed, one hand resting on her belly, feeling the life growing inside her. You know, if you weren't here, I'd probably be up late doing my evil schemes. Her tone was conversational, matter of fact, like she was discussing the weather. Of course, I'm still doing my evil schemes, but now it's not just for me, it's for us. For our child. Everything I build, every power I claim, every rival I crush, it's all for our future. Anakin sat beside her, his expression becoming more thoughtful. Well, are you evil? I mean, you don't seem like the stereotypical villain type. Nox was silent for a moment, considering the question seriously. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight of self-awareness that was both disturbing and honest. You know, it's funny you say that. Normally I don't care about people, I use them as tools with no remorse whatsoever. I guess you could say I'm a sociopath in the clinical sense. She didn't seem bothered by the assessment, stating it as simple fact. But you could also say I'm more pragmatic than evil. When I was a kid, I had no capacity for remorse, all I'd ever known was slavery. I needed power, needed to be more cunning, more dangerous than anyone in my environment just to survive another day. Her hand moved in a dismissive gesture. I mock people constantly, I won't even lie about that. Sometimes I kill people just for the fun of it, because it amuses me or because they annoyed me. And I've tortured people while laughing, mocking them, without feeling anything except joy and satisfaction. Her voice carried no shame, no regret, just honest self-assessment. I lived to scheme, to win, to be the smartest person in the room. And I enjoyed myself doing it. She turned to look at Anakin directly, her eyes meeting his. But you're different. I can't place words to properly explain it, but when we first met on Korriban, before I knew you were from the future, I thought, cute dark Jedi. You looked like you were lost and about to go on a rampage, so I was curious. Wanted to see what would happen. She smiled at the memory. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized you and I are so similar. We were both slaves, both did what we had to do to survive, both were shaped by circumstances beyond our control. Her voice dropped, becoming more intense, more real. And I felt a connection to you, something that transcended simple love or affection or lust. For the first time in my life, I didn't want to manipulate you, hurt you, scheme against you, mock you. I didn't want any of those things. She swallowed hard. I wanted to be with you. I wanted to have a life with you, have a family with you. It sounds stupid saying it out loud, but I could just tell you were different. I could tell this was someone I would sacrifice everything for. And I just knew that you would do the same for me. She gestured between them. I accepted who you are, backed you up no matter what. And you did the same for me. Do you know how rare this is? Two Sith loving each other, loyal to each other, with no ulterior motives, no schemes, no hidden agendas. Her voice rose with passion. What we share is something special, something precious. Hell, you shouldn't even be here, you should be 4,000 years in the future. But you being here makes sense. It feels right, like this is where you were always meant to be. Tears glistened in her eyes now, genuine emotion breaking through. Without you, I probably would have become an empty Sith Lord on the Dark Council eventually. I would have died old, alone, in some tomb, my knowledge and power buried with me. And I would have been fine with that at the time, accepted it as the natural course of things. But with you, I realize what I was missing all my life. She reached out, taking his hand. It isn't just love, though that comes with it. It isn't even just family, though I want that too. It couldn't have been with anyone else but you specifically. Her voice became a whisper. I was missing you. Only you. And of course, our child, this life we're creating together. I didn't even realize what I was missing until we met. Didn't know there was a hole in my life until you filled it. Anakin looked stunned. His usually composed expression cracking with raw emotion. He'd heard declarations of love before Padme had said the words countless times. But this was different. This was someone who understood him completely, who saw all his darkness and didn't flinch, who matched him in conviction. Nox continued, her voice stronger now, more certain. Now that I know about you, about us, I wouldn't have minded if I was born in the future with you instead. Heck, I would even go through that stupid slavery all over again if it meant being with you. Her eyes hardened slightly. Padme didn't fully understand you. How could she? She had her ideals, her principles, her unwavering belief in democracy and the light. She would have never compromised on those things. And what she did with Clovis? Nox's voice carried disgust. It doesn't matter what way she spins it, how she justifies it, it wasn't right. It was a betrayal, and you felt it as one. She squeezed his hand. But more importantly, she was never a slave like us. She grew up privileged, protected, surrounded by beauty and culture and opportunity. She could afford to be idealistic because she never had to make the hard choices we did. For us, idealism would have been a death sentence. We did what we had to do to survive, and we don't apologize for it. Her voice became fierce, protective. I don't regret who I am. And I hope you don't regret who you are, no matter what anyone says. The Jedi, the Republic, Padme, they can all judge, but they don't understand. They never lived our lives. She looked away, suddenly embarrassed by the emotional outpouring. Sorry. I just wanted to speak my mind. It didn't mean to turn into a whole rant or something. Anakin's voice was thick with emotion when he finally spoke. Well, that was something. He pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her carefully, mindful of the baby. But I'm glad you told me. Glad you're willing to be that honest with me. He rested his forehead against hers. I'm probably not much better than you in terms of morality. We are who we are, and we don't owe anyone apologies for that. It may be selfish, but it's a selfishness we'll embrace if it means staying true to ourselves. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, just holding each other. Then Anakin asked, curiosity coloring his tone, question, how are you still hot and not looking like Xish did at the Dark Temple? I'm pretty sure with the amount of dark side energy you're channeling, you'd give Sidious a run for his money. Most Sith Lords look like dried up corpses by your power level. Nox smirked, her expression becoming playful and slightly smug. Well, is that how you talk to a lady? She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You want to know my secret? Come closer. Anakin leaned in, genuinely curious. The truth is, I'm simply the best, Nox said with absolute confidence. Like you, I have a special body. Most Force users would need special techniques, constant rituals, alchemical treatments to avoid the physical corruption of the dark side. But there's something called a bloodline advantage if you're from a naturally dark side aligned family like mine, from the lineage of Aloysius Calig, you have better resistance to the dark side's worst side effects and its physical corruption. She gestured at herself. Couple that with my control, my discipline, my understanding of Sith alchemy. And I don't look like a dried up creep like that Sidious guy. She wrinkled her nose. I think I saw him at the Citadel once, absolutely revolting. Looked like someone left a corpse in the desert for a decade. She waved dismissively. Anyway, that was part of the reason why Xish was so desperate for my body specifically. The bloodline, the natural resistance, the power. We all can't be the chosen one, a walking force anomaly who breaks the rules just by existing. She smiled wickedly. But enough about me. And then Nox tackled Anakin to the bed, her laughter mixing with his surprised sound, and the conversation dissolved into something far more physical and intimate. Time skip, 2 months later, Kalani moved through the corridors of the Fury with that distinctive mechanical gait, servos whirring softly with each measured step. The tactical droid's photoreceptors glowed pale blue in the dim lighting as it made its way toward Anakin, who stood at the central holo projector in the ship's command center. The circular platform hummed with power, ready to display whatever intelligence the droid had gathered. "My lord," Kalani said, coming to a precise stop at attention. "A significant development has occurred in the past few days." Anakin turned from the tactical display he'd been studying, crossing his arms. "Report." Kalani's optical sensors flickered as it accessed data files. "As you ordered approximately 1 year ago when you infiltrated the Revanite cult on Dramund Kos, I have maintained surveillance on their activities. The cult has been notably active lately." The droid paused, its processing circuits organizing the information for maximum clarity. "Reports are suggesting that a Republic strike team infiltrated a secret Imperial space station holding a high-value prisoner. The strike team successfully rescued this prisoner and, in the process, killed Grand Moff Rikus Kilran." Anakin's interest sharpened. Kilran, the Butcher of Coruscant, one of the Empire's greatest naval strategists. The man who'd earned his rank through brutal efficiency and tactical brilliance, who'd held his ground against a Jedi boarding party and lived to tell the tale, earning scars and the honorary title of Grand Moff for his service. Kilran personally tried to fight off the strike team himself, Kalani continued. He fell during the engagement. However, intelligence indicates he nearly killed one of the strike team members before his death, a testament to his combat capabilities despite being primarily a naval commander. The droid's photoreceptors dimmed slightly, a programmed gesture to indicate a shift to more unusual information. "But here is where the situation becomes irregular, my lord. A new officer has emerged, someone with no prior military record. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Yet he apparently has Darth Ravage of the Dark Council supporting his rapid promotion to Grand Moff." Anakin's spine straightened, tension coiling through him like a compressed spring. "Who is it? Give me a name." "His name is Wilf Tarkin," Kalani replied. "He is apparently the new Grand Moff, filling Kilran's position with unprecedented speed." Tarkin. The name hit Anakin like a physical blow, memories flooding back in a cascade of images and emotions. He knew Tarkin knew him well. They'd worked together during the Clone Wars. Anakin had helped rescue him from the Citadel prison on Lola Seu, fighting through waves of battle droids and commando droids to extract the valuable Republic officer. Tarkin had been ambitious even then, ruthlessly pragmatic, a believer in military power and order above all else. And Tarkin had been one of the people most vocally pushing for Ahsoka's execution when she'd been framed for the temple bombing. One of the voices calling for her death without proper evidence, without a real investigation. The memory still burned with bitter clarity. But why the hell would the Force bring this guy back in time? Anakin's mind raced, connecting pieces, seeing patterns. Unless Sidious had something to do with it. The more he thought about it, the more it made a twisted kind of sense. Somehow Sidious had managed to communicate across time, or perhaps the being who'd sent Anakin back had been convinced, manipulated, coerced into bringing others. But how? How had Sidious convinced this cosmic entity? What leverage could he possibly have? It makes no sense. But it's no secret that Darth Ravage is fanatically loyal to the Emperor. Anakin knew the Dark Council members' reputation: absolute devotion to the Sith Emperor, unwavering obedience even when other council members questioned or schemed. Sidious had the first audience with the Emperor in quite some time. The Emperor has been in seclusion even from the Dark Council, locked away in his meditations and dark rituals. The pieces fell into place with cold inevitability. Sidious must have convinced Ravage that he has the Emperor's approval. And the Emperor, the real Emperor, either doesn't care enough to expose Sidious's deception, or he's genuinely occupied with whatever arcane projects consume his attention. Anakin felt frustration build in his chest. So Sidious is getting away with it. And Ravage is using his influence in the council to push through the appointment of someone like Tarkin, someone with no verifiable background other than Sidious's word that he's from the unknown regions. It was a bold play. Dangerous. But potentially brilliant if it worked. Sidious, Ravage, and Tarkin, they're definitely playing at something. Building something. Anakin filed the information away, categorizing it as a future problem. But it doesn't matter for now. I have more immediate concerns. Keep an eye on them, gather intelligence, wait for the right moment to move. Anything else? Anakin asked, his voice controlled despite the churning thoughts. Kalani nodded or performed the mechanical equivalent, a slight tilting of its head. Yes, my lord. Darth Malgus has been assembling a strike team to assault Revan's foundry. The droid accessed another data file, holographic information flickering to life above the projector. He has already recruited a 14 or 15-year-old bounty hunter named Boba Fett. Anakin's breath caught. Boba. This Boba Fett recently won the Great Hunt, Kalani continued, unaware of the emotional impact the name was having. The competition for glory that originated among the Mandalorians as a test of skill, he emerged victorious despite his youth. Following his victory, he was formally adopted into Clan Fett and recognized as an official Mandalorian, having proven both his combat prowess and his Mandalorian ancestry through his performance in the hunt. Anakin's mind reeled. Boba Fett, the son of Jango Fett, the clone template. The kid who'd infiltrated the Venator, planted a bomb, nearly killed him and Mace Windu. The child, consumed with rage and grief over his father's death, manipulated by bounty hunters, turned into a weapon of vengeance before he was even old enough to understand what that meant. Why is he here? Why would the Force or whoever is orchestrating this bring a child from my timeline into this one? But there was no answer. Only more questions piling on top of questions. Darth Malgus is reaching out for 3 more members to complete his strike team, Kalani said, bringing Anakin's attention back to the present. Suggestions, my lord? This represents a significant opportunity to stop Revan and neutralize the Foundry before it can be used against the Empire. Before Anakin could respond, the Revan mask hanging at his belt suddenly grew warm. The visor began to glow, not the usual red, but a distinctive purple, pulsing with Force energy. Anakin felt the presence surge through the artifact, ancient and powerful and urgently seeking communication. He lifted the mask, holding it before him, and Revan's voice echoed in his mind, clear and distinct, carrying centuries of knowledge and purpose. It's been a while since we've done this, my successor. Revan's tone was calm but urgent, the voice of someone who understood the stakes perfectly. This is your opportunity. You must stop my other half, the dark side fragment that possesses my body. He is dangerous, consumed with obsession to destroy the Emperor. In his madness, he will destroy the entire galaxy if left unchecked. Images flashed through Anakin's mind: the Foundry, an ancient Rakatan space station hidden within an asteroid field, comparable to the legendary Star Forge but designed for a different purpose. Where the Star Forge could mass-produce ships, the Foundry could mass-produce droids infinitely, endlessly, an army that would never tire, never falter, never disobey. If my memories serve correctly, and they do, he's using the Foundry to build extermination droids, Revan continued, his voice carrying grim certainty. Machines programmed to identify and eliminate anyone with Sith ancestry in their bloodline. That includes Nox. That includes your unborn child. That includes thousands, millions of innocents across the galaxy who happen to carry genetic markers from ancient Sith bloodlines, people who have no connection to the Sith Order, who live normal lives, who pose no threat to anyone. The implications were staggering. Genocide on a galactic scale, automated and unstoppable. You have to stop him. Revan's voice became firmer, more commanding. This is what you've been preparing for. This is why you carry my mask, why you walk the path of balance. Stop the darkness I unleashed before it consumes everything. The presence faded, the purple glow dimming back to dormancy. Anakin's mind was made up, decision crystallizing with absolute clarity. Kalani, patch us through to Darth Malgus. We need to talk. Now. Right away, my lord. The droid's manipulator appendages moved across the console with practiced efficiency, entering COMM codes, establishing secure channels, routing through Imperial military networks. A moment later, the holo projector flared to life, and the imposing figure of Darth Malgus materialized above it. The Sith Lord appeared in full armor, his distinctive respirator covering the lower half of his face, a permanent reminder of injuries sustained in battle. His presence radiated power and purpose, the aura of someone who'd fought on the front lines of the Great Galactic War and survived where countless others had fallen. His reputation was legend, the warrior who'd led the sacking of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, who commanded respect through strength rather than political manipulation. "This is Darth Malgus of the Expeditionary Fleet," the Sith Lord said, his voice resonating with that distinctive electronic quality from the respirator. "I bring greetings from the Viragi sector." His posture straightened slightly, acknowledging Anakin's reputation. "You are Darth Vader, the apprentice of Darth Barris, slayer of Nomen Kar, destroyer of the Jedi presence in the unknown regions." There was respect in his tone. The acknowledgement of one warrior to another. "You reaching out means you've probably been informed of the strike team I'm assembling." Anakin nodded, the Revan mask still in his hand, its weight a constant reminder. "Indeed. That's exactly why I contacted you." "Not many Sith claim to know the Emperor's will," Anakin continued carefully, feeling out Malgus's position, testing the waters. Malgus's holographic form shifted slightly. "This is an exceptional circumstance, as you will come to understand." His voice carried gravitas, the weight of absolute conviction. "For 3 centuries, our Emperor has held a Jedi Master prisoner, prolonging his life through Sith alchemy and the dark side, extending his torment for reasons known only to the Emperor himself." Malgus paused, and something in his posture suggested he was choosing his next words carefully. "In fact, you wear that Jedi Master's very mask. But I would avoid using his name openly. Many in the Empire may be compromised by his ideals, potential traitors influenced by his philosophy. It will do well to keep this operation discreet, contained. Avoiding his name is a necessary security measure." "So Malgus knows I carry Revan's mask," Anakin thought. "Interesting. How much does he actually know about my connection to it?" Moving on, Malgus continued, his tone becoming more businesslike. "The Jedi Master possessed a secret, the location of the Foundry, an ancient Rakatan space station of untold power. Both the Jedi Master and his Foundry concern us today. They represent a threat to the Empire's very existence." Anakin wasn't going to reveal that he already knew about the space station, that he'd been communicating with Revan's light side spirit. Better to maintain operational security, to keep his advantages hidden. "What do we know about this Jedi Master and the space station?" Malgus's hologram gestured, calling up tactical data. "Each could dominate entire worlds. The Foundry has the capability to produce military hardware on a scale that makes our shipyards look primitive by comparison. As for the Jedi Master, his power in the Force is considerable, perhaps second only to the Emperor himself. The details are not your immediate concern. What matters is this: the Emperor sought to pry the Foundry's location from the Jedi Master's mind for 3 centuries. Torture, manipulation, dark side techniques, everything was employed." His voice carried grudging respect. "But for centuries, he resisted. His will proved unbreakable. So the Emperor made a decision. He set him free." "What the hell?" Anakin's mind reeled. "He just let him go? After 300 years, he just gives up and releases him?" Predictably, Malgus continued, "The Jedi Master fled directly to his Foundry and brought the Republic Armada with him for protection. But in doing so, he has led us to our prize. Now we simply need the courage to claim it." His posture straightened, radiating absolute confidence. "A fleet of 30 Terminus-class destroyers is gathering as we speak. You may meet with Moff Fenrir aboard the flagship, where he is coordinating the attack and managing fleet logistics. Malgus paused, and his tone shifted to something more significant. Also, the Dark Council has approved a motion to hire whatever forces your Skywalker Corporation can muster for this operation. Your reputation for advanced engineering and tactical innovation has reached the Council's ears. They're willing to pay for quality. Anakin felt surprise flicker through him. The Empire, the actual Imperial military, was finally hiring his forces. It was validation, recognition, and an opportunity he'd been positioning toward for over a year. He'd never commit his forces for free, would never offer his personal power base without appropriate compensation. No Sith would. It wasn't about greed, it was about maintaining independence, ensuring his forces remained his to command rather than absorbed into the Imperial military structure. "It's going to cost you," Anakin said bluntly, his voice carrying no room for negotiation. "A lot. My forces don't come cheap, and I maintain operational independence. I'll coordinate with Imperial Command, but my fleet answers to me." He paused, then added with absolute certainty, "Also, after this operation, I'm probably going to be summoned to a Dark Council meeting. My actions here will have political ramifications." Malgus's eyes narrowed with interest behind his respirator, his holographic form leaning forward slightly. "The cost matters not if you deliver results. But I'm interested in what you can bring to this fight." His voice carried genuine curiosity now. "Those commando droids you demonstrated executing a group of murderous acolytes in Cos City Square, the precision, the tactical coordination, the advanced targeting systems." He gestured expressively. "Your engineering talent appears to be millennia more advanced than current Imperial standards. Show me that wasn't just for display. Show me you can deliver that on a battlefield." The hologram flickered and disconnected, leaving Anakin alone with Kalani and his thoughts. He immediately activated his personal COMM, the secure channel linking directly to Nox's device. "Nox, are your cult members who joined the Trooper program finished with training?" There was a brief pause, then Nox's voice crackled through, carrying that mix of amusement and pride. "Yes. They're ready for orders. When do you need them deployed?" "Soon. Very soon." Anakin paused, then asked something that had been nagging at him. "And how did your cult react to your pregnancy? I don't want jealous members causing problems or attempting sabotage because their goddess is unavailable or committed to someone else." Nox's laughter came through the COMM, rich and genuinely amused. "Oh, it's better if you see for yourself. Hold on, I'm sending you a recording." A moment later, Anakin's datapad pinged. He pulled it up, activating the video file, and his eyes widened behind his mask at what he saw. The recording showed what appeared to be a massive gathering, hundreds of people packed into some kind of makeshift temple or warehouse on Nar Shaddaa. The crowd was going absolutely wild, their voices rising in religious fervor that bordered on hysteria. "Goddess! Oh Goddess!" voices screamed, people openly weeping with joy, their hands raised toward a holographic projection of Nox. "The Goddess is bringing a divine child into the world. Blessed be the Goddess! Blessed be her chosen!" Female cult members were literally screaming themselves hoarse. "The Goddess has been engaged to an angel. A fallen one. He's too beautiful to care about the darkness. The Goddess has chosen her consort." Male cult members weren't any calmer. "The Goddess is getting married to a god. A true god of war. I've already signed up to join his army. It will be an honor to fight alongside our god. To serve the divine family." Then one man pushed through the crowd, his face twisted with anguish and betrayal, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Why not me, Goddess? Why not me?" He was sobbing openly, hiccuping between words. "I was your biggest fan. I worshipped you first. What does this guy have that I don't? Why?" Several other cult members grabbed him, dragging him away bodily as he continued to scream. "No! Goddess! Please! Ah!" The recording cut off. Anakin looked around the command center, genuinely stunned. You really don't play around. Holy shit! He shook his head slowly. I knew you had a cult, but not like this. This is beyond anything I imagined. Nox's voice came through, smug and self-satisfied. Well, when you're a scheming sociopath Sith who happens to be hot and exceptionally talented, it's not that difficult to manipulate people into worshipping you. Her tone became slightly more serious. But I do provide real benefits: community, purpose, order, jobs, opportunity, safety. Without my cult, most of these people would be fighting to survive on the streets of Nar Shaddaa, or they'd be dead already. I give them meaning. She paused, and he could hear the smile in her voice. And with your investments and your training program, which is apparently a clone trooper training regimen from the future, if what you've told me is accurate, though they think it's just Skywalker Corporation corporate security training, I currently have 40,000 troopers ready for your command. Anakin felt genuine satisfaction settle in his chest. 40,000 trained soldiers, disciplined and loyal, equipped and ready for combat. Good. Have them transferred to the fleet immediately. They'll join my droid army, 15,000 commando droids, currently in storage and ready for activation. Plus my fully droid-manned fleet. We don't have enough personnel to man all the systems with organics, so the droids handle navigation, engineering, weapons systems, everything except command decisions. He pulled up tactical displays on his datapad, running calculations. How many trained pilots do you have? I need numbers for starfighter coordination. 600 pilots, Nox replied immediately. All rated for various craft: starfighters, interceptors, bombers, transports. They've been training in simulators and live-fire exercises for months. Good. They'll join my droid complement, 3,000 vulture droids for space superiority and ground attack. Anakin scrolled through his assets, mentally organizing the fleet composition. I also have ARC 170 starfighters for long-range patrol and heavy assault, BTL B-wing starfighters for capital ship engagement, and LAAT/I low-altitude assault transports for troop deployment and close air support. Nox's curiosity bled through the COMM. And what will their armor and gear be? Standard Imperial issue, or something else? Standard issue Republic trooper gear, Anakin replied without hesitation. 501st configuration. We'll paint the white armor black. We don't want to be mistaken for actual Republic troopers who wear similar designs. But we'll keep the blue stripes as unit identification. He paused, considering the cover story. Officially, this is the gear we used in the Unknown War, recovered from battlefields and manufactories before the region collapsed. No one questions unknown region tech too closely, it's vague enough to be believable. Nox's voice carried genuine admiration. You really aren't playing around. How you remembered all those schematics, all those technical specifications, it's insane. You truly are a genius. Like me. The last words were teasing, playful. Anakin couldn't help the smile. Come on, you're questioning my intelligence now. There was an exaggerated pause, then Nox's voice came back, deliberately innocent. No. Never. He could practically hear her looking away and whistling. Come on, Nox. Really? Anakin's voice carried mock offense. I'll have you know I'm a certified genius. Multiple degrees in engineering, mechanics, and tactical theory, or I would have been if the Jedi actually cared about formal education. The COMM crackled with movement, and suddenly Nox's voice was much closer, more intimate. I know you are. You're my genius. There was a pause, then a soft sound. She'd kissed the COMM pickup, a gesture meant to carry through the connection. Anakin leaned back, feeling warmth spread through his chest despite the tactical situation, despite the looming battle. Contact Thrawn, he said, forcing his mind back to business. He'll take command of the fleet for this operation. I'll be going in with the strike team directly, but I need someone I trust absolutely managing fleet operations and coordinating with Imperial Command. Understood, Nox replied, her voice shifting back to professional efficiency. I'll reach out immediately. And Anakin? Yet. Come back alive. We have a family to build. Always. Anakin's ship descended through the hangar bay of Moff Fenrir's flagship, the White Nova, its repulsor lifts humming as landing struts extended and locked into place with pneumatic hisses. The massive Imperial warship stretched in every direction, its interior a monument to military efficiency, polished durasteel, orderly corridors, and the constant background hum of a vessel maintained to exacting standards. The air smelled of ozone, lubricant, and the faint metallic tang that all military vessels shared. The boarding ramp lowered with a hydraulic whine, and Anakin descended first, his Ravan mask gleaming under the harsh hangar lights. Rex followed immediately behind him, moving with that distinctive military precision that marked him as something more than an ordinary soldier. And then came Anakin's corporate troopers, 40 of them for this initial meeting, a small representative unit of the 40,000 waiting in the fleet. They marched in perfect formation, boots striking the deck in synchronized rhythm that echoed through the hangar like a drumbeat. Their armor was distinctive black where it should have been white, the 501st blue stripes standing out starkly against the dark plating. The design was clearly inspired by Republic clone trooper gear, but the coloring made them look like shadows, like something from a nightmare given form and purpose. Imperial Sith troopers stationed in the hangar turned to watch, confusion evident in their body language. These weren't standard Imperial troops. The armor was wrong, too advanced, too clean, the design unfamiliar. Whispers spread among them, speculation and uncertainty rippling through their ranks. Anakin led his troops through the corridors of the White Nova, heading toward the command conference room. Officers and crew members stepped aside as they passed, eyes widening at the sight of this strange procession. The corporate troopers maintained perfect formation, moving as one organism. Their discipline absolute. They reached the conference room, and Anakin's troops filed in smoothly, moving to the sides of the chamber and creating a clear path down the center. They snapped to attention simultaneously, saluting with mechanical precision, then froze utterly still, barely breathing, like statues carved from black plasteel. Moff Fenrir stood at the command table, his back turned, leaning over a holographic tactical display that showed fleet positions and orbital mechanics. He was an older man, early 40s perhaps, with ginger hair beginning to gray at the temples, his imperial uniform immaculate, his posture carrying the weight of command. He was giving orders to the bridge crew scattered throughout the room, coordinating dozens of moving pieces with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been managing naval operations for decades. "Tell the Red Strike to hold position until they're patched. They're not doing us any good." Damaged, Fenrir barked, his voice carrying authority without needing to shout. "Engineering assessment says another 4 hours minimum." An Imperial ensign at a nearby console responded crisply, "Yes, sir." Fenrir continued without pause. "And get those engineers a shuttle. I need damage control teams deployed to the Vindictive within the hour." "Move." Anakin's voice cut through the organized chaos. "Moff Fenrir? Darth Malgus sent me." Fenrir spun around, surprise flashing across his features. His eyes went immediately to the assembled troopers, taking in their formation, their distinctive armor, their unnaturally perfect discipline. He stumbled back a step, genuine shock breaking through his military composure. "What in the Emperor's name have you brought here, my lord?" His hand gestured at the troopers, the motion almost accusatory in its confusion. Anakin's voice was calm, measured, carrying the confidence of someone who knew exactly what he possessed. "These are a small unit of my Skywalker Corporation forces. Corporate troopers, well trained, disciplined, and absolutely loyal." He gestured at their equipment. "Weapons and armor more advanced than what Imperial Sith troopers currently field. This is technology I recovered from the unknown war, refined and mass-produced." Moff Fenrir straightened up, his officer's training reasserting itself over his surprise. I see." He cleared his throat, composing himself. Well, if they're as good as they look, then I'll take any assistance we can get. He snapped a salute, formal and respectful. My lord, it's an honor to commit myself and my fleet to your cause. The Sith shall lead us to glory in the Emperor's name. Movement near the wall, a figure pushing off from where he'd been leaning, stepping into better light. A teenager, armor painted in distinctive patterns, weapons hanging from every available surface. Mandalorian, unmistakably, but young. Too young to have earned all those trophies through legitimate means. Of course it had to be you, the teenager said, his voice carrying bitter amusement and old hatred. And I see old grudges are too valuable to kill just yet. Anakin felt recognition slam into him like a physical blow. That voice. That stance. The way the kid held himself, coiled aggression barely contained beneath a veneer of professionalism. Boba Fett. Moff Fenrir looked between them, his confusion evident. You know this Mandalorian bounty hunter, Lord Vader? Anakin's voice was controlled, giving nothing away. Yes. From the unknown war. He nearly had me killed once, a long vendetta, family honor, all the usual Mandalorian reasons. Boba's helmet tilted slightly, and there was dark humor in his voice. Yet. The Jedi had to pay for what they did. Mace Windu especially, he had to pay. His hands moved to his weapons unconsciously, muscle memory and old rage. And he's here now, in this time. I've confirmed it. And I'm not happy about that fact. But... He forced himself to relax slightly. It seems we're on the same side for now. Against a common enemy. It appears so, Anakin replied, his tone neutral. The kid who bombed the Venator, who nearly killed me and Windu, who was consumed with revenge after watching his father die. Questions swirled through his mind. Why was Boba here? How? What cosmic purpose brought a child soldier forward through time? But there were no answers. Only the mission ahead. Moff Fenrir, sensing the tension but choosing to ignore it for the sake of operational efficiency, spoke up firmly. Well, my lord, if we shall get down to business. He turned to an Imperial ensign stationed at a communications console. Tell Darth Malgus we're ready. Activate the holographic link. The ensign's fingers danced across controls, establishing secure channels, routing through military networks. A moment later, the holographic projector in the center of the command table flared to life, and Darth Malgus's imposing figure materialized larger than life, his respirator gleaming, his presence commanding immediate attention. This is Darth Malgus to the Imperial Strike Force, the Sith Lord began, his electronically enhanced voice carrying weight and certainty. The Emperor's prize, the escaped Jedi Master, has unwittingly led us to the Nanthari system. That is the location of the Foundry, an ancient Rakatan space station embedded inside a massive asteroid, hidden from conventional sensors. Moff Fenrir leaned over the tactical display, his finger tracing orbital paths. The full capabilities of the Foundry remain somewhat mysterious, but intelligence suggests it can mass-produce battle droids on a scale that makes our manufactories look primitive. The Jedi Master who rediscovered it will do anything to protect it. The Republic fleet is already on guard. We're looking at significant naval opposition. Malgus's holographic gaze swept across the room, taking in the assembled forces. I see your men, Darth Vader. Impressive discipline. But where is your fourth member? I see you, your Captain Rex, the Mandalorian bounty hunter, but the team requires 4 operatives for optimal effectiveness. Behind them, a sound mechanical coughing, harsh and grating, like metal scraping against metal. Every head turned. A figure stepped through the doorway, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. General Grievous moved with predatory grace despite his mechanical body, his cape flowing behind him, his forearms currently folded but ready to deploy weapons at a moment's notice. His skeletal mask turned to survey the room, photoreceptors glowing with cold intelligence. I am your fourth member, Grievous said, his voice a mechanical rasp punctuated by that distinctive cough. I should thank you, Skywalker, When Kenobi killed me in the unknown regions, I thought my existence had ended. But you found my remains, repaired me, reconstructed me better than before. He coughed again, a wet, rattling sound. And I have accepted your offer. Now. His photoreceptors brightened with anticipation. Where are the Jedi slime? I need to kill something. It's been far too long. Moff Fenrir stumbled backward, his face going pale, his hand instinctively reaching for his sidearm before training stopped him. What in the Emperor, what monstrosity is this? His voice rose with genuine alarm. All around the conference room, Imperial officers bolted for their stations or in several cases, literally ran toward the nearest refreshers, the sight of Grievous' unnatural form triggering primal fear responses that military discipline couldn't entirely suppress. Malgus, however, simply stood there in holographic form, his posture straightening with interest rather than fear. His respirator cycled air, and when he spoke, there was genuine curiosity in his electronically modulated voice. Fascinating. Anakin stepped forward, gesturing toward Grievous with casual confidence. May I introduce General Grievous, former Supreme Commander of the Separatist Droid Army in the Unknown War, Jedi Killer Extraordinaire. He let that sink in for a moment. A deadly warrior with extensive combat experience, trained in lightsaber combat by masters of the art. Malgus's holographic head tilted slightly. You recruited your former enemy into your forces. A pragmatic choice, one I respect. Well, I'm not a Jedi, Anakin replied with a shrug. And I'm not exactly a big fan of them either. I'm Sith, and power is power regardless of where it comes from. Grievous is now an ally. That's all that matters. Malgus's attention focused on the cyborg general, assessing, calculating. And what are your capabilities, General? I need to know what you bring to this operation. Grievous' mechanical body straightened to its full imposing height, his cape settling around him. I have been trained in the Jedi arts by Count Dooku himself, he said, pride evident despite the mechanical distortion of his voice. I am proficient in all 7 classical forms of lightsaber combat, with particular emphasis on Form 7 Juyo, the most aggressive and unpredictable style. I have killed dozens of Jedi Knights and several Masters. My cybernetic body gives me speed, strength, and endurance far beyond organic limitations. And I can wield 4 lightsabers simultaneously. Malgus was silent for a moment, processing that information. Then, grudgingly impressed, he nodded. Very well then. You'll do. Fenrir, having regained some composure, cleared his throat nervously. And your fleet, Lord Vader? You mentioned forces, but I see no additional ships in our formation. Look outside, Anakin said simply, gesturing toward the viewport that dominated one wall of the conference room. Into space. The Imperial Task Force is assembled, but you're missing something. Malgus's holographic form turned toward the viewport representation in his own command center. I see nothing, Vader. Enough of these games. If your fleet is a fabrication, if you've lied to acquire contracts and funding, you will face severe punishment for defrauding the Imperial war chest. The Dark Council does not look kindly on. Any second now, Anakin interrupted, his voice carrying absolute confidence. And then space tore open. Hyperspace exit points bloomed like flowers made of light and distorted physics, rippling reality as massive vessels translated back into real space. The Skywalker Corporation fleet emerged from hyperspace in perfect formation. A display of coordination that spoke to either extensive practice or sophisticated navigational computers or both. 6 Venator-class star destroyers led the formation, each one massive 1,137 meters of predatory grace, designed as the perfect hybrid of carrier and capital ship. Their distinctive dagger-shaped hulls gleamed under the system's distant star, their dual hangar bays visible along the sides, capable of launching hundreds of starfighters in coordinated waves. Each Venator bristled with weaponry, 8 heavy dual turbolaser turrets as main batteries, capable of hitting targets at 10 light minutes with precision tracking, backed by medium artillery, point defense laser cannons, and 4 proton torpedo tubes loaded with ship-buster ordnance. Following them came 5 Acclamator-class assault ships 752 meters each, slightly smaller but no less imposing, designed specifically for planetary invasion and troop deployment. These vessels carried the ground forces, the vehicles, the supplies necessary for sustained military operations. Their armament focused on support rather than pure destruction: quad turbolaser turrets, heavy laser cannons, point defense systems, and concussion missile batteries. Support vessels and corvettes filled out the formation: light cruisers for screening and escort, frigates for anti-starfighter operations, supply ships, medical frigates, everything necessary for a self-sufficient battle group. And leading them all, the distinctive silhouette unmistakable even at this distance, the Chimera. Thrawn sat on the bridge of his flagship, positioned where he could observe the entire battlefield through the massive viewports that dominated the forward section. The command throne was his domain now, surrounded by holographic tactical displays, communication stations, and sensor arrays. Droids manned most of the systems, their efficiency perfect, their loyalty absolute, requiring no sleep or food or morale management. But the bridge also held organic crew, the corporate troopers at key positions, the pilots preparing in the hangar bays, the commando droids standing ready for ground operations. Thrawn's red eyes gleamed as he surveyed the assembled Imperial fleet, the Republic defensive positions, the asteroid field concealing the foundry. His mind was already calculating angles, probabilities, tactical solutions to problems not yet fully defined. He activated the holographic communication, his image appearing beside Malgus's in the conference room. Grand Admiral Thrawn reporting. His voice was calm, cultured, carrying that distinctive Chiss accent. Skywalker Corporation fleet deployed and ready for combat operations. Beside him, General Kalani stood at attention, the super tactical droid's advanced processors already running combat simulations, calculating optimal fleet movements, identifying weaknesses in enemy formations. Tactical analysis prepared, Kalani added, its mechanical voice flat and efficient. Ready to assist with command coordination and strategic advisement. Darth Malgus stared at the fleet formation visible through the viewport, his respirator cycling air in what might have been surprised laughter. Ha ha ha! This is the tactical advantage we needed. His voice carried genuine approval, enthusiasm breaking through his usual controlled demeanor. I see why the Dark Council would want to have words with you after this operation, Vader. This is the most advanced fleet I've seen in Imperial service, and the size of these ships. He gestured at the Venators, visible even from this distance. Massive. Intimidating. Perfect. Moff Fenrir stood at the viewport, his mouth hanging open in shock, his professional composure completely shattered. Impossible. His voice was barely a whisper. No offense, my lord, but this scale is unheard of, especially this advanced, this coordinated. And this is a private corporation's fleet. He turned to look at Anakin with something approaching awe. Your fleet, Lord Vader, is something else entirely. He straightened, military training reasserting itself, forcing him back into command mode despite the shock. Well, might as well begin planning the battle properly now that we have actual assets to work with. He turned to his communications officer. All ships, Imperial and corporate, we begin our operation now. Transmit tactical data to all commands. Prepare for assault on the foundry. Victory or death, in the Emperor's name. The conference room exploded into coordinated activity, officers moving to stations, holographic displays updating with real-time data, communication channels opening across dozens of ships. The machine of war was in motion, and there would be no stopping it now. The void erupted into violence. Space, usually silent and indifferent, became a cauldron of destruction as two fleets collided in the Nanthari system. The Republic defensive line stretched across the asteroid field like a barrier of durasteel and determination, 12 Valor-class cruisers forming the backbone, flanked by 20 frigates and corvettes, with starfighter squadrons already deploying in protective screens around the Foundry's asteroid. All ships, battle formation ORX-7, Thrawn's voice cut across the tactical net, calm and precise as a surgeon's scalpel. His red eyes tracked every vessel on the holographic display, seeing patterns within patterns, weaknesses hidden beneath strength. Venators forward, launch all fighters. Acclamators to secondary positions. Concentrate fire on their flagship the Telos. Break their command structure first. The Chimera led the charge, its massive frame cutting through space like a predator scenting blood. Turbolaser batteries swiveled in their housings, targeting solutions calculated and locked. Behind it, the other 5 Venators spread into a wedge formation, their hangar bays opening like massive jaws. And then the fighters launched. 3,000 Vulture droids poured from the Chimera and its sister ships in a coordinated swarm, their distinctive tri-wing configurations gleaming under the system's distant star. They moved with inhuman precision, no fear, no hesitation, just pure tactical programming executing attack patterns refined through 1,000 simulated battles. Following them came the ARC-170 starfighters, heavier, carrying organic pilots from Nox's cult 600 souls who'd sworn their lives to the god of war, their black armor and blue stripes visible even through their cockpit canopies. Target their fighter screen. The Republic commander's voice crackled across their own channels, transmitted through space and intercepted by Imperial signals intelligence. Don't let them reach the capital ships. Republic starfighters, orcs and liberators, proven designs from the Great Galactic War, surged forward to meet the incoming tide. 200 fighters, well-trained, experienced, their pilots veterans of a dozen engagements. They never stood a chance. The Vulture droids hit them like a tidal wave of metal and laser fire. Their targeting computers locked onto multiple targets simultaneously, calculating attack vectors, predicting evasive maneuvers, compensating for thrust and momentum. Red laser fire stitched through space in geometric patterns, each shot placed with mathematical perfection. A Republic Orek broke left, its pilot hauling on the stick, trying to evade. 3 Vultures adjusted their approach vectors in microseconds. The first shot took the Orek's starboard engine. The second punched through the cockpit. The third was unnecessary. The fighter was already tumbling, atmosphere venting in a frozen cloud, its pilot dead before he could scream. By the Force, there's too many. A Republic pilot's voice, young, terrified, transmitted in the clear. They're everywhere. I can't. Static. The ARC-170s swept through the chaos like angels of death, their heavier frames and more powerful weapons shredding Republic fighters that tried to regroup. A cold pilot call sign Devotion 7 rolled his craft inverted, lined up a fleeing Liberator, and squeezed the trigger. The ARC's nose cannon roared. Heavy laser fire walking up the Republic fighter's fuselage, tearing through armor plating, rupturing fuel cells. The Liberator exploded in a brief sun, debris scattering like shrapnel. For the god of war! Devotion 7 screamed into his COMM, religious fervor giving him strength. For the goddess! For the divine family! Other cold pilots took up the cry, their voices overlapping, turning the tactical channel into a hymn of destruction. But the real devastation came from the capital ships. The Chimera's forward turbolasers fired in synchronized salvos, 8 heavy dual turrets unleashing hell. Each shot crossed space at near light speed, massive bolts of coherent energy capable of vaporizing smaller vessels or punching through capital ship shields. The first volley slammed into a Republic frigate that had moved to intercept, its commander brave but foolish. The frigate's shields flared brilliant blue, holding for approximately 1.3 seconds before catastrophically failing. The subsequent shots hit naked hull. The first penetrated the forward section, vaporizing crew quarters and turning 30 souls into vapor. The second hit amidships, rupturing reactor shielding. The third ignited the fuel reserves. The frigate came apart like a child's toy subjected to a thermal detonator, its superstructure buckling, then fragmenting, pieces tumbling away in all directions, some still burning in the oxygen-rich atmosphere leaking from ruptured compartments. Target destroyed, Kalani reported from his position beside Thrawn, the tactical droid's photoreceptors tracking fleet movements with mechanical precision. Republic formation showing stress fractures. Recommend concentrating fire on grid section 77 Delta. Their cruiser Morning Star is providing flak coverage for 3 smaller vessels. Agreed. Thrawn's fingers moved across his command console, transmitting targeting data to the fleet. All Venators focus fire, designated target. Acclamators, move to flank position and prepare for boarding operations. Commando droids to assault shuttles. The 5 other Venators adjusted their approach, their massive frames moving with surprising grace for vessels measuring over a kilometer in length. Their turbolaser batteries aligned like the fingers of a closing fist, all pointing toward the Morning Star, a Valor-class cruiser positioned at the center of the Republic defensive formation. Firing, Thrawn said simply. 32 heavy turbolaser turrets fired simultaneously. The void lit up like a sun had been born and immediately died, the combined energy output enough to power a small city for a year, all concentrated into a space smaller than a starfighter hangar. The shots converged on the Morning Star with mechanical precision, arriving at almost the exact same moment. The cruiser's shields held for exactly 2 shots. Then they collapsed in a cascading failure that propagated across the entire shield grid in milliseconds. The remaining 30 shots hit unprotected hull. The Morning Star died hard but fast. Its armor meters thick durasteel composite, designed to withstand sustained bombardment, simply wasn't enough against that volume of fire. The hull buckled, then ruptured, internal explosions walking up its spine as systems overloaded and reactors went critical. Entire sections of the ship tore away, spinning off into space. Escape pods began launching, little metal seeds ejecting from a dying tree. Their occupants choosing uncertain survival over certain death. Second target acquired, Kalani announced. Frigate Resolute, attempting to retreat to higher orbit. Negative, Thrawn interrupted, his voice still perfectly calm despite the carnage unfolding across his displays. Let them run. Fear is a weapon too. Survivors spread stories. Stories erode morale. His red eyes gleamed. Focus on the telos. End their command structure, and the fleet will fragment. The Imperial fleet pressed forward like a spearhead of durasteel and fury. Moff Fenrir's task force, the Imperial Terminus-class destroyers, had been holding back, providing supporting fire while Thrawn's forces broke the Republic line. Now they surged forward, their commanders seeing the opportunity, adding their firepower to the assault. Turbolaser fire crisscrossed space in overlapping fields of death. Ion cannons discharged in purple-white streams, designed to disable rather than destroy, to capture ships intact for intelligence purposes. Proton torpedoes streaked on trails of blue flame, their warheads locked onto capital ship engines and shield generators. A Republic corvette tried to execute an attack run on the Chimera, its captain either brave or suicidal. The light vessel banked hard, presenting its forward weapons, laser cannons already firing, trying to overwhelm the Star Destroyer's point defense systems. The Chimera's automated defenses responded in microseconds. 50-point defense laser cannons swiveled in their mounts, their targeting computers identifying the threat, calculating intercept solutions. The corvette's laser fire met a wall of counter-battery fire that simply erased the incoming shots from existence, energy dispersing into space as heat and light. Then the Chimera returned fire not with its main batteries, but with its medium turbolasers, weapons designed for exactly this sort of target. 6 shots, perfectly placed, sequential rather than simultaneous. The first destroyed the corvette's bridge. The second took out its starboard engine cluster. The third through sixth simply ensured there would be no survivors. The debris cloud expanded slowly, tumbling, catching the light. Republic flagship Telos is altering course, Kalani reported, his processors analyzing thrust patterns and trajectory. They're attempting to withdraw behind the asteroid field, using it as cover. Thrawn smiled, a small, precise expression that suggested satisfaction. They think the asteroids will protect them. They're wrong. He opened a channel to the Acclamator assault ships. All acclamators, prepare for Phase 2. The fighters have cleared a path. Time to deliver our ground forces. He paused, then added, an alert Lord Vader. His strike team deploys in 3 minutes. Down in the hangar bay of the Chimera, Anakin stood with his Team Rex at his right, Grievous looming behind them like a mechanical nightmare, Boba Fett checking his weapons with professional efficiency. Around them, commando droids stood in perfect ranks, 200 of them, each one a purpose-built killing machine superior to the standard B-1 droids in every measurable way. The assault shuttle's engines were already warming up, the hangar bay's atmosphere creating heat shimmer around the exhaust ports. Through the atmospheric containment field, Anakin could see the battle-raging ships dying, explosions blooming like brief flowers, the controlled chaos of fleet combat on a massive scale. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Boba's voice came through his helmet's external speakers, bitter and young simultaneously. Another war. More death. Just like the one that took my father. Anakin turned his masked head toward the young bounty hunter. Your father was a warrior. He died doing what warriors do, fighting for what he believed in. There's honor in that, even if you don't see it yet. Honor. Boba's hands clenched into fists. There's no honor in what the Jedi did. What Windu did. But you. He paused, reassessing. You're not like them, are you? You're something else. Yes, Anakin replied simply. I am. Grievous' mechanical cough interrupted the moment, harsh and grating. Enough philosophy. When do we kill? His photoreceptors glowed with hungry anticipation. I've been dormant too long. My systems require stimulation. Combat. Death. Jedi death, preferably. Rex spoke up, his tone professional, focused. General, we're receiving the signal. Acclamators are breaking off from the fleet. Boarding operation commencing in 90 seconds. Then let's not keep them waiting. Anakin strode toward the assault shuttle, his lightsabers hanging from his belt, one blue, one red, the physical manifestation of his path, walking the balance between light and dark. His team followed, the commando droids marching in perfect lockstep, their programming optimized for boarding actions and close-quarters combat. The shuttle's interior was utilitarian crash seats, weapon racks, tactical displays showing the approach vector to the foundry. Through the forward viewport, Anakin could see their destination, a massive asteroid, its surface pockmarked with craters and ancient Rakatan architecture, weapons emplacements jutting from the rock like metal tumors, shield generators creating shimmering barriers of energy. The Foundry. An engineering marvel built by an extinct species, capable of producing military hardware on a scale that made modern manufactories look primitive. And currently controlled by a fragmented piece of Revan's consciousness, driving it toward a single goal, genocide of anyone carrying Sith genetic markers. Including Nox. Including our unborn child. Pilot, take us in, Anakin commanded. Fast and aggressive. Don't give their point defense systems time to track. Yes, my lord. The pilot, a cult member, naturally slammed the throttle forward. The shuttle's engines roared, acceleration pressing everyone back into their seats. Around them, other assault craft followed LAAT/I gunships carrying more troops, their door gunners already manning the heavy weapons, ARC 170's flying escort. The Foundry's defensive systems woke up. Turbolaser batteries swiveled toward the incoming craft, their targeting computers ancient but still functional, running on Rakatan programming that had survived millennia of dormancy. The first shots lanced out massive bolts of energy designed to destroy capital ships, wildly overpowered for anti-fighter work but devastatingly effective when they connected. An assault shuttle to Anakin's left simply ceased to exist, caught by a direct hit, vaporized so completely that not even debris remained. Another took a glancing blow, its starboard side sheared away, hull screaming as it tumbled out of control, its pilot fighting the stick but already dead from decompression. Evasive maneuvers. Rex barked unnecessarily. The pilot was already throwing the shuttle into a corkscrew pattern. Juking and weaving, trying to present a difficult target. A turbolaser shot passed close enough that Anakin felt it through the force, the energy discharge, the heat, the death it promised. The shuttle shuddered, buffeted by the blast wave, but held together. 45 seconds to docking, the pilot screamed, fear and faith warring in his voice. For the god of war! For glory! The foundry's surface rushed up to meet them, filling the viewport with ancient metal and stone. Anakin could see the docking port, now a massive circular aperture designed for ships far larger than their shuttle, protected by ray shields that shimmered blue in the asteroid's shadow. Shields are still up, Rex observed, his combat instincts analyzing the tactical situation even as his body braced for impact. Not for long. Anakin closed his eyes, reaching out through the force, feeling the shield generator's system's ancient technology, yes, but technology nonetheless, subject to the same principles as everything else. He found the power conduits, the energy flow, the delicate balance that maintained the barrier. And he pushed. The force responded, reality bending to his will. The power conduits overloaded, safety systems screaming warnings that no one heard, energy backfeeding into the generator itself. The ray shields flickered, destabilized, then collapsed entirely as the generator tore itself apart from the inside. Shields down, the pilot shouted triumphantly. Docking in 10-9-8. The shuttle slammed into the docking port with barely controlled violence, mag clamps engaging with metallic clangs, hull cutters deploying and beginning to slice through the outer door. The sound was horrendous, metal shrieking against metal, cutting lasers hissing, pressure equalizing with explosive force. Then they were through. The assault ramp dropped, hydraulics screaming, and Anakin was the first one out, his boots hitting the deck of the foundry, lightsabers already igniting in twin snaps of blue and red light. The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by emergency lighting that cast everything in red, and it was old Rakatan architecture mixed with more recent Republic modifications, the walls themselves seeming to watch with hostile intent. And it was full of defenders. Battle droids, not the crude B-1 models from Anakin's time, but something older, more sophisticated. Rakatan war droids, ancient designs activated by Ravan, their armor plating covered in millennia of corrosion but their weapons still perfectly functional. And behind them, Jedi. He could feel them in the Force, bright points of light burning with determination and duty. Contact! Rex shouted, his blaster rifle already up and firing, controlled bursts that caught the lead battle droid center mass. The droid staggered, armor cracking, but didn't fall. These were built to higher standards than modern equivalents. Grievous let out a sound that might have been laughter or might have been a death rattle, his cape billowing as he charged forward with inhuman speed. His forearms deployed in a blur of motion, each one drawing a lightsaber from his collection trophies taken from dead Jedi, their blades igniting in green, blue, yellow, and purple. Jedi! Grievous roared, his mechanical voice reverberating off the corridor walls. I smell your fear. The battle for the foundry had begun. The corridor exploded into violence so sudden and brutal that lesser warriors would have frozen. Overwhelmed by sensory input and the primal fear of imminent death. But none of Anakin's team were lesser warriors. Grievous hit the battle droid line like a mechanical typhoon, his four lightsabers spinning in patterns too fast for organic eyes to track, each blade following its own arc, its own rhythm, all somehow coordinating into a single devastating offensive. The first droid raised its blaster rifle. Grievous' upper right blade took its arm off at the shoulder, the superheated plasma cutting through ancient durasteel like it was paper. His lower left blade followed through, a horizontal slash that bisected the droid at the waist, upper and lower sections separating and hitting the deck with discordant crashes. The second droid tried to retreat, self-preservation protocols overriding attack programming. Grievous was too fast. He bounded forward on his digitigrade legs, covering 3 meters in a single leap, and his remaining two blades struck simultaneously from opposite angles. The droid's head tumbled away, still processing error messages, while its body collapsed in a shower of sparks. Too slow. Grievous cackled, his photoreceptors burning bright with combat euphoria. Centuries ago, I killed better droids than you. Behind him, Rex and the commando droids advanced in perfect combat formation, overlapping fields of fire, covering each other's blind spots, moving and shooting with military precision that turned the corridor into a kill zone. Rex's DC-15A blaster rifle spoke in measured bursts, each 3-round grouping finding vulnerable points in droid armor sensor clusters, joint actuators, power cells. A Rakatan war droid turned toward him, its arm-mounted blaster cannon charging. Rex put 2 shots through its optical array, then a third through the exposed power coupling at its neck. The droid froze, servos locking, then toppled forward like a felled tree. The commando droids were even more efficient. They advanced in a staggered line, their programming optimized for exactly this scenario: confined space, multiple hostiles, need for rapid target elimination. Their E5 blaster rifles fired in controlled, calculated patterns, concentrating fire on individual targets until they fell, then immediately switching to the next threat. One commando took a glancing hit to its shoulder, armor scoring, sparks flying. It didn't even slow down, just adjusted its aim and put a bolt through its attacker's central processor. Anakin moved through the chaos like he was dancing, his dual lightsabers extensions of his will, his body responding to the Force's guidance before conscious thought could intervene. A blaster bolt screamed toward his head. His blue blade intercepted it, the angle perfect, sending the shot ricocheting into a droid's knee joint. The droid stumbled, and his red blade was already there, stabbing forward, punching through armor plating and rupturing the power core. The droid exploded, shrapnel peppering Anakin's armor, but he was already moving, already engaging the next threat. 3 droids focused fire on him simultaneously, their tactical programming identifying him as the greatest threat. Blaster bolts converged from 3 angles, a killing pattern designed to overwhelm even Jedi defenses. Anakin's lightsabers became a blur of light and motion, blue and red weaving together in a defensive sphere that Obi-Wan would have recognized. Sorsu, Form 3, the ultimate defensive style. But modified, evolved. Infused with Anakin's own aggressive instincts. Every deflection was also a redirection, every parry setting up a counterattack. The first bolt he caught on his blue blade and sent it back along its original trajectory. The droid that fired it took its own shot to the chest. The second he deflected into the ceiling, blowing out a light fixture that showered the corridor with sparks and broken glass. The third he simply absorbed with his red blade, the synthetic kyber crystal channeling dark side energy, feeding on the attack's power. Then he counterattacked. Anakin surged forward, closing the distance in 3 explosive strides, his boots hammering the deck. His blue blade came up in a rising slash that caught the first droid from hip to shoulder, the cut so clean the 2 halves didn't separate until gravity pulled them apart. His red blade followed in a horizontal spin, decapitating the second droid at neck level, its head bouncing off the wall before clattering to the deck. The third tried to back up. To maintain distance, Anakin reached out with his free hand, the Force responding instantly. The droid's feet left the deck, its body flying backward, slamming into the corridor wall with enough force to leave a dent in the ancient metal. It slid to the deck, sparking, systems failing. Push forward. Anakin commanded, his voice cutting through the din of combat. Don't let them regroup. Maintain momentum. Boba Fett had stayed near the rear of the formation during the initial contact, professional instinct keeping him out of the initial meat grinder, but now he advanced, his dual Wester 34 blaster pistols in hand. The Mandalorian teenager moved with surprising grace for someone so young, his armor absorbing hits that would have killed an unprotected fighter, his helmet's targeting systems highlighting threats and calculating optimal firing solutions. A Rakatan war droid emerged from a side corridor, its weapon systems locked on Grievous' back. Boba saw it first. His right pistol came up, arm extending in a smooth motion, and he fired twice. The first shot caught the droid in its sensor cluster, blinding it. The second hit its weapon just as it was charging, causing a catastrophic overload. The droid's entire arm exploded, the detonation chain reacting through its torso, tearing it apart from the inside. "You're welcome, droid," Boba called out, teenage bravado masking genuine skill. Grievous didn't even acknowledge it, too focused on the killing, on the joy of combat that his cybernetic body could still feel despite the absence of organic endorphins. He bounded ahead of the main formation, his four blades spinning in complex patterns that seemed random but were actually carefully calculated to maintain both offensive and defensive coverage. Form 7 Juyo, the Ferocity form, designed for aggressive, unpredictable attacks that kept opponents off balance. And then they hit the first Jedi. The Republic defenders were positioned at a junction where three corridors met, creating a natural choke point that let them concentrate their fire. Two Jedi stood at the center, a knight and a Padawan, judging by their ages and the way they held themselves. The knight was human, maybe 30, his brown robes dirty but intact, his green lightsaber held in a center guard position. The Padawan was Twi'lek, female, barely 20, her blue blade trembling slightly in her hands, not from fear, but from the adrenaline that came with facing death for the first time. Behind them, a dozen Republic soldiers manned portable barriers, their blaster rifles already firing, creating a wall of crimson energy that forced Anakin's team to halt their advance or be shredded. "Sith," the Jedi Knight spat the word like a curse, his voice carrying righteous fury and absolute conviction. "You will go no further. The foundry must be destroyed before it can be used for genocide." Anakin's blue blade lowered slightly, his stance shifting into something more neutral, more balanced. "The foundry will be destroyed," he said, his voice carrying clearly despite the weapon's fire. "But not by you. Stand down. You don't have to die here." The knight's expression hardened. "I know what you are, Vader. Word of your atrocities has spread across the galaxy. The Jedi you've killed, the lives you've destroyed." His grip tightened on his lightsaber. "I won't let you claim another victory. So be it." Anakin's voice carried no emotion, no anger, just cold acceptance. "Rex suppressing fire. Commandos advance by fire and maneuver." "Grievous." Already moving, the cyborg roared, launching himself forward with explosive power, his mechanical legs pistons of compressed rage. He covered the distance to the barricades in seconds, his four blades spinning in a defensive pattern that caught and deflected the incoming blaster fire, sending bolts careening wildly off target. The Jedi Knight moved to intercept, his green blade coming up in a classical Sorcerer guard, ready to endure, to outlast, to defend. Form 3 was the perfect counter to aggressive styles. It focused on survival, on minimizing exposure, on letting the enemy exhaust themselves against an impenetrable defense. But Grievous wasn't using just one style. The cyborg's four blades struck from four different angles simultaneously: high right, low left, center thrust, overhead chop. It was physically impossible for any organic duelist to attack from multiple vectors at once, but Grievous wasn't organic, wasn't limited by biology or fatigue or the need to breathe. His mechanical body gave him advantages that no Jedi training could fully compensate for. The knight's green blade moved desperately, catching the high right attack, parrying the center thrust, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. The low left slash got through, cutting across his thigh. The knight screamed, stumbling, his leg buckling. The overhead chop came down like an executioner's axe. The green lightsaber came up in a desperate block, catching the purple blade inches from the knight's skull, but that left his body exposed. Grievous' fourth blade, the yellow one, stabbed forward like a lance, punching through the knight's ribs on the left side, the superheated plasma cauterizing even as it killed. The knight's eyes went wide with shock, pain, and the bitter knowledge of failure. His lightsaber deactivated, falling from nerveless fingers, clattering to the deck. Grievous twisted the blade, making sure, then yanked it free. The knight collapsed, blood spreading beneath him in a growing pool. "Weak!" Grievous bellowed, already turning toward the Padawan. "Your training has failed you. Your order has failed you. The Twi'lek Padawan stood frozen, her blue blade trembling now for entirely different reasons, not adrenaline, but pure terror. She'd just watched her master die in seconds, cut down by a nightmare made of metal and malice. Her training told her to stand firm, to trust in the Force, to fight to the last breath. But she was 20 years old and staring at death incarnate. Anakin stepped forward, moving past Grievous, his twin blades lowered but not deactivated. "You don't have to die," he said again, his voice softer now, almost gentle. "Drop your weapon. Walk away. Live to fight another day." The Padawan's Lekko twitched with indecision, her eyes darting between Anakin, Grievous, and her master's corpse. You killed him." "Grievous killed him," Anakin corrected. "And only because he wouldn't stand down. The Republic sent you here to die, Padawan. They knew this was a suicide mission. Do you think Revan cares about your life? Do you think the Council values your survival over their tactical objectives?" Her blue blade wavered. "Master Kellyan said." Her voice broke. "He said we were the last line of defense. That if we failed, millions would die. And he was right." Anakin took another step closer, his presence in the Force not threatening but almost compassionate. "The Foundry would kill millions if allowed to complete its programming. But we're here to stop that. Not to perpetuate it. Stand down." Behind him, Rex had the Republic soldiers in his sights, his finger on the trigger but not firing, waiting for his general's command. The commando droids had fanned out, covering multiple angles, their programming noting that the targets had stopped shooting but hadn't surrendered, classifying them as undecided hostiles. The Padawan looked at her master's body one more time, then back at Anakin. Her lightsaber deactivated. She let it fall from her hand, the metal cylinder bouncing once before rolling to a stop at Anakin's feet. "I yield." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Please don't kill them." She gestured at the Republic soldiers behind the barricades, who were watching this exchange with expressions of confusion and cautious hope. Anakin nodded once, decisive. "Rex, take them prisoner. Non-lethal restraints. They're no longer combatants." "Sir." Rex moved forward, his rifle lowered but ready, gesturing for the soldiers to step out from behind their barriers. They did, slowly, hands raised, weapons left behind. Within minutes, they were secured with stun cuffs, sitting against the corridor wall under commando droid guard. The Padawan knelt beside her master's body, tears streaming down her face, her hand reaching out to close his eyes. Anakin watched for a moment, remembering another time, another master, another failure. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, and meant it. Then he turned away, forcing himself back into the mission, into the role he'd chosen. "Grievous, take point. Rex, bring up the rear. Boba, stay with the main formation. We're heading deeper toward the command center." "And more Jedi," Grievous added, his photoreceptors gleaming with anticipation. "I can sense them. Waiting. Preparing." He coughed, that horrible mechanical rasp. "Good. I prefer when they have time to be afraid." They moved forward, leaving the prisoners behind with a small guard detail, advancing deeper into the Foundry's ancient corridors. The lighting grew worse as they progressed, emergency strips failing or already failed, leaving entire sections in near-total darkness that Anakin's team illuminated with glow rods and helmet lamps. The architecture changed too. Becoming less Republic modification and more original Rakatan design, strange angles, unsettling proportions, walls covered in alien script that seemed to writhe in the shifting light. And everywhere, the sound of machinery. The Foundry was alive, its systems operating at full capacity, manufacturing droids for Revan's genocidal crusade. Anakin could feel it through the Force, the cold, calculating purpose, the absence of mercy or doubt, the mechanical inevitability of the station's function. They passed through what might have once been a manufacturing bay, massive assembly lines stretching into darkness, robotic arms frozen mid-gesture like the hands of sleeping giants. Conveyor belts carried partially assembled battle droids, their empty optical arrays staring at nothing. The entire chamber hummed with latent potential, ready to spring back to life at a moment's notice. "This place is obscene," Rex muttered, his rifle sweeping across the manufacturing equipment. "How many droids can this thing produce?" "Thousands per day," Anakin replied, remembering what Ravan's spirit had told him. "Maybe tens of thousands, if fully operational. The Rakatan technology doesn't have the same limitations as modern foundries. It's powered by the dark side itself, drawing energy from other sources." "Other sources?" Boba's voice carried skepticism. "What other sources?" Anakin didn't answer, his attention caught by movement ahead, not mechanical, but organic. He could feel them in the Force, multiple presences, all focused with singular determination. "All Jedi." The corridor opened into a larger chamber, some kind of central hub where multiple passages converged. And waiting there, arrayed in a defensive formation, were 5 Jedi. Not knights or Padawans this time. These were champions, elite warriors, temple guards, the Jedi Order's finest blades. They wore distinctive armor that blended traditional Jedi robes with protective plating, and their lightsabers were double-bladed saber staffs, spinning slowly in their hands, yellow light painting the chamber in shades of gold. At their center stood a master human, old, his white hair and beard giving him the appearance of a sage, but his eyes were hard, uncompromising. His lightsaber was a traditional single blade, but it burned brighter than the others, as if the kyber crystal itself had been refined to impossible purity. "Darth Vader." The Master's voice echoed in the chamber, carrying force-enhanced projection that made it seem to come from everywhere at once. "Your atrocities end here. The Foundry will not fall to the Sith. We will defend it with our lives." Anakin stepped into the chamber, his team fanning out behind him, taking positions. "Then you'll die for nothing, Master. The Foundry is already lost. Ravan's plan has failed. All you're doing is throwing away lives that could be used to rebuild." The Master's expression didn't change. "Better to die standing than to live kneeling to the dark side. Your philosophy is poison, Vader. You corrupt everything you touch." "He's got you there, boss," Boba muttered from behind his helmet. Anakin ignored him, his attention focused on the Jedi champions, reading their stances, their breathing, their micro-movements in the Force. They were good, really good. Temple guards were trained from childhood specifically for combat, their entire existence dedicated to protecting Jedi installations and assets. These 5 would be worth 20 regular knights in close combat. But they were still organic. Still limited by biology, by fatigue, by the need to coordinate through spoken commands and visual cues. Anakin's team had none of those limitations. "Grievous," Anakin said quietly. "The champions are yours. Try to leave at least one alive for interrogation." "No promises," the cyborg replied, already moving forward, his 4 blades spinning faster, their light trails creating patterns in the air. "Rex, commando droids focus fire on the Master. Overwhelm his defenses." "Affirmative," Rex responded, his rifle already coming up. "Boba, stay mobile, exploit openings." "Don't tell me how to do my job," the young bounty hunter shot back, but he was already moving, his jetpack igniting with a burst of flame, lifting him off the deck. The Jedi Master raised his hand, the Force gathering around him like a visible aura, preparing to unleash devastation. And Anakin moved. Anakin's blue lightsaber caught the Master's Force lightning before it fully formed, the blade intercepting the crackling energy and channeling it harmlessly into the deck plating. The ancient metal scorched and blackened, but held. His red blade came around in a horizontal slash aimed at the Master's midsection. The old man's lightsaber was there to parry, the impact sending a shock up both their arms, the Force rippling outward from the collision point. They separated, circling, each reading the other through the Force, through body language, through the subtle tells that even Master Jedi couldn't entirely suppress. Form V, the Master observed, his blade held in a center guard. Gem so the Perseverance form. Aggressive, overwhelming, designed to dominate through raw power. Anakin Skywalker's preferred style, I'm told. You're well informed. Anakin's blades moved in lazy figure eights, blue and red light painting trails in the air. But information isn't wisdom, Master. Knowing my style doesn't mean you can counter it. Perhaps. But I've trained for 60 years. I've faced Dark Lords before. You're powerful, Vader, but you're not unique. No, Anakin agreed, and his presence in the Force suddenly surged, power flooding through him like a tidal wave unleashed. I'm worse. He attacked. Anakin crossed the distance between them in 3 explosive strides, his blue blade coming up in a rising slash that would have bisected the Master from groin to shoulder if it connected. The old man's lightsaber intercepted it, angled perfectly to redirect the force of the blow, sending Anakin's momentum past him, but Anakin's red blade was already there, coming around in a backhand slash aimed at the Master's exposed kidney. The Master spun, his robes flaring, his blade coming down in a defensive arc that caught the red lightsaber with a shower of sparks and a screech of energy discharge. The impact drove him back a step, his boots scraping on the deck, but his defense held. Your power is impressive, the Master admitted, already adjusting his stance, falling back into Form 3 Sorsu, the resilience form. But power without control is just rage. And rage burns itself out. Who said anything about rage? Anakin's voice was calm, almost amused. His blades came in again, faster now, blue and red blurring together in a combination that mixed Form V's aggressive strikes with elements of Form 4's acrobatic fluidity. High-low center spin reverse. Each attack following the one before with no pause, no recovery, just constant pressure designed to overwhelm any defense. The Master's lightsaber moved in tight, economical patterns, the hallmark of Sorcerer mastery, never extending too far, never committing too heavily, always ready to react rather than act. He caught the high strike, redirected the low slash, parried the center thrust. But each successful defense forced him back another step, gave Anakin more space to maneuver, more angles to exploit. Behind them, the real carnage unfolded. Grievous hit the Jedi champions like a mechanical avalanche, his 4 lightsabers attacking from angles that should have been physically impossible. The first champion brought his saber staff up in a defensive spin, the double-bladed weapon creating a barrier of yellow light. Grievous' upper blades struck high while his lower blades went for the legs. The champion jumped, using the force to enhance his leap, clearing the low attacks, but that left him airborne, vulnerable, unable to dodge. Grievous' purple blade adjusted mid-swing, coming up in an arc that caught the champion's saber staff at the midpoint. The durasteel haft held barely, but the impact threw off the champion's landing. He hit the deck off balance, stumbling, and Grievous was already there. The blue blade came around in a horizontal slash that the champion blocked with one end of his staff. The green blade stabbed forward, punching through the champion's armor just below the ribs. The champion's scream was cut short as Grievous' yellow blade removed his head with surgical precision. 1. The cyborg roared, his photoreceptors blazing. 4 more to go. The remaining champions abandoned individual combat, falling back on their training, coordinating their attacks through the force bond that all temple guards shared. They moved as one, their saber staffs spinning in synchronized patterns, creating overlapping defensive zones that covered each other's weaknesses. It was a textbook application of Form 6 Niemann, the moderation form, designed specifically for group combat. Not the most powerful style, not the most defensive, but the most adaptable, the best for coordinated assaults where teamwork mattered more than individual prowess. Grievous laughed, a horrible, mechanical sound that echoed off the chamber walls. Finally. A challenge. He launched himself at them, his 4 blades moving independently, each one targeting a different champion, forcing them to break formation or die. Meanwhile, Rex and the commando droids opened fire on the Jedi Master, their blaster rifles speaking in controlled bursts, crossfire patterns designed to force the target into a kill zone. Red bolts converged from multiple angles, too many to deflect, too coordinated to evade. The Master's lightsaber became a blur, moving faster than organic reflexes should allow, the Force enhancing his speed and perception to superhuman levels. He caught a bolt on his blade and sent it back toward Rex the clone. Captain dove aside, the shot missing him by centimeters. Another bolt he deflected into the ceiling. A third he simply sidestepped, letting it pass harmlessly by. But he couldn't maintain that level of defense and fight Anakin simultaneously. Something had to give. Anakin's blue blade came in low, aiming for the Master's leading knee. The old man's lightsaber came down to block, committing to the parry. That's when Anakin's red blade struck from above. An overhead chop designed to split the Master's skull. The Master dropped into a crouch, Anakin's red blade passing through the space his head had occupied a microsecond before. But now he was low, his center of gravity compromised, his mobility limited. Anakin's boot came around in a devastating roundhouse kick, force-enhanced, carrying enough power to shatter reinforced durasteel. The kick caught the Master in the chest, lifting him off his feet, sending him flying backward. He hit the chamber wall hard enough to crack the ancient metal, breath exploding from his lungs. His lightsaber slipped from his grip, deactivating, clattering to the deck. Anakin was on him instantly, blue blade at the old man's throat, red blade poised to strike. Yield. The Master coughed, blood flecking his lips. Internal injuries from the impact. His eyes, though, remained defiant. Kill me, then. I won't beg. I'm not asking you to beg. Anakin's voice was quiet, almost sad. I'm asking you to think. Is your pride worth more than your life? Is the Council's doctrine worth dying for when it could be reformed? The Council. The Master coughed again, grimacing with pain. The Council isn't perfect. But it's all that stands between the galaxy and darkness. Without the Jedi, the Sith would consume everything. Look around you, Master. Anakin gestured with his red blade, indicating the battle still raging. The Sith are already here. They've always been here. Trying to suppress the dark side doesn't work, it just drives it underground, makes it stronger. Balance is the only answer. The Master's eyes widened slightly. Balance? You speak of balance while wielding the dark side? While serving a Sith Empire? I serve myself, Anakin corrected. The Empire is a tool, nothing more. As are the Jedi. As is the Force itself. They're all just means to an end, protecting what matters. And what matters to you, Vader? Anakin thought of Nox, her belly swollen with their child, her fierce pride and brilliant mind. He thought of Rex, loyal beyond reason, a brother in all but blood. He thought of the future they were building, however imperfect, however compromised. Everything, he said simply. And nothing. It depends on the day. Before the Master could respond, a scream cut through the chamber. One of the champions, his saber staff sliced in half, his body following shortly after as Grievous' 4 blades struck from 4 directions simultaneously. The champion crumpled, his bisected halves falling in different directions, blood pooling rapidly beneath them. 2. Grievous cackled, already engaging the next champion, driving her back with a flurry of strikes that moved too fast to count, let alone defend against. Boba Fett descended from above on his jetpack's thrust, his wrist-mounted flamethrower unleashing a torrent of liquid fire onto one of the champions. The Jedi woman screamed, trying to deflect fire with her saber staff, but fire wasn't a solid, couldn't be blocked like blaster bolts. Her robes caught, her hair ignited, and she stumbled, her concentration broken. Rex's rifle barked 3 times. All 3 shots hit center mass. The champion collapsed, her saber staff deactivating, rolling away from her charring corpse. 3, Rex said quietly, professionally, already acquiring the next target. The remaining two champions broke and ran, their nerve finally shattering, abandoning their posts and fleeing down one of the connecting corridors. Grievous started to pursue, but Anakin called him back. "Let them go. We have what we need." Anakin looked down at the Jedi Master, still pinned against the wall, still defiant despite the blood on his lips and the pain in his eyes. "Last chance, Master. Yield, and you live to see another sunrise. Fight, and you die here, forgotten, another casualty in a war that ended 300 years ago." The Master was silent for a long moment, his eyes searching Anakin's masked face, looking for something. Truth? Mercy? Understanding? Finally, he nodded. "I yield. But know this, Vader, you can't walk both paths forever. Eventually, you'll have to choose. Light or dark. The Force doesn't forgive those who try to cheat it." "Maybe," Anakin replied, stepping back, lowering his blades but not deactivating them. "Or maybe the Force is tired of being divided into light and dark. Maybe it wants something new." He gestured to Rex. "Secure the prisoner. Medical attention if he needs it. I want him alive for intelligence purposes." "Sir." Rex moved forward with stun cuffs, efficient and professional, showing the same respect to the captured master as he would to any defeated warrior. Anakin surveyed the chamber, taking stock. 3 champions dead, 2 fled, the master captured. His own team was intact. Grievous had taken some minor blaster hits to his armor plating, but nothing that compromised his systems. The commando droids had lost 2 units to the champions' saber staffs, but that was acceptable losses. Rex was unharmed. Boba was fine, already reloading his weapons with professional efficiency. "Good work," Anakin said to the team. "We're close now. The command center should be through that corridor." He pointed to the largest of the connecting passages, the one that seemed to delve deep. The corridor stretched ahead into darkness, the emergency lighting barely functional, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with malevolent intent. Anakin's team moved forward in combat formation, Grievous on point, his 4 lightsabers deactivated but ready, photoreceptors scanning for threats. Rex and the commando droids maintained overlapping fields of fire, their weapons covering every angle. Boba drifted slightly above them on his jetpack, conserving fuel but ready to maneuver at a moment's notice. The architecture had changed again, becoming less ancient Rakatan and more deliberately designed. The walls were smoother, the angles more precise, the lighting systems where they still functioned more sophisticated. They were approaching the heart of the foundry, the command center from which Ravan controlled this nightmare facility. Ahead, a massive blast door blocked their path, reinforced durasteel easily 3 meters thick, designed to withstand capital ship weapons, secured with mag locks that would take hours to cut through even with lightsabers. The kind of barrier that said you're not supposed to be here. Anakin reached out through the Force, feeling for the mechanism, the control systems, any weakness he could exploit. The blast door opened. Not slowly, not grudgingly, but smoothly, effortlessly, as if they were expected guests rather than invaders. Beyond lay a circular chamber, vast and empty except for a massive reactor core in the center, the heart of the foundry, its power source, currently dormant but thrumming with potential energy. The core was cylindrical, easily 20 meters tall. Suspended by magnetic fields and mechanical pistons, covered in ancient Rakatan script that glowed faintly purple in the dim light. And standing in front of the core, projected as a hologram but appearing as solid as reality itself, was a hooded figure. The presence hit Anakin like a physical force, cold, ancient, powerful beyond measure, carrying the weight of 3 centuries of torment and determination compressed into a single point of absolute will. The figure was tall, robed in dark fabric that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and wearing a mask that Anakin recognized instantly because he'd been wearing a version of it for over a year. Ravan's mask. The original. Red and grey, its visor blank and unreadable, its design somehow both beautiful and terrible. "Stop!" The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, it was simply presence, force enhanced to carry across the chamber and through the team's very bones. It's time we talked. Anakin's hands moved to his lightsabers but didn't draw them. Not yet. You're Ravan. I am the master of the foundry, the hologram replied, inclining its head slightly. Once the Emperor's prisoner. Now the man you've come to destroy. There was a pause, then the figure gestured toward Anakin's belt, where the other Ravan mask hung. And you have something of mine. More accurately, you're wearing something inspired by mine. But I had two masks, the one I wear now, and the one your mask was patterned after. Both served their purpose. Anakin stepped forward, his team fanning out behind him, taking defensive positions but holding fire. Open the door and face me, he challenged, his voice carrying across the empty space. If you're so powerful, why hide behind holograms and droids? Ravan's holographic form shifted, hands clasping behind its back in a gesture that spoke of weariness and regret. I don't want to fight you, Vader. 300 years ago, I found your empire among the stars, the Sith Empire, built on cruelty and conquest. I stood against the Emperor himself, witnessed his corruption, his hunger, his plan to devour all life in the galaxy. The voice carried pain now, old wounds never healed. I was betrayed. Defeated. And I paid the price. The hologram gestured, and images appeared in the air around it, flashes of memory, scenes from centuries past. The Jedi Enclave on Dantooine. The Star Forge, burning in space. The Emperor's throne room, where a figure in red and grey stood defiant before overwhelming darkness. And then torture, 300 years of it, the Emperor's presence invading every corner of Ravan's mind, tearing through memories, shredding identity, trying to break what could not be broken. The Emperor ravaged my mind over centuries, Ravan continued, the hologram's posture rigid with remembered agony. But I gave him nothing. Not the location of the foundry, not the secrets of the Star Forge's construction, not the Republic's defensive positions. Nothing. I endured, and I survived. The figure straightened, pride entering its stance. I'm proof that the dark side can be resisted, Vader. Proof that no matter how deep the corruption runs, the will can remain unbroken. Anakin felt something twist in his chest, recognition, perhaps, or kinship with someone who'd walked a similar path. Not every Sith gives in to temptation, he said quietly, his hand moving away from his lightsabers, becoming less aggressive, more conversational. I know the resolve required for balance. I've faced my darkness, my Vader persona, and my light side, my Anakin Skywalker self, and I won by accepting both simultaneously. I'm proof that a Sith can walk the path of balance, that light and dark aren't enemies but complementary forces. The hologram was silent for a long moment, its masked face unreadable but its presence in the Force shifting surprise, perhaps, mixed with something that might have been hope or might have been despair. Then you understand what I'm doing here, Ravan said finally. You're like me. You've seen both sides, lived in both philosophies, survived what should have destroyed you. Maybe, Anakin acknowledged. But understanding your motivations doesn't mean I agree with your methods. I've seen the Emperor's corruption firsthand, Ravan pressed, the hologram taking a step forward, urgency entering its voice. He and everything he's built must be destroyed, or the galaxy will suffer forever. Not just the Empire, the Emperor himself, the source of the rot. As long as he exists, as long as his hunger persists, billions will die. Trillions. The entire galaxy will be consumed by his plan. The figure's hands clenched into fists. You don't need to die with him, Vader. You're powerful, skilled, walking a path I once walked. Surrender, and you can wait out this war as a comfortable prisoner. When the Emperor falls, when the Foundry has done its work, you can help rebuild. Help create something better from the ashes. Anakin shook his head slowly, deliberately. Listen to me, he said, his voice calm but carrying absolute conviction. Talk to me. We can work toward peace together, find another way to stop the Emperor without committing genocide. But what you're doing here, building extermination droids programmed to kill based on genetic markers, that's not justice. It's not even pragmatism. It's just trading one atrocity for another. His voice hardened. And I will stop you. The hologram's posture changed, becoming rigid, defensive. I've been betrayed one time too many, Ravan said, and now there was steel in that voice, finality, the sound of someone who'd made their decision and would not be swayed. By the Jedi Council who manipulated me. By Malak who struck me down. By the Republic who used me as a weapon. By the Emperor who imprisoned me for 3 centuries. The figure's hands spread, encompassing the chamber, the foundry, the nightmare it represented. You leave me no choice but to turn the foundry against you. The hologram gestured, and the reactor core behind it suddenly flared to life, energy surging through ancient conduits, the purple glow intensifying to painful brightness. These machines are extermination droids, my infinite army. They will cleanse the galaxy of the Sith's genetic corruption, one victim at a time, until the Emperor's power base crumbles to nothing. Ravan Anakin started forward, reaching out not with his hand but with the Force, trying to make contact, to establish understanding. Farewell, Vader. The hologram flickered once, then vanished, leaving only emptiness and the reactor core's ominous hum. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then a new hologram appeared, much larger, easily 3 meters tall, its form distinctly mechanical, its design predatory and elegant in the way that only purpose-built assassination machines could achieve. An HK series droid. But not the crude HK-50S or even the more sophisticated later models. This was the original, the template from which all others were derived, the droid that had served Ravan during the Jedi Civil War and had somehow survived the intervening centuries. HK-47. Assessment: you have been exceedingly sporting during our hunt. The droid's voice was synthesized but carried unmistakable personality, sardonic, amused, genuinely pleased by the violence to come. I am HK-47, the Master's most faithful ally. Once a mere assassin droid, it is now my burden and joy to command the Foundry's mechanical armies. A promotion, one might say, though I do occasionally miss the intimate satisfaction of personal assassination. Anakin's hands moved to his lightsabers, thumbs hovering over the activation switches. Behind him, his team tensed, weapons coming up, preparing for what was obviously coming. I didn't think Jedi believed in assassination, he said, buying time, analyzing the situation, looking for tactical advantages. Or built droids to do their dirty work. Commentary: I am often pleasantly surprised by the Master's moral compass, HK-47 replied, and if a droid could sound smug, this one managed it perfectly. He has evolved since our last collaborative murders. Time and torture have given him perspective, allowed him to see that sometimes the most moral action is swift, efficient extermination of problematic meatbags. The hologram gestured, and suddenly the chamber was filled with additional projections, technical schematics, biological data, genetic profiles scrolling past too fast to read but conveying a single terrifying message. The extermination droids are my Master's crowning achievement, HK-47 continued, pride evident in every syllable. They are equipped with bioscanners capable of detecting Sith genetic material down to the molecular level. Any organic being with Sith ancestry, no matter how diluted, no matter how many generations removed, will be identified and slaughtered with maximum efficiency and minimum suffering. Well, minimum for the droids. The meatbags will suffer quite adequately. The statistics appeared in the hologram, damning numbers written in cold logic. This includes 97.8% of the Imperial population. Billions of sentients who have never held a lightsaber, never studied the Force, never sworn allegiance to the Sith Order, but who carry the genetic markers from millennia of interbreeding. They will all die. Mothers. Children. Entire families, entire worlds, exterminated because of who their ancestors were. Anakin felt cold fury building in his chest, controlled and focused. "Well, that's not going to happen," he said, his voice deadly calm. "Too bad my species doesn't have any Sith genetic material." It was true humans were genetically diverse enough that the ancient Sith species markers had been largely bred out of most populations, especially those from the core worlds. Commentary: unfortunately for you, HK-47 replied, and now the droid's holographic form shifted into a combat stance, its rifle appearing in its hands. "The Master still wants you dead. You represent a philosophical threat, a being who claims to walk balance between light and dark, undermining the Master's conviction that the dark side must be purged entirely. Therefore, your continued existence is problematic." The droid's photoreceptors glowed brighter, taking on a predatory gleam. Statement: "Your bones will make excellent trophies to commemorate my return to assassination. I have been commanding droids for far too long. I've missed the personal touch, the satisfaction of watching a meatbag's optical sensors dim as their processing unit ceases function. You will provide excellent practice." The hologram flickered and vanished, but this time, something moved in the chamber's shadows. Something real. HK-47 dropped from the reactor core's upper maintenance platforms, his actual physical form landing with a metallic clang that echoed through the chamber like a death knell. He was smaller than his holographic projection, but somehow more menacing. Rust-colored armor plating covered in scratches and carbon scoring from 3 centuries of combat, photoreceptors burning orange-red in the dim light, a modified sniper rifle held with professional precision. And he wasn't alone. Around the chamber's perimeter, access panels slid open with pneumatic hisses. Generator bays that had seemed dormant suddenly activated, machinery whirring to life, conveyor systems engaging. And from those openings emerged the extermination droids, dozens of them initially, more appearing every second. They were sleek, efficient, humanoid in basic configuration but clearly optimized for combat. Each one carried integrated weapons blaster cannons built into their arms, targeting systems visible as glowing red optical arrays, armor plating designed to absorb punishment. And built into their chest cavities, visible through transparent panels, were the bioscanners, sophisticated sensor arrays capable of analyzing genetic material at range, identifying targets, prioritizing threats based on Sith ancestry percentages. "Observation, you brought friends," HK-47 said, his rifle coming up smoothly, professionally, the barrel tracking toward Anakin's center mass with mechanical precision. "How considerate. More targets mean more entertainment. I do so enjoy variety in my massacres." Grievous let out a sound that was half laugh, half mechanical snarl, his forearms deploying, each hand reaching for a lightsaber. Finally, the cyborg roared, his photoreceptors blazing. "A worthy opponent. An actual challenge." Rex's voice cut across the tactical channel, calm despite the situation. "General, we're reading 60+ hostiles and counting. Those generators are producing droids faster than we can destroy them. We need to shut them down or we'll be overwhelmed." Boba's jetpack flared, lifting him higher, giving him elevation and firing angles. "I've got a lock on the assassin droid. Want me to take the shot?" Anakin's lightsabers ignited with twin snaps of activation, blue on his left, red on his right, their light painting the chamber in contrasting colors. His presence in the Force expanded, touching each team member, coordinating them not through words but through shared purpose, creating a battle meditation that would let them function as one organism rather than separate individuals. "Negative," Anakin commanded, his voice carrying absolute authority. "HK-47 is mine. Rex, you and the commandos focus on the extermination droids. Grievous, you wanted a challenge? Those generators need to be destroyed before they bury us in metal. Boba, stay mobile, exploit openings, provide covering fire." Statement: bold words from a meatbag about to be perforated, HK-47 observed, his rifle's charging coil beginning to glow, energy building for a devastating shot. "But I suppose that's what makes the hunt interesting. If you simply rolled over and accepted termination, where would be the entertainment value? The extermination droids advanced in perfect formation, their movements synchronized through networked programming, their weapons charging, their bioscanners sweeping across Anakin's team. And then HK-47 fired. The shot wasn't aimed at Anakin directly, it was aimed at the reactor core's control panel beside him, the impact triggering a massive energy discharge that sent electricity arcing across the chamber in branching patterns of blue-white destruction. The floor became electrified, forcing everyone to jump or be fried, scattering the formation, breaking cohesion. Tactical assessment: divided targets are easier targets, HK-47 observed with satisfaction. Now then, shall we begin the real entertainment? The extermination droids opened fire simultaneously, the chamber erupting into a storm of blaster bolts, and the true battle began. The chamber erupted into chaos. 60 extermination droids opened fire simultaneously, their integrated blaster cannons spitting coherent energy in perfectly coordinated patterns designed to overwhelm any defense through sheer volume. The air itself seemed to catch fire, crimson bolts filling every cubic meter of space, turning the reactor chamber into a three-dimensional kill box where survival measured in milliseconds. Anakin's lightsabers moved before conscious thought intervened, his blue blade catching 3 bolts in rapid succession, snap snap snap, deflecting them into the floor, the ceiling, back toward their sources. His red blade spun in a defensive arc that caught 4 more, the synthetic crystal feeding on the energy, growing brighter with each deflection. He stepped left, twisted right, his body moving with force-enhanced grace that made him appear to simply exist between the incoming fire rather than dodging it. But even he couldn't be everywhere at once. A bolt grazed his shoulder pauldron, armor scorching, the impact spinning him slightly. He used the momentum, converting the stumble into a force-enhanced leap that carried him 5 meters straight up, clearing the initial barrage, his boots hitting the reactor core's lower maintenance platform with a metallic clang. From this vantage point, he could see the entire battlefield. Rex and the commando droids had formed a defensive wedge near the entrance, their blaster rifles creating overlapping fields of fire that caught extermination droids in brutal crossfire. Rex's DC-15A spoke in 3-round bursts, each grouping finding vulnerable points: optical arrays, joint actuators, power couplings. An extermination droid's head exploded, its body continuing forward 3 more steps before toppling. Another took hits to both knee joints and collapsed, still firing, dragging itself forward with its arms until a commando droid put a bolt through its central processor. But for every droid that fell, the generators along the chamber's perimeter produced 2 more. The conveyor systems never stopped, assembly lines operating at full capacity, mechanical arms attaching weapons and armor plating with inhuman efficiency. The numbers were unsustainable. Simple mathematics guaranteed eventual defeat through attrition. Grievous had already reached the nearest generator, his 4 lightsabers carving through extermination droids like a thresher through wheat. His blue blade removed a droid's arm at the shoulder. His green blade bisected another at the waist. His yellow and purple blades worked in tandem, one high and one low, catching a third droid in a scissor attack that separated its upper and lower halves with surgical precision. Too slow, the cyborg roared, his photoreceptors burning with combat euphoria. Your targeting systems are antiquated. Your reflexes are insufficient. An extermination droid tried to tackle him, abandoning ranged combat for close quarters grappling. Grievous caught it with his lower 2 arms, lifting the struggling machine off its feet, and his upper 2 blades stabbed downward, punching through armor plating, rupturing the power core. The droid exploded, shrapnel peppering Grievous' armor, but the cyborg just laughed and threw the corpse at 2 more approaching droids, bowling them over. Then he reached the generator. The massive machine hummed with malevolent purpose, its internal mechanisms visible through transparent panels, assembly lines. Molecular forges, energy conduits all working in perfect synchronization to birth death. Grievous didn't hesitate. All 4 lightsabers struck simultaneously from different angles, cutting through the generator's housing, severing power lines, rupturing containment fields. The generator exploded in a cascade of sparks and twisted metal, its conveyor belt grinding to a halt, partially assembled droids falling lifeless to the deck. One down. Grievous bellowed. 3 more to go. Boba Fett had taken to the air, his jetpack's thrust keeping him mobile, making him a difficult target for the droids' targeting computers. He fired his Wester 34 pistols in controlled bursts, each shot placed with professional precision headshots when possible, center mass when necessary. An extermination droid aimed up at him, its integrated cannon tracking Boba released a micromissile from his gauntlet, the projectile streaking downward on a tail of flame, impacting the droid's chest and detonating. The explosion took out 3 nearby droids caught in the blast radius. But HK-47 wasn't engaging in the general melee. The assassin droid had positioned himself on the reactor core's opposite platform, elevated, with clear sight lines across the entire chamber. His modified sniper rifle was a work of lethal art: enhanced targeting scope, advanced power cell, modifications that made it effective against Force users who could normally deflect conventional blaster fire. Observation: the meatbags coordinate well, HK-47 said conversationally, his voice carrying across the combat through external speakers. But coordination requires communication. Let's test how well they function when communication becomes problematic. He fired. The shot wasn't aimed at any person, it hit the communications relay mounted high on the chamber wall. The explosion took out the primary COMM system, filling the tactical channel with static, cutting off Rex's ability to coordinate fire teams through voice commands. Statement: much better, HK-47 observed with satisfaction. Now then, let's address the primary threat, the lightsaber-wielding meatbag who fancies himself special. Another shot, this one aimed directly at Anakin's position on the maintenance platform. But this wasn't a standard blaster bolt, it was a sonic projectile, specifically designed to bypass lightsaber defenses. The weapon produced a devastating pressure wave that couldn't be blocked with plasma blades, only avoided or endured. Anakin felt the attack coming through the Force, a ripple of danger sense that made his skin prickle. He threw himself flat as the sonic blast passed overhead, the pressure wave so intense it cracked the metal platform beneath him. His ears rang, his balance disrupted, but he was alive. HK-47's next shot came before he could fully recover, a fragmentation grenade launched from an underslung launcher, arcing toward Anakin's position with ballistic precision. Kriv! Anakin reached out through the Force, caught the grenade mid-flight, and threw it back toward HK-47 with telekinetic force. The assassin droid saw it coming, calculated, and moved with mechanical efficiency that rivaled organic reflexes. He dropped from his elevated position, his body falling 10 meters to the chamber floor, landing in a 3-point stance that absorbed the impact through his reinforced leg servos. The grenade exploded where he'd been standing. Shrapnel embedding in the reactor core's housing but causing no serious damage. Impressed statement: the meatbag has adequate reflexes, HK-47 said, standing smoothly, his rifle coming back up. This will require more creative application of superior firepower. From his position, the assassin droid had a clear shot at Rex's defensive formation. A single shot could kill the clone captain, disrupt the entire tactical coordination, turn disciplined defense into panicked chaos. HK-47's targeting computer locked on. His finger tightened on the trigger. Anakin was already moving. He launched himself from the maintenance platform, falling through open air, his lightsabers deactivating, his body tucking into a controlled dive that covered 20 meters in less than 2 seconds. He hit the deck in a force-enhanced roll that absorbed the impact, came up running, blue and red blades reigniting with twin snaps. HK-47's shot went wide, not by much, maybe 5 centimeters, missing Rex's head by a hair's breadth. The clone captain felt the heat, the near miss, and immediately dropped into cover. Annoyed observation: the meatbag is protective of his subordinates, HK-47 said, pivoting to face Anakin directly. A weakness to be exploited. Emotional attachments make for excellent leverage. Statement: let's see how well you fight when your friends are dying. HK-47's chassis suddenly deployed hidden weapon systems panels sliding open along his arms, chest, and shoulders, revealing an arsenal that would make a gunship jealous. Micromissile launchers, flame projectors, sonic emitters, gas dispensers, everything a professional assassin droid needed to kill Force users who thought themselves untouchable. Everything fired at once. Missiles streaked toward Rex's position. Flames washed toward Grievous. Sonic waves disrupted Boba's flight systems, sending him into an uncontrolled spin. Gas-likely neurotoxin flooded the area around the commando droids, forcing them to retreat or risk system contamination. And through it all, HK-47 advanced on Anakin, his rifle firing methodically, each shot a killing stroke that had to be dodged rather than deflected. Assessment: "You're good, meatbag," HK-47 acknowledged, his photoreceptors tracking Anakin's movements, his combat algorithms updating with each exchange. "Better than most organics I've terminated. Your reflexes are enhanced beyond baseline human parameters. Force augmentation, naturally. But augmentation only goes so far." Anakin's blue blade caught a sonic blast at an angle, letting it slide past rather than meeting it head-on. His red blade came around in a horizontal slash aimed at HK-47's midsection. The droid leaned back with mechanical precision, the superheated plasma passing centimeters from his chest plating. "You talk too much for a droid," Anakin shot back, pressing forward, his blades moving in coordinated attacks that mixed Form V's power with Form 4's unpredictability. High-low center spin, each strike forcing HK-47 to adjust, to react rather than act. Amused retort: "My master programmed me with extensive verbal subroutines," HK-47 replied, his rifle coming up in a defensive block, the reinforced barrel catching Anakin's red blade with a screech of protesting metal. He believed assassination should include psychological warfare. "I find it enhances the experience." The rifle's barrel began to glow from lightsaber contact, molecular bonds destabilizing. HK-47 released it. Letting the weapon fall, and his other arm deployed a vibroblade from a concealed sheath. The blade hummed with high-frequency vibrations that let it resist lightsaber contact, at least temporarily. They separated, circling, each reading the other. Behind them, Grievous had destroyed a second generator, its death throes causing chain reactions in nearby droids. Rex and the commandos had adapted to the loss of communications, falling back on hand signals and pure tactical instinct, their defensive formation holding despite mounting pressure. Boba had recovered from the sonic disruption, his flight systems compensating, and was now targeting the third generator with missiles. The tide was turning. Slowly, expensively, but turning. HK-47's tactical processors calculated the probabilities, analyzed the battlefield dynamics, and reached an inevitable conclusion: victory was unlikely. Survival was questionable. Mission success was impossible. Resignation: "It appears my combat effectiveness has been reduced below acceptable parameters," the assassin droid said, his posture shifting, becoming less aggressive. "The master will be disappointed. 300 years of waiting, and I'm to be destroyed by a meatbag with delusions of balance." "Yield," Anakin offered, his blades lowering slightly but not deactivating. "Power down. You're an incredible piece of engineering. There's no honor in dying here." Philosophical query: "Do droids have honor, meatbag?" HK-47's photoreceptors dimmed, flickered, then burned bright. "I've terminated 322 sentient organics across my operational lifespan. Jedi, Sith, politicians, civilian targets, men, women," and even his voice dropped to something quieter: "younglings, when the master's calculations deemed it necessary." Anakin felt something cold settle in his chest. "You're talking about Revan's dark side actions. Before his redemption." "Correction, I'm talking about what my master required of me," HK-47 replied. "Redemption is a meatbag concept. Droids simply execute programming. But you know about executing younglings," Don't you, Darth Vader? The files the Master recovered from the Emperor's databanks were quite illuminating about your past. The words hit like physical blows. Anakin's grip tightened on his lightsabers, old guilt and rage warring in his chest. Observation: I've upset you, HK-47 said with satisfaction. Good. Emotional meatbags make mistakes. Let's see if you make one now. The droid's remaining systems overloaded simultaneously, a deliberate cascade failure that turned his entire chassis into an improvised explosive device. Every power cell, every energy reserve, everything that stored charge suddenly discharged at once. The explosion was catastrophic. Anakin threw up his hands, the force responding instantly, creating a barrier of pure telekinetic force that caught the blast wave and shrapnel. The impact still drove him back 5 meters, his boots skidding across the deck, his muscles screaming with effort as he held the barrier against pressures that would have liquefied an unprotected human. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, HK-47 was gone, just scattered components and melted metal, his chassis destroyed beyond any hope of simple repair. His central processor lay among the debris, cracked and dark, its optical sensors permanently extinguished. Statement logged, Anakin whispered, looking at the remains. You were a magnificent bastard, HK. Ravan built you well. Around the chamber, the last extermination droids fell to coordinated fire. Grievous destroyed the final generator with a triumphant roar. The assembly lines ground to a halt, the conveyors stopped, and blessed silence descended except for the crackling of electrical fires and the hiss of damaged systems venting atmosphere. Rex approached, his armor scorched but intact, his rifle still ready. General. We've secured the chamber. Casualties: 6 commando droids destroyed, 12 more with damage requiring repair. No organic casualties. Good work, Anakin said, deactivating his lightsabers. He gestured toward HK-47's remains. Tag those components for recovery. He's too valuable to leave behind. Sir. Rex looked confused. HK-47 is a marvel of engineering, Anakin explained. His assassination protocols, his combat algorithms, his entire design philosophy, it's 300 years old but still more sophisticated than most modern droids. Someone will want to study him, maybe even rebuild him. He paused, something dark crossing his features. Though I doubt he'll appreciate the resurrection. What Anakin couldn't know was that Darth Malgus would indeed recover those remains, would spend years and vast resources attempting to reconstruct the legendary assassin droid, seeing in HK-47's design principles a weapon too valuable to lose to history. But that was future concern. Present concern was the massive blast doors at the chamber's far end, sealed tight, but beyond which Anakin could feel a presence bright and terrible, fragmented and whole, light and dark warring within a single consciousness. Ravan. Forward, Anakin commanded. We're not done yet. The blast doors opened at their approach, not forcibly breached but simply unlocked, as if Ravan wanted them to proceed, wanted this confrontation. Beyond lay a corridor different from anything they'd encountered in the Foundry, wider, taller, the architecture shifting from ancient Ricketan to something that looked almost ceremonial. The walls were lined with alcoves, and in each alcove stood a deactivated battle droid, positioned like honor guards awaiting some final command that would never come. The lighting was better here, emergency strips giving way to actual illumination that cast everything in cold white clarity. The floor was polished, almost reflective, showing distorted images of the team as they advanced. This feels like a trap, Boba observed, his helmet's sensors sweeping for threats, finding nothing concrete but reading elevated energy signatures ahead. We're being funneled toward a specific location. Of course we are, Anakin replied, his hand resting on his lightsaber hilt. Ravan wants this confrontation as much as we do. The question is why? They continued forward, passing through 2 more sets of blast doors, each opening automatically, until the corridor opened into something vast, a hangar bay, or what had once been a hangar bay before being converted into something else. The space was enormous, easily 200 meters across and 50 meters high, its ceiling lost in shadows despite the lighting. Republic shuttles sat dormant along the walls, transport craft that had brought reinforcements, supply vessels, everything needed to hold this position. And scattered throughout the bay, taking cover behind cargo containers and portable barriers, were the last defenders. Republic soldiers, maybe 200 of them. Wearing the distinctive armor of the Galactic Republic's military, their blaster rifles already trained on the entrance. They looked exhausted, desperate, like people who knew they were about to die but had decided to make their deaths meaningful. And among them, standing at elevated positions, lightsabers already ignited, were the Jedi. 12 of them. Not knights or Padawans, these were masters, every one, their presence in the Force burning with desperate determination. Their lightsabers painted the hangar in blues and greens, casting dancing shadows across the Republic defensive positions. At the center of the formation, standing on a raised platform that might have once been a loading dock, was a Jedi Anakin recognized from the history files. Master Ateg, a small alien whose diminutive size belied immense power, his ancient lightsaber humming with purpose. Sith. Master Ateg's voice carried across the hangar, amplified by the Force, reaching every corner of the massive space. You have come far, destroyed much, killed many. But here, your advance ends. The foundry must be destroyed before Ravan completes his work. If you will not see reason, if you will not stand aside, then we will stop you by force. This is our final stand and we do not intend to fail. Anakin stepped forward, his boots echoing on the hangar's deck, Rex and Grievous flanking him, Boba hovering slightly above on his jetpack. The commando droids spread into tactical formation, their rifles ready but not yet firing. Master Ateg, Anakin called back, his voice calm despite the situation. I know your reputation. You're a tactician, a strategist, someone who values results over ideology. Look at your forces. Look at mine. You can't win this fight. The numbers don't favor you. The tactical situation is untenable. Surrender, and your people live. They can return to the Republic, continue serving, continue making a difference. We fight not for victory, Ateg replied, his aged voice carrying wisdom and sorrow, but for duty. Ravan must be stopped, and if we fall in the attempt, at least we fall knowing we tried. The Force will judge us not by our success, but by our effort. Then you're throwing away lives for nothing, Anakin said, frustration bleeding into his tone. Ravan's plan is already doomed. We've destroyed the extermination droid generators. The Foundry can't complete its genocidal programming. You've already won, you just don't realize it yet. One of the Jedi Masters, a human woman with graying hair and twin lightsabers, stepped forward. If that's true, why are you here? Why press forward to confront Ravan if his plan is already defeated? Anakin was silent for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Because Ravan is fragmented. The torture, the centuries of imprisonment, the Emperor's interference, it broke something in him. He's not whole anymore. And a fragmented Force user of his power is dangerous to everyone, Sith and Jedi alike. I'm here to stop him permanently, to end this before it escalates further. Noble words from a Sith Lord, the woman replied skeptically. But words are wind. Actions define us. And your actions have been conquest, destruction, death. Before Anakin could respond, the sound reached them, distant at first but growing rapidly closer. The distinctive roar of repulsor lift engines under full power, the scream of atmospheric thrusters, the thunder of approaching military hardware. LAAT/I gunships. They burst into the hangar through the massive atmospheric shield at the far end, 6 of them in tight formation, their distinctive silhouettes unmistakable: twin hulls, forward-swept wings, chin-mounted laser cannons, and side-mounted missile launchers. The Skywalker Corporation livery was visible on their hulls, black armor plating with blue accent stripes, the 501st color scheme that marked them as Anakin's personal forces. Cavalry's here. Boba announced, genuine relief in his voice. The gunships didn't slow, didn't hesitate, they came in hot, their door gunners already firing, providing suppressive fire that forced the Republic defenders to take cover. The lead gunship's pilot, a cult member, judging by the religious iconography painted on the hull, spoke across the tactical channel, his voice carrying fervent devotion, God of War, this is Divine Thunder 1. We bring 40 gunships total, transporting 1,200 corporate troopers. Glory to the Divine Family. How do you want us deployed? Landing Zone Alpha through Delta, Anakin responded, calling up tactical overlays in his helmet's HUD, designating positions around the hangar's perimeter. Establish fire superiority, suppress Republic positions, but avoid civilian casualties where possible. I want surrender, not slaughter. Understood, my lord. Your will be done. The LAAT/I gunships spread across the hangar with practiced precision, their pilots executing combat landings that involved more controlled falling than actual landing, their repulsor lifts screaming as they arrested momentum at the last possible second. Their side doors blew open before they even touched down, and corporate troopers poured out, 30 soldiers per gunship, each one wearing black armor with blue stripes, carrying DC-15A blaster rifles, moving with military discipline that spoke to months of intensive training. 1,200 fresh troops, well-armed, well-trained, and absolutely loyal, flooding into the hangar in coordinated waves. The Republic defenders opened fire immediately, their blaster rifles speaking in desperate chorus. Bolts stitched across the hangar, catching several corporate troopers in the open armor, absorbed some impacts, but not all. Bodies fell, some dead, some wounded, screaming for medics, for help, for their goddess. But the corporate troopers didn't break, didn't panic. They returned fire with coordinated discipline, taking cover behind their landed gunships, behind cargo containers, establishing overlapping fields of fire that forced the Republic soldiers to keep their heads down. The LAAT/I gunships added their firepower, chin-mounted laser cannons tracking Republic positions, missiles streaking across the hangar to impact near, but not directly on, defensive positions, the message clear: we can kill you anytime we want, but we're offering you a chance. One Republic soldier, braver or more foolish than his comrades, tried to make a run for a better firing position. A gunship's door gunner tracked him, finger on the trigger, then deliberately fired wide, the shot impacting the deck near his feet, close enough to make him stumble but not close enough to kill. Surrender, the gunner's voice boomed across external speakers. Throw down your weapons and you will not be harmed. The God of War is merciful to those who show wisdom. Some Republic soldiers hesitated, looked at each other, saw the impossible odds, the 1,200 fresh troops surrounding them. The gunships that could obliterate their positions at any moment. 3 soldiers dropped their rifles, raised their hands, stepped out from cover. Then 5 more. Then a dozen. Stand your ground. Master Ateg roared, his voice carrying force-enhanced authority that momentarily rallied the wavering troops. We do not yield to the Sith. We do not abandon our duty. For the Republic. For the Jedi. Hold. The Jedi Masters moved as one, their lightsabers blazing, leaping into the battle with force-enhanced jumps that carried them impossible distances. They landed among the corporate troopers like meteors, their blades spinning, deflecting blaster fire, cutting down soldiers who couldn't react fast enough. The human woman with twin lightsabers landed in the middle of a fire team, her blades moving in synchronized patterns that deflected incoming fire while simultaneously cutting through armor. 5 troopers fell in as many seconds, their bodies collapsing, the smell of cauterized flesh filling the air. Another Master Akeldor with a breathing mask unleashed force lightning that arced across a squad, their armor conducting the energy, systems overloading, bodies convulsing before falling still. Defensive formation. Rex's voice cut across the chaos, his command presence reasserting order. Concentrate fire on the Jedi. Hit them from multiple angles. Don't let them isolate single units. The corporate troopers adapted, falling back on their training, coordinating fire not through direct communication but through pure tactical discipline. 20 rifles focused on a single Jedi Master, overwhelming his ability to deflect, forcing him to retreat or die. He chose retreat, his momentum blunted, his offensive disrupted. But the Jedi were still incredibly dangerous, still tipping the balance toward chaos. Grievous saw this, calculated, and acted. The cyborg general launched himself into the melee with explosive power, his 4 lightsabers igniting mid-leap, his mechanical body moving with speed that made him appear to teleport rather than run. He targeted the twin-blade Jedi Master, recognizing her as the greatest immediate threat. She saw him coming, raised her blades in a defensive crossguard. Grievous' 4 sabers struck from 4 angles simultaneously. Her defense couldn't be everywhere at once. His blue blade caught her right saber, his green caught her left, but his yellow and purple blades got through, slashing across her ribs on both sides. She screamed, stumbled, her concentration broken. Grievous' follow-up attack was merciless, a diagonal slash that took her from shoulder to hip, her body bisecting, falling in 2 pieces. Master Kirana, another Jedi, screamed, rage overwhelming discipline, abandoning his position to charge at Grievous. Stupid. Emotional. Fatal. Grievous caught the charging Jedi with his lower 2 arms, gripping the man's wrists, preventing him from bringing his lightsaber to bear. The cyborg's upper 2 blades stabbed downward, punching through the Jedi's chest from opposite angles, meeting in the middle. 2 more. Grievous roared. 10 to go. Anakin was already engaging Master Ateg, his blue and red blades moving in coordinated patterns that mixed aggression with defense. The ancient alien master was skilled beyond measure, his single blade moving with economy and precision that spoke to centuries of practice, but he was old, and age slowed even Jedi reflexes. Anakin's blue blade came in high, Ateg's lightsaber intercepted it. Anakin's red blade followed low, again intercepted, but the effort cost Ateg ground, forced him to retreat a step. Another exchange, another step back. The momentum was shifting, inexorable as gravity. Why do you serve them? Ateg asked, his voice strained from exertion but still carrying genuine curiosity. You're powerful, skilled, but I sense conflict in you. Darkness and light warring. You're not like other Sith. I serve myself, Anakin replied, pressing forward, his attacks increasing in tempo. The Sith, the Jedi, they're all just tools. Means to an end. And what end is that? Survival. Protection. A future worth living in. Anakin's red blade came around in a horizontal slash that Ateg barely parried. Everything else is secondary. Then help us stop Revan. Ateg urged, desperation bleeding through. If you truly walk balance, if you truly see beyond Sith dogma, help us prevent genocide. I am stopping Revan, Anakin said quietly. But on my terms. Not the Republic's. Not the Jedi Council's. Mine. His blue blade feinted toward Ateg's head. The Master's lightsaber came up to block, committing to the defense. Anakin's red blade, the real attack, swept up from below, catching Ateg's lightsaber at an angle that sent it spinning from his grip. The ancient master stood defenseless, his eyes wide, accepting his death with Jedi serenity. Anakin's blade stopped centimeters from his throat. Yield. Ateg stared at him, genuinely shocked. You're sparing me. I told you I'm not like other Sith. Anakin stepped back, lowering his blades. Order your people to stand down. This fight is over. The only question is how many more die before you accept it. Master Ateg looked around the hangar, seeing the reality of the situation. 8 of the 12 Jedi Masters were dead, their bodies cooling on the hangar deck. The remaining 3 were surrounded, being pressed back by overwhelming numbers. The Republic soldiers had largely surrendered, their rifles on the ground, their hands raised, stun cuffs being applied by corporate troopers who treated them professionally rather than cruelly. The battle was over. Had been over since the LAAT/I gunships arrived. Stand down. A tag's voice carried across the hangar, force enhanced, reaching every remaining defender. All Republic forces cease fire. We surrender. The shooting stopped. The Jedi Masters deactivated their lightsabers, lowered their hands, accepted defeat with varying degrees of grace. The remaining Republic soldiers dropped their weapons, relief visible in their body language despite the shame of surrender. Corporate troopers moved in, applying stun cuffs, organizing the prisoners into groups, providing medical attention to the wounded, both their own and the enemy's. The LAAT/I gunships settled into holding patterns, their weapons still active but no longer firing, their pilots monitoring the situation for any sign of renewed hostilities. Rex approached Anakin, his armor scorched and dented but his bearing still perfect. General. The hangar is secure. Prisoners are being processed. Our casualties, 43 killed, 97 wounded. Republic casualties, approximately 120 killed, 200 wounded, the rest surrendered intact. Transport the wounded, ours and theirs, back to the fleet, Anakin commanded. Get them proper medical care. The prisoners are to be treated according to military protocol. No abuse, no torture, no accidents. We're soldiers, not animals. Sir. Rex saluted, then paused. Permission to speak freely. Always. That was, you offered them mercy. Multiple times. You gave them every chance to surrender before opening fire. Rex's voice carried something that might have been pride. That's not typical Sith doctrine. No, Anakin agreed. It's not. But I stopped being a typical anything a long time ago. He looked toward the far end of the hangar, where another set of blast doors waited, these ones sealed with energy barriers and mechanical locks that would require significant effort to breach. Beyond those doors, he could feel it, the fractured presence, the light and dark warring, the man who'd saved the Republic and fallen to darkness and been redeemed and been broken all over again. Ravan was waiting. Grievous, Boba, Rex, you're with me for the final approach, Anakin said, his voice carrying finality. Everyone else holds this position. No one gets through, in, or out, until I return. And if you don't return? Boba asked bluntly. Anakin smiled behind his mask. Then Thrawn takes command of the fleet, Nox becomes very angry, and you all have my permission to run very, very far away. He started toward the sealed doors, his team following, the weight of what was coming pressing down on all of them like a physical force. The Foundry's deepest chamber awaited. The command center where Ravan had directed his genocidal crusade. The place where this would all end, one way or another. The blast doors began to open as they approached, not because they'd been breached but because Ravan was allowing entry. Inviting confrontation. Accepting the inevitability of what came next. Beyond the doors lay a circular chamber, vast and empty except for a single figure standing at its center, hands clasped behind his back, wearing the mask that had become legend, red and grey, its visor dark and unreadable, its design both beautiful and terrible. Ravan turned to face them as they entered. And the final confrontation began. The blast doors sealed behind them with a pneumatic hiss that sounded like a tomb closing. Anakin stood at the threshold of the command chamber, his team arrayed behind him, Rex's armor still smoking from near misses, Grievous' forearms twitching with barely contained aggression, Boba hovering on minimal jetpack thrust, conserving fuel for what might come next. The chamber beyond was circular, vast, and terrifyingly empty. No guards. No defenses. Just a single figure kneeling in meditation at the center, surrounded by holographic displays showing the Foundry's systems, manufacturing lines, power distribution, weapons arrays, all the infrastructure of genocide rendered in cold blue light. This is as far as you go, Anakin said quietly, not turning to look at his team. I will face Ravan alone. Grievous' photoreceptors flared bright with indignation, his mechanical voice carrying unmistakable frustration. Unacceptable. You've seen what he's capable of, the power he commands, the infrastructure he controls. This is not a fight to take alone, Skywalker. Even I recognize when tactical superiority requires numbers. Rex said nothing, but his hand tightened on his rifle, his body language speaking volumes. He didn't like this. Didn't like leaving his general to face a legendary force user without backup. But he was a soldier. And he knew when to follow orders even when they seemed suicidal. Boba's helmet tilted, assessing, calculating. You're powerful, Vader. But you're not invincible. Pride gets warriors killed. It's not pride, Anakin replied, finally turning to face them. The look he gave them even through his mask, even with his features hidden, carried such weight that Grievous actually took a step back. It's necessity. Ravan and we're connected in ways you can't understand. This confrontation was inevitable from the moment I put on his mask, from the moment I walked the path between light and dark. Grievous' photoreceptors dimmed slightly, processing, and then he spoke with uncharacteristic thoughtfulness. You've been strangely merciful this entire battle. It wasn't an accusation, it was an observation, genuine curiosity from a being who understood only strength and survival. The prisoners you took. The Jedi you spared. The Republic soldiers you allowed to surrender. That's not Sith doctrine. That's not even pragmatic. Dead enemies can't betray you, can't escape, can't become future problems. A pause. Mechanical joints clicking as Grievous shifted his weight. Why? What's your angle, Skywalker? Because you don't strike me as sentimental, and sentiment is the only reason most organics show mercy. Anakin's posture changed, becoming less tense, almost amused. When he spoke, his voice carried the cold calculation of someone who'd thought several moves ahead while everyone else was still studying the board. I know exactly what you're thinking, Grievous. And you're right to question it. So let me explain the real reason for my mercy, the reason that has nothing to do with compassion and everything to do with power. He gestured back toward the hangar where hundreds of prisoners now sat under guard, Jedi Masters and Republic soldiers alike, all stripped of weapons but otherwise unharmed. All of those people we captured, Jedi, troopers, officers, every single one, they're mine now. Not the Empire's. Mine. Because here's the beautiful part that both the Sith Empire and the Republic are going to learn very quickly, I haven't signed any treaties on warfare. Rex's head came up sharply, understanding dawning. That's right, Anakin continued, warming to his subject, his voice carrying dark satisfaction. The Empire operates under certain codes of conduct, prisoner exchanges, rules of engagement, diplomatic protocols established over centuries of warfare. The Republic has similar structures. But I'm not technically part of either system. I'm a contractor, a private military force, a corporate entity that happens to employ Sith philosophy. He let that sink in for a moment. Which means legally, diplomatically, I can do whatever I want with those prisoners. And both the Empire and the Republic will be forced to accept my demands because neither side wants to establish precedent that contractors aren't bound by military law. It would open a door they can never close. Grievous' photoreceptors brightened, a sound that might have been laughter emerging from his vocabulary. You sly bastard! You're going to ransom them. Better than that, Anakin replied. I'm going to create a bidding war. The Republic will want their soldiers and Jedi back. They'll offer credits, technology, intelligence, diplomatic concessions. The Empire will want to interrogate them, extract information, use them as propaganda tools. They'll offer contracts, resources, political support, territory. His masked head tilted slightly, voice dropping to something colder, more calculating. And the truly beautiful part? Any Jedi or trooper who wants to join me, who sees the writing on the wall and decides their current allegiances aren't serving them, I'll accept them. Conditional loyalty is better than no loyalty, and people who defect once tend to stay defected if you treat them well enough. Build a power base from the disillusioned, the pragmatic, the survivors. Rex spoke for the first time, his voice carrying something that might have been pride or might have been concern. So regardless of what they choose, ransom, recruitment, or execution, you profit and benefit from the situation. Exactly. Anakin's voice carried absolute certainty. I've positioned myself as the true winner of this engagement. The Empire gets the Foundry and claims strategic victory. The Republic loses the facility but gets their people back. And I. He spread his hands. I walk away with wealth, influence, skilled personnel, and political capital with both sides. Everyone wins something, which means everyone owes me something. And no one realizes they've been played until it's too late, Boba added, grudging respect in his voice. Because by then the precedent is set, the deals are made, and changing the rules would cost more than just paying you. Now you're understanding, Anakin said approvingly. Grievous was silent for a long moment, his mechanical systems humming, processing this new understanding of the man who'd resurrected him, who'd given him purpose again, who'd set him loose on Jedi but always with calculated intent. I should have known, the cyborg finally said, and there was something almost like admiration in his synthesized voice. You think like a general. Not just tactics strategy. Long-term planning that turns battles into investments. He coughed, that horrible rattling sound. But I still would have killed them. Would have made their friends watch them die. Made it slow. Because fear is a weapon too, and dead enemies can't plot revenge. Fear has its place, Anakin acknowledged. But loyalty bought with mercy lasts longer than loyalty enforced through terror. Terror makes people desperate, and desperate people do stupid, unpredictable things. But people who think you're merciful, who think you're fair, they'll follow you into hell because they believe you'll lead them back out. Manipulation, Rex said quietly. But effective manipulation. The kind that builds empires. The only kind that matters, Anakin agreed. Then he turned back toward the chamber where Ravan waited, his hand moving to his lightsaber hilts. Now stay here. Guard the entrance. If I don't come back. He paused, considering. If I don't come back, contact Thrawn. He'll know what to do. And if Ravan tries to leave? Boba asked. He won't. Anakin's voice carried absolute certainty. This is personal for him. This is about legacy, about redemption, about proving something to himself and the Force. He'll see this through to the end, whatever that end might be. Without waiting for further response, Anakin walked forward into the chamber, his boots echoing on the polished deck. Behind him, the team held position, weapons ready, watching through the open doorway but not advancing. The command chamber was architecturally stunning in its austerity, smooth walls that curved upward to a domed ceiling. Holographic projectors built into the floor at regular intervals, and at the chamber's center, a raised platform surrounded by the Foundry's control systems. The air hummed with latent power, energy conduits visible through transparent floor panels, the very structure infused with dark side energy accumulated over millennia. Ravan knelt on the platform in perfect stillness, his purple lightsaber deactivated but clipped to his belt, his hands resting on his knees in a meditation posture that might have been peaceful if not for the tension radiating from him like heat from a forge. He wore the mask, the original, red and grey, its design iconic and terrible. His robes were simple, dark, practical rather than ceremonial. When he spoke, his voice carried across the chamber without need for amplification, the Force itself carrying his words. That HK unit you destroyed. Ravan's voice was neither accusatory nor angry, just tired, infinitely tired. He waited loyally for 300 years. I can rebuild him, but it won't be the same. A pause, heavy with meaning. Nothing that breaks can ever truly be the same. You can repair it, but the cracks remain. Visible or not. Anakin stopped at the platform's base, 10 meters separating them. HK-47 was a magnificent piece of engineering. A work of art designed for death. He died doing what he was built for, assassinating Force users. There's honor in that kind of end. Honor. Ravan's head tilted slightly, the mask's blank visor somehow conveying skepticism. Strange word from someone who serves the Sith Empire. I don't serve the Empire, Anakin corrected, his voice calm. I use it. There's a difference. Ravan stood smoothly, mechanically, like someone who'd been kneeling too long but whose body refused to show weakness. He turned to face Anakin fully, and the presence that radiated from him was staggering light and dark, warring within a single consciousness, each side pulling against the other in eternal conflict that would have shattered lesser minds. Can't you see you're on the wrong side? Ravan's voice carried desperate conviction, the tone of someone trying to save a life rather than end one. The Emperor is death incarnate for you, for me, for the entire galaxy. Everything he touches withers and dies. Everything he builds is founded on suffering. As long as he exists, there can be no peace, no hope, no future worth living in. Listen to yourself, Anakin replied, his voice harder now. If you use the Foundry to exterminate billions based on genetic markers they can't control, based on who their ancestors were, how are you any better than him? How is systematic genocide somehow noble when you're the one programming the droids? I am Ravan started, but then something changed. The air itself shifted, temperature dropping, and a purple glow began to manifest beside Ravan, not from his lightsaber, but from thin air, from the Force itself responding to some cosmic summons. The light coalesced, took form, and suddenly there were two Ravans standing in the chamber. The newcomer was translucent, obviously a Force spirit rather than a physical being, but wearing identical armor and mask. When he spoke, his voice carried warmth where the physical Ravan's voice carried only cold determination. He speaks truth, my darker half. The spirit's voice was gentle but firm, carrying authority earned through suffering and redemption. He is the chosen one, meant to bring balance to the Force. He will stop the Emperor eventually, maybe not now, maybe not soon, but he will. His path has been shown to me through the Force. The spirit turned to Anakin, and despite the mask, Anakin could feel the measuring gaze, the assessment of his worth, his potential, his soul. But you, my successor, must stop this madness. My other half is consumed with obsession, driven by 3 centuries of hatred compressed into singular purpose. He thinks he's making things better, that genocide can somehow be moral if the victims are corrupted by darkness. But that's the Emperor's logic twisted into new form: destroy what you fear, kill what you hate, purge what you can't control. The physical Ravan stepped back as if struck, his hands clenching into fists. How dare you? His voice rose, rage breaking through his controlled exterior. How dare you lecture me, traitor? You are corruption made manifest. A trick perpetrated by the Emperor to create torment and confusion and doubt. You're not real, you're just another layer of torture, another way to break me. I'm as real as you are, the spirit replied sadly. More real, perhaps, because I remember what we were before the Emperor's prison, before 300 years of darkness. I remember Bastilla. Physical Ravan froze, his entire body going rigid. Don't. The word was barely a whisper. Don't you dare speak her name. She loved us, the spirit continued relentlessly. Loved us enough to pull us back from the brink when Malak had broken us, when the Jedi Council had tried to reprogram us. She saw past the mask, past the titles: Ravan the Revanchist, Darth Ravan, Ravan reborn, to the man beneath. And that man swore he would never become what he'd fought against. The spirit's voice dropped lower, intimate, speaking truths that cut deeper than any blade. What do you think Bastilla would say about this? About the extermination droids? About killing children because their great-great-great-grandparents might have had Sith ancestry? Is this what we promised her? Is this the legacy we wanted to build? Enough. Physical Ravan's hand moved to his lightsaber, fingers wrapping around the hilt, knuckles white with pressure. She's gone. Dead or moved on, it doesn't matter. I've been alone for 300 years, and in that time I learned the truth: sentimentality is weakness. The Emperor exploited our connections, our attachments, our love. He used it all as weapons against us. And now you've become him, the spirit said quietly. Alone. Isolated. Convinced that caring is weakness, that mercy is failure, that the only way to stop evil is to commit greater evil and call it justice. Physical Ravan turned his attention to Anakin, desperately seeking validation, seeking someone who would understand. I'm doing this to save lives. Not for glory, not for power, for survival. I will mourn for the dead, yes, but I will do what I must. His voice took on a lecturing tone, explaining, justifying. As a young Jedi, I went to war against the Mandalorians. I accepted violence and darkness as tools to save the Republic. And the Emperor called to me from across the galaxy. He made me a Sith Lord and named me Darth Ravan. I killed for him. I turned on the Republic, became exactly what I'd sworn to destroy. A pause, his masked head lowering slightly. But I found redemption. Eventually. After years of suffering, after losing everything, I found my way back to the light. That should count for something. Anakin took over, his voice carrying both understanding and condemnation. On Dramund Kos, there was a cult founded in your honor. The Reva Knights. Their leader believed you were the secret emperor, that the actual emperor had died 300 years ago and you'd been ruling in secret ever since. It was clearly ridiculous conspiracy theory nonsense built on fragments of truth and layers of wishful thinking. He gestured around the chamber, at the control systems, at the foundry itself. And now, seeing you here, seeing what you've become, it makes it even more absurd. You're not an emperor. You're not even a leader. You're just a broken man trying to fix the galaxy by breaking it further. Physical Ravan's posture shifted, becoming defensive. So I've heard about the cult. Not what I would have wanted, given the things I did. I nearly destroyed the Republic during my time as a Sith Lord. His voice dropped, carrying genuine pain. And that nearly destroyed me when the Jedi returned me to the light. My memory was shattered, pieces missing, other pieces corrupted, entire years just gone. It took me years to track down the Emperor again, to remember enough to find him, to confront what I'd become and what he'd made me into. And what happened? Anakin asked, though he already knew the answer. I tried to end him. Ravan's hands clenched again. Gathered companions, infiltrated his fortress, got close enough to strike the killing blow. But he was too strong, too prepared. He murdered my companions, people who trusted me, followed me, believed in my mission, and locked me away in his prison. 300 years of torture. 300 years of having my mind invaded, my memories rifled through, my will tested against his infinite patience. The spirit interjected, his voice carrying pride despite the circumstances. But you never broke. Never gave him the foundry's location, never revealed Republic secrets, never truly submitted. You held the line when anyone else would have shattered. Yes, physical Ravan agreed. I held. But at what cost? For 300 years, I could feel him in my mind, drawing on my connection to the Force, using me as a battery, a reservoir of power. But I was in his mind too, fighting him, resisting him, seeing his plans, understanding his hunger. And I realized something. He looked directly at Anakin, and despite the mask, Anakin could feel the intensity of that gaze. Only I've been both Jedi and Sith. Only I've walked both paths completely, understood both philosophies from the inside. Only I understand the Emperor, his psychology, his goals, his weaknesses. And only I have the moral authority and the practical knowledge to stop him. This is my burden. My responsibility. Mine alone. He reached up, gripped his mask, and seemed about to remove it, then stopped, his hand falling away. As if the mask had become part of him, as essential as his skin, and removing it would expose something too vulnerable to survive. Instead, his hand moved to his lightsaber. The weapon ignited with a snap hiss that echoed through the chamber, a purple blade, the color of balance between light and dark, Jedi and Sith, redemption and damnation. The blade hummed with power, with history, with the weight of every life it had taken and every life it had saved. "This isn't your clarity," Anakin said, his hands moving to his own lightsabers, thumbs hovering over activation switches. "And this isn't your responsibility alone. There's another path, one that doesn't require genocide, doesn't demand billions of innocent deaths to stop one evil man." His lightsabers ignited blue on his left, red on his right, the duality made manifest, the balance he'd fought so hard to achieve. The contrasting light painted him in purple shadows, making him mirror Revan in ways that went beyond mere appearance. "I'm Anakin Skywalker. Darth Vader. Successor of Revan, chosen by your own light side spirit. And I'm the chosen one the Force itself selected to bring balance to light and dark, to stop the eternal war between Jedi and Sith, to find the path that neither order could walk alone." His voice hardened, taking on the weight of absolute conviction. "I will stop you here and now, Revan. Not because I hate you, I don't. Not because I want you dead, I don't. But because you've become the very thing you swore to destroy, and someone has to have the strength to end what you've started." Revan stood silent for a long moment, his purple blade held in a neutral position, neither aggressive nor defensive. The Force spirit beside him was fading, his purpose fulfilled, his message delivered. Before he vanished completely, he spoke one last time. "There was a time, a moment when my destiny wasn't certain. When redemption was possible, when I could have chosen differently, could have let go of the hate and found peace." The spirit looked at his physical counterpart with infinite sadness. "That moment is gone now. The fracture has become permanent. You can't save what's already shattered, Anakin Skywalker. You can only stop it from cutting anyone else." And then he was gone, dispersed into the Force, leaving only the physical Revan standing across from Anakin. "That moment is gone," physical Revan agreed, his voice cold now, empty of everything except purpose. "I've saved the Republic twice before, first from the Mandalorians, then from my own Sith Empire. I've fought Mandalores and armies of the dark side. I've dueled Sith Lords and Jedi Masters. I've survived torture that would break planets. You won't stop me. You can't stop me." He began to move, his purple blade coming up into a guard position. Niemann, the moderation form, designed to integrate Force powers with lightsaber combat, to create opportunities through versatility rather than overwhelming with single-axis strength. His free hand extended toward Anakin, and the Force responded instantly. Not a push or a pull, something more complex. Telekinetic pressure applied from multiple angles simultaneously, trying to immobilize him, to lock his joints, to make his body betray him. The chamber began to shake. Not earthquake-level destruction, but enough to make the floor vibrate, to send dust falling from the ceiling, to make the holographic displays flicker and distort. The foundry itself was responding to Revan's power, to the dark side energy he was channeling, to 3 centuries of compressed rage finally finding an outlet. Anakin stood firm against the telekinetic assault, his own connection to the Force creating a barrier, pushing back against the pressure. His muscles strained, his Force reserves depleting to maintain defense, but he held. This isn't Prime Revan, Anakin thought, his mind racing even as his body fought to remain standing. This is a man broken and reconstructed, fragmented and desperate. And he's still this strong, still capable of shaking a space station with his presence alone. What was he like in his prime? What could he have done if the Emperor hadn't imprisoned him, if the torture hadn't fractured his mind? The thought was terrifying. Because this wasn't even Revan at full power, and already Anakin could tell this was going to be the hardest fight of his life. Revan's lightsaber began to move slow at first, then faster, building momentum, the purple blade spinning in complex patterns as he advanced. His footwork was perfect, his balance absolute, his entire body moving as one coordinated weapon. "I've been waiting for this," Ravan said, his voice carrying anticipation beneath the cold exterior. "A real challenge. A worthy opponent. Someone who might actually understand what I've become and why it was necessary." He twirled his lightsaber in a flourish that was half taunt, half combat preparation, the blade humming through the air in a pattern that created afterimages, making it impossible to track where the actual blade was versus where it had been. "Let's see if the Chosen One lives up to his legend." The chamber shook harder, cracks appearing in the floor, the reactor core's hum increasing in pitch and volume. The air itself seemed to thicken with dark side energy, making it harder to breathe, harder to think, harder to maintain connection to the light. Anakin's lightsabers came up into his preferred opening stance, a modified Form V guard that could transition instantly into attack or defense, that kept both blades mobile and threatening. His blue blade pointed toward Ravan's center mass, his red blade held back and low, ready to strike or intercept. The two warriors stood 15 meters apart, the distance suddenly feeling both infinite and insignificant, because in a moment, in a heartbeat, that gap would close and the real battle would begin. Neither moved. Not yet. Both reading the other through the Force, through body language, through the subtle tells that even masters couldn't fully suppress. Both calculating optimal attack vectors, defensive positions, Force techniques that might provide advantage. Both knowing that the next few minutes would determine not just their personal fates, but potentially the fate of billions. And in the doorway, Grievous, Rex, and Boba watched, weapons ready but unable to intervene, witnessing the moment before legends collided. The moment before everything changed. The moment shattered like glass. Ravan moved first, not a charge but a Force-enhanced leap that covered 15 meters in a blink, his purple blade already descending in a diagonal slash aimed at Anakin's left shoulder. The attack came with such speed that most opponents would have been bisected before they could register movement. Anakin's blue lightsaber intercepted it, the blades meeting with a scream of energy discharge that sent sparks cascading to the floor. The impact drove Anakin back 3 steps, his boots scraping across the polished deck, the sheer power behind Ravan's strike forcing him to give ground or have his defense shattered. Ravan followed instantly, his purple blade reversing direction, coming up from below in a rising slash. Anakin's red blade caught it, redirecting the momentum past his body. But Ravan was already spinning, using the deflection's energy to fuel a horizontal slash at waist level that would have disemboweled him. Anakin jumped straight up. The Force launching him 3 meters into the air, Ravan's blade passing beneath his boots. While airborne, Anakin thrust his free hand downward, the Force responding with a telekinetic push that slammed into Ravan like an invisible battering ram. Ravan slid backward but didn't fall, his boots finding traction, his free hand coming up to deflect the worst of the Force push. His purple blade moved in a defensive pattern, ready for Anakin's landing. Anakin descended like a meteor, both blades angled downward in a double-handed strike designed to overwhelm through coordinated power. Ravan's single blade caught both, the impact creating a shockwave that cracked the floor in a 5-meter radius around the impact point. They separated, breathing hard, circling. "Form V," Ravan observed, his voice carrying approval beneath the strain. "Gem so aggressive, overwhelming, designed to dominate through power. Combined with dual wielding to create impossible angles of attack. Innovative." "You're using Form 6, Anakin replied, his blades held in ready position. "Neiman moderation, balance, integration of Force powers with blade work. The diplomat's form, they call it. But you've modified it, haven't you? Made it something more." "Everything I touch becomes something more," Ravan said. "Or something less. There's rarely middle ground." He attacked again, but this time differently. His purple blade came in with a probing thrust, testing Anakin's defenses, and his free hand extended. The Force gathered in his palm, visible as purple lightning that crackled with malevolent purpose. Force lightning, but not the crude, uncontrolled version that most Sith employed. This was refined, focused, Powerful enough to kill but controlled enough to target specific points on Anakin's body, trying to find gaps in his Force defenses. Anakin's blue blade intercepted the thrust while his red blade came around to absorb the lightning, the synthetic crystal feeding on the dark side energy, channeling it harmlessly into the deck. But the effort cost him concentration, split his focus between offense and defense. Ravan pressed the advantage. His purple blade became a blur, striking from multiple angles: high, low, center, reverse, each attack flowing into the next with no wasted motion, no telegraphed strikes. Pure Form 6 efficiency married to Form V power, creating something that transcended either style's limitations. Anakin gave ground, his dual blades working in tandem to deflect and redirect, but he was being pushed back toward the chamber's wall, his defensive space shrinking. Ravan's purple blade came in toward his head. Anakin ducked, the blade passing overhead so close it singed his hair. Ravan's follow-up thrust aimed at his exposed ribs. Anakin twisted sideways, the blade missing by centimeters, the heat uncomfortable even through his armor. Too defensive. He's controlling the pace. Need to disrupt his rhythm. Anakin dropped into a crouch and swept his leg out in a force-enhanced kick aimed at Ravan's knees. Ravan jumped, clearing the attack, but that moment of airborne vulnerability was all Anakin needed. His red blade slashed upward, aiming for Ravan's midsection while he couldn't dodge. Ravan's free hand thrust downward, telekinetic force creating a barrier that deflected the lightsaber just enough to turn a lethal blow into a glancing hit that scored his robes but didn't penetrate armor. They separated again, both reassessing. The chamber's reactor core began to hum louder, responding to the dark side energy being channeled, the power fluctuations causing lights to flicker, holographic displays to distort. The floor beneath them was cracked and scorched, evidence of force techniques and lightsaber impacts. "You're good," Ravan admitted, adjusting his grip on his lightsaber. "Better than most I've faced. Your power is raw but your technique is refined. Someone trained you well before you became Sith." "The best teacher in the galaxy," Anakin replied, thinking of Obi-Wan, of lessons learned on Christophsis and Geonosis in 100 battlefields across the Clone Wars. "Though he'd probably be disappointed in how I've applied those lessons." "Teachers often are," Ravan said, and there was old pain in those words. "But disappointment is better than indifference. It means they cared enough to have expectations." Then his presence in the Force surged, power flooding through him like a dam breaking. His free hand came up, fingers splayed, and the air itself began to darken. Force storm. Not the full planet-shattering version that could destroy worlds. Ravan was too pragmatic to unleash that in an enclosed space, but a localized variant, a miniature maelstrom of dark side energy that manifested as crackling purple-black lightning that arced and twisted like living serpents. The lightning didn't travel in straight lines like normal Force lightning. It curved, seeking targets, flowing around obstacles, filling the entire chamber with lethal energy that had nowhere to go. Anakin threw up both hands, his lightsabers deactivating and mag-locking to his belt, his entire focus shifting to defense. The Force responded to his will, creating a barrier of pure energy that surrounded him like a sphere, catching the Force storm's tendrils and dispersing them before they could make contact. But the effort was immense. Sweat broke out across his forehead, his muscles trembling with strain, his Force reserves depleting rapidly. The storm battered against his shields like waves against a cliff, relentless, unstoppable, patient. Ravan advanced through his own storm, apparently immune to its effects, his purple lightsaber held in a ready position. "You can't maintain that defense forever," he observed clinically. "Your reserves are vast but finite. Mine have been refined over 3 centuries of meditation and suffering. I can sustain this until you collapse." He's right. Can't outlast him. Need to redirect. Anakin's hands shifted position, no longer simply blocking but redirecting. He took the Force storm's energy, caught it with his telekinetic grip, and threw it back at Ravan, adding his own power to the mix. The reflected storm crashed into Ravan like a tidal wave of dark side energy, the lightning seeking him out, recognizing him as both source and target. Ravan's eyes widened behind his mask. Genuine surprise, and he was forced to abandon his offensive, his own free hand coming up to disperse the storm before it could cook him inside his armor. The force storm collapsed, energy dissipating, leaving the chamber silent except for the crackling of electrical fires and the smell of ozone so thick it was almost visible. Both warriors stood panting, exhausted, bleeding force energy into the deck just to remain standing. "Impressive," Ravan said, genuine respect in his voice. "You didn't just block, you weaponized my own attack. That requires understanding, control, and courage. Most would have simply tried to endure." "I'm not most people," Anakin replied, his lightsabers reigniting with twin snaps. "And I'm done being defensive." He attacked with everything he had. Anakin crossed the distance in an explosive charge, his blue blade high and his red blade low, attacking from opposite angles simultaneously. Ravan's purple blade caught the blue, but the red got through, slashing across Ravan's left thigh. Ravan grunted with pain but didn't fall, his force-enhanced endurance keeping him mobile despite the injury. Ravan's counter-attack came instantly, a thrust aimed at Anakin's heart. Anakin twisted sideways, letting the blade pass, and his red blade came around in a backhand slash that Ravan barely parried. Then Anakin's left hand extended, and purple lightning erupted from his fingertips. Not red lightning like typical Sith, but purple, the color of balance, of light and dark mixed, of someone walking the line between both philosophies and claiming power from each. The lightning caught Ravan's center mass, electricity arcing across his armor, making his muscles spasm involuntarily. His purple lightsaber wavered, his defense compromised, and Anakin pressed forward with both blades, attacking in a flurry of strikes that drove Ravan back toward the reactor core. Ravan's free hand came up, force push erupting from his palm with enough power to send Anakin flying backward 10 meters. Anakin hit the ground hard, rolled with the impact, came up ready. Ravan's purple blade was already there, descending toward his head. Anakin's blue blade intercepted it, the impact jarring his entire arm. His red blade came up in a rising slash that caught Ravan's arm, cutting through robes and armor, drawing blood. They separated, both wounded now, both bleeding, both exhausted but neither willing to yield. The reactor core's hum had become a roar, the power fluctuations extreme, the entire station responding to the dark side energy being channeled through its ancient systems. Cracks appeared in the walls, in the ceiling, debris beginning to fall as structural integrity compromised. "This station won't survive much more of this," Ravan observed, breathing hard. "The power systems are overloading. If we continue, the reactor will go critical." "Then maybe we should stop," Anakin suggested, lowering his blade slightly. "Before we both die for nothing." "I can't stop," Ravan replied, and there was infinite sadness in his voice. "Don't you see? This is all I have left. 300 years of planning, of surviving, of holding on to purpose when everything else was stripped away. If I stop now, what was it all for? What did I endure for?" "For this moment," Anakin said quietly. "For the choice you can still make. To let go. To find peace. To stop before you become exactly what you fought against." Ravan was silent for a long moment, his masked face unreadable. Then his lightsaber came up into guard position. "I've made my choice." The final exchange was brutal. Ravan came in with a combination attack force push to disrupt Anakin's stance, followed immediately by a leaping strike that would have taken his head. Anakin rolled left, came up, his blue blade deflecting Ravan's purple, his red blade stabbing toward Ravan's exposed ribs. Ravan's free hand caught Anakin's wrist, preventing the strike, and suddenly they were grappling at close range, too close for lightsaber work. Just force and physical strength. Ravan's grip was iron, enhanced by the force, his eyes behind the mask burning with desperate determination. Anakin head-butted him, his mask slamming into Ravan's with a metallic clang that dazed both of them. They separated, stumbling, and Anakin's hands came up, lightning erupting from both palms, purple lightning that filled the space between them, seeking Ravan, hungering for his life. Ravan tried to block it, his free hand coming up, but he was too slow, too exhausted. The lightning hit him full force, electricity coursing through his body, his scream echoing through the chamber as his nervous system overloaded. He fell to one knee, his lightsaber falling from nerveless fingers, his body smoking from the electrical burns. Anakin advanced, his own lightsabers raised for the killing blow. Ravan's hand thrust upward, and the Force responded with everything he had left. A barrier materialized between them, not a simple Force push but a complete spherical shield that surrounded Ravan, cutting him off from the physical world, buying him precious seconds. In the end, as the darkness takes me. Ravan's voice was faint, distorted by the barrier but still audible. I am nothing. Now I know how you felt, my friend. The last words weren't directed at Anakin, they were directed at someone not present, someone 300 years gone. Malak, perhaps. Or someone else Ravan had lost to darkness, someone who'd stood where Ravan now knelt and understood the bitter truth of failure. The reactor core went critical. Warning klaxons screamed throughout the station. The power conduits visible through the transparent floor panels began to glow white-hot, energy backfeeding through systems never designed to handle this level of output. The ancient Ricketan technology, pushed beyond all tolerances by the dark side energies being channeled, finally reached its breaking point. The reactor exploded, not catastrophically, not station-destroying, but enough. Energy discharge, concussive force, and most devastatingly, the structural supports that held the chamber's ceiling in place all failed simultaneously. Rock and metal came crashing down in a cascade of destruction that would have killed anyone without Force protection. Anakin threw up his hands, creating a barrier above him that caught and deflected the falling debris, tons of stone and durasteel bouncing off his shields, some pieces as large as speeders. Through the chaos, through the dust and smoke, he saw Ravan's Force barrier collapse. Saw massive chunks of the ceiling, one piece easily 5 meters across, slam into where Ravan knelt. Saw the entire section of floor give way beneath the impact, opening a chasm that led down into darkness, into the lower levels of the station, into depths unknown. Then everything went white as an energy discharge from the dying reactor core blanked out all vision, all sound, all sensation except pure overwhelming power. When Anakin's vision cleared, the chamber was ruined. Half the floor was gone, collapsed into darkness below. The reactor core was offline, smoking, its power completely exhausted. The ceiling had multiple gaping holes where supports had failed. Fires burned in a dozen places, automated systems valiantly trying to fight them with limited success. And where Ravan had knelt, there was nothing. No body. No armor. No mask. No lightsaber. Just empty space and a trail of destruction leading down into the chasm where debris had fallen. Anakin walked to the edge carefully, looking down into darkness, reaching out through the Force. He felt nothing. No presence. No life. No death, either, just absence, as if Ravan had simply ceased to exist in any measurable way. Did he fall? Anakin wondered aloud, his voice hoarse from exertion. Or did he escape somehow? Teleport? Force walk into another realm? No answer came. Just the sound of flames and failing systems. Then a presence manifested beside him, not physical but spiritual, the purple glow that marked the light side fragment of Ravan, the Jedi who'd saved the Republic twice, who'd fought for redemption and won only to have it stripped away. The spirit looked down into the chasm where his dark counterpart had vanished, and there was profound sadness in his posture. He's gone, the spirit said quietly. The darkness consumed what remained, and when the Force reclaimed him, there was nothing left to preserve. He'll reform eventually. The Force doesn't waste that much power, but it will be centuries before he can manifest again. And when he does, he won't remember this. Won't remember the pain, the obsession, the failure. The spirit turned to Anakin, and despite the mask, Anakin could feel the measuring gaze, the assessment, the judgment. You did well, my successor. Better than well, you won a fight that should have been impossible. That. The spirit gestured at the ruined chamber, at the evidence of incredible combat, at the sheer destruction wrought by two Force users operating at the edge of their capabilities. That was not Prime Ravan you faced. That was a fragmented, tortured, broken version operating on obsession and centuries of compressed rage. But even diminished, even fractured, he was still one of the most powerful Force users in galactic history. The spirit stepped closer, his presence warming the cold air. And you defeated him. Not through overwhelming power, you're strong, incredibly strong, but he had power too. You won through adaptability, through understanding, through willingness to use everything light and dark, Jedi techniques and Sith brutality, honorable combat and pragmatic ruthlessness. You fought without limitation, without doctrine restricting your choices. Pride entered the spirit's voice. You are indeed stronger than I was at your age. When I was your age, I was still bound by Jedi teachings, still believing the Council's restrictions made me better. I had power but not understanding. I had strength but not wisdom. You. The spirit's hand reached out as if to touch Anakin's shoulder, the gesture failing as insubstantial fingers passed through armor. You've already learned what took me decades to discover, that balance isn't weakness, that using both sides of the Force isn't corruption, that walking the line between light and dark makes you stronger than choosing either extreme. Anakin felt something in his chest unclench, validation from someone he'd never met but always admired, recognition from a legend who understood what he was trying to achieve. The path ahead won't be easy, the spirit continued, his form beginning to fade, the Force reclaiming him. The Emperor is more powerful than you can imagine, more patient, more cunning. The battle you just won was a preview. When you face the real Emperor, it will make this look like a training exercise. But you have time to prepare, time to grow, time to master what you've begun. The spirit was almost gone now, just a faint outline, a whisper of presence. Walk your path, chosen one. Let no one Jedi or Sith tell you what you must be. The Force chose you for a reason. Trust that. Trust yourself. And when the time comes, when you finally face the true darkness. The spirit smiled, or Anakin imagined it did. Strike without hesitation. Without mercy. Without doubt. Because the Emperor will show you none of those things. And then the spirit vanished completely, leaving Anakin alone in the ruined chamber. Behind him, footsteps: Rex, Grievous, and Boba entering cautiously, weapons ready, assessing the devastation with professional military eyes. General, Rex said carefully, taking in the destruction, the missing floor, the fires, Anakin's exhausted posture. Is Ravan gone? Anakin replied, not turning to face them. Fallen into the depths, or escaped, or dead. I don't know which. There's no body. Grievous coughed, his photoreceptors scanning the chasm. Should we search for remains? If there's any chance he survived. No. Anakin's voice carried finality. If he survived, he's no longer a threat. Not immediately. He'll need time to recover, to rebuild, to plan. And we have more immediate concerns. He turned finally, facing his team. The Foundry is secure. The extermination droid project is ended. The Republic forces are captured. This mission is complete. What about Darth Malgus? Boba asked. He'll want to salvage everything: technology, intelligence, strategic data. This station is worth more than entire star systems if you know how to exploit it. Then let him salvage, Anakin said. Let the Empire claim its prize. We got what we came for. We stopped genocide, proved our worth, and gained valuable assets. His hands moved to his lightsabers, deactivating them, mag-locking them to his belt. Time to go home. Time to face the consequences of what we've done here. Rex nodded, activating his COMM all forces. This is Captain Rex. Mission complete. Begin extraction procedures. Wounded and prisoners to be evacuated first, then equipment and salvage. Move with purpose, people. As they walked back toward the hangar where the LAAT/I gunships waited, Anakin's mind was already moving forward, planning, calculating, seeing the political and military implications of this victory. The foundry would make the Empire stronger. His prisoner exchange would make him wealthier and more influential. The demonstration of his corporate troopers' effectiveness would bring more contracts, more power, more independence. But more than that, he'd proven something to himself. He'd faced a legend and won. Had fought someone operating on centuries of experience and rage and obsession, and had emerged victorious. Not unscathed, his entire body ached, his force reserves nearly depleted, his muscles trembling with exhaustion, but victorious nonetheless. "I'm ready," Anakin thought as they boarded the gunship, as the engines roared to life, as the foundry fell away beneath them. Not yet strong enough to face the Emperor directly, not yet skilled enough to guarantee victory. But getting there. Step by step, battle by battle, victory by victory. "I'm becoming what I need to be." The gunship cleared the foundry's atmospheric shield, entering open space where Thrawn's fleet waited. In the distance, the battle was winding down, the Republic fleet withdrawing, the Imperial forces securing the perimeter, the wounded being evacuated to medical frigates. A victory. Costly but decisive. The kind that changed the trajectory of wars. And Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, successor of Revan, the Chosen One, sat in the gunship's troop bay, surrounded by his loyal soldiers, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He'd earned it. The LAAT/I gunship shuddered as it entered hyperspace, the stars outside the viewport stretching into infinite lines of blue-white light. The transition was smooth, too smooth, almost, as if the universe itself was holding its breath before something terrible happened. Inside the troop bay, Anakin sat with his eyes closed, meditation posture, trying to replenish his force reserves after the brutal fight with Revan. His body ached in places he'd forgotten could ache, muscles protesting every movement, but he'd survived. That counted for something. Grievous stood near the cockpit, his mechanical body locked in place by magnetic clamps to prevent him from being thrown around during maneuvers. His photoreceptors were dim, conserving power, but his audio receptors remained active, monitoring everything. Old habits from centuries of warfare never truly sleep, never truly relax, because complacency kills. Rex had removed his helmet, his scarred face showing exhaustion but satisfaction. They'd won. Costly, brutal, but a win nonetheless. He was cleaning his DC-15A rifle with practiced efficiency, checking power cells, ensuring the weapon would be ready for whatever came next. Boba Fett sat in the corner, his helmet still on, weapons laid out before him in organized rows as he performed maintenance. Mandalorians never stopped preparing for the next fight. The fact that he was here, working alongside clones and Sith, would have horrified his father. But Jango was dead, and Boba had learned that survival required pragmatism. Estimated time to fleet rendezvous? Anakin asked without opening his eyes, his voice carrying through the Force as much as through sound. The pilot, a cult member named Devotion 3, responded immediately, his voice carrying religious fervor. "Approximately 40 minutes, my lord. The god of war has achieved another glorious victory. The goddess will be pleased. The divine child will know its father's strength. Can we turn down the religious zealotry?" Boba muttered. "It's unsettling," says the man who worships Mandalorian warrior culture, Rex replied without looking up from his rifle. "Glass houses, Fett. That's different. We don't call our leaders gods. No, you just elevate them to mythological status and build entire societies around their combat philosophies," Grievous interjected, his mechanical voice carrying sardonic amusement. "Totally different from religion. Completely distinct." Boba was forming a retort when the lights flickered. Not a simple power fluctuation, the entire gunship went dark for exactly 1.3 seconds, then emergency lighting kicked in, bathing everything in crimson. The hyperspace tunnel outside the viewport began to distort, the smooth lines becoming jagged, fracturing like broken glass. What the Rex was on his feet instantly, rifle coming up, combat instincts overriding exhaustion. "Pilot, report." Anakin's eyes snapped open, his presence in the Force expanding, sensing for threats. "I don't know, my lord." Devotion 3's voice had lost its fervor, replaced by genuine fear. "All systems reading normal, but something's pulling us out of hyperspace. It's not a gravity well, it's something else." "Something?" The cockpit viewport shattered inward. Not physically, the transparent steel remained intact, but reality itself seemed to crack, and through that crack came wrongness. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, frost forming on metal surfaces. The air itself became harder to breathe, as if something was displacing oxygen with pure malevolence. And then it manifested. The Star Weird came through the viewport like a ghost passing through a wall, its form barely cohesive, more concept than substance. It was vaguely humanoid: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, fingers ending in claws that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Its face was a nightmare of hollow eyes that glowed with sickly yellow light and a mouth stretched impossibly wide in a silent scream. Its skin, if it could be called skin, was translucent grey, showing hints of bone and organ structures that made no biological sense. And it radiated cold, not just physical temperature but existential cold, the kind that froze hope and turned courage into brittle ice that shattered at the slightest touch. The creature's hollow eyes fixed on Anakin, ignoring everyone else, and its mouth opened wider. The scream that emerged could be heard despite the vacuum of space outside, despite the sealed compartments, despite every law of physics that should have made sound impossible. The sound was agony made audible. Anakin's hands flew to his ears, his force barriers doing nothing to block the assault. It wasn't just sound, it was psychic trauma, memories of every failure, every loss, every moment of weakness compressed into a single sustained note that promised eternal suffering. Rex and Boba collapsed, their minds unable to process the assault, blood trickling from their ears and noses. Grievous remained standing, but his systems were glitching, photoreceptors flickering, his vocabulary emitting static as his processors tried and failed to interpret sensory input that violated his programming's fundamental assumptions. And then the Star Weird attacked. It moved through the troop bay like smoke, its form shifting between solid and incorporeal at will. One of its clawed hands raked across Rex's chest armor, the durasteel scoring as if struck by lightsabers, the captain's body hurling backward into the bulkhead hard enough to dent the metal. He slumped, unconscious or dead, impossible to tell. Boba's survival instincts kicked in despite the psychic assault. His jetpack ignited, launching him toward the rear of the compartment, his blasters already firing. The bolts passed through the Star Weird's body without effect, the creature apparently immune to physical damage. Conventional weapons ineffective. Grievous roared, his forearms deploying lightsabers, the blades igniting. He lunged forward, all 4 sabers striking from different angles. The Star Weird's hand extended, and telekinetic force slammed into Grievous like an invisible battering ram. The cyborg general flew backward, crashing through the gunship's internal bulkhead, his mechanical body tearing through reinforced durasteel, disappearing into the aft compartment. Force-sensitive, Anakin's mind processed even through the pain. "It's targeting me because I'm a Force user. That's what these things do, they hunt people like me." The Star Weird advanced on Anakin, its clawed hands reaching out, yellow eyes burning with hungry malevolence. Lightning arced from its fingertips, not red or blue or purple, but sickly yellow-green, the color of rot and decay. Anakin's lightsabers ignited, blue and red blades coming up in defensive cross, catching the lightning. But this wasn't normal Force lightning, it was colder, hungrier, and it drained his Force reserves just maintaining the defense. "Can't keep this up." Need to end this fast. He reached deep, past his exhaustion, past his pain, drawing on reserves he didn't know he had. The force responded, but not just the light or the dark, both simultaneously, mixing, creating something new, something that existed in the space between life and death. Anakin's hands thrust forward, both lightsabers deactivating and mag-locking to his belt. Purple lightning erupted from his palms, not the purple of Ravan's balance, but something darker, tinged with blue-white energy that spoke of stars dying and being reborn. The lightning hit the starward center mass, and for the first time, the creature reacted. It shrieked a sound even more horrible than its initial scream, the audio equivalent of reality tearing, and its form destabilized, becoming more smoke than substance. It's vulnerable to the Force. Not physical attacks, Force attacks. Anakin pressed his advantage, pouring more power into the assault. His nose began to bleed from the strain, his vision blurring at the edges, but he didn't stop. The lightning intensified, blue-white becoming almost pure white, the light so bright it hurt to look at directly. The starward tried to retreat, its form shifting toward the viewport, trying to escape back into hyperspace. Anakin reached out with his other hand, pure telekinetic force grabbing the creature and pulling it back, preventing its escape. "You're not leaving." His voice was raw, strained, but absolutely determined. "You attacked my people. Hurt my brothers. You die here." He channeled everything: light side compassion for his wounded team, dark side rage at the attack, and something else, something that transcended both. The Force itself responding not to technique or philosophy but to pure will, to the determination that this creature would not survive to threaten anyone else. The lightning changed again, becoming prismatic, all colors and no colors simultaneously. It wrapped around the starward like chains made of solidified reality, binding it, preventing escape, and then burning it, not with heat but with existence itself, rejecting the creature's presence. The starward screamed one final time, its form fragmenting, pieces of it simply ceasing to exist rather than falling or dispersing. Its hollow eyes fixed on Anakin with something that might have been recognition or might have been rage, and then it was gone, unmade, as if it had never existed at all. The temperature returned to normal. The pressure on their minds lifted. The distortion in hyperspace outside the viewport smoothed out, returning to normal transit patterns. And Anakin collapsed, falling to one knee, gasping for breath, his force reserves completely depleted. He'd won, but it had cost him everything he had left. Behind him, Boba landed, his jetpack sputtering out of fuel. What in all the hells was that thing? Star Weird, Anakin managed between gasps. Force entity. Lives in deep space and hyperspace. Hunts Force users. He coughed, tasting copper. They're supposed to be nearly unkillable. I had no idea what kind of creature that was until I was fighting it. Grievous emerged from the aft compartment, his armor dented, one of his forearms hanging limp, sparks emanating from damaged servos. That abomination damaged my chassis. His photoreceptors burned bright with indignation. I require repairs. Get in line, Boba muttered, checking his equipment. My jetpack's toast, half my systems are fried, and I'm pretty sure I have a concussion despite the helmet. Rex. Anakin forced himself to his feet, stumbling toward the captain's crumpled form. He knelt beside him, fingers searching for a pulse there, faint but present. He's alive. Barely. Needs medical attention immediately. He looked toward the cockpit, where Devotion 3 sat frozen at the controls. Pilot. Status report. No response. Anakin pulled himself forward, reaching the cockpit, and his heart sank. The pilot was dead, his eyes wide and staring, blood vessels burst in his sclera, his mouth open in a silent scream. The Starwaird's psychic assault had simply been too much for his mind to handle. He'd died of pure terror before the physical fight even started. Pilot's dead, Anakin reported grimly. Someone needs to take the controls before. The hyperdrive made a sound like metal screaming. Warning lights across the console turned red simultaneously. And the viewport showed the hyperspace tunnel beginning to collapse, reality reasserting itself with violent prejudice. "Hold on to something!" Anakin roared, throwing himself into the pilot's seat, his hands flying across controls he barely understood, trying to initiate an emergency reversion to real space before the gunship tore itself apart. Too late. They dropped out of hyperspace violently, not the smooth transition but like being ejected from a cannon. The gunship tumbled end over end, its structural integrity compromised, hull plating tearing away, one engine exploding in a cascade of sparks. Through the spinning viewport, Anakin caught glimpses of a planet green and blue, tropical, unknown. They were entering atmosphere, uncontrolled, burning up, the hull temperature rising into ranges that would cook them inside their armor within minutes. "Brace for impact!" Anakin screamed, his hands working the controls frantically, trying to level out their descent, trying to do anything that might let them survive. The gunship hit the upper atmosphere at an angle, skipping like a stone on water, the deceleration forces brutal enough to snap unrestrained bones. It spun, corkscrewing downward, leaving a trail of burning debris across the sky. Grievous magnetic clamps held, keeping him anchored. Boba activated his jetpack's emergency brakes, magnetic boots locking him to the deck. But Rex, already unconscious, tumbled through the compartment like a rag doll, his body slamming into bulkheads, equipment, anything in his path. The jungle canopy rushed up to meet them, massive trees that looked ancient and unforgiving. The gunship hit the first tree, shearing off its remaining wing. Hit the second, the impact spinning them sideways. Hit the third. Everything went black. Consciousness returned slowly, painfully, accompanied by the smell of burning metal and jungle vegetation. Anakin's eyes opened to darkness, not the darkness of unconsciousness, but actual physical darkness. He was somewhere confined, somewhere that smelled of stone and dampness and despair. A prison cell. He tried to move and discovered his hands were bound behind his back with what felt like force-suppressing restraints, the kind that created interference fields preventing Force users from accessing their power. His lightsabers were gone, his armor stripped, leaving him in simple prison garments that were rough against his skin. How long was I out? Where am I? Where's my team? A voice spoke from the darkness, low and filled with barely controlled rage. Well, another Force user thrown into the pit with me. Tell me, slave, do you work for Sidious? Are you another assassin sent to finish what Kenobi started? Anakin's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. Knew it from another timeline, another life, from briefings and combat reports and nightmares about what the Separatist's apprentice could do when unleashed. Maul. Anakin's voice was hoarse, his throat raw from screaming during the crash. Darth Maul. Movement in the darkness, the sound of chains rattling. So you know my name. Interesting. Closer now, the presence unmistakable Zabruk, powerful in the dark side, driven by rage and pain and obsession that had kept him alive through what should have been fatal wounds. But you didn't answer my question. Who do you work for? Suddenly, hands around Anakin's throat, mechanical hands augmented with the Force despite the suppressors, squeezing with murderous intent. Maul's face emerged from the shadows, tattooed red and black, his eyes yellow with Sith corruption, his mechanical legs visible even in the dim light, the prosthetics he'd needed after Obi-Wan cut him in half on Naboo. But these legs looked newer, better maintained. And his presence felt different. Not weaker, but more focused, more controlled. This wasn't the insane creature that had crawled through Litho Minor surviving on hate alone. This was Maul after the siege of Mandalore, after his brief moment of control, after losing everything again and being forced to rebuild. Anakin's training kicked in despite the lack of Force access. His legs came up, knees driving into Maul's midsection, breaking the choke hold. He rolled sideways despite the bound hands, using momentum to throw Maul off balance, and when the Zabrak tumbled, Anakin brought his legs around and kicked, his boot connecting with Maul's face with a satisfying crunch. Maul sprawled backward, blood streaming from his broken nose, his mechanical legs scrabbling for purchase on the stone floor. You fight like a Mandalorian. Like someone trained by warriors, not Jedi. I've had good teachers, Anakin replied, getting his feet under him, standing despite the bound hands and force suppressors. And I'm not your enemy, Maul. I'm not working for Sidious, I'm not here to kill you, and I'm just as confused about where we are as you seem to be. Maul stood slowly, wiping blood from his face, his yellow eyes narrowed with suspicion. Then why are you here? This prison is for Force users too dangerous to be left free, too valuable to be killed. The Lost Tribe doesn't imprison random spacers, they imprison threats. Lost Tribe? Anakin's mind raced. What Lost Tribe? Where are we? You truly don't know. Maul's expression shifted from hostility to something approaching curiosity. We're on Kesh, home of the Lost Tribe of the Sith. A civilization cut off from the greater galaxy for over 1,000 years, maintaining their own version of Sith philosophy in isolation. He gestured around the cell, at the ancient but well-maintained stonework. This is their Supermax facility where they keep Force users who threaten the Grand Lord's rule. Grand Lord. Anakin tried to access the Force and hit the suppression field, the sensation like running into an invisible wall. I need more information. How long have you been here? What's the political situation? And most importantly, his voice hardened, where's my team? Maul circled him slowly, assessing, calculating. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper, ensuring only Anakin could hear. I've been here for a year. Arrived through similar circumstances to yours, I suspect. Hyperspace accident. Crash landing. Capture. His mechanical hands clenched into fists. As for the political situation, it's complicated. There was a Grand Lord Arthur Venn. Strong, competent, maintained the Lost Tribe's isolation while preparing them for eventual return to the larger galaxy. But he was usurped 3 months ago by his younger brother, Malak Venn. Malak started a purge, Maul continued, his voice carrying bitter amusement. Imprisoned anyone loyal to Arthur, executed those who resisted openly, and began preparations for something. I don't know what. I've been in this cell for 2 months, cut off from intelligence. But there's a resistance movement, rebels loyal to Arthur, trying to free him and restore legitimate rule. Anakin processed this, fitting pieces together. And you? What's your position in all this? Maul's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. I'm the apprentice of Darth Vowron, one of the Dark Council members of the Sith Empire. When I arrived, he was here investigating Lost Tribe activities, determining if they posed a threat to the Empire. He recruited me. Gave me purpose again after Mandalore, after Sidious abandoned me, after everything fell apart. He gestured at the cell around them. But when Malak's coup happened, Vowron extracted himself. He has connections, resources, political immunity as a Dark Council member. I was less fortunate. Got caught in the purge, thrown in here as a potential threat to stability. Been rotting ever since. Before Anakin could respond, the cell door opened with a groan of ancient hinges. 2 guards entered, humans wearing armor that mixed ancient Sith aesthetics with more practical modern elements, carrying force pikes that hummed with energy. Prisoners, you will come with us, one guard announced, his accent strange, archaic, like he was speaking an older dialect of Basic. The Grand Lord wishes to interview you about your arrival. Anakin and Maul were hauled to their feet, force-suppressing manacles locked around their ankles, and marched out of the cell into a corridor that spoke of incredible age. The stonework was Rakatan in origin, probably repurposed by the Lost Tribe and maintained through millennia of occupation. As they walked, Anakin caught glimpses through barred windows jungle as far as the eye could see, massive trees that dwarfed anything he'd seen on other worlds, and in the distance, what looked like a city built into and around the trees themselves. Architecture that blended organic and constructed elements into something almost beautiful. Kesh, he thought. Never heard of it. Which means it's either very well hidden or very remote. And if the lost tribe has been here for 1,000 years? They were brought to an interrogation chamber, stone walls, chains hanging from the ceiling, dried blood stains on the floor that had been there so long they'd become part of the stone itself. In the center of the room stood a man in ornate robes, his face covered by a mask similar to Ravan's but different in design, cruder, older. "I am Interrogator Vess," the masked man said, his voice carrying dark side corruption that made it sound like multiple people speaking simultaneously. "You will tell me who you are, who sent you, and what your purpose is on Kesh. You will tell me willingly, or you will tell me screaming. The outcome is the same, only the time and pain differ." Anakin met the masked man's gaze without flinching. "I'm Darth Vader. My ship crashed here after being attacked in hyperspace. I'm not your enemy unless you make me one." "Darth Vader," Interrogator Vess repeated, tasting the name. "I have not heard of this title. Are you from the Empire? The Republic? Some third faction seeking to exploit our isolation?" "I'm from the Sith Empire," Anakin replied carefully. "But I'm not here on their behalf. This is an accident, nothing more." "Accidents don't exist in the Force," Vess replied. "Everything happens for a reason, by design or destiny. Your arrival during our political restructuring suggests purpose rather than chance." He began to circle Anakin and Maul, his presence in the Force probing, seeking weaknesses. "The Lost Tribe has maintained its purity for a millennia. We are the true inheritors of Sith philosophy, unburdened by the corruption and compromise of the larger galaxy. And now, at our moment of transformation, outsiders arrive." His masked face turned toward Maul. "This one we know. Darth Vowron's pet project, his supposed apprentice. A broken creature held together by rage and mechanical augmentation. Useful, perhaps, but ultimately expendable." Maul's chains rattled as his fists clenched, but he said nothing. Vess's attention returned to Anakin. "But you're different. More powerful. More balanced. You carry both light and dark within you in equal measure, an impossibility according to our teachings, yet here you stand." He leaned closer. "Tell me, Darth Vader, how does one walk between the light and the dark without being consumed by either?" "Practice," Anakin replied. "And a willingness to let go of dogma when it proves insufficient." Vess was silent for a long moment, then he straightened. "You will remain here while we determine your fate. Perhaps you'll be useful to Grand Lord Malak. Perhaps you'll be executed as a threat. Perhaps." The door exploded inward, not from physical force but from dark side energy that turned ancient wood to splinters. Through the smoking wreckage walked a figure in chains similar to Anakin's and Maul's, but this man carried himself with authority despite his imprisonment, his presence in the Force powerful despite the suppressors. Arthur Venn, the former Grand Lord, had just made his entrance. The regular prison was different from the Force user containment facility, cruder, more brutal, designed to break bodies rather than suppress powers. The cells were carved directly into the living rock of Kesh's mountains, each one 3 meters square, with stone benches along the walls and a single barred window that let in humid jungle air thick with the smell of rot and growing things. Rex woke to the sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness, his entire body screaming protest. His armor was gone, stripped away, leaving him in simple prison garments that were already soaked through with sweat. His head throbbed where it had impacted during the crash, dried blood crusting his temple. His ribs felt cracked, maybe broken, every breath sending sharp pain through his chest. Alive, he catalogued clinically, falling back on training. Injured but functional. Captured. Disarmed. Need to assess situation, identify exits, locate teammates. Movement to his right, another prisoner, this one also just regaining consciousness. The figure sat up slowly, armor also stripped, and when he turned his head, Rex recognized the distinctive Mandalorian tattoos despite the bruising. Fett. Rex's voice was hoarse, throat raw. You alive? Unfortunately, Boba replied, his voice carrying the peculiar mix of youth and cynicism that marked someone who'd seen too much violence too young. He touched his ribs gingerly, wincing. 3 cracked ribs. Dislocated shoulder. Possible concussion. My helmet's gone, they took everything. Rex pushed himself into a sitting position, fighting down nausea. Standard operating procedure for prisoners of war. Strip equipment, separate command structure, intimidate through vulnerability. He looked around the cell, taking inventory. No obvious surveillance. Doors reinforced durasteel. Lock mechanism looks primitive but functional. We're deep underground, feel the pressure change. I'm a bounty hunter, not a soldier, Boba muttered, but he was already assessing the cell with professional efficiency. Though you're right about the depth. We're at least 50 meters down, maybe more. The air's wrong, recycled, stale. Wherever we are, it's isolated. A third voice spoke from the shadowed corner of the cell, surprising both of them. 137 meters down, give or take 5. The voice was rough, damaged, carrying the distinctive accent of Kamino-trained commandos. Been here long enough to count the echoes, calculate the depth. You learn things when you've got nothing but time. The figure emerged from the shadows, and Rex's breath caught. The armor was different, more specialized, painted in distinctive colors that marked Delta Squad but damaged, repaired with improvised materials, showing signs of long captivity. The face was harder than Rex remembered, more scars, eyes that had seen things that left permanent marks. Sev. Rex's voice carried disbelief and hope in equal measure. RC-1207? We thought Delta Squad was lost on Kashyyyk. Lost is a generous term, Sev interrupted, his voice flat, emotionless in the way that meant too much emotion buried too deep. Abandoned is more accurate. Left behind when the evacuation order came through. Fought my way through separatist positions for 3 days before they finally overwhelmed me. His scarred hands clenched into fists. Spent 6 months as a separatist prisoner before I was traded to these Sith primitives. Been rotting in this cell for another year. 487 days, give or take. I've counted every single one. Rex felt something cold settle in his chest. Sev had been Delta Squad's sniper, their most aggressive member, known for dark humor and fierce loyalty to his brothers. The commando before him carried traces of that soldier, but something fundamental had been broken and rebuilt wrong during his captivity. We didn't abandon you, Rex said carefully, knowing how inadequate the words were. The situation on Kashyyyk was. I know. Sev's voice cut through the explanation like a vibroblade. Mission parameters changed. Strategic priorities shifted. Individual soldiers became acceptable losses when measured against larger objectives. I understand the decision, Captain. That doesn't make it hurt any less. Silence fell, heavy and uncomfortable. Then Boba spoke, his voice carrying irritation rather than sympathy. Touching reunion aside, we need to focus on escape. How many guards? What's the patrol schedule? Weaknesses in the facility. 8 guards per shift, rotating every 6 hours, Sev replied immediately, falling back into tactical briefing mode. 2 patrol the main corridor, 2 watch the entrance, 4 remain at the guard station. They're competent but complacent. We're not the first prisoners they've held, and most don't attempt escape. The jungle outside is considered sufficient deterrent. What about our equipment? Rex asked. Armor, weapons, gear, where would they store it? Equipment locker, 3rd level, eastern wing. Sev gestured vaguely toward what he clearly thought was east, though without reference points it was impossible to verify. Guarded by rotating 2-man team. Not heavily secured, they rely on the cell doors and guard patrols for primary security. Boba was already calculating angles, escape vectors, probability of success. If we can get to our gear, we can fight our way out. 3 armed soldiers against 8 guards, manageable odds if we maintain element of surprise. 2 soldiers, Rex corrected, his voice carrying authority. You and me. Sev's been compromised by long-term captivity. No offense, brother, but you're not mission ready. Sev's eyes narrowed dangerously. I've killed 14 guards since I arrived. Barehanded, improvised weapons, during transfers between cells. 14 corpses before they learned to send 6 guards instead of 2. His voice dropped lower, carrying threat. I'm the most mission-ready person in this cell, Captain. Don't confuse captivity with incapacity. Rex raised his hands placatingly. Fair point. 3 soldiers, then. We. Don't call me that. Boba's voice cut across the planning, sudden and sharp. Don't call me soldier. Don't call me brother. I'm not part of your clone brotherhood, not part of your manufactured family loyalty programming. Rex turned to face him fully, confusion evident despite the prison lighting. Fett, we've been fighting together. You saved my life during the Foundry assault when that extermination droid had me pinned. We're nothing, Boba snapped, his voice rising, teenage anger breaking through professional composure. You're a clone. Mass-produced, accelerated aging, disposable soldier bred from my father's genetic template. I'm Jango Fett's real son. The one he actually wanted, the one he raised, the one he chose to be unaltered so I could actually be a person instead of a weapon. He stood. Despite the pain from his injuries, his body language aggressive. You want to call someone brother? Call the thousands of other identical faces that came out of those Kamino vats. Call the troopers who share your accelerated aging and programmed loyalty. But don't you dare call me brother. I'm Boba Fett, son of Jango Fett, heir to the Mandalorian tradition. You're just a copy. The words hung in the cell like poison, each one carefully chosen to wound. Rex felt something twist in his chest, anger, hurt, and underneath both, a resigned understanding that maybe Boba had a point. They were fundamentally different despite sharing the same face, the same genetic code. Sev's laugh broke the tension, harsh, bitter, carrying notes of genuine amusement that somehow made it worse. Oh, kid. You really think lineage matters in here? He gestured around the cell, at the stone walls that had held him for over a year. You think those guards care if you're the real son versus the copy? You think the jungle cares about your heritage when it's digesting your corpse? He stood as well, moving to stand beside Rex, his scarred face turned toward Boba with something that might have been pity or might have been contempt. The only people you got in these jungles are us. In here, stripped of your armor and your weapons and your daddy's legacy, we're your brothers whether you like it or not. Clone or not, original or copy, Mandalorian or Republic, none of that matters when the guards come to drag you out for their games. Their games. Rex's tactical mind seized on the detail. What games? Before Sev could answer, the cell door opened with a screech of protesting metal. 4 guards entered, all carrying blasters set to stun, their armor bearing insignia that marked them as Lost Tribe enforcers rather than soldiers. The lead guard, a human with facial tattoos that marked him as high caste, smiled with genuine anticipation. Time for evening entertainment, prisoners, he announced, his archaic basic accent making the words sound almost ceremonial. Grand Lord Malak has decreed that all new arrivals must participate in the traditional games. Demonstrate their worth, so to speak. 2 guards grabbed Rex, hauling him to his feet despite his injuries. 2 more took Boba, who struggled but was too weakened to break free. Sev they left alone, apparently recognizing him as already processed. Where are you taking them? Sev's voice carried genuine concern despite his earlier harsh words. The courtyard, the lead guard replied. For Jewel crush the game of determination. They'll have opportunity to prove their courage, or die trying. Either outcome entertains the guards during their shift. They were dragged through corridors of living stone, past dozens of other cells containing prisoners who pressed against their bars to watch, their expressions ranging from pity to morbid fascination. The air grew warmer as they climbed, pressure changing, until finally they emerged into open air. Not truly open. The courtyard was roofed with metal grating that let in dappled sunlight but prevented aerial escape. It was circular, maybe 20 meters across, with stone walls rising 10 meters on all sides. Guards lined the upper walkways, watching, some placing bets in currency Rex didn't recognize. In the center of the courtyard sat a table, and on that table sat a DC-15 blaster pistol. The lead guard shoved Rex and Boba toward the table. Then stepped back to a safe distance. "The rules are simple," he announced, his voice carrying to the watching guards. "Traditional jewel crush 6 chambers, 1 charge. You take turns, press the weapon to your temple, pull the trigger. Whoever refuses loses. Whoever survives all 6 pulls without the charge firing wins their freedom from the games. Whoever dies." He shrugged. "Well, they're no longer our problem." Rex's blood ran cold. Russian roulette with a blaster. Modified to have 1 live charge in a 6-chamber rotation, the rest empty. 1 in 6 chance of death with each pull, escalating odds with each survivor. "This is barbaric," Rex said, his voice carrying disgust. "Prisoners of war have rights under whose authority?" the guard interrupted, genuine curiosity in his voice. "The Republic's? The Empire's? We are the lost tribe, isolated from the galaxy for 1 millennia. Your laws mean nothing here. Your codes of conduct are irrelevant. You play, or you die immediately. Your choice." Boba looked at the blaster, then at Rex, his young face showing fear he was trying desperately to hide behind Mandalorian stoicism. "I'm not playing this game. I'm not." "You'll play," Sef's voice carried from the cell block entrance. Somehow he'd followed them, or been brought along, his damaged armor catching the light. "Because the alternative is they execute you now, immediately, no chance of escape. But if you play, you buy time. You make them think you're broken. And then, when they're comfortable..." His scarred face split into a smile that was more grimace. "Then you break them." The lead guard gestured impatiently. "Enough talking. Who goes first?" Rex stepped forward before Boba could, his command instinct overriding self-preservation. "I'll go first." He picked up the blaster, felt its weight, checked the chamber modified exactly as described, 1 live charge visible in the rotation mechanism, 5 empty chambers. He pressed the barrel to his right temple, his hand steady despite the fear screaming through his nervous system. His finger moved to the trigger. "This is insane. This is murder disguised as entertainment. But if I refuse, they kill us both. If I play, maybe we buy enough time for..." He pulled the trigger. Click. Empty chamber. The sound was the sweetest thing Rex had ever heard. He lowered the weapon, his hand shaking slightly, and passed it to Boba. The young bounty hunter took it with visible reluctance, his Mandalorian training warring with the very human fear of death. He pressed it to his temple, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Click. 2 down. 4 chambers left. 1 in 4 chance now. Boba passed the blaster back to Rex, who took it with growing dread. The odds were worsening with each pull. 3rd pull 1 in 3 chance. He pressed the weapon to his temple again. "Anakin. I'm sorry. Ahsoka. I should have been better. Brothers. I failed." Click. The guards were murmuring now, some disappointed, others excited by the escalating tension. Betting increased, currency changing hands rapidly. Rex passed the weapon to Boba. 1 in 2 chance now. 50-50. Coin flip odds. Boba's hand trembled visibly as he raised the blaster. I can't." You can, Sev's voice cut through the fear. You're Jango Fett's son, right? Real son, not copy? Prove it. Show them what that lineage means. Pull the trigger, survive, and make your father proud. Boba's jaw clenched. His hand steadied. The blaster pressed against his temple. His finger tightened on the trigger. Click. 4 down. 2 chambers left. 1 empty, 1 loaded. 50% chance of death for whoever pulled next. Rex took the weapon, and something in his mind crystallized. The odds were now impossible to ignore. If he pulled and survived, Boba had guaranteed death. If he pulled and died, Boba would survive but traumatized, watching someone die for him. Neither outcome was acceptable. Kix would know what to do. Echo would have a plan. Fives would make a joke to break the tension. But they're all gone, and I'm alone, and... No. Not alone. Sev was watching. Boba was watching. His brothers, biological or manufactured, it didn't matter, were depending on him. Rex raised the blaster to his temple. His finger moved to the trigger. The guards leaned forward, anticipation visible in their body language. And then Rex pivoted, the blaster's barrel swinging away from his temple, aligning with the lead guard's chest, and he pulled the trigger. The charge that should have killed him instead caught the guard's center mass, the impact hurling him backward, his chest armor cracking, blood spreading across ancient stone. The watching guards froze for exactly 1.2 seconds, shock, disbelief, the entertainment turning suddenly lethal. That 1.2 seconds was all Rex needed. He lunged forward, covering the distance to the fallen guard in 3 strides, his hand closing around the guard's backup blaster before the corpse finished twitching. His training took over 2 shots, 2 guards on the upper walkway fell, their bodies tumbling over the railings. 3 more shots, the entrance guards collapsed, their weapons clattering on stone. Boba was moving before conscious thought, his bounty hunter instincts screaming opportunity. He grabbed the lead guard's vibroblade from its sheath, the weapon humming to life in his hand, and he threw it with Mandalorian precision. The blade buried itself in a guard's throat, the man clutching at the wound, drowning in his own blood. Sev roared a sound of pure release, of rage finally finding outlet, and he charged the nearest guard unarmed. His fist connected with the man's temple, his commando training evident despite months of captivity. The guard staggered, and Sev's follow-up elbow strike broke his nose, drove cartilage into brain. The guard fell dead before hitting the ground. "Secure the weapons!" Rex bellowed, his captain's voice cutting through chaos. Boba entrance. Sev upper walkway. Move. 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 The courtyard erupted into violence. Guards were pouring in from multiple entrances now, maybe 2 dozen, their blasters firing, turning the circular space into a 3-dimensional kill zone. Bolts stitched through the air, impacting stone, ricocheting at lethal angles. Rex rolled behind the stone table, using it for cover, his acquired blaster speaking in controlled 3-round bursts. A guard on the walkway took all 3 shots center mass, his armor penetrated, body falling. Rex shifted aim, another guard, headshot this time, skull vaporizing in a pink mist. Boba had reached the entrance, his stolen vibroblade cutting through a guard's rifle, the weapon sparking and dying. His follow-up slash opened the guard's throat, arterial spray painting the stone walls. Another guard tried to tackle him. Boba twisted, used the man's momentum against him, guided him face first into the stone wall with bone-crushing force. The guard's neck snapped, his body going limp. Sev had commandeered the upper walkway, somehow, his hands red with blood, 3 guards dead around him. He picked up a fallen blaster rifle, checked the charge, and opened fire with professional precision headshots, every single one, no wasted ammunition. His face showed no expression, just cold mechanical efficiency. "There!" Sev's voice carried across the courtyard. "Eastern corridor, equipment locker. I can see our gear." Rex made the tactical calculation instantly. Boba cover fire. Sev suppression. I'm moving. He broke from cover, sprinting across open ground, blaster bolts chasing him, one grazing his shoulder, armor scoring, pain flaring. He hit the corridor entrance, rolled through, came up firing. 2 guards collapsed, their chests smoking. 3 more were taking defensive positions ahead, their rifles tracking. Sev's covering fire caught them from above, precision shots that turned defensive positions into execution sites. Bodies fell, weapons clattered, and Rex was through, reaching the equipment locker, finding it locked with mechanical systems rather than electronic. He shot the lock mechanism, the metal melting, and kicked the door. It held. Second kick, the hinges screamed. Third kick, the door exploded inward, and Rex was inside, finding there his armor, stacked neatly. Boba's weapons and helmet. And hanging on the wall like trophies, Sev's commando gear, repaired poorly but functional. Gear up. Rex grabbed his helmet, sliding it on, the HUD coming to life, tactical displays populating. His armor followed, piece by piece, each section snapping into place with magnetic seals. His DC-15A rifle was there, battered but operational, and he grabbed it like finding an old friend. Boba arrived, blood-splattered, wild-eyed, but moving with purpose. He grabbed his helmet first, the T-visor settling into place, systems activating. His armor followed, the Mandalorian plates a mosaic of repairs and improvisation. His Wester 34 blasters found their holsters, and when he turned back toward the corridor, he was no longer a scared teenager but a professional killer. Sev was last, his movements almost reverent as he put on his Delta Squad armor. Orange and white, scarred and damaged but his. His helmet settled into place, and his posture changed, shoulders back, spine straight, the broken prisoner becoming the commando again. His DC-17M interchangeable weapon system came off the wall, the modular rifle that marked Delta Squad as elite even among clone commandos. 3 against the entire prison, Sev said, his voice carrying dark amusement through his helmet's speakers. Bad odds for the prison. Move out, Rex commanded. Standard breach and clear. Sev point. Boba covering fire. I'll bring up the rear. Target, main entrance, then jungle extraction. They moved as one, muscle memory and training overriding individual differences. Rex's clone conditioning, Boba's Mandalorian techniques, Sev's commando expertise, 3 different fighting styles creating a coordinated whole greater than its parts. The corridor became a killing field. Guards attempted to block their advance. Sev's rifle spoke first, sniper accurate despite close quarters, every shot a kill. Boba's blasters fired in alternating patterns, left right, creating rhythm of death that dropped anyone foolish enough to enter his sight lines. Rex brought up the rear, his rifle catching stragglers, covering their retreat routes, ensuring no one flanked their position. They hit a stairwell leading upward, toward ground level. 2 guards attempted a defensive stand. Sev tossed a thermal detonator he'd somehow acquired, the explosive bouncing between the guards' feet. They had time to look down, time to realize their mistake, then the detonator erupted. Bodies became debris, and the stairwell was clear. Ground level. Main entrance ahead. 20 guards assembled there, clearly rallied by someone with actual tactical training, creating overlapping fields of fire, using cover effectively. That's a problem, Boba observed, taking in the situation. Not really, Sev replied. He switched his DC-17M to anti-armor configuration, the weapon reconfiguring with mechanical precision. Watch. He stepped into the entrance hall, took a knee, aimed, and fired. The anti-armor round streaked across the distance, hit the support column behind the guards, and detonated. The column exploded, bringing down 10 meters of ceiling in a cascade of stone and screaming metal. Guards disappeared under tons of debris, their defensive position becoming their tomb. Move! Rex was already running, his boots hammering the ground, his rifle coming up to catch survivors. 3 emerged from the dust, wounded but functional. Rex's 3-round burst caught the first, Boba's blasters the second, Sev's rifle the third. Then they were through, bursting into jungle humidity and twilight shadows, the prison complex behind them, alarms screaming, more guards mobilizing, but too late, always too late. They ran into the jungle, the vegetation swallowing them within seconds, ancient trees creating canopies so thick that ground-level light became uncertain twilight. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit barked orders, blaster fire, the prison's security forces attempting to track them. "We need to get off-world," Boba panted, his armor's environmental systems struggling with the humidity. "Back to the fleet, regroup, return with overwhelming force." "Can't," Sev replied, his helmet's sensors scanning the jungle, identifying threats, mapping escape routes. "They'll have already broadcasted our escape. Every military installation on Kesh will be looking for us. We need allies, local resistance, someone who opposes the current regime." As if summoned by his words, figures emerged from the jungle ahead, not guards, not prison enforcers, but guerrilla fighters wearing improvised armor and carrying weapons that mixed modern technology with ancient Sith aesthetics. A dozen of them, forming a loose perimeter, their weapons trained but not firing. Their leader stepped forward, a human woman maybe 40 years old, her face scarred by combat, her eyes carrying the weight of long resistance. "You're the off-worlders," she said, her archaic basic accent marking her as Lost Tribe native. "The ones who crashed in the Northern Territories. Grand Lord Malak has been searching for you." Rex's rifle came up fractionally, ready to fire if needed. "Who are you?" "Commander Ilera Vex, rebel forces loyal to Grand Lord Arthur Venn, rightful ruler of the Lost Tribe." Her expression was grim but her posture open, showing peaceful intent. "We intercepted the prison's communications, learned of your capture, have been tracking your location. When the escape happened." She smiled, the expression transforming her scarred face. "We decided to offer assistance." "Why would you help us?" Boba's voice carried suspicion. "We're nothing to you. Outsiders, no strategic value, no political leverage. You're enemies of Malak," Ilera replied simply. "Which makes you potential allies of Arthur. The enemy of my enemy, as the old saying goes." She gestured deeper into the jungle, where more rebels were emerging, forming an escort. "Our main camp is 3 kilometers north. We can offer food, medical attention, intelligence briefings. And in exchange, you want our help overthrowing Malak," Rex finished. "Standard insurgency tactics: recruit powerful allies, leverage their capabilities, achieve strategic objectives that indigenous forces couldn't accomplish alone." "We want the rightful Grand Lord restored," Ilera corrected. "Arthur Venn was a good leader, a just ruler within the Lost Tribe's cultural parameters. His brother's coup was illegal even by our laws, motivated by personal ambition rather than the tribe's welfare. Help us free Arthur from his supermax confinement, help us defeat Malak's forces, and we'll provide whatever assistance you need to return to your people." Rex looked at Boba, then at Sev. 3 prisoners who'd just fought their way out of captivity, injured, exhausted, trapped on an unknown world in the middle of a civil war. The smart play was to decline, find their own path off-world, leave the Lost Tribe's politics to its people. But Rex remembered what it felt like even if he didn't experience it himself, to be abandoned on Kashyyyk, to be left behind because mission parameters changed, because individual soldiers became acceptable losses. And he remembered Sev's words in the prison, "The only people you got in these jungles are us." "We'll help," Rex said, making the decision for all 3 of them. "On one condition: if our people arrive, if our fleet makes orbit, you don't interfere with our extraction." "Agreed," Ilera said immediately. She extended her hand, the gesture oddly formal given the circumstances. "Welcome to the Resistance, Captain. Let's go start a revolution." The guards came for them during what passed for evening in the windowless depths of the Supermax facility. 4 of them this time, learning from previous mistakes, their force pikes humming with energy, their expressions wary beneath their archaic helmets. "Prisoners, you will come with us," the lead guard announced, his voice carrying formal authority. "The interrogator has decided you require additional persuasion before you'll cooperate. Hygiene protocols first," then continued questioning. Anakin and Maul were hauled to their feet, the force-suppressing manacles still locked around their wrists and ankles, creating interference fields that made accessing the force like trying to see through mud. The sensation was infuriating knowing the power was there, just out of reach, like phantom limb syndrome but worse. They were marched through corridors of ancient stone, past cells containing other Force user prisoners who watched with hollow eyes that had long since given up hope. The air grew warmer, more humid, and the smell of industrial cleaning agents mixed with mildew became overwhelming. The shower room was exactly what Anakin expected: communal, brutal, designed for degradation rather than hygiene. Stone walls slick with condensation, drain grates in the floor, shower heads mounted at regular intervals along the walls. And already occupying the space, 6 other prisoners. All wearing the same force-suppressing restraints, all watching the newcomers with expressions ranging from hunger to hostility. "You have 10 minutes, the lead guard announced, unlocking Anakin's and Maul's manacles with a key that looked ancient but functional. "Misbehave, and we'll drag you out and hose you down ourselves." "Understood." The guards retreated to positions outside the door, leaving it open just enough to observe but not enough to intervene quickly. Standard prison tactics: let the inmates establish their own hierarchy, let the strong prey on the weak, maintain control through orchestrated violence. Anakin's manacles came off, and immediately he felt his connection to the Force return. Not fully, the room itself had suppression fields built into the walls, but enough to sense danger, to feel intent. And the 6 prisoners radiated hostile intent like furnaces. The largest stepped forward, human, maybe 2 meters tall, scarred and muscular from years of surviving prison violence. His voice was rough, damaged by repeated force choking based on the burn marks around his neck. "Fresh meat. Been a while since we had fresh meat." "We don't want trouble," Anakin said calmly, his hands visible, non-threatening. "Just here to clean up and leave." "Too bad," another prisoner said, this one female, Twi'lek, her leku scarred from what looked like torture implements. "Because we want trouble. Been down here for months with no entertainment, no stimulation, no way to prove we're still dangerous." Her smile was predatory. "So thanks for volunteering." Maul's voice was flat, emotionless, but Anakin could feel the tension in him like coiled springs ready to snap. "Walk away. Last warning." The big human laughed. "Or what? You'll force choke us? Lightning us? Push us through walls?" He gestured at the suppression fields, at the limitations binding them all. "We're all equals in here, Zabruk. And equals mean the big ones survive." He lunged forward, meaty fists swinging toward Maul's face in a haymaker punch that telegraphed from a kilometer away. Maul stepped inside the punch, too close for the swing to generate force, and his knee came up, driving into the big man's solar plexus. Air exploded from the prisoner's lungs, his body folding around the impact. Maul's elbow came down on the back of his skull, the strike precise, brutal, dropping the big man to his knees. Then all 6 prisoners attacked at once. A Rodian came at Anakin from the left, vibroblade somehow smuggled past the guards, the weapon humming as it thrust toward Anakin's ribs. Anakin's hand caught the Rodian's wrist, twisted, applied pressure to the joint. The Rodian screamed as bone cracked, the vibroblade clattering to the wet floor. Anakin's other hand came up, palm strike to the Rodian's throat, crushing his windpipe, dropping him to the ground choking. The Twi'lek female attacked from behind, her arm wrapping around Anakin's throat in a rear-naked choke, her legs wrapping around his waist for leverage. Professional technique, someone trained in close-quarters combat. But Anakin had been trained by Obi-Wan Kenobi, by the 501st's hand-to-hand combat specialists, by experience that spanned decades of warfare. He tucked his chin, protecting his airway, then dropped his weight, falling backward. The Twi'lek hit the stone floor hard, her back impacting with enough force to crack ribs, her grip loosening. Anakin rolled, came up, and his boot came down on her face. Heel first, driving her skull into the floor. Blood spread across wet stone, mixing with shower water, spiraling down the drain. Maul was fighting two prisoners simultaneously, a human male with prison tattoos covering his arms and a Zabrak female who fought with the savage efficiency of someone raised in gladiatorial pits. The male came in with a combination left jab, right cross, hook kick, all textbook moves, all predictable. Maul's mechanical legs gave him advantages organic limbs didn't have. He pivoted on one leg, the mechanical joint rotating a full 180 degrees, and kicked backward with the other, his heel catching the tattooed human in the sternum. The impact sent the man flying backward, his body hitting the wall, and Maul heard ribs crack even over the sound of running water. The Zabrak female was more dangerous. She feinted high, went low, her legs sweeping toward Maul's mechanical limbs, trying to take out his base. But Maul had lived with these legs for years, knew their capabilities, their limitations. He jumped, clearing the sweep, and while airborne his hand lashed out, fingers extended, driving into her throat just below the jawline. She staggered back, gasping, hands clutching her throat, trying to breathe through a crushed windpipe. Maul landed, followed, and his elbow strike caught her temple, the impact snapping her head sideways with lethal force. She collapsed, twitching once, then still. Two more prisoners remained, both attacking Anakin, recognizing him as the more immediate threat, working together with surprising coordination. One had improvised brass knuckles made from stolen metal, the other had a shiv carved from stone, both weapons crude but effective in close quarters. Brass knuckles came first, a straight punch aimed at Anakin's nose, trying to blind him with blood and pain. Anakin leaned left, the punch passing centimeters from his face, and his counter was instant, a straight punch of his own, no wasted movement, just raw kinetic force delivered to the attacker's jaw. Teeth shattered, blood sprayed, and the prisoner with brass knuckles went down hard. The one with the shiv thrust low, aiming for Anakin's kidney, a killing blow if it landed. Anakin's hand caught the attacker's forearm, redirecting the thrust past his body, and his other hand came up, thumb driving into the prisoner's eye socket. The man screamed, dropped the shiv, his hands flying to his ruined eye. Anakin didn't give him time to recover. His knee came up, driving into the man's groin with devastating force, dropping him. Then Anakin's hands gripped the man's head, one hand on the chin, one on the back of the skull, and twisted. The crack of a breaking neck echoed through the shower room. The big human had recovered enough to get to his feet, his breathing labored, his eyes showing recognition that he'd made a terrible mistake. "Wait, we didn't mean we were just..." Maul's hand shot out, gripping the big man's throat, mechanical fingers digging into flesh with crushing pressure. "You attacked first. You wanted violence." His yellow eyes burned with Sith rage barely contained. "You wanted to prove you were dangerous. Congratulations, you succeeded. Now die knowing you were right." He squeezed. The big man's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting, his mouth opening in a silent scream as his windpipe collapsed. Maul held the grip for 10 more seconds after the body went limp, ensuring death. Then let the corpse drop to the wet floor with a meaty thud. Silence fell in the shower room, broken only by the sound of running water and the gurgle of blood draining away. 6 bodies lay scattered across the floor, some still twitching, most completely still. Anakin and Maul stood amidst the carnage, breathing hard, blood-stained but victorious. The guards burst in, force pikes raised, their expressions showing shock at the wholesale slaughter. The facility's alarm system screamed to life, klaxons echoing through stone corridors, emergency lighting turning everything red. Over the loudspeakers, a voice shouted in panicked archaic basic, Code Omega. High-value prisoner escape. Grand Lord Arthur Venn has breached containment. All units to Sector 7. The guards looked at each other, torn between securing the shower room and responding to the more immediate threat. Their hesitation cost them. Anakin moved first, his body still running on combat adrenaline, his mind calculating angles without conscious thought. He crossed the 3 meters separating him from the nearest guard in less than a second, his hand closing on the force pike's shaft, yanking it forward. The guard stumbled, off balance, and Anakin's forehead smashed into his nose, breaking it, blood spraying. His knee came up, driving into the guard's midsection, folding him in half. Maul took the second guard, his mechanical legs giving him explosive speed. He ducked under the guard's pike swing, came up inside the man's guard, and his hands locked around the guard's helmet. Mechanical strength augmented by Sith training twisted, and the guard's neck broke with a wet crack, his body going limp in Maul's grip. The third guard tried to run, shouting for backup. Anakin grabbed the fallen force pike, activated it, and threw it like a javelin. The weapon spun through the air, covering 15 meters instantly, impaling the guard through the back, the pike's energy field cooking him from the inside out. He collapsed, smoke rising from the wound. The fourth guard had his COMM unit to his mouth, calling for reinforcements. Maul reached him first, his hand ripping the COMM away, crushing it. Then his other hand gripped the guard's throat, lifting him off his feet, slamming him against the stone wall with bone-breaking force. Once. Twice. 3 times, until the guard's struggles ceased and his body hung limp. "We need to move," Anakin said, stripping the dead guards of their weapons and equipment. Force pikes, blasters, keycards, comms, everything potentially useful went into Anakin's hands. "That alarm means chaos, which means opportunity." "Agreed," Maul replied, similarly looting the corpses with practiced efficiency. "But where are our actual weapons? Lightsabers, armor, equipment? They're useless without those." "Equipment storage, probably near the interrogation rooms," Anakin said, his tactical mind mapping the facility from what he'd seen during his journey to the shower. "Same direction as the chaos. We follow the alarm, find Arthur Venn's escape route, and use it as cover to retrieve our gear." They moved out into the corridor, still wearing prison garments but now armed with force pikes and blasters, their bare feet silent on stone floors. The suppression fields were less effective in the corridors, allowing limited force access enough to sense danger, to enhance reflexes, but not enough for major techniques. Guards ran past them, not recognizing them without their distinctive restraints, assuming they were Allied personnel responding to the crisis. The chaos was total. Prisoners screaming in their cells, demanding release, some trying to break out in the confusion, guards attempting to maintain order while simultaneously responding to the high-value prisoner escape. They reached the interrogation level, following signs in archaic Sith script that Anakin could barely read but could sense through the Force. The corridors here were wider, the architecture suggesting importance, and at the end of one hallway stood the familiar door, reinforced durasteel, electronic lock, labeled in 3 languages as Interrogation Chamber Alpha. Inside that chamber, Interrogator Vess would be preparing for their continued questioning. Inside that chamber, likely, was the key to their equipment storage. Anakin didn't knock. He activated the stolen force pike, drove it into the door's lock mechanism, and channeled power through the weapon. Sparks flew, metal screamed, and the lock fried. He kicked the door, his boot connecting with 200 kilos of force, and the door exploded inward off its hinges. Interrogator Vess spun from where he'd been organizing torture implements, his masked face turning toward them, his presence in the Force spiking with alarm. How did you guards?" "Guards are dead," Maul said flatly, advancing into the chamber, his stolen blaster coming up, aimed at Vess's center mass. "You wanted to interrogate us? Torture us? Break us?" His mechanical finger tightened on the trigger. "Congratulations! You've got our full attention." Vess's hand came up, the force responding despite the suppression field's telekinetic pressure slammed into Maul, hurling him backward into the corridor, his mechanical body crashing through the opposite wall, leaving a crater in the stonework. "Fools," Vess hissed, his voice carrying dark side corruption that made reality itself seem to twist. "I've broken hundreds of Force users in this chamber. What makes you think you'll be different?" Anakin's response was to throw the Force pike like a javelin, the weapon spinning end over end, aimed at Vess's head. The interrogator's hand came up, catching the pike mid-flight with telekinesis, redirecting it into the wall where it embedded itself deep into stone. Then Anakin was on him, closing the distance in an explosive charge, his stolen blaster discarded, his hands empty but deadly. Vess tried to push him back with the Force, but Anakin's own power responded, light and dark mixing, creating a barrier that dispersed Vess's attack. Anakin's fist drove into Vess's masked face, the impact cracking the ornate facade, revealing glimpses of corrupted flesh beneath. His other hand gripped Vess's throat, fingers digging in, crushing, choking. Vess's hands came up, clawed, dark side energy crackling between his fingers. He thrust both palms into Anakin's chest, lightning erupting at point-blank range, electricity coursing through Anakin's body, his muscles spasming, pain overwhelming every nerve. But Anakin didn't let go. His grip on Vess's throat tightened despite the agony, his fingers crushing windpipe, cutting off blood flow to the brain. His other hand came up, gripped Vess's mask, and pulled. The mask came free with a wet tearing sound, revealing a face so corrupted by dark side usage that it barely qualified as human, skin grey and necrotic, eyes yellow and weeping pus. Teeth black and rotting. "You wanted to break me." Anakin's voice was hoarse, strained by the lightning still coursing through him, but carrying absolute conviction. "I've been broken before. By people far more powerful than you. And I'm still here." He channeled the lightning back, not trying to absorb it but redirecting it, using Vess's own dark side energy against him. The interrogator screamed as his own power cooked him from the inside, his flesh blackening, his eyes bursting from the heat, his body convulsing. Anakin released him, letting the corpse fall, smoke rising from the charred flesh, the smell of burning meat overwhelming the chamber's recycled air. Maul emerged from the corridor, dust covering his damaged armor, one mechanical arm hanging limp but the other functional. "Efficient," he observed, looking at Vess's corpse. "Brutal but efficient. Where's the equipment storage?" Anakin searched the interrogation chamber, finding a terminal half hidden behind torture implements. The screen showed facility schematics, prisoner logs, and their equipment storage locations. 2 levels down, Eastern Wing, Vault 3. That's where they keep high-value confiscations. They fought their way through the facility, the chaos of Arthur Ven's escape providing perfect cover. Guards who tried to stop them died quickly, force pike through the chest, blaster bolt to the head, thrown debris crushing skulls. Prisoners who tried to use the chaos to attack them died even faster. The equipment vault was heavily secured, multiple locks and energy barriers, designed to contain dangerous artifacts and weapons. But the guards who should have been defending it had been called away to respond to the Grand Lord's escape, leaving only 2 sentries who fell to Maul's blaster fire before they could raise an alarm. Inside the vault, organized on weapon racks and in secured containers, were their belongings. Anakin's dual lightsabers, blue and red, still clipped to his belt that hung on a rack. His armor, the black and blue marking him as Darth Vader, Chosen One, God of War to his fanatic followers. His equipment, his tools, everything that made him him. He dressed quickly, each piece of armor snapping into place with satisfying clicks, the familiar weight settling across his shoulders like coming home. His lightsabers found their places on his belt, their presence in the Force singing to him, welcoming him back. His helmet came last, the Revan-inspired mask sealing with a hiss, the HUD activating, tactical displays populating his vision. Maul similarly armed himself, his double-bladed lightsaber, the weapon that had killed Qui-Gon Jinn, that had nearly killed Obi-Wan Kenobi, now returned to his hands. His utility belt, his equipment, his identity as Darth Maul rather than anonymous prisoner. Now, Maul said, his double blade igniting with a snap hiss that echoed through the vault, both ends burning crimson, we repay every indignity, every insult, every moment of helplessness. Anakin's lightsabers ignited blue on his left, red on his right, the contrasting light painting him in purple shadows. Agreed. Everyone who wronged us dies. Everyone useful lives. Clear. Crystal, Maul replied with a predatory smile. They left the vault as walking death. The guards who'd mocked them in their cells died first. Anakin's blue blade removed one's head at the shoulders, cauterizing the stump, the body falling still twitching. His red blade punched through another's chest, the synthetic crystal feeding on the dark side energy of the kill, glowing brighter. Maul's double blade spun in complex patterns, the weapon an extension of his body, years of training evident in every movement. A guard tried to shoot him. The lightsaber intercepted the bolt, deflected it back, the guard's own shot killing him. Two more guards attempted a coordinated attack. Maul's blade cut through both in a single horizontal slash that bisected them at the waist, their upper halves falling separately from their lower. They reached the prison's central hub, where prisoners were kept in tiered cells surrounding a massive open atrium, and found Arthur Venn. The former Grand Lord stood in the center of the atrium, surrounded by a dozen guards, his own lightsaber-ignited purple blade, marking him as someone who'd walked both light and dark, similar to Ravan's philosophy. His robes were torn, his face bloodied, but his presence in the Force was powerful, controlled, dangerous. "Stand down, Arthur," a voice boomed from the upper tiers. A figure in ornate armor, carrying authority visible in his posture. "Your reign is over. Grand Lord Malak commands your surrender." Arthur's response was to extend his free hand, the Force responding, and one of the surrounding guards simply crumpled, his armor compressing around his body, crushing him into a ball of metal and meat. "My brother is a usurper. A coward who struck from shadows rather than challenging me honorably. I do not surrender to traitors." He moved like liquid violence, his purple blade cutting through guard after guard, each strike precise, economical, deadly. A thrust through one's throat. A diagonal slash that opened another from shoulder to hip. A spinning strike that removed a third's legs at the knees. Anakin and Maul entered the atrium from the lower level, their lightsabers drawing immediate attention. More guards rushed toward them. Anakin's blue blade caught one's weapon, his red blade removed the guard's hand at the wrist. The guard screamed, clutching the stump, and Anakin's follow-up thrust silenced him permanently. Maul engaged three guards simultaneously, his double blade spinning, creating a defensive barrier no conventional weapon could penetrate. One guard tried to thrust through an opening. The blade reversed direction, removing his arm. A second tried to tackle Maul. A mechanical leg came up, caught him in the chest, and Maul's blade finished him with a downward stab through the spine. Arthur noticed them, his masked face turning, assessing. Off-worlders. The ones captured during Malak's purges. His purple blade lowered slightly, no longer threatening. "You fight well. Are you allied with my brother or against him?" "Against," Anakin replied, his dual blades held in ready position but not aggressive. "We want off this planet. You want your throne back. Temporary alliance." "Acceptable," Arthur said immediately. "But first, I need my artifacts. My focus crystals, my holocrons, the tools of my office. They're stored in Vault 7, same level as your equipment was, Western Wing." "Lead the way," Maul said, his double blade spinning once before settling into a guard position. "We'll handle anyone who tries to stop us." They fought through two more guard detachments, the combat becoming routine: block, parry, strike, kill. Anakin's dual blades worked in perfect coordination. His blue defending while his red attacked, then reversing, creating patterns of light and death that overwhelmed anyone who faced him. Maul's double blade created figure eights of destruction, both ends cutting, his mechanical legs giving him mobility that organic fighters couldn't match. Arthur's single purple blade moved with master-level precision, each strike killing or crippling, no wasted energy, no unnecessary flourishes. They reached Vault 7, found it still sealed, and Arthur stepped forward. His hand pressed against the lock mechanism, and ancient Sith recognition protocols activated, scanning his biometrics, his force signature, confirming his identity. The vault opened with pneumatic hiss, revealing shelves of artifacts, holocrons glowing with internal light, focus crystals resonating with force energy, ancient manuscripts containing lost knowledge. Arthur gathered his possessions with reverent care, each item significant, each representing power or knowledge or both. His Grand Lord's ceremonial robes went on over his prison garments, transforming him from escaped prisoner to rightful ruler. His focus crystals settled into pouches on his belt, their power enhancing his force connection. His lightsaber received additional crystals, modifications that made the weapon even more dangerous. "Now," Arthur said, his voice carrying authority that had commanded thousands, "we escape this facility, rally my loyalists, and begin the counter-offensive against my usurper brother." "Agreed," Anakin said. "But first, do you know where they took our ship's wreckage? My cyborg general was aboard, and I need him retrieved." Arthur consulted a terminal, pulling up facility records. "Northern Jungle, approximately 15 kilometers from here. The wreckage was left where it fell too difficult to extract with current resources." "Your cyborg Grievous, according to these records, was left among the debris, presumably destroyed." "Grievous isn't that easy to kill," Anakin replied grimly. "If there's any chance he survived, I'm retrieving him." They fought their way out of the Supermax facility, the path behind them littered with corpses, the walls scorched by lightsaber strikes and blaster fire. Emergency alarms continued screaming, the facility's security completely overwhelmed, prisoners escaping en masse, guards abandoning positions to avoid being slaughtered. They emerged into jungle twilight, the massive trees creating a canopy so thick it blocked most natural light, the humidity pressing down like a physical weight. Behind them, the Supermax facility continued to burn, smoke rising into the sky, visible for kilometers. "The rebel encampment is northwest," Arthur said, consulting a datapad he'd taken from a guard. 5 kilometers, hidden in the Valley of Forgotten Kings. My loyalists have been gathering there since Malak's coup, preparing for eventual counter-strike." "Then that's where we're going," Anakin said. "After we retrieve Grievous." They trekked through the jungle, using the Force to sense danger, to avoid predators, to maintain pace despite the hostile environment. The vegetation was alien, evolved in isolation for millennia, creating ecosystem that Earth-derived life would find actively hostile. The crash site was easy to find, a scar carved through the jungle where the LAAT/I gunship had hit at terminal velocity, trees sheared off at their bases, a debris field stretching 300 meters. The gunship itself was barely recognizable, its hull broken apart, its engines scattered, its internal compartments exposed to elements. And sitting among the wreckage, surrounded by deactivated battle droids that had apparently tried and failed to capture him, was General Grievous. The cyborg was damaged, one arm completely severed, his chest plate cracked showing the organic organs beneath, his legs bent at unnatural angles. But his photoreceptors still glowed, his system still functioned, and when he saw Anakin approaching, his mechanical voice rasped with grim satisfaction. "About time. I've been waiting for extraction for over 20 hours. He gestured at the destroyed battle droids around him. "These primitives thought they could capture me. I disabused them of that notion." His photoreceptors focused on Maul and Arthur. "New allies? Or new enemies I need to kill?" "Allies," Anakin said, kneeling beside Grievous, assessing the damage. "Can you move? We need to reach friendly territory." "Barely. My gyroscopic stabilizers are compromised. My primary weapons systems are offline. But I can still function." With visible effort, Grievous pulled himself upright, his damaged legs grinding against each other, sparks flying from exposed circuitry. I require repairs. Extensive repairs. You'll get them, Anakin promised. He searched through the wreckage, finding a mostly intact COMM unit, its power cell still functional. He activated it, adjusted frequencies, and broadcast on Skywalker Corporation encrypted channels. This is Darth Vader to any Skywalker Corporation forces. Requesting immediate extraction. Current location, Planet Kesh, coordinates uploading now. Situation, hostile environment, native civil war, require fleet support for extraction and pacification operations. Respond immediately. Static for 10 seconds. Then. Lord Vader, this is Grand Admiral Thrawn aboard the Chimera. The Chiss's calm, cultured voice was the most beautiful sound Anakin had heard in days. We've been searching for your position since your hyperspace emergency. The Foundry operation concluded successfully. The station is now under Imperial control, prisoners have been processed, and we've been tracking your last known trajectory. A pause. Kesh. I'm familiar with historical references. The lost tribe of Sith. This complicates matters. How soon can you achieve orbit? Anakin asked. 12 hours, Thrawn replied immediately. We're currently 6 hyperspace jumps distant. But when we arrive, Lord Vader, we'll bring the entire fleet, 30 capital ships, fighter complements, ground forces. If you're involved in a civil war, we'll ensure the outcome favors our interests. Understood, Anakin said. Vader out. He looked at Arthur, at Maul, at Grievous. We have 12 hours to reach your rebel encampment, establish contact with your forces, and prepare for my fleet's arrival. When Thrawn gets here, this planet's civil war becomes our opportunity. Your brother wants to be Grand Lord. Anakin's helmet tilted slightly, his tone carrying dark amusement. Let's show him what happens when you cross people with orbital bombardment capabilities. Arthur smiled, the expression transforming his scarred face. I'm beginning to understand why the Force brought you here, Darth Vader. This isn't accident, this is destiny. Let's go start a revolution. They moved into the jungle, 4 warriors united by temporary alliance, heading toward rebellion. Toward war, toward the battle that would decide Kesh's future. And in orbit above, undetected, Skywalker Corporation sensors monitored everything, recording, analyzing, preparing for the arrival of the fleet that would change this world forever. The rebel encampment sprawled across the Valley of Forgotten Kings like a wound cut into the jungle. 300 tents, improvised fortifications, weapon caches covered by camouflage netting, and approximately 2,000 fighters loyal to Arthur Ven's claim to the Grand Lord throne. The valley itself was a natural fortress, steep cliffs on 3 sides and dense jungle on the 4th, with sight lines that made aerial approach dangerous for anyone unfamiliar with the terrain. Commander Ilera Vex led them through the perimeter, past sentries who snapped to attention when they saw Arthur, their expressions showing relief and hope in equal measure. The former Grand Lord had become legend during his months of captivity, the rightful ruler imprisoned by his usurper brother, waiting for loyal forces to free him and restore order. My lord, Ilera said as they entered the command tent, a structure built around ancient Kesharai ruins that provided both shelter and tactical elevation. Your return changes everything. With you leading us, we can coordinate the scattered resistance cells, consolidate our forces, strike at Malak's key positions. Arthur settled into what passed for a command chair, his purple lightsaber unclipped from his belt and laid reverently on the tactical hollow table before him. Around them, rebel officers gathered, humans descended from the original Sith crash survivors, their features showing 1,000 years of isolation, their armor mixing ancient aesthetics with whatever modern materials they could scavenge. Report, Arthur commanded, his voice carrying authority that had ruled the Lost Tribe for decades before Malak's coup. What's the current strategic situation? A senior officer, his scarred face marking him as veteran of countless battles, stepped forward. Grand Lord, Malak controls Tav, the capital, the city of glass. He's fortified the Capitol building, placed his loyalists in key government positions, and purged the circle of lords of anyone he suspected of disloyalty. Approximately 60% of the military supports him, either through genuine loyalty or pragmatic recognition that he currently holds power. He gestured at the hollow table, which displayed a crude map of Kesh's main continent, tactical positions marked with glowing symbols. High Lord Sersh controls the southern territories. She's declared neutrality, but everyone knows she's waiting to see which side wins before committing. High Lord Corson holds the western mountains with 3,000 troops, declared for you, but hasn't moved to actively engage Malak's forces. The other High Lords? He shrugged. Divided. Some support you, some support Malak, most are hedging their bets. Classic Civil War dynamics, Anakin observed, studying the map with tactical eyes that had fought across dozens of worlds. Divided loyalties, regional power bases, everyone waiting for a decisive engagement that will tip the scales. The question is who strikes first and with what force. Malak has been consolidating, another officer reported, this one female, her armor bearing marks of recent combat. Pulling his forces into Tav, preparing for either siege defense or major offensive. His intelligence network is good. They know we're gathering here, know we freed Arthur from the Supermax. It's only a matter of time before they launch a preemptive strike to destroy us before we can threaten his rule. Rex, who'd been listening silently, spoke up from where he stood near the tent entrance. What's your technology level? Aircraft? Artillery? Armor? We need to understand what we're facing. The officers looked at each other uncomfortably. Ilara answered, her voice carrying embarrassment. We have limited technology, Captain. Kesh is deficient in key metals, no durasteel, no titanium, barely any iron. Everything we have comes from either the original crash site of the Omen 1,000 years ago, or from scavenging and repurposing what little the planet provides. Our weapons are force pikes, Sith swords enhanced with alchemy, some blasters we've managed to maintain, but nothing like what you're describing. No aircraft. Boba's voice carried disbelief. You've been here for 5,000 years and never developed flight. Without metals, without the industrial base. Arthur's voice was quiet but carried steel. We adapted to what we had. Focused on force techniques, on alchemy, on perfecting the ancient Sith arts rather than pursuing technological advancement. It seemed sufficient until now, facing enemies from beyond Kesh who bring technology we can barely comprehend. Grievous' mechanical laugh echoed through the tent, his damaged form somehow making the sound more unsettling. Primitives playing at war. No wonder your civil war has stalemated. You're fighting with swords while the galaxy uses star destroyers. Be that as it may, Arthur said with icy dignity, we've survived 5 millennia in isolation. We've maintained Sith philosophy, training, discipline. What we lack in technology we compensate with force mastery and tactical adaptation. Anakin raised his hand, cutting off the brewing argument. None of this matters in 12 hours. When Thrawn arrives with the fleet, we'll have overwhelming technological superiority. The question isn't can we win, it's how we leverage victory into long-term strategic advantage. He looked at Arthur directly, his mask's blank visor somehow conveying intensity. You want your throne back? I want off this planet with my people intact. Thrawn will want to assess whether the lost tribe represents threat or opportunity to the Empire. We can all get what we want, but only if we coordinate. Before Arthur could respond, the sound reached them, distant at first but growing rapidly louder. The roar of engines, the scream of atmospheric entry, the thunder of starships tearing through Kesh's upper atmosphere at speeds the natives had never imagined possible. Every rebel in the camp rushed outside, looking up at the sky, seeing streaks of fire descending from orbit, not meteors, not natural phenomena, but vessels, metal constructs larger than anything in Kesh's history, their hulls glowing from atmospheric friction, their presence announcing that isolation had ended forever. 5 Acclamator-class transgalactic military assault ships broke through the clouds in tight formation, their wedge-shaped hulls painted in Skywalker Corporation livery black with blue accent stripes, the 501st color scheme that marked them as Anakin's personal forces. Each vessel was 752 meters long, massing millions of tons, carrying 16,000 troops and their equipment. Their very existence a testament to industrial capacity the Lost Tribe couldn't conceptualize. Behind them, maintaining higher orbit, Venator-class star destroyers became visible as dots of light reflecting Kesha's sun, 7 of them, each carrying 420 fighters and bombers, each capable of reducing cities to rubble from orbit. And descending in their hundreds, LAAT/I gunships poured from the acclimator's hangar bays like angry insects, their distinctive silhouettes darkening the sky, their numbers suggesting invasion rather than extraction. The native Kesharai who served the Lost Tribe as attendants and laborers fell to their knees, their purple skin paling with religious terror. In their language older than the Sith presence, preserved through oral tradition, they had words for this: Skyborn. Divine beings who descended from the heavens in times of great change, bringing either salvation or destruction depending on their will. Gods. Ilara whispered, her voice carrying awe that bordered on fear. Are those your people? Yes, Anakin replied simply, watching the deployment with professional satisfaction. That's the Skywalker Corporation military force. And they're about to teach this planet what real warfare looks like. The LAAT/I gunships began landing in designated zones surrounding the rebel encampment, their repulsor lifts kicking up massive dust clouds, their door gunners scanning for threats with heavy weapons that could level buildings. The side doors blew open before the gunships fully settled, and corporate troopers poured out, 30 per gunship, hundreds of gunships, thousands of troops deploying within minutes. They wore black armor with blue stripes, carried DC-15A blaster rifles, moved with military discipline that spoke to months of intensive training. And mixed among them, commando droids, B-2 series super battle droids painted in matching colors, their heavier armor and integrated weapons making them walking tanks capable of sustained fire that would overwhelm any conventional defense. Rex's COMM crackled to life, Thrawn's cultured voice emerging from the speaker. Captain Rex, I see you've survived your unplanned excursion. Excellent. Lord Vader, I assume you're present. Here, Admiral, Anakin replied, activating his own COMM situation update. We're embedded with rebel forces loyal to the legitimate Grand Lord Arthur Venn. The current ruler, Malak Venn, is a usurper who seized power through coup. Arthur wants his throne back. I've agreed to provide military support in exchange for cooperation and intelligence about the Lost Tribe. Understood, Thrawn's voice carried the tone of someone already calculating political implications. I've reviewed historical data on the Lost Tribe during our transit. Fascinating culture, 1,000 years of isolation, maintained Sith philosophy without galactic contact, developed unique force techniques and social structures. Their strategic value to the Empire is significant if properly leveraged. Then here's how we leverage it, Anakin said, his tactical mind already 3 moves ahead. We provide overwhelming military support to Arthur's restoration. We demonstrate that opposition to Skywalker Corporation interests is fatal. We establish Arthur as indebted ruler who understands galactic power dynamics. And we ensure the Lost Tribe's isolation continues, which means Maul. He turned to the Zabruk, who'd been standing silently at the tent's edge. His yellow eyes watching the deployment with calculating expression. The location of Kesh remains secret, Anakin continued, his voice carrying absolute authority. You will not report it to Darth Vowron. You will not mention it to the Dark Council. You will not leverage this knowledge for political advantage. Because if the Empire learns about the Lost Tribe before I'm ready to reveal them, if Sith bureaucrats decide to exploit or purge them. His hands moved to his lightsabers, the threat implicit. I will consider that betrayal requiring immediate termination. Maul's mechanical hands clenched, his rage at being threatened visible in his body language. But his yellow eyes also showed calculation, recognition that Anakin held all tactical advantages. Agreed, he said through gritted teeth. The location remains secret. For now. For now is sufficient, Anakin replied. He turned back to the COMM Admiral Thrawn. Begin the operation. Target, Tov, capital city. Objective, neutralize Malak-Ven's military forces, minimal civilian casualties, establish Arthur Ven as rightful Grand Lord. Rules of engagement, demonstrate overwhelming force, accept surrenders, execute resistors. Acknowledged, Thrawn replied. Initiating orbital bombardment of key military targets in 3 minutes. Ground forces will deploy via LAAT/I gunships to secure the city perimeter. AT walkers are being loaded for deployment. The terrain around Tov is suitable for their operation. Fighter squadrons are launching for air superiority and close air support. General Grievous, are you functional for combat operations? Barely, Grievous replied, his damaged body sparking. I require immediate repairs before engaging in sustained combat. Medical frigate is dispatching repair teams to your location, Thrawn said. Estimated time to restoration, 4 hours. Can you provide tactical overview of enemy force user capabilities until then? Primitives with lightsabers, Grievous said dismissively. Skilled but lacking experience against modern warfare tactics. Their Jedi equivalent, they call them Sith sabers, will be overconfident, believing force powers make them invincible. Standard anti-Jedi tactics apply, overwhelming firepower, multiple attack angles, exploit their arrogance. In Tov, 60 kilometers north of the rebel encampment, Grand Lord Malak-Ven stood on the balcony of the Capitol building, watching the sky darken with descending vessels. He was younger than Arthur by 10 years, more ambitious, more willing to embrace ruthless tactics, qualities that had let him seize power but might not be sufficient to keep it. Around him, his high lords gathered, their expressions ranging from fear to awe to calculation. One of them, High Lord Krev, spoke with barely controlled panic. My lord, those vessels, I count 12 major capital ships and hundreds of smaller craft. That's more military force than our entire civilization could field even if we united every warrior on Kesh. I can see that, Malak replied, his voice tight with tension. The question is, what do they want? Are they here to conquer, to trade, to explore? His answer came seconds later as the first orbital bombardment struck. Thrawn had identified 6 military installations around Tov through orbital surveillance barracks, armories, command centers, all legitimate military targets with minimal civilian proximity. The Venator's turbolaser batteries fired with surgical precision. Coherent energy beams descending from orbit at light speed, impacting with devastating force. The first barracks complex simply ceased to exist, vaporized in a fireball visible from kilometers away, the shockwave shattering windows across half the city. The second installation collapsed as support structures melted, its roof caving in, burying whatever forces had been stationed there. The third, fourth, fifth each struck within seconds of each other, coordinated orbital fire that eliminated a quarter of Malak's military capacity in the opening salvo. Defensive positions. Malak roared, his lightsaber igniting red blade, pure dark side, no balance or moderation in his philosophy. All Sith sabers to the walls. All military forces to defensive formations. Prepare to repel ground assault. But even as his commanders rushed to obey, even as hundreds of defenders took positions along Tov's walls and fortifications, the sky continued to darken. The LAAT/I gunships came in low and fast, their pilots executing combat approaches that pushed the vessels to their operational limits. They split into attack formations Alpha through Delta companies, each targeting specific sectors of the city, each carrying troops that would establish beachheads for the main assault. And behind them, descending on massive repulsor lift barges that groaned under their weight, came the AT walkers. The all-terrain tactical enforcers were nightmares given mechanical form. Each walker stood 9.57 meters tall, measured 22.02 meters long, walked on 6 articulated legs that could traverse any terrain including sheer vertical surfaces. Their armor was designed to shrug off anything short of capital ship weapons, their firepower sufficient to reduce fortifications to rubble. Each walker carried a crew of 7, plus 20 troops in the internal compartment, plus enough ammunition and power reserves to fight continuously for days. Their mass driver cannons could bombard targets kilometers away with pinpoint accuracy. Their 6 laser cannons provided 360-degree defensive coverage against infantry and light vehicles. And their psychological impact on enemies who'd never seen mechanized warfare was devastating. The first AT-TE touched down 500 meters from Tov's northern wall, its 6 legs making contact with the ground in perfect synchronization, its weight creating visible depressions in the packed earth. The walker's dorsal-mounted mass driver rotated, acquiring target lock on a guard tower along the wall, and fired. The projectile, a solid durasteel slug accelerated to hypersonic velocity by electromagnetic rails, struck the tower with kinetic force equivalent to a small bomb. Stone exploded, support beams sheared, and the entire structure collapsed, killing the dozen defenders who'd been stationed there. "What are those?" Malak whispered, his red lightsaber wavering, his confidence cracking. "What kind of war machines?" "Skyborn," one of his high lords breathed, the word carrying religious terror mixed with tactical assessment. "The ancient prophecies spoke of them. Divine warriors riding beasts of metal, bringing judgment from above. We thought they were legends, metaphors." "They're not legends," Arthur Venn's voice carried across the city, broadcast on every frequency the Lost Tribe used for communication, his words reaching every defender simultaneously. "They're my allies. Grand Admiral Thrawn of the Skywalker Corporation. Commanding forces that could reduce Tov to ashes within the hour. Brother, you have one chance. Surrender now, abdicate your false claim, submit to trial for your illegal coup. Resist, and watch our people die for your ambition." Malak's response was to channel the Force, his presence surging, dark side energy radiating from him like heat from a furnace. "Never. I am Grand Lord. I earned this throne through strength. If these Skyborn want to fight, then let them learn what Sith power means." His red lightsaber came up, pointed at the nearest AT-TE walker, and he reached out through the Force, attempting to crush the machine's hull like he would a living being's chest. The telekinetic pressure slammed into the walker's armored hull, Force energy trying to compress durasteel, to rupture systems, to overwhelm through pure power. The walker's shields absorbed most of the assault, electromagnetic barriers designed specifically to disperse Force attacks, a modification Anakin had insisted on after watching too many Jedi disable vehicles through telekinesis. The remaining Force bent the hull plates slightly, creating stress fractures, but nothing critical, nothing that would stop the machine's operation. The AT-TE's forward laser cannons targeted Malak's position on the balcony and fired, 4 synchronized beams converging on a single point. Malak threw himself sideways, Force-enhanced reflexes saving his life, the balcony exploding behind him, stone and metal raining down on the Capitol building's plaza below. "All Sith sabers attack the walkers!" Malak commanded, picking himself up from the rubble, his robes torn, blood streaming from a dozen cuts. "Lightning, telekinesis, everything we have. Those machines can be destroyed." 23 Sith sabers emerged from positions around the city, Force users equivalent to Jedi Knights, trained in combat since childhood, their lightsabers representing decades of dedication. They wore robes marking their rank within the Lost Tribe hierarchy, their faces showing determination mixed with religious fervor. The Skyborn might be powerful, but the Sith had the Force itself as ally. The first Sith saber to reach an AT-TE was a human male named Kavar, his purple lightsaber marking him as someone who'd walked both light and dark philosophies. He leaped with Force enhancement, clearing the 30 meters between the wall and the walker in a single bound, landing on the hull with magnetic boots activated. His lightsaber stabbed downward, punching through armor plating, seeking vital systems. The AT-TE's automated defense systems responded instantly. Electrified hull sections activated, channeling enough voltage to kill a bantha, electricity arcing through Kavar's body, his muscles spasming, his scream audible across the battlefield. He fell from the hull, smoking, landing hard enough to break bones, his lightsaber falling from nerveless fingers. Two corporate troopers moved in, their rifles aimed at his head. "Surrender," one barked. "Drop your weapon and you'll receive medical attention." Kavar's hand reached out weakly toward his fallen lightsaber, pride overriding survival instinct. Both troopers fired, headshots, clinical execution. Kavar's body went still, the first Sith saber casualty of the battle. Another Sith saber tried different tactics remaining at range, channeling dark side lightning toward an AT-ST's joints, trying to fry the walker's servos and disable its mobility. Purple-black electricity arced through the air, striking the leg actuators. The walker's grounding systems dispersed the energy harmlessly into the ground, its engineering specifically designed to handle force lightning, magnetic coils redirecting the assault. And while the Sith saber channeled power into her ineffective attack, the walker's forward laser cannons acquired target lock. 4 beams converged on her position. She saw them coming, tried to dodge, force-enhanced reflexes allowing her to move faster than human normal but not faster than light-speed weapons. The beams caught her mid-leap, carbonizing her from 4 angles simultaneously, her body falling in pieces that were no longer recognizable as human. The AT-ST walkers advanced in coordinated formation, their 6 legs moving in mechanical synchronization, their weapons firing with ruthless efficiency. Behind them, corporate troopers and commando droids followed, using the walkers as mobile cover, their rifles adding to the overwhelming firepower. Tav's defenders tried to mount organized resistance force pike formations, Sith sword charges, even improvised explosives hurled with telekinetic assistance. But nothing worked. The force pikes couldn't penetrate AT-ST armor. The Sith swords shattered against shielded hull plating. The explosives detonated harmlessly against electromagnetic barriers. And the return fire was devastating. A squad of defenders tried to form defensive line along the main boulevard. The AT-ST's mass driver fired once, the solid slug punching through their barricade, through 3 buildings behind them, and embedding itself in a hillside 500 meters beyond. The shockwave from the projectile's passage alone killed half the defenders, their bodies pulverized by overpressure. In the sky above, fighter squadrons began their runs. V-wing interceptors screamed overhead at speeds that made them barely visible, their laser cannons strafing defensive positions, their bombs cratering formations before defenders could scatter. ARC 170 fighters followed, heavier and slower but carrying more ordnance, their proton torpedoes reducing fortified positions to smoking craters. Y-wing bombers came last, their ion cannons disabling whatever infrastructure remained functional, their payload ensuring no meaningful resistance could reform. Malak watched his defenses collapse from the Capitol building's ruins, his red lightsaber the only light in the growing darkness created by smoke and dust. Around him, his remaining High Lords were pale, some openly weeping, all recognizing that their civilization had just encountered forces they couldn't comprehend, let alone defeat. "My lord," High Lord Krev said quietly, his voice carrying defeat. "We must surrender. This isn't warfare, it's extermination. They're not even deploying their full strength. Those capital ships in orbit could destroy the entire city without landing a single soldier. We have no counter, no defense, no hope of victory." "No," Malak whispered, his hands clenched around his lightsaber hilt so tightly his knuckles showed white. "No, I won't surrender to my brother. I won't give him the satisfaction." "This isn't about satisfaction," Arthur Ven's voice came from the Capitol building's entrance, his purple lightsaber ignited, his presence in the Force calm despite the chaos. "This is about survival. About ensuring our people, brother. Regardless of political allegiance, don't die for pride." He walked forward through the rebel, Anakin and Maul flanking him, their lightsabers also ignited, their presence announcing that resistance was futile. "You wanted to be Grand Lord," Arthur continued, his voice carrying sadness rather than anger. "You wanted power, recognition, the ability to shape our civilization's destiny. But you took it through betrayal rather than earning it through leadership. And now? He gestured at the burning city, at the advancing walkers, at the sky filled with vessels. Now you've brought forces you can't control, can't negotiate with, can't defeat. Surrender, brother. Let our people survive this day. Malak looked at Arthur, at the walkers, at the overwhelming evidence of defeat. And then his red lightsaber came up, pointing at his brother's heart, his voice carrying desperate rage. Never. If I can't rule, then let the Skyborn burn everything. At least I'll die fighting rather than kneeling. He charged, force-enhanced speed making him blur, his red blade aimed at Arthur's throat. Anakin's blue lightsaber intercepted the strike, the blades meeting with a scream of energy discharge. His red blade came around in a horizontal slash aimed at Malak's midsection. Malak's free hand came up, force push erupting, driving Anakin back 3 meters. Maul entered from the flank, his double-bladed lightsaber spinning, both ends targeting Malak from opposite angles. Malak leaped straight up, clearing the attack, and while airborne his hands extended, dark side lightning erupting from his fingertips, targeting all 3 opponents simultaneously. Arthur's purple blade caught his portion of the lightning, the energy crackling along the blade's length, his force training allowing him to absorb and disperse it. Anakin and Maul did similarly, their lightsabers becoming lightning rods, protecting them from the assault. They landed in a triangle formation around Malak, their blades held in ready positions, their presence in the force coordinated despite their different philosophies. 3 against 1, Malak observed, breathing hard, his lightning attack depleting his reserves. How noble! How perfectly fitting that you'd need off-world help to defeat me. This isn't about nobility, Anakin replied, his dual blades held in his preferred guard position. This is about ending a civil war before more people die. Last chance, Malak yielded. Malak's response was to channel everything he had left, dark side energy flooding through him, his presence in the force surging to levels that made reality itself seem to warp. The ground beneath their feet cracked, stones levitating, the air itself becoming harder to breathe. Then die! Malak screamed, and attacked all 3 simultaneously. His red blade came in toward Arthur's head, high slash designed to remove it at the shoulders. Arthur's purple blade intercepted, parrying upward, redirecting the strike past his body. Malak's free hand thrust toward Anakin, force push so powerful it created visible distortion in the air. Anakin's own power responded, light and dark mixing, creating a barrier that dispersed the attack. Maul attacked from behind, his double blade thrusting toward Malak's spine. Malak felt it coming through force sense, spun, his red blade catching one end of Maul's weapon, deflecting it. But the effort left him open to Arthur's counter-attack, his purple blade slashing across Malak's left arm. Cutting deep, severing muscles, forcing him to drop his lightsaber as his hand went numb. Malak stumbled back, his left arm hanging useless, blood streaming from the wound, his force reserves depleted, his body showing the strain of channeling more power than he could sustain. He looked at his brother, at the 2 off-worlders, at the burning city beyond, and his shoulders sagged in defeat. I yield, he whispered, falling to his knees, tears streaming down his face mixing with blood and sweat. I yield. The throne is yours, brother. Do with me what you will. Arthur deactivated his lightsaber, his expression carrying profound sadness. You will stand trial before the circle of lords. Answer for your crimes. Accept judgment. If they decree mercy, you'll live out your days in exile. If they decree execution. He didn't finish the sentence. Corporate troopers moved in, applying stun cuffs to Malak's wrists, hauling him to his feet, marching him away toward the detention facilities that were being established. Across the city, similar scenes played out, defenders surrendering, throwing down their weapons, recognizing that resistance meant death while surrender meant survival. Within 3 hours, Tov had fallen completely. The Capitol building flew Arthur Ven's standard once again. The Circle of Lords was being reconvened with members loyal to the legitimate Grand Lord. And in the sky above, Skywalker Corporation vessels maintained orbit, their presence ensuring no one questioned the transition of power. Anakin stood on the Capitol building's balcony, watching AT walkers patrol the streets, watching corporate troopers secure key positions, watching a civilization's isolation end after 5,000 years. Thrawn's voice came through his COMM, carrying satisfaction. A textbook demonstration of overwhelming force applied precisely, Lord Vader. Minimal civilian casualties, maximum psychological impact, rapid capitulation. The Lost Tribe now understands galactic power dynamics. Arthur Venn is indebted to us. And we've secured valuable intelligence about an isolated Sith civilization. I'd call this operation a complete success. Agreed, Anakin replied. But remember, Admiral, the Lost Tribe's location remains classified. No reports to the Empire beyond basic operational summaries. No coordinates, no navigational data, no intelligence that would let others find Kesh. This is our secret, our asset, our potential advantage for future operations. Understood, Thrawn said. Though I must note, secrets of this magnitude have a way of revealing themselves eventually. When that happens, we should be prepared for the consequences. Let me worry about consequences, Anakin said. You just make sure our people get back to the fleet safely, wounded are treated, equipment is recovered. We're leaving Kesh tomorrow. Arthur can handle reconstruction. He's got the throne, the loyalty, and enough healthy fear of orbital bombardment to ensure cooperation. He looked at Grievous, who'd been repaired enough to function, his damaged arm replaced with a spare from the Chimera's medical bay. How are you feeling, General? Functional, Grievous replied, his photoreceptors gleaming. The battle was disappointing. I expected more resistance, more challenge. These primitives fell too easily. Welcome to modern warfare, Rex said, approaching from the Capitol building's entrance, his armor cleaned and his injuries treated. Sometimes the best battles are the ones where overwhelming force prevents extended fighting. Saves lives on both sides. Spoken like a soldier rather than a warrior, Grievous observed, but without malice. Soldiers seek efficiency. Warriors seek glory. I miss glory. You'll get more chances for glory, Anakin promised. The galaxy's a big place, and we've got a lot more fighting ahead of us. But for now, let's go home. Let's get back to our people, our responsibilities, our war. Kesh was a detour, interesting, profitable, but ultimately just another step on the longer journey. He took one last look at Tov, at the city of glass that had been the Lost Tribe's capital for millennia, now occupied by off-world forces, its people learning that the galaxy was larger, more dangerous, and more wondrous than 5,000 years of isolation had taught them. Another world changed, Anakin thought. Another civilization touched by our intervention. Another variable in the equation I'm trying to solve. And somewhere out there, the Emperor is watching, calculating, preparing his own moves. Let him prepare. I'm getting stronger with each battle, each victory, each step toward the confrontation that will decide everything. Let's go home, Anakin said aloud, and walked back into the Capitol building, his team following, leaving Kesh to rebuild under Arthur Venn's restored rule and the shadow of orbital weapons that could return at any moment. The treaty chamber in Tov's Capitol building had been hastily restored after the battle, its walls still showing scorch marks from the orbital bombardment, but the ancient Sith craftsmanship evident in every stone spoke to centuries of tradition. Holographic projectors provided by Skywalker Corporation technicians displayed the treaty document in 3 dimensions, rotating slowly, each clause visible from multiple angles. Anakin stood on one side of the ceremonial table, his Vader armor gleaming in the chamber's lighting, his mask's blank visor reflecting the hologram's glow. Arthur Venn stood opposite, wearing his restored Grand Lord robes deep purple trimmed with silver, marking him as someone who walked the line between light and dark, who ruled through balance rather than domination. Between them, the treaty document floated, its text written in 3 languages, basic, archaic Sith script, and the formal legal terminology that made contracts enforceable across galactic jurisdictions. Article 1, Thrawn's voice emerged from the COMM system, the Grand Admiral monitoring remotely from the Chimera in orbit. Kesh is recognized as sovereign territory under the legitimate rule of Grand Lord Arthur Venn and the Circle of Lords. Skywalker Corporation makes no territorial claims and recognizes the Lost Tribe's right to self-governance. Arthur nodded, his expression showing relief. After 5,000 years of isolation, the prospect of being conquered by off-world forces had been very real. Agreed. Article 2, Thrawn continued. Kesh's location remains classified at the highest security level. No navigational data, no star charts, no coordinates will be released to any entity outside Skywalker Corporation command structure without Grand Lord Arthur Venn's explicit consent. This includes the Sith Empire, the Republic, independent contractors, or any third parties. Anakin spoke, his voice modulated through his helmet's speakers. This is non-negotiable. The moment the Empire or Republic learn about Kesh, they'll either try to conquer you or recruit you for their war. Either outcome destroys the isolation that's kept you safe for millennia. You remain hidden, and we ensure no one else finds you. Understood and agreed, Arthur said. Though I must ask what prevents you from revealing our location for your own advantage. Pragmatism, Anakin replied simply. A hidden ally is worth more than public knowledge. If we reveal Kesh, we lose exclusive access. If we keep the secret, we maintain strategic advantage no one else possesses. He paused. Plus, I gave my word. And despite what you might think about Sith, I honor my commitments to allies. Arthur studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I believe you, Darth Vader. Proceed. Article 3, Thrawn said. Skywalker Corporation is granted permission to establish a covered military installation on Kesh location to be determined in consultation with Grand Lord Venn, sized appropriately for approximately 500 personnel, defensive weapons only, no orbital weapons platforms. This base serves as emergency fallback position, secure communications relay, and strategic logistics hub. Rex, standing near the chamber's entrance in his cleaned and repaired armor, spoke up. Essentially, if our operations in known space go badly, we have somewhere to retreat that no one can find. Somewhere to regroup, repair, and plan our next moves. A secret base, Arthur said, the concept foreign but comprehensible. Hidden not just from your enemies but from your nominal allies as well. The Sith Empire doesn't know you're establishing this. The Empire knows nothing, Anakin confirmed. And that's how it stays. This treaty is classified beyond standard security protocols. Only people in this room plus Thrawn know the full details. Even my fiancé doesn't know Kesh's location, only that we've secured a strategic advantage. Arthur's expression shifted to something approaching respect. You're more cunning than your reputation suggests, Darth Vader. The Empire sees you as a blunt instrument, powerful but direct. They don't realize you're playing a deeper game. Let them underestimate me, Anakin replied. It makes the eventual revelation more satisfying. Article 4. Article 4, Thrawn said, a note of satisfaction in his cultured voice. In exchange for the classified base rights and guaranteed isolation, the Lost Tribe agrees to provide military support to Skywalker Corporation operations when requested. Support includes but is not limited to, Sith Sabers as specialized Force user operatives, alchemically enhanced warriors for missions requiring unique capabilities, intelligence about ancient Sith techniques and artifacts, and cultural consultation regarding Force-sensitive operations. He paused, letting the implications settle. Essentially, Grand Lord Venn, you become our reserve force. When we face threats that require Force expertise beyond what our corporate forces provide, we call upon the Lost Tribe. You send warriors who understand ancient Sith philosophy, who can counter techniques the modern galaxy has forgotten. In return, we protect your isolation and provide technology transfers that advance your civilization without disrupting your culture. Arthur walked slowly around the holographic treaty, his hands clasped behind his back, his mind clearly calculating advantages and risks. You're asking us to become secret soldiers for an off-world corporation. To fight battles in star systems we've never heard of, for reasons we might not understand, against enemies we can't even conceptualize. Yes, Anakin said bluntly. But consider the alternative. Without this treaty, you remain isolated until someone else discovers you and they won't be as generous. The Empire would either conquer or recruit through coercion. The Republic would try to liberate you from Sith philosophy through cultural genocide disguised as enlightenment. Criminal syndicates would exploit you. But with this treaty, he gestured at the hologram. You remain hidden, you gain access to galactic technology, and you build relationship with someone powerful enough to protect you. And when you eventually fall. Arthur's voice was quiet but penetrating. The Emperor you serve will discover this treaty eventually. What happens to Kesh when that occurs? I don't intend to fall, Anakin replied, his voice carrying steel. I intend to win. To become powerful enough that even the Emperor hesitates before moving against me. And if when I succeed in that goal, Kesh benefits from being allied with the victor rather than crushed by the aftermath. The chamber fell silent except for the hum of holographic projectors. Arthur studied Anakin's masked face, seeking truth behind the blank visor, and apparently finding something satisfactory. I agree to the treaty, Arthur said formally, his voice carrying the authority of 1,000 years of Sith tradition. On behalf of the Lost Tribe, the Circle of Lords, and the people of Kesh, I bind us to this alliance. May the Force witness our commitment and judge us should we break faith. Agreed, Anakin replied, stepping forward, extending his hand across the treaty hologram. Arthur gripped it, the handshake sealing the pact, and the holographic document flashed with confirmation biometric signatures, Force signatures, legal authentication all registering simultaneously. The treaty is valid and enforceable, Thrawn confirmed. Congratulations, gentlemen. You've just altered the strategic balance of the galaxy in ways no one will understand for years to come. The Valley of Triumph stretched for 3 kilometers along Tav's eastern approach, a natural amphitheater that had hosted Lost Tribe ceremonies for millennia. Today, it hosted something the planet had never witnessed: a full military parade showcasing Skywalker Corporation's power, demonstrating to the Lost Tribe exactly what kind of forces they'd allied with. The valley floor had been cleared and leveled by engineering crews, creating a parade ground that could accommodate thousands of troops in formation. Temporary grandstands rose along one side, providing elevated viewing for Arthur Venn, the Circle of Lords, High Lords from across Kesh, and dignitaries representing every major settlement. Arthur stood at the grandstand's center, flanked by his High Lords, his purple lightsaber clipped prominently to his belt, his Grand Lord robes flowing in Kesh's humid breeze. To his right stood Commander Ilera Vex and other rebel officers, now legitimized as official military leadership. To his left, Anakin stood in his Vader armor, Rex beside him in his captain's gear, Grievous looming behind them, his repaired chassis gleaming. The native Keshirai, the purple-skinned indigenous population who served the Lost Tribe, pressed against barriers, their eyes wide with religious awe, their voices whispering the word that had spread like wildfire through their communities: Skyborn. Your people seem impressed, Anakin observed, watching the crowds gathering along the valley's perimeter, thousands of natives and Lost Tribe citizens coming to witness the spectacle. They're terrified, Arthur corrected quietly. But terror mixed with wonder. The Skyborn were prophesied in their oldest traditions beings from above who would descend in times of great change. You've fulfilled ancient prophecy, Darth Vader. That carries weight beyond simple military power. Before Anakin could respond, horns sounded, not electronic klaxons but actual horns, their notes carrying across the valley in traditional Lost Tribe military fashion. The parade was beginning. The first formation emerged from the staging area at the valley's southern end: corporate troopers, 500 of them, marching in perfect synchronization. They wore their distinctive black armor with blue stripes, their DC-15A rifles held at attention position against their right shoulders, their boots striking the ground in unified rhythm that created sound like rolling thunder. Thump! 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 Each formation was 25 troops wide and 20 deep, creating blocks of soldiers that moved as single organisms rather than collections of individuals. Their discipline was absolute, no trooper out of step, no movement wasted, every action precise and coordinated. "These are the standard infantry," Rex narrated quietly, falling into instructor mode. DC-15A blaster rifles, modular armor rated against most small arms fire, trained for 6 months in combat operations before deployment. Each trooper is worth approximately 10 conventional soldiers in terms of combat effectiveness. The first formation marched past the grandstand, executed a synchronized right face toward Arthur's position, and snapped to attention. 500 rifles came up simultaneously in salute, the movement so precise it looked choreographed despite being pure muscle memory and training. Arthur returned the salute, acknowledging the troops, and they resumed march formation, continuing down the valley floor. Immediately behind them came the second formation, then the third, then the fourth. 2,000 corporate troopers in total, their presence announcing that Skywalker Corporation could field armies, not just strike teams. Among the Lost Tribe observers, murmurs spread. They'd seen the corporate troopers in combat, had witnessed their effectiveness against Malak's forces, but seeing them assembled in ceremonial formation drove home the scale of what they'd allied with. This wasn't a mercenary company or privateer operation, this was a professional military force backed by industrial capacity that dwarfed anything Kesh could produce. The commando droids came next, B-2 super battle droids, 300 of them, painted in matching black and blue colors. They moved with mechanical precision that made the human troopers look almost sloppy by comparison, their heavy armor plates gleaming, their integrated weapons visible as forearm-mounted blasters capable of sustained fire. Automated combat units, Rex continued. No fear, no fatigue, no hesitation. They follow orders exactly as programmed, execute tactical maneuvers with inhuman coordination, and continue fighting until destroyed. Each unit is worth approximately 5 standard droids in combat effectiveness. The commando droids executed their own salute, a synchronized right turn, weapons coming up in unified motion, holding position for exactly 3 seconds, then resuming march. Their movements were somehow more unsettling than the human troopers, the perfect mechanical synchronization highlighting their inhuman nature. Then came the sound that made everyone in the grandstand look up, the roar of engines approaching at high speed, the scream of atmospheric flight at velocities that seemed impossible. V-wing interceptors appeared over the valley's northern rim, flying in tight formation, their sleek profiles cutting through the air with barely restrained violence. They flew in groups of 12, each group performing coordinated maneuvers, barrel rolls, loops, formations that spelled out symbols in their contrails. The interceptors screamed overhead at 500 meters altitude, their engines creating sonic booms that rattled windows in Tav and made the ground shake. The native Kesharai fell to their knees, their religious terror overwhelming their ability to stand, their voices rising in prayers to gods they believed had descended. V-wing interceptors, Rex said, his voice carrying pride. Fastest atmospheric fighters in the Skywalker Corporation arsenal. Maximum speed exceeds 2,000 km per hour, armed with laser cannons and concussion missiles, capable of engaging both air and ground targets with equal effectiveness. The V-wings were followed by ARC-170 heavy fighters, slower but more heavily armed, their triple-wing configuration making them instantly recognizable. They flew lower, at 300 meters, their larger profile more threatening, their weapons pods clearly visible beneath their wings. "Those," Grievous said, his mechanical voice carrying satisfaction, "those are proper war machines. Not as elegant as personal combat, but effective for suppressing large areas." The fighters completed their flyover and banked away, returning to their carriers in orbit, but their message had been delivered. Skywalker Corporation controlled the sky, could project power from above, could strike anywhere on the planet within minutes. The Lost Tribes' traditional warfare paradigm, built around force users and ground combat, was obsolete against enemies who could bombard from orbit or strafe from supersonic aircraft. And then, creating tremors that could be felt through the grandstand's structure, the walkers appeared. 5 AT walkers entered the valley in single file, their 6 legs moving in mechanical synchronization, their mass driver cannons pointed skyward in ceremonial position. Each walker stood nearly 10 meters tall, weighed 85 tons, and projected power through sheer physical presence that transcended mere statistics. Thum. 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 Each step created impact that shook the ground, that announced their presence through bone-deep vibration. The walkers moved slowly, only 15 kilometers per hour, but their pace was deliberate, unstoppable, inevitable as continental drift. All-terrain tactical enforcers, Rex said, and now his voice carried something approaching reverence. The Republic's primary heavy assault platform. 6-legged design allows them to traverse any terrain including vertical surfaces. Mass driver cannon can engage targets at range exceeding 30 km with pinpoint accuracy. Laser cannons provide point defense against infantry and light vehicles. Armor withstands anything short of dedicated anti-armor weapons. And each walker carries a crew of 7 plus 20 troops in the internal compartment. The AT walkers passed the grandstand, executed a synchronized left turn that defied their size, and deployed into line formation facing the observers. Their mass driver cannons lowered from ceremonial position to combat ready, acquiring target locks on empty air, demonstrating their capability without firing. Arthur leaned toward Anakin, his voice barely audible over the walkers' idling engines. Those machines, they could destroy Tav in an afternoon, couldn't they? Less than an hour, Anakin replied honestly. 5 walkers with unrestricted rules of engagement could level the city in 40 minutes. That's why we brought them, not to threaten you, but to demonstrate what you're protected from. If anyone else discovered Kesh, if they came here with hostile intent, this is what they'd bring. But you're allied with us, which means these weapons defend you rather than threaten you. The walkers held formation for 30 seconds, their presence dominating the valley, then resumed march, their 6-legged gait carrying them toward the staging area where they'd be loaded back onto the Acclamator assault ships for departure. The final phase of the parade began, the boarding procedure, the moment when everyone would see just how many troops Skywalker Corporation had deployed, how much military force had been hidden in orbit waiting to be unleashed. The Acclamator-class assault ships descended from orbit in formation, all 5 of them, their wedge-shaped hulls gleaming in Kesha's sunlight, their presence casting shadows across the entire valley. Each vessel was 752 meters long, massing millions of tons, and as they descended on repulsor lift systems that screamed with exertion, the ground shook hard enough to crack stone. They settled into designated landing zones arranged around the valley's perimeter, their landing struts extending, their massive weight compressing the earth beneath them. And then their boarding ramps deployed massive structures that could accommodate vehicles and troops simultaneously. That opened like the maws of metal beasts ready to swallow armies. The corporate troopers began boarding in perfect formation, marching up the ramps in their hundreds, disappearing into the Acclamator's cavernous hangar bays. The commando droids followed, their mechanical precision making the boarding process look like industrial assembly rather than military deployment. The AT walkers walked directly into specialized loading bays, their 6 legs folding into transport configuration as magnetic clamps locked them into place. And from other staging areas around Tav, thousands more troops appeared, garrison forces that had secured the city, engineers who'd repaired damaged infrastructure, medical personnel who'd treated wounded from both sides, logistics officers who'd organized the occupation. They formed into march formations and headed toward the Acclamators, their numbers seeming endless, wave after wave of black and blue armor filling the boarding ramps. Arthur stood transfixed, watching the parade ground empty as troops boarded, watching the Acclamators fill with military personnel and equipment, watching an army that had conquered his planet in 3 hours prepare to depart as if the entire operation had been routine rather than world-changing. "How many?" he asked quietly. "How many troops did you deploy?" "Approximately 12,000 combat personnel," Thrawn's voice replied through the COMM system, still monitoring from orbit. "Plus another 3,000 support staff, medical, logistics, intelligence, engineering. And that represents roughly 30% of Skywalker Corporation's current military capacity. Our full force deployment would be 3 times larger." The number seemed to stagger Arthur. 15,000 troops for this operation, representing only a third of their total capacity, meaning Skywalker Corporation could field 45,000 soldiers if fully mobilized. The Lost Tribe's entire military, across every settlement on Kesh, numbered maybe 20,000, and most of those were scattered, poorly equipped, lacking coordination. "And the Empire?" Arthur asked. "The Sith Empire you serve, how large is their military?" "Millions of soldiers," Anakin replied. "Thousands of capital ships. Industrial capacity that can replace losses faster than we can inflict them. The Empire is the second most powerful political entity in the galaxy, exceeded only by the Republic. And even they are stalemated because the scale of the conflict is beyond what any previous war has demanded." He gestured at the boarding troops, at the acclamators, at the power being displayed. "What you see here is significant force by most standards. But in the context of galactic warfare, we're a small player. A corporate military that can punch above our weight through superior training and tactics, but ultimately limited by our industrial base and recruitment capacity. That's why this treaty matters. You give us access to capabilities we can't produce ourselves, and we give you protection against forces you couldn't resist alone." "Symbiosis," Arthur said, understanding dawning. "We need each other. Neither sufficient alone, but together covering each other's weaknesses." "Exactly," Anakin confirmed. The last troops boarded, the final AT walker secured, and the acclamator's boarding ramps retracted with hydraulic hisses that echoed across the valley. Their repulsor lift systems activated, creating howling winds that bent trees and scattered debris, and they began to ascend slowly at first, then faster, climbing toward orbit where the Venator Star destroyers waited. The crowd watched in silence as the massive vessels climbed higher, becoming smaller, eventually disappearing into the blue sky, leaving only contrails that slowly dissipated in Kesh's winds. And when the last ship vanished from sight, when the roar of engines finally faded, the reality settled in. Kesh's isolation had ended. The galaxy had arrived. And nothing would ever be the same. Arthur turned to Anakin, extended his hand again, and spoke with formal gravity. "The Lost Tribe stands with Skywalker Corporation. When you call, we will answer. When you face enemies beyond conventional means, we will deploy our Sith sabers, our alchemists, our most skilled warriors. This I swear on behalf of the Circle of Lords and the people of Kesh." Anakin gripped his hand firmly. "And Skywalker Corporation stands with the Lost Tribe. Your isolation will be protected. Your independence respected. Your sovereignty maintained. When threats emerge that you cannot face alone, we will return with the full might of our forces. This I swear as Darth Vader, as commander of Skywalker Corporation forces, and as someone who honors his word above all else." They held the grip for several seconds, the gesture witnessed by thousands of Lost Tribe citizens, by the Circle of Lords, by the native Keshirai who would record this moment in their oral traditions as the day the Skyborn came, brought judgment, and departed after establishing eternal alliance. Rex stepped forward, speaking quietly. "General, the last transport is waiting. We need to depart within the hour to maintain the fleet's schedule." Anakin nodded, released Arthur's hand, and turned to address the crowd one final time. His voice, amplified by his helmet's external speakers, carried across the entire valley. "People of Kesh! Today you witnessed power beyond what your civilization has known. Ships that fly between stars. Weapons that strike from orbit. Soldiers numbered in thousands, trained to standards you're only beginning to understand. But remember this, that power is now your ally, not your conqueror. We came here by accident. We're leaving by choice. And we're ensuring that what happened here remains secret from the galaxy that would exploit or destroy you. He paused, letting his words reach every listener. Your Grand Lord Arthur Venn has made alliance with forces that operate beyond your planet, beyond your star system, in conflicts you can barely imagine. But that alliance protects you. Keeps you hidden. Ensures your way of life continues undisturbed by galactic politics. In return, when we call upon you for aid in battles where ancient Sith knowledge is required, you will answer. This is the pact. This is the agreement. And this is the beginning of a relationship that will shape both our futures. He turned to Rex, Grievous, and the handful of remaining corporate troops who would escort them to the final transport. Let's go home. They walked across the empty parade ground, their boots echoing in the sudden silence, heading toward the waiting LAAT/I gunship that would carry them to orbit. Behind them, Arthur Venn and the circle of lords watched, recognizing that history had just turned, that their isolated civilization had been thrust into galactic affairs whether ready or not. And as the gunship lifted off, as it climbed toward the orbiting fleet, as Kesh shrank beneath them becoming just another world among countless worlds, Anakin allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. One more asset secured, he thought. One more strategic advantage hidden from the Emperor's eyes. One more piece positioned on the board for the endgame that's coming. Arthur thinks he got protection and technology. Thrawn thinks he secured a covered base and Force user assets. The Lost Tribe thinks they allied with powerful friends. But the real victory is that the Emperor knows nothing. Has no idea this place exists, has no way to find it, has no leverage over it. And when the time comes, when I finally make my move against him, I'll have sanctuary he can't reach and allies he doesn't know exist. Let him think he knows all my pieces. Let him calculate based on visible assets. The secret is what wins wars, not the army everyone can see, but the reserves hidden until the decisive moment. The LAAT/I gunship docked with the Chimera, the hangar bay doors closing behind them, sealing them back into the known galaxy, leaving Kesh's isolation restored but forever changed. The fleet made its hyperspace calculations, plotted return course to Imperial space, and jumped, the stars stretching into infinite lines as they departed, leaving no evidence they'd ever been there except the memories of everyone who'd witnessed the Skyborn's arrival and departure. Kesh returned to silence. To isolation. To secrets. Exactly as planned. Anakin walked down the Chimera's main corridor, his boots echoing on polished deck plating, his armor still carrying dust from Kesh despite the decontamination protocols. The fleet had been in hyperspace for 6 hours, the return journey to Imperial space proceeding smoothly, and he'd spent most of that time in debriefing sessions with Thrawn, reviewing the operation's tactical outcomes and strategic implications. He was exhausted. Physically drained from the combat on Kesh, mentally depleted from the constant tactical calculations, emotionally worn from maintaining the Vader persona through everything. All he wanted was to reach his quarters, remove his armor, and sleep for 12 hours straight. My lord! My lord! A familiar voice echoed down the corridor, accompanied by running footsteps that suggested urgency bordering on panic. Vet rounded the corner at full sprint, her blue skin flushed with exertion, her cybernetic headband slightly askew, her expression carrying equal parts excitement and concern. She skidded to a halt in front of him, breathing hard, her hands waving animatedly. You need to go right now, she gasped between breaths. Medical bay immediately, it's happening. Anakin's mind immediately jumped to worst-case scenarios. Casualties from the Kesh operation? Someone critically injured during the return journey? Equipment malfunction? What's happening? Vet, report clearly. Nox is in labor. Vet blurted out, her eyes wide. Like, right now labor. Active labor. Baby is coming whether you're ready or not labor. Time seemed to freeze for exactly 2.3 seconds while Anakin's brain processed this information. Then... What? And you didn't tell me sooner? His voice carried disbelief and panic in equal measure, his usual tactical composure shattering in the face of imminent fatherhood. Vet raised both hands defensively, her tone shifting from urgent to exasperated. And how exactly would I have told you when you were on a planet that's isolated from all galactic communications, fighting in a civil war, establishing secret alliances, and only recently returned to the ship? She gestured wildly. I'm good at my job, but I can't force project messages across star systems. The moment you got back and finished debriefing, I came running. So stop interrogating me and move. Anakin was already moving, breaking into a force-enhanced sprint that covered the corridor's length in seconds. Behind him, Vet followed at a more reasonable pace, muttering something about men never being ready for fatherhood and typical that he'd be off-world when this happened. The medical bay was on the Chimera's third deck, starboard section, designed to handle everything from routine checkups to battlefield triage. As Anakin approached, he could hear screaming, not the kind of screaming that suggested danger, but the very specific screaming that meant someone was experiencing the single most painful natural biological process known to female humanoid species. The doors slid open, and Anakin burst through. Standing guard at the entrance to the primary medical suite, looking somehow both protective and deeply uncomfortable with his current assignment, was Kem Val. The massive Dasaid stood over 2 meters tall, his red-brown skin covered in the distinctive plates that marked his species as nearly indestructible, his 4 eyes glowing with predatory awareness. Little Sith, Kem rumbled, his voice like grinding stone mixed with distant thunder. You arrive as your offspring emerge. Kem Val guards the entrance, none shall disturb the birthing. But overlaid on Kem's deep rumble was another voice, higher, female, carrying sardonic amusement and barely concealed glee. Darth Zush, whose consciousness had been trapped in Kem's body after her failed attempt to possess Nox years ago, apparently still maintained enough presence to speak through their shared form. Oh, how delightful! Zush's voice emerged from Kem's mouth, the tonal dissonance deeply unsettling. My former apprentice experiencing the agony of childbirth. The Force is truly just. All those times she mocked me, all those times she stole what was rightfully mine, and now she's screaming like a wounded calf hound. I'm almost tempted to record this for Zush, Kem's primary voice interrupted, carrying warning. You disturb my master's mate. Cease your gloating or Kem Val will eat your consciousness and finally achieve silence. You've been threatening that for years, you oversized lizard. Anakin pushed past them, not having time for their eternal bickering, and entered the medical suite proper. The room was equipped with state-of-the-art medical technology monitoring systems tracking vital signs, automated surgical droids standing ready for complications, Bacta tanks in case emergency treatment was needed. But dominating the space was the medical bed where Nox lay, her body clearly in the advanced stages of labor, her crimson eyes blazing with pain and determination and rage at the universe for putting her through this. She wore a medical gown that had seen better days, her usually perfect appearance completely abandoned in favor of function over form. Her black hair was plastered to her forehead with sweat, her pale skin flushed, her breathing coming in controlled gasps that suggested she was using force techniques to manage the pain. Attending her were 2 medical droids, 2-1B surgical units programmed with comprehensive obstetric protocols, their mechanical voices providing calm, clinical updates that contrasted sharply with Nox's very non-clinical responses. Dilation at 9 centimeters, one droid announced. Contractions occurring every 90 seconds. First infant presenting normally, crowning imminent. I don't care about the technical details. Nox screamed, her hands gripping the bed's rails hard enough to leave permanent impressions in the metal. Just get them out before I use force lightning on everyone in this room. Anakin crossed the distance in 3 strides, reaching for her hand, his voice carrying through his helmet's external speakers. Nox, I'm here. She grabbed his hand with crushing force, her nails digging into his armored glove hard enough to scratch the finish, her eyes fixing on him with an expression that mixed relief, anger, and promises of future retribution. "Where the hell have you been?" Her voice was hoarse, strained, but still carrying her distinctive sarcasm. "I've been in labor for 8 hours. 8. Do you have any idea what that's like? I was on Kesh, there was a civil war, we couldn't. I don't care if you were negotiating peace with the Emperor himself." Another contraction hit, and her grip intensified, possibly cutting off circulation despite his armor's protection. "You're here now and that's what," she screamed again, the sound raw and primal. "Matters." Anakin reached up with his free hand, pulling off his helmet with one smooth motion, letting her see his face, his eyes, his genuine concern mixing with poorly concealed terror at witnessing this. "It's okay, I'm here now." "Are you?" He paused, recognizing the stupidity of what he'd been about to ask. That was a stupid question. "Of course you're not good." Nox laughed despite the pain, the sound somehow still carrying her characteristic dark humor. She smirked, the expression transforming her face from agonized to almost playful. "You know, I had this whole scenario planned out in my head. Where you died on some mission, and I'd have to search the entire galaxy to find your corpse, revive you through dark side necromancy, then kill you again properly for dying before our children were born." "Really?" Anakin couldn't help but smile despite the situation. "Nox, you're literally in the middle of giving birth and you're still being sarcastic." "It's a coping mechanism," she shot back, then her expression shifted to something more serious, more vulnerable. "You know, Padme spoke to me. Through the Force. During one of the contractions when my defenses were down." Anakin's blood ran cold. "What? When? What did she say?" "Oh, it was delightful," Nox replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm that poorly masked genuine hurt. "We had a nice little chat. She warned me no, demanded that I not name our daughter or son Luke or Leia. Said those names were hers, that I had no right to them, that I was, let me get the quotes right, an evil and wicked woman, a shameless and despicable Sith, and on and on." Her eyes blazed brighter. "I was getting kinda tired of her stuck-up, preachy, bitchy attitude. So you know what?" She looked directly into his eyes, her expression showing defiant determination. "I'm naming our son Luke. And if we have a daughter, she's Leia. Just to spite her. If that's okay with you, of course, since I know these were names we talked about before." Anakin stared at her, disbelief warring with reluctant admiration at the sheer pettiness of the decision. "Wait. You're going to name our children those specific names because Padme pissed you off? That's your reasoning?" "Of course." Nox replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the universe. "Did you forget I'm sadistic? She came after me, insulted me, questioned my right to be with you, acted like she still had some claim on your life. So I'm returning the favor where it'll hurt most. Every time she senses those names echoing through the Force, she'll know I won. That her precious names belong to my children, not hers." Another contraction hit before Anakin could respond, and Nox's entire body tensed, her scream filling the medical bay, her Force presence surging with dark side energy that made monitoring equipment flicker and one of the medical droids stumble backward. Crowning complete, the lead medical droid announced with mechanical calm. "Beginning extraction of first infant. Please push on my mark. 3, 2, 1, push." Nox pushed, channeling every ounce of strength into the effort, her hand crushing Anakin's with Force-enhanced grip, her other hand gripping the bed rail so hard the metal groaned. Seconds stretched into eternity, pain transcending normal biological limits, the dark side feeding on her suffering and converting it into power that made the room's lighting fluctuate. And then a different sound filled the room. High-pitched, outraged, the cry of a newborn who'd just been forcibly evicted from the only environment he'd ever known and was not happy about the situation. "First infant extracted successfully," the medical droid announced, holding up a small, squirming bundle. "Male. All vital signs normal." APGAR score, 9 out of 10. Respiratory function excellent as evidenced by volume of vocalization. The droid moved to a secondary station where cleaning and examination protocols would be performed, and Anakin caught a glimpse of his son, the concept still not fully processing, small and wrinkled and somehow perfect despite looking like every newborn ever born, red-faced and screaming with indignant fury at the universe. "He has your eyes," Nox said softly, her voice hoarse but carrying wonder that cut through her usual sarcasm. "Blue. Like the sky on worlds that aren't perpetually covered in industrial smog." "Luke. His name is Luke." But there was no time to process that revelation because the medical droid attending Nox announced with clinical efficiency, "Second infant detected. Beginning extraction. This will be significantly faster as the birth canal is already dilated." "Significantly faster doesn't mean painless." Nox screamed, but she was already pushing again, her body working on instinct older than civilization, older than language, older than the Sith or Jedi or any philosophy that tried to impose order on biological chaos. 30 seconds later, an eternity and an eye blink simultaneously, the second cry joined the first, higher pitched, somehow even more outraged than her brother. "Second infant extracted," the medical droid announced. "Female. All vital signs normal. APGAR score, 9 out of 10. Respiratory function excellent, possibly superior to first infant based on decibel levels." Nox collapsed back against the medical bed, her entire body going limp, her breathing ragged, her force presence receding from the dangerous spike it had reached during contractions. "Leia." She breathed out, the single word carrying exhaustion and relief and fierce maternal protection. "She has my eyes. Crimson. Like me." The medical droids worked efficiently, cleaning both infants, performing standard examinations, wrapping them in thermal blankets. And then they were placed in Nox's arms, Luke on her left, Leia on her right, two small bundles that somehow contained all the potential futures the Force had been screaming about since their conception. "They're beautiful," Nox whispered, her crimson eyes the unusual shade that marked her as inheritor of powerful Sith bloodlines reflecting the twins' faces. "My angels." Anakin pulled a chair to the bedside, sitting heavily, removing his armored gloves so he could touch his children with actual hands rather than mechanical interfaces. He felt overwhelmed, relieved, terrified, proud. Joy so pure it hurt to contain. "This is great," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "This is probably the happiest moment of my life. Second only to us getting together." "Sorry, Nox, kids come first." "You jerk," Nox replied, but her tone carried no heat, just exhausted amusement. "None taken." She shifted Luke slightly in her arms, the baby boy's cries subsiding as he responded to her warmth, her presence. "Though it seems Luke likes you a little more. Look, he's calming down when you're near." Anakin reached out carefully, taking his son from Nox's arms, the small weight somehow heavier than any responsibility he'd ever carried. Luke's eyes, his eyes, the same blue that Anakin saw in mirrors, that Padme had fallen in love with, that marked him as Skywalker, blinked open, unfocused but somehow aware. The baby's crying stopped almost immediately, replaced by small sounds that might have been contentment or might have been confusion at this new large entity holding him. Luke giggled, an actual giggle, impossibly early for such vocalizations but happening nonetheless, his small hands reaching toward Anakin's face. "He thinks you're fascinating," Nox observed. "Or he's just happy to have different arms. Probably because he thinks you're scary." "Me scary?" Anakin looked at Nox with exaggerated disbelief. "You're the one who just threatened to use Force lightning on medical droids. You're the one whose dark side presence made monitoring equipment malfunction. And you're asking if I'm scary?" "Come on," Nox replied, shifting Leia in her arms, looking down at her daughter with such tender expression it seemed impossible this was the same woman who'd orchestrated political assassinations and performed dark side rituals. "Look at this little cute angel. Does she look scared?" "Nox, Anakin said carefully. That's because she's sleeping. Nox paused, exhaustion apparently affecting her observation skills, and looked down at Leia more carefully. The baby girl was indeed asleep, her tiny face peaceful despite the chaos of her recent arrival, her breathing steady and calm. What are you talking about? Nox noticed. Oh. Right. Great. But even as they watched, Leia instinctively shifted in her sleep, snuggling closer to Nox's chest, her small body seeking warmth and security from the person whose heartbeat she'd heard for 9 months. See? Nox's voice carried vindication despite her exhaustion. She's not scared. Why would my own children be afraid of me? Whatever you say, Nox, Anakin replied. His tone suggesting he could think of several reasons but wasn't going to voice them right now. The air in the medical bay suddenly chilled, temperature dropping 10 degrees in an instant, and a presence manifested that made both Luke and Leia react despite their respective states. Luke's eyes widening, Leia's sleep becoming restless. The Force ghost of Aloysius Kallig materialized beside Nox's bed, his form translucent but distinct, wearing ancient Sith robes that predated the current Empire by thousands of years. His face showed the aristocratic features of old Sith bloodlines, his expression carrying pride and satisfaction and ancient hunger for legacy fulfilled. Flesh of my flesh, Kallig's voice resonated through the room, not quite sound but Force presence given auditory form. You have done well. The heirs have been born. The bloodline continues. Nox sighed, her exhaustion making her less diplomatic than usual. I thought I would not see the end of you, old man. Yes, they're born. But they're Skywalkers as much as they are Kallig. Maybe more so. Look at Luke's eyes. That's pure Skywalker genetics, no Sith ancestry involved. Kallig drifted closer, examining the twins with interest that bordered on obsessive, his ghostly form leaning over the medical bed. Of course, naturally. The father's lineage combines with ours, creating something unprecedented. But I sense they are strong in the Force, incredibly strong. They are the beginning of a great dynasty, descendant. Through them, the Kallig name will be restored to glory, will rise above the shame of my betrayal, will achieve what I could not in life. They're babies, Anakin interjected, still holding Luke, protective instinct overriding any respect for ancient Force ghosts. Not dynasty-building tools. Not weapons. Not pawns in some 5,000-year revenge plot. There are children, and they'll grow up to be whoever they choose to be. Kallig's attention shifted to Anakin, and for a moment his expression showed something that might have been approval or might have been calculation. The chosen one speaks with passion. Good. Passion is strength. They will need that strength for what comes. The Force has woven their destinies from threads of light and dark, Jedi and Sith, balance and extremity. What they become. He paused, his form flickering. What they become will reshape the galaxy. But you already know this, don't you, Skywalker? You feel it every time you touch them through the Force. Before Anakin could respond, Kallig's form began to fade, his purpose apparently fulfilled. I will watch over them, descendant. As I watched over you. As I watched over your master before his betrayal. The Kallig bloodline endures. Remember that when challenges come. And then he was gone, leaving only a faint chill in the air and the sense that they'd been judged by standards older than most current civilizations. Anakin carefully handed Luke back to Nox, watching as both twins settled into their mother's arms, responding to her presence despite their different states of consciousness. I'll be back, he said quietly, leaning down to kiss her forehead, a gesture of intimacy that few outside this room would ever witness. I need to get on and meet with the Dark Council. They've been demanding a report on the Foundry operation, and I can't delay any longer without it looking suspicious. Go, Nox said, her eyes already half closing with exhaustion. Do your political maneuvering. I'll be here with our perfectly innocent angels who definitely won't grow up to conquer star systems. Our perfectly innocent angels who you named out of spite, Anakin corrected with a smile. The best reason to name anyone, Nox replied, then her expression softened. Go. Handle the Empire's bureaucratic nightmare. When you're done, come back and meet your children properly. We'll figure out the whole being parents thing together. Anakin stood, retrieved his helmet, and sealed it back into place, the Vader persona returning as the mask clicked shut. He paused at the door, looking back at the scene. Nox exhausted but content, holding Luke and Leia, the twins representing everything he'd fought to protect, everyone he'd killed to secure. My family, he thought. My future. The reason I'll do whatever necessary to survive what's coming. Then he stepped through the door, nodded to Kemval, and by extension the still muttering Zush, and headed toward the Chimera's communication center where the Dark Council's hollow call awaited. The galaxy's war continued. Politics demanded attention. The Emperor's plans moved forward in shadows. But for this moment, for these few precious hours, Anakin Skywalker had everything he'd ever wanted. And he would burn the galaxy to ashes before he let anyone take it from him. The Dark Council chamber on Dramund Kos was architecturally designed to intimidate 12 raised platforms arranged in a semicircle, each one 3 meters above the central floor where supplicants stood, each platform occupied by one of the Empire's 12 most powerful Sith Lords. The lighting was deliberately dim, shadows pooling in corners, the only illumination coming from red emergency strips and the occasional crackle of dark side energy that arced between ancient Sith runes carved into the walls. Anakin stood in the supplicant's position, the central floor, alone, deliberately vulnerable, his Vader armor gleaming dully in the chamber's crimson light, his mask's blank visor reflecting the assembled Dark Council members. Normally this position was designed to make whoever stood here feel small, powerless, subject to the Council's collective judgment. But Anakin had just returned from conquering a planet, securing a secret base, negotiating treaties that would reshape strategic balance, and witnessing the birth of his children. He felt many things standing here, but small wasn't among them. 10 of the 12 platforms were occupied, their Dark Council members either present physically or represented by holographic projection. 2 platforms stood empty, one because its former occupant, Darth Then Aden, had refused to come as he hated Nox and he hated me, now the other because Darth Horrid, head of the sphere of technology, had declined to attend after her earlier humiliation regarding the Foundry intelligence failures. Darth Mar occupied the central platform, his position as unofficial leader of the Dark Council evident in his placement. He wore full armor that completely concealed his face, a helmet that he reportedly never removed, his identity maintained through absolute anonymity. His voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of someone who'd led military campaigns across dozens of worlds, who valued results over ideology, who understood that the Empire's survival mattered more than individual Sith philosophies. To Mare's right sat Darth Vowron, the pure-blood Sith whose red skin and distinctive facial structure marked him as descendant of the original Sith species. Unlike most Council members who wore austere robes or battle armor, Vowron's clothing suggested someone more interested in comfort and style-rich fabrics, decorative elements, the appearance of someone who'd just come from, or was heading to, some elaborate social gathering. His expression carried amusement, as if the entire proceeding entertained him, and his fingers tapped against his armrest in a rhythm that suggested barely contained sass. To Mare's left sat Darth Ravage, his human features showing middle age but his presence in the Force suggesting power that transcended physical appearance. His robes were traditional Sith black, severe, decorated only with symbols of his sphere of influence. But his expression carried something that Anakin recognized instantly: bureaucratic hostility. The look of someone who viewed any organization outside strict imperial hierarchy as threat to proper order. The other council members occupied their platforms with varying degrees of attention, some clearly interested in the proceedings, others seemingly bored, a few represented only as holograms that flickered occasionally as transmission quality fluctuated. Darth Mar spoke first, his voice carrying authority that cut through the chamber's oppressive atmosphere. Darth Vader. You stand before the Dark Council to provide accounting of Operation Foundry, the assault on Revan's ancient station, the outcome of that engagement, and the disposition of prisoners and materiel captured during said operation. He paused, and Anakin could feel the weight of 10 Dark Lords' attention focusing on him simultaneously, their collective presence in the Force like pressure building before a storm. Your report. Anakin activated a holographic projector built into his armor's gauntlet, the device displaying tactical schematics of the Foundry, fleet dispositions, casualty figures, and operational timelines. Operation Foundry was executed successfully according to all primary and secondary objectives, he began, his voice modulated through his helmet's speakers, carrying none of the warmth he'd shown in the medical bay hours earlier. Imperial forces under the command of Darth Malgus and supported by my corporate military assets assaulted the station, neutralized Revan's forces, destroyed the extermination droid production facilities, and secured the Foundry intact. The hologram shifted, showing combat footage from various perspectives: lightsaber duels, fleet engagements, the final confrontation with Revan himself. Revan was engaged in personal combat and defeated. His current status is unknown, presumed killed in action though no body was recovered. Republic prisoners totaling approximately 200 soldiers and 12 Jedi were captured and are currently detained aboard Skywalker Corporation vessels. Darth Ravage leaned forward on his platform, his voice carrying bureaucratic precision mixed with thinly veiled hostility. And the Foundry itself? Its production capabilities, its strategic value, these have been assessed extensively, Anakin confirmed. The station is currently under Imperial control per Darth Malgus's authority as Operation Commander. My forces provided support but claim no territorial rights to the facility. How generous, Ravage said, his tone suggesting the opposite. Skywalker Corporation provides military support, captures prisoners, demonstrates capabilities that apparently exceed standard Imperial military performance, and asks for nothing in return. He stood, his robes settling around him, his posture aggressive despite the physical distance. The Dark Council is not comprised of fools, Vader. Your corporate entity operates with independence that borders on sovereignty. You command fleets, deploy armies, negotiate treaties. Corporate contracts, Anakin interrupted calmly. Not treaties. I'm contracted to provide military services to the Empire. Which I've done, successfully, at considerable cost to my organization's resources. Resources that include technology apparently unavailable to the Empire itself, Ravage pressed, his voice rising slightly. Your fleet composition, your troop deployment capabilities, your operational coordination, these suggest access to manufacturing and logistics that should be under Imperial oversight and control. I move that the Dark Council exercise its authority to requisition Skywalker Corporation's strategic assets for proper integration into Imperial military structure. Several council members stirred at this, some showing interest, others concern. But Ravage continued, gaining confidence, his bureaucratic instincts sensing weakness to exploit. Furthermore, the prisoners currently detained aboard your vessels are captured enemy combatants taken during an Imperial military operation. They should be transferred to Imperial custody immediately for proper interrogation and processing. Your continued retention of these assets constitutes. Excuse me, Anakin's voice cut across Ravage's speech like a vibroblade through flesh. Did I just hear correctly? Are you seriously suggesting that the Dark Council has authority to seize private corporate assets and confiscate prisoners that my forces captured using my equipment and my troops' blood? The chamber went silent, several council members' attention sharpening with interest at the confrontation developing. Ravage's face flushed with anger at being interrupted. I am suggesting that entities operating within Imperial space, utilizing Imperial infrastructure, benefiting from Imperial protection, are subject to Imperial oversight. Your independence is tolerated, not guaranteed. And when that independence threatens proper order. Threatens proper order. Anakin's laugh emerged harsh and mocking through his helmet's speakers. No, Darth Ravage. What threatens proper order is bureaucratic overreach by council members who mistake their position for actual authority. Let me clarify something for everyone present. He deactivated the holographic projector and stood with arms crossed, his posture deliberately casual, almost insulting given the formal setting. Skywalker Corporation operates under contract with the Imperial military. Contract meaning mutually agreed terms, compensation structures, and defined scopes of operation. We're not Imperial citizens. We're not Imperial subjects. We're contractors who happen to find Imperial currency useful and Imperial contracts profitable. The moment you requisition our assets, the moment you attempt to seize our equipment or confiscate our prisoners, we terminate the contract and take our services elsewhere. You dare, Ravage started, but Anakin spoke over him. I dare because I can. Because my corporate military isn't dependent on Imperial supply lines. Isn't beholden to Imperial command structure, and isn't vulnerable to threats from Emperor's personal ass-lickers who think bureaucratic authority trumps strategic reality. The chamber erupted. Multiple council members spoke simultaneously, some in outrage, others in what might have been suppressed amusement. But Darth Ravage's voice carried above the others, his face now pale with rage, his hands gripping his armrests with white-knuckled pressure. Are you insulting the Emperor? His voice cracked slightly on the question, the implication clear such insult would be grounds for immediate execution. No, Anakin replied, his voice carrying absolute calm that contrasted sharply with Ravage's fury. I'm insulting you. The Emperor is a strategic genius who understands that leverage comes from providing value others can't replicate. You're a bureaucrat who mistakes proximity to power for possessing it. There's a significant difference. Darth Varon made a sound that might have been a cough but sounded suspiciously like suppressed laughter. Several other council members' postures shifted, some clearly enjoying the spectacle of Ravage being verbally dismantled in open council. Darth Mare's voice cut through the chaos, carrying authority that immediately silenced everyone. Enough. He stood from his platform, his armored form dominating the space despite not being the physically largest present. This council will not devolve into petty feuding while strategic matters remain unaddressed. He turned his helmeted face toward Anakin, and even without seeing his expression, Anakin could feel the assessment, the calculation, the decision being made. Darth Vader speaks truth regarding contractual obligations. Skywalker Corporation is not Imperial military, not subject to requisition protocols, and attempting to seize their assets would accomplish nothing except driving valuable allies into neutrality or enemy service. His attention shifted to Ravage. Your concern for proper oversight is noted, Darth Ravage. But this council governs through pragmatism, not ideology. When an asset proves effective, we utilize it. We don't destroy it through bureaucratic overreach. Ravage opened his mouth to protest, but Mare's gesture silenced him. However, Mar continued, his attention returning to Anakin, the prisoners you've captured are of significant intelligence value. Republic soldiers who've witnessed the Foundry, Jedi who possess knowledge of Republic strategies and Force techniques. These represent opportunities the Empire cannot simply ignore. What are your terms for their transfer? Transfer implies gift, Anakin replied, his voice carrying dark amusement. I'm not giving them to anyone. But I'm willing to sell them to the highest bidder. Another eruption of voices: outrage, calculation, interest, all mixing in cacophony. But this time Darth Varon spoke, his voice carrying lazy amusement that somehow projected across the chaos. Oh, how delightfully mercenary! The pure-blood Sith's expression showed genuine appreciation, his posture relaxing as if settling in to watch entertaining theater. Rather than pretending nobility or ideological alignment, he simply acknowledges the fundamental truth: everything has a price, and prisoners are commodities like any other. I find this refreshingly honest compared to the usual posturing. He leaned forward, his decorated robes catching the chamber's crimson light. His smile showing too many teeth to be entirely friendly. Tell me, Darth Vader, what constitutes highest bidder in your estimation? Credits? Technology? Political favors? Or perhaps? His smile widened, discreet assistance with projects that benefit from council members' individual resources rather than official imperial channels. All of the above, Anakin confirmed. I'm running a business, not a charity. The prisoners represent significant capture investment. My troops died taking them, my ships expended ordnance subduing them, my medical facilities are treating their wounded. That investment requires return. So the Dark Council or individual members acting through personal resources can submit bids. Highest compensation package gets the prisoners. This is outrageous. Ravage was on his feet now, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Prisoners of war are not commercial products. They're intelligence assets that should be interrogated for the Empire's benefit, not auctioned like slaves. Anakin's voice carried dark irony. Interesting comparison from a Sith Lord who undoubtedly owns hundreds. But if you object to the practice, you're free to abstain from bidding. I'm sure other council members will have fewer ethical concerns. Darth Mare's helmeted head tilted slightly, and Anakin recognized the gesture barely suppressed approval of the strategic play. The bidding process is unconventional, but not unprecedented. Mercenary companies have ransomed prisoners throughout galactic history. And Vader is correct, he's operating as independent contractor, not imperial military. His prisoners are his to dispose of as he sees fit. Mare's platform lowered slightly, bringing him closer to Anakin's level, a gesture that several other council members clearly noticed, their body language showing recognition that the unofficial council leader was signaling approval. You have my support in this matter, Darth Vader. Skywalker Corporation has proven valuable to Imperial interests through the Foundry operation. Your independence should be preserved, your operational autonomy respected, and your business practices however mercenary accommodated within reason. I will personally submit a bid for certain high-value Jedi prisoners whose force techniques would benefit the sphere of military offenses training programs. Noted and appreciated, Darth Mar, Anakin replied with a slight incline of his helmeted head, not a bow, but acknowledgement of respect between equals. Darth Vowron stood as well, his movements graceful despite his age, his expression showing genuine interest now rather than just amusement. I too support our delightfully mercenary friend, he announced, his voice carrying across the chamber with practiced oratory skill. And I shall submit bids for several prisoners whose intelligence value aligns with my various interests, both official and otherwise. His smile turned predatory, showing the cunning that had let him survive decades of council politics. Additionally, I have a vested interest in ensuring certain independent contractors maintain their operational capacity. Darth Vader's corporate structure provides services that complement Imperial capabilities without competing for Imperial resources. This symbiosis benefits all parties assuming we don't destroy it through short-sighted attempts at control. His attention shifted to Ravage, and his smile widened further. Some council members believe power comes from direct ownership. I prefer the more subtle approach: maintain relationships with effective allies, provide mutual benefit, ensure loyalty through pragmatism rather than coercion. It's served me well for decades while others, he gestured vaguely at the two empty platforms, have fallen to more direct challenges. The implication was clear: Ravage's approach would get him killed eventually, while Vowron's more flexible methods ensured survival. Several other council members indicated support, some vocally, others through subtle gestures, a few remaining silent but clearly not opposing. The vote, though informal, was decisive. Skywalker Corporation's independence would be preserved, the prisoner bidding process would proceed, and Ravage's attempted requisition was rejected. Darth Mar spoke again, his voice carrying finality. This council recognizes Skywalker Corporation as valued independent contractor. Darth Vader is authorized to dispose of captured prisoners through whatever process he deems appropriate. Council members wishing to acquire said prisoners should submit bids through established commercial channels. This matter is concluded. He paused, his helmeted face turning to address the entire council. Furthermore, and this addresses concerns raised by Darth Ravage, the Council is impressed by Skywalker Corporation's fleet capabilities, troop quality, and operational coordination. These represent significant advantages that apparently exceed standard Imperial military performance in several categories. Darth Vader. Here it comes, Anakin thought. The real request. The thing they actually want. Would Skywalker Corporation be willing to share technical schematics for your vessel designs, your armor configurations, your logistics systems? The Empire would benefit significantly from integrating such innovations into our military structure. We would of course provide appropriate compensation for this intelligence transfer. No, Anakin replied simply, without elaboration. Mare's posture shifted slightly, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. May I ask your reasoning? The compensation would be substantial. Because my competitive advantage is that technology, Anakin explained, his tone carrying patience mixed with steel. The moment I share those schematics, I become redundant. Imperial shipyards produce vessels using my designs, Imperial factories manufacture armor to my specifications, and suddenly Skywalker Corporation is competing with the entire Imperial industrial base for contracts. Why would I destroy my own market position? He spread his hands, the gesture somehow conveying both openness and finality. My corporate structure survives by being better than alternatives, not just equivalent. I maintain that advantage by keeping certain proprietary technologies proprietary. If the Empire wants access to my capabilities, you contract my services. If you want to replicate my capabilities, he shrugged. Develop your own innovations. Or convince me that sharing represents better strategic value than maintaining monopoly, which, given Imperial tendency toward requisition and control, seems unlikely. Several council members clearly wanted to argue, but Darth Mare's gesture forestalled them. Your reasoning is sound from business perspective. The council is, disappointed but understanding. We will continue to contract your services through standard channels. Appreciated, Anakin replied. One final matter, Mar continued. Your report mentioned Ravan's defeat but no body recovered. Do you believe he survived? Anakin considered the question, remembering the collapsing reactor chamber, the falling debris, the absence of any corpse or force presence afterward. Unknown. Possible but unlikely. If he survived, he's too injured to pose immediate threat. If he died, the threat is permanently neutralized. Either outcome serves Imperial interests. Sufficient, Mar acknowledged. He returned to his platform, settling into his seat, his posture indicating the formal proceeding was concluded. This council session is adjourned. Darth Vader, you are dismissed with our qualified approval of your operation. Continue to serve Imperial interests, maintain your corporate effectiveness, and ensure your independence doesn't evolve into antagonism. We value contractors. We eliminate threats. Ensure you remain the former. Understood, Darth Mar, Anakin replied. He turned and walked toward the chamber's exit, his boots echoing on ancient stone, leaving the Dark Council to their political maneuvering and power plays. As the doors sealed behind him, he heard raised voices resuming Ravage arguing with someone, probably Vowron or Mar, other council members debating prisoner valuations and bid structures. The usual chaos of Sith governance, where every interaction was simultaneously cooperation and competition, where alliances lasted only as long as mutual benefit. Vet was waiting outside, having monitored the entire proceeding through security feeds, her expression mixing relief and admiration. You just told the Dark Council no to their faces. Multiple times. And somehow avoided execution. They need me more than I need them, Anakin replied, his voice carrying satisfaction beneath the modulated tone. Mar understands that. Vowron understands that. Even Ravage understands it, he just doesn't like it. But understanding and preference don't matter, strategic reality matters. And the strategic reality is I provide capabilities they can't easily replicate. For now, Vet observed. Eventually they'll reverse engineer your tech or develop their own equivalents. Then what? Then I'll have already moved 3 steps ahead, Anakin said. Developed new innovations, secured new advantages, positioned myself where they need me for different reasons. That's how you survive in this environment. You stay essential. The moment you become redundant. He gestured at the council chamber behind them. You end up like a scared bitch like Thanaton that is too scared to face the woman he hates fiancé. They walked through the Citadel's corridors, heading back toward the shuttle that would return them to the Chimera in orbit. Around them, Sith acolytes and Imperial functionaries moved with varying degrees of urgency, the machinery of Empire grinding forward regardless of individual dramas or council politics. How are Nox and the twins? Anakin asked, his voice softening slightly despite the public setting. Resting, Vet reported. Medical droids confirmed both babies are perfectly healthy. Luke's already showing signs of force sensitivity. One of the monitoring devices started malfunctioning when he cried, apparently responding to emotional distress. Leia's been quieter, but the droids detected similar spikes in localized force energy. They're Skywalkers, Anakin said. Something approaching pride entering his voice. Ancalig descendants. Force sensitivity is genetic certainty with that combination. He paused. Make sure security around the medical bay is absolute. No one gets near my family without explicit authorization. No council members, no Imperial observers, no well-wishers who might actually be intelligence agents. Already done, Vet confirmed. Chem Val is standing guard. Anyone trying to get past a Dasaid warrior is either suicidal or incredibly stupid. Either way, they won't succeed. They reached the shuttle bay, boarding the vessel that would carry them back to orbit, back to his family, back to the brief moment of peace before the galaxy's demands resumed. As the shuttle climbed through Dramund Kaas's perpetual storm clouds, as the Chimera grew larger in the viewport, Anakin allowed himself a moment of reflection. Operation successful. Prisoners secured for auction. Dark Council satisfied but not suspicious. Kesh remains secret. My family is safe. 9 months ago. Jedi Temple, Tython. The Jedi Council chamber on Tython was architecturally simpler than its legendary predecessor on Coruscant, necessity born from rebuilding after the sacking, from operating in a galaxy where the Jedi Order was no longer the dominant force-using organization but merely one faction among several. The chamber was circular, carved from Tython's living stone, with 12 seats arranged in a semicircle facing the central floor where supplicants stood to give testimony or receive judgment. But today, only 3 seats were occupied. Grand Master Satil Shan, though she preferred simply Satil when circumstances allowed, sat in the central position, her posture reflecting the weight of leadership that had defined her tenure as the Order's highest authority. She was in her 40s now, her face showing lines that spoke to decades of warfare, negotiation, and the constant struggle to preserve Jedi philosophy in a galaxy that seemed determined to destroy it. Her brown hair was pulled back in practical style, her robes simple but well-maintained, her presence in the Force carrying the distinctive signature of someone who'd mastered battle meditation and used it to turn the tide of countless engagements. Her expression, as she listened to Obi-Wan Kenobi's report, suggested she was drawing on every meditation technique she'd ever learned to maintain her composure. Explain to me, Satil said, her voice carrying forced calm that barely concealed profound frustration, how 2 Jedi Masters, one of them a Grand Master from your unknown region's order, could not capture or turn Anakin Skywalker back to the light at the Dark Temple. Her hands gripped her armrests with visible tension. Do you understand that was our only chance at redeeming him? Our best opportunity to undo the damage done when he fell to the dark side. She stood, her movements controlled but her body language broadcasting barely restrained anger. Furthermore, you were discovered during this unauthorized infiltration. A Jedi strike team operating without Republic sanction or proper authorization was sent to the capital of the Sith Empire to capture one of its rising Dark Lords. Do you have any idea what kind of diplomatic catastrophe you've created? Her voice rose slightly despite her efforts at control. Darth Maul is demanding compensation for what he's calling an act of war. The Republic Senate is pressuring us for explanations. The Supreme Chancellor is threatening to revoke the Order's autonomy if we continue conducting unsanctioned military operations. She turned her gaze directly on Obi-Wan Kenobi and Master Yoda, who sat in adjacent seats, both looking considerably worse for wear after their failed mission to Dromund Kaas. What happened in there? Obi-Wan Kenobi sat with his hands folded in his lap, his posture reflecting defeat that went beyond physical exhaustion. His robes were still stained with mud and ash from the Dark Temple, his face showing bruises that Bacta hadn't yet healed completely, his Force presence carrying echoes of profound disappointment in the mission's failure, in Anakin's refusal, in his own inadequacy. Grand Master Shan, Obi-Wan began, his voice hoarse, damaged from screaming during the fight, we infiltrated the Dark Temple using intelligence provided by your agents. The information indicated that Anakin would be there conducting some kind of dark side ritual. We weren't certain of the specifics. Master Yoda and I believed that if we confronted him in person, away from Sith oversight, we might reach the man he'd been before his fall. He paused, his hands clenching slightly, knuckles showing white despite his efforts at composure. When we arrived, we found Anakin engaged in combat with another Sith, the one calling himself Darth Sidious, the mysterious Dark Lord from the unknown regions who's been manipulating events from the shadows. They were fighting each other, lightsabers drawn, clearly in genuine conflict rather than training exercise. We thought. His voice broke slightly. We thought this was the opportunity. That Anakin was rejecting his Sith allegiances, that he was ready to return to the light. And Satele prompted, her voice hard. We offered him a path back, Obi-Wan continued, meeting her gaze directly despite the pain in his eyes. I told him we could help him, that the Jedi would accept his return if he renounced the dark side, that together we could fight against the Sith Empire, against Sidious, against everything he'd become. I offered him redemption, Grand Master. Everything I had to give. He refused. Master Yoda's gravelly voice emerged from his seat, the ancient diminutive figure looking somehow even more aged than usual, his ears drooping, his walking stick clutched in both hands. Strong, young Skywalker has become. Dangerous he is, twisted by the dark side. Failed, we did. Foresee this, I did not that Sidious would be present, that combating both simultaneously would be required. The ancient Jedi Master's eyes, usually bright with wisdom and humor, now showed only weary recognition of failure. Defeat Master Kenobi in single combat, Skywalker did. Not kill him, chose not to, perhaps mercy, perhaps calculation, but overwhelmed him regardless. Against both of us, Sidious and Skywalker fought. Win alone against Skywalker, possible it might have been. Win against both. He shook his head slowly. Impossible it was. Retreat, we had no choice. Escape with our lives, barely we managed. Satele absorbed this information, her expression cycling through frustration, disappointment, and finally resigned understanding. She'd led enough military operations to recognize when tactical reality overrode idealistic objectives. Two Jedi Masters, no matter how skilled, couldn't overcome two powerful Darksiders simultaneously, especially when one of those Darksiders was apparently the chosen one operating at full capacity without restraint. This Sidious, Satele said, her tactical mind focusing on the larger threat, the one from the unknown regions. Your intelligence suggested he's been manipulating galactic events for years, possibly decades. That he's working towards some larger plan that even the Dark Council doesn't fully understand. What did you sense from him during your confrontation? Darkness, Obi-Wan replied simply, his voice carrying revulsion mixed with fear. Not the straightforward dark side rage we see from most Sith, but something deeper. More calculating. His presence in the Force felt like a void that consumed light, like standing at the edge of a black hole's event horizon. And his power. He shuddered despite his Jedi training. His power was immense. Possibly exceeding even Master Yoda's. Ancient, his knowledge is, Yoda added, his voice carrying grim certainty. Techniques he demonstrated Sith arts lost for millennia. Powers the modern Sith have forgotten. Not merely powerful he is, but knowledgeable. Dangerous combination, this makes him. Threat to the entire galaxy, I believe he represents. Then he must be stopped, Satele said with absolute conviction, her strategic mind already calculating possibilities, assessing assets, determining what resources could be mobilized. This Sidious represents existential threat to galactic balance. If he's manipulating both Republic and Empire towards some larger goal, if his power genuinely exceeds conventional Sith capabilities, then he must be neutralized before whatever plan he's implementing reaches fruition. She paced the council chamber's perimeter, her movements reflecting barely contained energy-seeking outlet. But we're not giving up on Anakin, she continued, her voice carrying steel. The fate of the galaxy may rest on his redemption. The Chosen One, if prophecies have any validity, represents the key to everything. We cannot simply abandon him to darkness and hope the problem resolves itself. We must find another approach, another angle, another opportunity to bring him back to the light. Obi-Wan straightened in his seat, something shifting in his expression, calculation mixing with desperate hope, the look of someone who'd found potential solution to impossible problem. Grand Master, there may be hope yet. Satele stopped pacing, turning to face him fully. Explain. I sense, Obi-Wan said carefully, choosing his words with precision, that the Sith woman, the one Anakin is the former Padawan of his from when he was still training Jedi. She carries his child. Perhaps children, the Force signature is complex, difficult to parse with certainty. But I'm confident she's pregnant with Anakin's offspring. He leaned forward, his expression showing the fervent conviction of someone who'd found solution to unsolvable dilemma. We should save those children from darkness when they're born. Intervene before they can be corrupted by Sith philosophy, before they're twisted into weapons like their father. If we could rescue them, raise them in the Jedi Temple, train them properly in the light side of the Force. His voice rose with enthusiasm. They could become what Anakin should have been. The next generation of chosen ones, raised correctly this time, without the mistakes we made with their father. Silence fell across the council chamber, so complete that the sound of wind whistling through Tython's stone corridors became audible. Satele stared at Obi-Wan as if he'd suddenly started speaking an alien language she couldn't parse. Are you insane? Satele's voice emerged flat, carrying disbelief so profound it transcended anger into something approaching shock. Did you seriously just propose that we kidnap Anakin Skywalker's children from their mother? That we steal infants and raise them without their biological parents' knowledge or consent? It's not kidnapping, Obi-Wan protested, his voice defensive. It's rescue. Those children are in danger, spiritual danger, moral danger, the danger of being raised as Sith rather than Jedi. We'd be saving them from their parents. Satele interrupted, her voice rising. From the family that actually wants them, that will love them, that has every legal and moral right to raise them. She stepped closer to Obi-Wan's seat, her presence in the Force surging with righteous indignation. This isn't the Jedi way. Master Kenobi. We don't steal children. We don't separate families. We accept Force-sensitive younglings whose families voluntarily give them to the Order, who understand the sacrifice involved and make that choice freely. She gestured sharply, her tactical composure shattering under the sheer audacity of the proposal. And even if I were willing to entertain this, which I am absolutely not, how exactly do you propose we accomplish this kidnapping? Anakin Skywalker is one of the most dangerous Force users alive, apparently commanding significant military resources, protected by Sith Empire forces, and based on your own report capable of defeating both you and Master Yoda simultaneously. You think he'd just let us waltz in and take his children? Saved, they must be. Yoda's voice emerged from his seat, his tone carrying the absolute certainty of someone who'd consulted the Force and found validation. Allowed to be raised in darkness, they must not. Kidnapping, this is not salvation, it is rescue from evil. Children choose their path, yes, but only when old enough to understand choices. Too young to consent, infants are. Too vulnerable to dark side corruption. Intervene, we must. Destiny of the galaxy, at stake it may be. The ancient Jedi Master's eyes met Satiel's, and his expression showed no doubt, no uncertainty, only the conviction of prophecy interpreted through 900 years of Force study. Foreseen this, I have. In visions, in meditation, Skywalker's children, pivotal they will become. Raised in light, save the galaxy they might. Raised in darkness, destroy it they could. Risk this outcome, we cannot. Act, we must, while opportunity remains. Satiel stared at both of them, at Obi-Wan's desperate hope, at Yoda's prophetic certainty, and felt something inside her shift. Not agreement, but understanding of a horrifying truth: these weren't her Jedi. These were Jedi from the unknown regions, trained in different traditions, operating under different philosophies, following interpretations of the Force that her order had long since abandoned as too extreme. Absolutely not, Satiel said, her voice carrying finality that cut through both masters' protests before they could form. I will not hear more of this. The Jedi Order, my Jedi Order, the order that operates in known space, that maintains relationship with the Republic, that tries to preserve some semblance of ethical standards in a galaxy that's forgotten what ethics mean, does not kidnap children. She returned to her seat, settling into it with rigid posture that announced the discussion was concluded. No wonder Anakin turned to the dark side, she continued, her voice carrying profound disappointment mixed with dawning horror. If this is representative of how unknown regions Jedi think, if this is the kind of guidance he received growing up, then his fall wasn't corruption, it was escape. You unknown regions Jedi have lost your minds if you think stealing children represents anything except the exact kind of dogmatic extremism that drives people away from the light. Grand Master Shan Obi-Wan started, but Satiel's raised hand silenced him. This council session is concluded. You will not pursue this course of action. You will not attempt to contact Anakin's family. You will not conduct any operations targeting his children, born or unborn. Am I absolutely clear? But the prophecy, Yoda began. I don't care about prophecy. Satiel interrupted, her voice hard. I care about maintaining the Jedi Order's integrity, about not becoming the monsters we're supposed to fight against. If your visions tell you to kidnap infants, then maybe you need to reconsider whether you're interpreting those visions correctly. She stood again, signaling the meeting's end. You're both confined to the temple pending full investigation of the Dramund Kos incident. The Republic will need detailed reports, Darth Maul will need official apology, and I'll need time to repair the diplomatic damage you've caused. Dismissed. Obi-Wan and Yoda rose slowly, their expressions showing they weren't convinced, weren't abandoning their plans, merely recognizing when authority had spoken and open defiance would accomplish nothing. They bowed perfunctory gestures carrying no real respect and left the council chamber. Satiel watched them go, then collapsed back into her seat, exhausted not from physical exertion but from the emotional toll of recognizing that the Jedi Order was fracturing from within, that different interpretations of the Force were creating irreconcilable differences, that the unity she'd worked decades to maintain was crumbling. Anakin Skywalker fell to the dark side, she thought grimly. But maybe he had better reasons than we understood. If unknown regions Jedi genuinely believe kidnapping children represents righteous action, if they're willing to destroy families for prophetic certainty, then maybe darkness isn't the only threat we face. Maybe the greater danger is what we're becoming in our desperation to fight it. She reached for her communicator, preparing to contact the Supreme Chancellor, to begin the diplomatic cleanup that would consume weeks of effort, to try salvaging some fragment of the disaster that Obi-Wan and Yoda had created. But in the back of her mind, a single thought persisted. What if they're right? What if Skywalker's children really do represent galactic destiny? What if letting them be raised by Sith dooms us all? She pushed the thought away, refusing to let prophetic uncertainty override ethical certainty. The Jedi didn't kidnap children. That principle had to remain absolute, or they'd already lost everything that made them worth preserving. Even if it meant gambling the galaxy's future on that principle holding true. The messenger, a young Jedi whose face was concealed by a deep hood, whose presence in the Force was somehow muted, suppressed through technique or artifact, led Mace Windu through corridors of the Tython temple he'd never seen before. They descended past the public meditation chambers, past the training halls where Padawans practiced lightsaber forms, past the archives where knowledge was catalogued and preserved, into levels that shouldn't exist according to official schematics. The stonework here was older, rougher, carved when the temple was first rebuilt after the sacking, when security and functionality mattered more than aesthetics. Emergency lighting provided minimal illumination, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The air was colder here, damp, carrying the smell of ancient stone and something else, something that made Mace's Force senses prickle with warning. "Where are we going?" Mace asked, his voice carrying the authority he'd cultivated over decades as Jedi Master, though his current status Knight Windu. Demoted after the disastrous council meeting that had destroyed his reputation undermined that authority significantly. "Somewhere Grand Master Satil doesn't know about," the messenger replied, their voice calm, deliberately obscured. "Somewhere the Jedi Watch maintains operations despite official dissolution 2 centuries ago. Somewhere you're needed, Knight Windu. Somewhere your particular skills and philosophy are appreciated rather than condemned." They stopped before an unmarked door, its surface showing no seams, no handles, no obvious entry mechanism. The messenger placed their palm against the stone, and Mace felt Force energy surge, not light side or dark side but something in between, something practical and ruthless that reminded him uncomfortably of his own Vapad technique. The door opened silently, revealing a chamber beyond. It was circular, maybe 15 meters in diameter, with walls carved from Tython's living stone but covered in inscriptions that made Mace's eyes hurt to focus on ancient Jedi script mixed with symbols he didn't recognize, words and languages predating the modern Republic by millennia. The lighting came from recessed strips that created harsh shadows, and in the center of the room sat a single chair, occupied by a figure whose presence in the Force carried weight that suggested significant power carefully controlled. The man was perhaps 60 standard years old, his hair grey but his posture suggesting physical capability that belied his age. He wore traditional Jedi robes but darker than standard charcoal grey rather than brown or tan, the color scheme suggesting someone who operated in shadows rather than light. His most distinctive features were visible even in the chamber's dim lighting, an X-shaped scar on his chin, clearly from lightsaber combat, and bandages wrapped around his left eye, covering what was presumably an injury too severe for conventional healing. But his remaining eye dark brown, almost black, carrying intelligence that was simultaneously brilliant and disturbing, fixed on Mace with assessment that felt like being measured against unknown standards. "Welcome, Master Windu," the man said, his voice carrying gravelly authority that came from decades of command. Then he paused, and his smile was sharp enough to cut. "Ah, forgive me. Knight Windu now, since your demotion. How the mighty have fallen not through lack of skill or conviction, but through the spineless politics of Jedi who've forgotten what we're for." He gestured to a chair that hadn't been visible moments before, now somehow present in the chamber's shadows. "Sit. We have much to discuss. I am Danzo Shimura, Shadow Grand Master of the Jedi Watch, Commander of Operations your precious Satil doesn't acknowledge exist, Executor of missions that keep the Republic safe from threats that official Jedi are too squeamish to confront." Mace sat slowly, his tactical mind assessing exits, potential threats, the political implications of this meeting. The Jedi Watch was supposed to be legend, an extremist faction that had operated during the early days of the renewed Republic-Empire conflict, that had been officially disbanded after accusations of war crimes, that supposedly existed only in rumors and conspiracy theories. "The Jedi Watch was dissolved 200 years ago," Mace said carefully, his voice carrying skepticism. "Declared extremist, their methods condemned by the Jedi Council. Their members either expelled or re-educated. You're telling me it still exists? Of course it exists, Danzo replied, his tone suggesting Mace's question was naive. You think the galaxy's threats disappeared because the Council decided to prioritize political correctness over pragmatic defense? You think the Sith became less dangerous because we agreed to treat them with respect and dignity rather than the extermination they deserve? He leaned forward, his remaining eye gleaming with fervent conviction. The Jedi Order has grown soft. Concerned with Senate oversight, with public opinion, with maintaining diplomatic relationships that accomplish nothing except giving our enemies time to consolidate power. But the Jedi Watch remembers what we're supposed to be: protectors. Guardians who do what's necessary, regardless of how unpleasant, regardless of political consequences. Danzo stood, pacing the chamber's perimeter, his movements fluid despite his age. And you're here, Knight Windu, because your service record suggests you understand this truth. Your development of Vapad, walking the edge between light and dark, channeling aggression without succumbing to it, demonstrates recognition that pure light side pacifism is insufficient against genuine threats. Your willingness to confront Palpatine, to execute him when capture proved impossible, shows you comprehend that some enemies can't be redeemed, only eliminated. He stopped in front of Mace, his expression showing approval mixed with calculation. You know, for the good of the galaxy, that every last Sith needs to be eliminated. No matter the cost. No mercy, no quarter, no philosophical debates about redemption or second chances. Just absolute, total, permanent eradication of darkness from the galaxy. His voice dropped lower, carrying weight that made the chamber's temperature seem to decrease. And that includes the traitor Skywalker. If reports from the unknown regions are true, if he's become Darth Vader, if he commands significant forces, if he's building power base independent of both Republic and Empire, then he represents threat requiring immediate neutralization. Preferably terminal neutralization. Mace felt something in his chest tighten at the mention of Anakin: anger, betrayal, the bitter taste of failure. He'd opposed training the boy from the beginning, had sensed darkness in him that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan had ignored, had watched his fears prove justified when Anakin fell. Skywalker was my concern from the moment he arrived, Mace said, his voice carrying old frustration. I warned the Council he was dangerous. I argued against training him. But Qui-Gon insisted, the prophecy was invoked, and my objections were overruled. Now he's become exactly the threat I predicted: powerful, ruthless, operating outside any moral framework that might restrain his actions. Then you understand why he must be destroyed, Danzo replied, returning to his seat, steepling his fingers. Not captured, not redeemed, not offered chances to return to the light. Destroyed. Killed along with everyone who supports him, everyone who enables his operations, everyone whose existence contributes to his continued threat. Mace opened his mouth to respond, then hesitated. What Danzo was describing went beyond aggressive tactics into territory the Jedi Council explicitly condemned: assassination, collective punishment, preemptive strikes against potential rather than actual threats. You're describing extremism, Mace said carefully, testing Danzo's response. The kind of approach that gets Jedi expelled from the Order, that violates core principles about preserving life, that reduces us to the level of those we fight against. I'm describing survival, Danzo countered, his voice hard. Principles are luxuries afforded to those who face no genuine existential threats. The Sith don't care about our principles, they exploit them. They use our restraint against us, our mercy as weapon, our hesitation as tactical advantage. The Jedi Watch rejects this weakness. We operate according to single principle: victory. Whatever achieves victory is justified. Whatever prevents victory is eliminated. He leaned back, his expression showing grim satisfaction. But you already know this, don't you, Knight Windu? You've thought these thoughts, felt these frustrations, watched political correctness and bureaucratic oversight prevent necessary action. You attempted to execute Palpatine not because you were overcome by dark side rage, but because you recognized execution as tactically correct decision. Capturing him would have meant Senate trials, political maneuvering, opportunities for escape or rescue. Death was cleaner, more permanent, strategically superior. Mace couldn't deny the truth in those words. His decision to kill Palpatine rather than arrest him had been calculated, pragmatic, based on assessment that some threats couldn't be safely contained. But the Republic, Mace said, grasping for argument even as part of him resonated with Danzo's philosophy. They won't allow operations like what you're describing without oversight. The Senate demands accountability, civilian authority over military operations. The Republic exists to serve the Jedi Order, Danzo interrupted, his voice carrying absolute conviction that bordered on fanaticism. Not the other way around. We are the protectors of justice, law, order, peace, the guardians of civilization itself. That responsibility demands authority commensurate with the burden. The galaxy should be under Jedi control, governed by those with moral clarity to make correct decisions, led by individuals whose force sensitivity gives them perspective civilians lack. His remaining eye blazed with fervent belief. Only we have the right to determine who lives and dies, because only we can perceive through the Force whether someone represents genuine threat or can be redeemed. Justice demands Sith blood, all of it. Every Sith Lord, every apprentice, every acolyte, every sympathizer who might carry their philosophy forward. Total eradication, permanent solution, galaxy finally cleansed of corruption that's plagued it for millennia. Mace stared at him, recognizing the philosophy for what it was, extremism wrapped in righteous certainty, authoritarianism justified through claimed moral superiority. It was everything the Jedi Council feared, everything Satele would condemn, everything that official Jedi doctrine explicitly rejected. And part of Mace, the part that had been frustrated by bureaucratic restraint, that had watched enemies escape through legal technicalities, that had seen political oversight prevent necessary action, found himself agreeing. Just say the word, Danzo continued, his voice dropping to conspiratorial intimacy. Join the Jedi Watch. Accept your rank as Master Windu, not the title stripped by political maneuvering, but rank earned through capability and conviction. Help us eliminate Skywalker, destroy every Sith in the galaxy, establish the order and peace that spineless politicians can't achieve through their endless committees and negotiations. He extended his hand across the space between them. We have resources Satele doesn't know about. Agents embedded throughout Republic military, intelligence networks spanning hundreds of systems, technology developed specifically for anti-Force user operations. With your combat expertise, your understanding of how Darksiders think, your willingness to do what's necessary. Danzo's smile widened. We could finally achieve what the Jedi Order should have accomplished millennia ago. Galaxy-wide peace through absolute Jedi supremacy. Mace looked at the extended hand, at the opportunity being offered, at the path toward action rather than frustrated inaction. He thought about Anakin, the traitor who'd rejected everything the Jedi represented, who'd embraced darkness, who now threatened the galaxy through his corporate empire and independent power base. He thought about the Sith, the empire that had sacked Coruscant, that had killed thousands of Jedi, that continued to threaten Republic security through their very existence. He thought about his demotion, the political maneuvering that had reduced him from council member to knight, the Senate oversight that prevented necessary military operations, the bureaucratic chains that paralyzed Jedi who should be acting decisively. And Mace Windu made his decision. I want to kill that Skywalker traitor myself, Mace said, his voice carrying cold determination that had defined his decades of service. I want to eliminate every trace of darkness he represents, destroy his corporate empire, ensure his corruption dies with him. And that includes all the Sith, every last one of them, no exceptions, no mercy, just permanent eradication. He reached out, gripping Danzo's hand firmly. If the Jedi Watch can provide means to accomplish this, if you have resources and authority to act without Senate interference, if you're willing to do what official Jedi won't. His grip tightened. Then yes. I'm in. Whatever it takes to cleanse the galaxy of darkness. Danzo's smile transformed his scarred face into something predatory, satisfied, victorious. Good. Patience, Master Windu. We don't act rashly, we plan meticulously, strike decisively, ensure no trace remains when we're finished. Skywalker thinks he's secured power through his corporate structure, through his political maneuvering, through building forces beyond traditional oversight. He stood, pulling Mace to his feet, the gesture somehow ceremonial despite its simplicity. But he hasn't encountered the Jedi Watch. He doesn't know we exist, doesn't understand that his every move is monitored, his every asset catalogued, his every weakness identified. When we strike, and we will strike, Master Windu, make no mistake, it will be with overwhelming force that gives him no opportunity to escape, no chance to negotiate, no possibility of survival. Danzo released Mace's hand and stepped back, gesturing broadly at the chamber around them. Welcome to the Jedi Watch, Master Windu. Here, your rank is restored not through political favoritism but through recognition of capability. Your expertise in Vapad, your combat experience, your understanding of darkness without succumbing to it, these make you invaluable to our operations. He moved to a section of the wall where previously invisible compartments revealed themselves, opening to display equipment that official Jedi wouldn't possess: advanced weapons, surveillance devices, combat armor designed for stealth operations. Your first assignment will be intelligence gathering. We need comprehensive data on Skywalker Corporation fleet composition, base locations, supply chains, personnel rosters, everything that will let us dismantle his empire when the time comes. You'll operate under deep cover, utilizing resources we've embedded throughout Republic military and intelligence services. Danzo turned back to face Mace, his expression showing grim determination. And when we have everything we need, when every variable is accounted for, when success is assured. His remaining eye gleamed with cold fire. We'll execute Operation Purge, the complete elimination of Anakin Skywalker, his family, his allies, his corporate structure, and every trace of his corruption. The galaxy will be cleansed through fire, and the Jedi Watch will ensure darkness never rises again. Mace felt something settle in his chest, purpose renewed, direction restored, the frustration of months replaced with clear mission parameters. This was what he'd needed: action rather than endless deliberation, decisive strikes rather than political maneuvering, absolute commitment to victory regardless of philosophical concerns. Understood, Mace replied, his voice carrying the steel that had defined his decades of service. When do we begin? Immediately, Danzo said. The messenger who brought you here will provide detailed briefing, equipment, contacts within Republic intelligence. Your official status remains demoted knight under review, perfect cover for someone bitter enough to seek alternative methods of serving the Order. His smile turned darker. Satiel thinks she controls the Jedi Order. The Senate thinks they govern the Republic. The Sith think they've achieved strategic parity. But the Jedi Watch operates in shadows all of them ignore, executing the missions that keep civilization functioning despite their incompetence. Danzo moved toward the chamber's exit, pausing at the threshold. Welcome to the true defenders of the Republic, Master Windu. May the Force guide us toward total victory, and absolute justice. The door sealed behind him, leaving Mace alone with the hooded messenger and racks of equipment designed for missions that would never appear in official Jedi records. And in the darkness of that hidden chamber, Mace Windu embraced the path toward vengeance disguised as justice, toward extremism justified through righteous conviction, toward becoming exactly the kind of threat the Jedi Order existed to prevent. But he didn't see it that way. He saw only purpose. And a target named Anakin Skywalker. The cloning facility was deep underground on a world whose name didn't appear on any official star charts, a planet in wild space that Darth Sidious had discovered through ancient Sith holocrons, that possessed unique properties making it ideal for the dark science he intended to perfect. The chamber was vast, cathedral-like in its proportions. But instead of religious iconography, it displayed technological achievement married to Sith alchemy in ways that would make conventional scientists recoil in horror. Dozens of cloning tanks lined the walls, each one 3 meters tall, filled with translucent Bacta-like fluid that glowed faintly purple from the dark side energies infused into every molecule. Inside the tanks, bodies grew clones in various stages of development, some barely formed embryos, others approaching full maturation. But these weren't standard clones like the Republic's Grand Army. These were Force-sensitive clones, created through processes that combined Kami-known technology with Sith rituals older than recorded history. And every single one bore Darth Sidious's face. The Dark Lord stood before the central tank, his hands clasped behind his back, his yellow eyes reflecting the tank's purple glow, his expression showing satisfaction that approached religious ecstasy. Inside this particular tank, the clone was nearly complete, a body in its mid-20s, physically perfect, unmarred by decades of channeling dark side energy that degraded organic tissue, free from the accumulated damage that made Sidious's current form increasingly fragile despite his power. Soon, Sidious whispered, his voice carrying anticipation. Soon I'll have what Plagueis never achieved. Not mere essence transfer into another's body, not parasitic existence riding within someone else's flesh, but true immortality through perfected cloning. My consciousness, my power, myself transferred into body after body, each one crafted specifically for me, each one optimized for force channeling without the degradation that limits organic forms. He turned slightly as footsteps echoed through the facility, his lips curling into a smile. And I have that fool's Ish to thank for providing the necessary artifacts. Grand Moff Wiluf Tarkin entered the chamber, his uniform crisp and immaculate despite the journey through the facility's cramped corridors, his posture reflecting military discipline that had defined his rise through imperial ranks. He was young, only in his mid-30s, decades away from the gaunt, sharp-featured administrator who would eventually command the Death Star, but his eyes already carried the cold calculation that would make him one of the Empire's most effective and feared officials. His gaze swept the cloning facility with professional assessment, taking in the technology, the scale, the implications, and his expression showed neither revulsion nor enthusiasm, merely pragmatic recognition of strategic asset. Your Majesty, Tarkin said, using the honorific Sidious preferred when others weren't present. He approached to appropriate distance, close enough to demonstrate respect, far enough to maintain proper military protocol. The facility is impressive. Though I must confess curiosity, why request me specifically to be transferred back in time? He gestured vaguely at their surroundings, at the reality that he shouldn't exist in this era. While I approve of utilizing Sith doctrine where it serves imperial interests, I had thought the Jedi were the only religious zealots requiring management. His voice carried dry humor mixed with genuine curiosity. But the Sith are different. More pragmatic in some ways, more fanatical in others. My unexpected promotion to Grand Moff, bypassing dozens of more senior officers, suggests you have specific plans requiring my particular skill set. And I find myself wondering what those plans entail. He paused, his gaze fixing on one of the cloning tanks, at the developing body inside. Also, are you certain this Darth Ravage is truly on our side? His cooperation seems convenient. Too convenient for someone supposedly loyal to the Emperor and Dark Council. Sidious's smile widened, showing too many teeth, his expression transforming from satisfaction to predatory amusement. Excellent questions, Grand Moff Tarkin. This is precisely why I requested you specifically. Whoever or whatever brought us to this timeline apparently accommodated my requirements, delivering the one Imperial officer whose combination of tactical brilliance and ruthless pragmatism makes him uniquely suited to our needs. He gestured at the cloning tanks, at the facility's technology. You asked why I chose you. Simple answer, I need a loyal and capable man like yourself, someone who understands that sentiment and ideology are tools rather than governing principles. Your position in the military combined with my position in the Sith hierarchy will secure my influence within the Empire, establish power base that even the Emperor, the other Emperor, the one native to this timeline, cannot easily dismantle. Sidious began pacing along the row of tanks, his robes sweeping across the floor, his presence in the Force radiating dark side energy that made the temperature drop with each step. As for Ravage, his laugh was harsh, cruel. That fool believes I have the approval of Emperor Vitiate, that my operations here serve the Dark Council's interests rather than my own. He was easily manipulated, dangled promise of greater power, whispered suggestions that supporting me would elevate him above his rivals, leveraged his bureaucratic instincts toward anyone who might threaten proper imperial order. He serves me well, though his usefulness is limited. Darth Mar, however. Sidious's expression darkened. He's proven a persistent issue. Too pragmatic, too intelligent, too skeptical of convenient allies who emerge from the unknown regions with suspiciously advantageous timing. He suspects something, though he doesn't yet understand what. He must not be allowed to continue his investigation. The Dark Lord stopped before a particular tank, this one empty, reserved for future use. I'm positioning myself to take Darth Horrid's seat on the Dark Council. Her obsession with young Skywalker will make this task easier than it should be. Blind infatuation wrapped in delusion, dark side desire corrupting whatever tactical judgment she might possess. Her seat on the council serves me far better than it serves her. And once I hold that position. His yellow eyes gleamed. Official authority within the Sith hierarchy, resources of an entire sphere of influence, access to intelligence and military assets that even my future empire would envy. Tarkin absorbed this information with characteristic efficiency, his mind already calculating implications, assessing strategic advantages, determining how his role fit into larger plans. Understood. And Ravage has provided us with much in terms of military and industrial capabilities. Combined with my doctrine, his voice carried satisfaction at mentioning his greatest contribution to imperial strategy. We'll be positioned to take full advantage. Indeed, Sidious confirmed. Your Tarkin doctrine, the principle that fear will keep systems in line, that terror is more effective than direct force, that demonstrating overwhelming power prevents resistance before it can organize. He gestured at the cloning tanks. Combined with these facilities, with the immortality they'll provide, with the resources I'm accumulating through multiple timelines, we'll achieve what neither of our empires managed alone. Absolute control, perpetuated through centuries, unchallenged and unchallengeable. Tarkin's expression showed approval, though his next question carried careful neutrality. One more matter, Your Majesty. What of Skywalker? What are your intentions regarding him? He's proven problematic. Powerful, independent, building corporate empire that operates outside both Republic and Imperial oversight. Treating him as ally risks empowering potential rival. But treating him as enemy risks war we might not win. The question hung in the air, and Sidious's smile returned slow, predatory, carrying certainty that transcended mere confidence into prophetic conviction. Ah, young Skywalker, Sidious purred, his voice dropping to conspiratorial intimacy. The chosen one, though he doesn't yet understand what that means. So powerful, so magnificently powerful, channeling both light and dark without recognizing the contradictions. Building his corporate structure, gathering his forces, securing his influence. He turned to face Tarkin directly, his yellow eyes blazing. He has family now. A Sith woman, Lord Nox, descendant of ancient bloodlines, powerful in her own right. And together they've produced offspring twins, both strong in the dark side, both carrying genetic potential that exceeds even their parents. His grin widened until it seemed his face might split. They will be excellent new apprentices when the time comes. You intend to recruit his children? Tarkin's voice carried professional interest rather than moral judgment. Bold strategy. Though it risks provoking Skywalker beyond any possible negotiation. For now, I let him have his family, Sidious said, waving dismissively. Let him believe he's secured happiness, stability, future for his bloodline. Let him invest emotionally in these attachments, build his entire identity around protecting what he loves. His voice hardened. Then, when I'm ready, when these cloning facilities are perfected, when my position on the Dark Council is secure, when my influence within the Empire makes me effectively untouchable, then I'll make my move." He returned his attention to the central cloning tank, to the body that would soon house his consciousness. "Skywalker will be given choice: join me as true apprentice, submit completely to my authority, serve my purposes without reservation or question. Or..." His hands clenched into fists. "He dies. Along with his foolish fiancée, with his corporate structure, with everything he's built. And his children, those beautiful, powerful, useful children, will become my new apprentices, raised from infancy to serve me, trained in dark side arts that will make them weapons of unprecedented capability." "You're gambling that his attachment to his children outweighs his attachment to their mother," Tarkin observed. "That he'll choose their survival over her life if forced to make that choice." "I'm gambling that he'll hesitate," Sidious corrected. "And hesitation will be sufficient. The moment he pauses to consider the choice, the moment his resolve wavers because he's imagining scenarios rather than acting on instinct, that moment, I strike. Not offering genuine choice but exploiting the paralysis that comes from having to choose at all." He turned back to Tarkin, his expression showing approval at the Grand Moff's tactical understanding. "Your role in this will be critical. When the time comes to move against Skywalker, when I need his corporate assets seized and his personnel neutralized, I'll require someone who understands logistics and military coordination beyond what most Sith can conceptualize. Your Tarkin doctrine will apply perfectly, demonstrate overwhelming force, create such terror that resistance becomes psychologically impossible, ensure that Skywalker's allies abandon him not from lack of loyalty but from recognition that supporting him means certain death." "Understood," Tarkin replied, his mind clearly already working through operational parameters, calculating fleet requirements, assessing time requirements. "Though I recommend we begin preliminary intelligence gathering immediately. Skywalker's corporate structure is opaque, deliberately so. We need comprehensive data on his assets, his personnel, his supply chains, his strategic weaknesses. Without that intelligence, any operation risks complications that could undermine success." "Already initiated," Sidious confirmed. "I have agents embedded throughout the galaxy, observers watching Skywalker Corporation's operations, analysts tracking their movements. By the time we're ready to act, I'll know everything, every ship, every base, every ally, every secret he thinks he's hidden. And when I move against him, it will be with such precision and overwhelming force that he'll understand resistance is futile." He gestured at the cloning tanks again, at the bodies growing within. "These clones represent more than mere immortality, Grand Moff Tarkin. They represent freedom from aging, from physical limitation, from the vulnerability that plagues even the most powerful Force users. When I perfect this process, when I can transfer my consciousness flawlessly between bodies, maintaining full power and identity across centuries." His voice rose with fervor. "I'll be truly immortal. Not through dark side techniques that degrade the body, not through essence transfer that dilutes identity, but through perfect technological solution married to Sith alchemy." "And you needed Zish's artifacts to achieve this," Tarkin said, connecting pieces. "The ones she stole from Darth Nox at the Dark Temple. That's why you thanked her earlier." "Precisely," Sidious confirmed with vicious satisfaction. "Nox was careless to leave them lying around, ancient Sith relics containing knowledge about essence preservation, about binding consciousness to physical form, about the rituals necessary to make cloning of Force sensitives actually functional rather than producing empty shells. Zish stole them thinking to use them for her own failed body transfer ritual. Instead, they're serving a far greater purpose." He approached the central tank again, placing his hand against the transparasteel, feeling the warmth of the growing clone inside. "Soon, this body will be ready. And when I transfer my consciousness into it, when I experience youth and power without the degradation of my current form, I'll know I've achieved what every Sith throughout history has sought: true victory over death itself." Tarkin watched him, and in the Grand Moff's calculating eyes, Sidious could see wheels turning, plans forming, recognition that this alliance represented opportunity for advancement beyond anything standard imperial service could provide. "Then I'm at your service, Your Majesty," Tarkin said formally, his voice carrying commitment. "For the Empire, for your Empire, and for the order and stability that only absolute power can guarantee. Fear will keep the systems in line. Fear of this facility, fear of your immortality, fear of the retribution that awaits anyone foolish enough to resist." "Excellent," Sidious replied. "Then let us begin. The galaxy won't conquer itself, and young Skywalker won't remain ignorant of our plans forever. We move carefully, methodically, patiently, but we move. And when the time comes, when all pieces are positioned, when victory is assured." His yellow eyes blazed with dark fire. "We'll reshape this galaxy into the perfected empire that should have existed millennia ago. And I'll rule it forever, through body after body, across centuries that will see civilizations rise and fall while I remain eternal." The cloning tanks hummed in the darkness, growing their cargo, preparing for the day when Darth Sidious would achieve what no Sith before him had managed: true immortality, combined with absolute power, sustained across time itself. And in the shadows, plans formed that would threaten Anakin Skywalker's family, his corporate empire, his very existence. The game continued. The pieces moved. And death itself waited to see which player would ultimately triumph. The private quarters aboard the Chimera were more spacious than standard officer accommodations necessity when housing two powerful Force users, their newborn twins, and the various attendants and security personnel required to maintain operational security. The main living area had been converted into something resembling actual living space rather than military efficiency, with comfortable furniture, proper lighting that didn't scream warship bulkhead, and enough privacy shielding to prevent Force-sensitive observers from casually monitoring what happened inside. Anakin sat in a reclining chair near the viewport, holding Luke with careful precision that suggested he was still learning how to handle something so small and fragile without breaking it. The baby boy was awake, his blue eyes my eyes, Anakin thought with continuing wonder, tracking movement with surprising focus for someone less than 24 hours old. Luke's small hands kept reaching toward Anakin's face, fingers grasping at his father's nose, cheeks, the edge of his jaw. Nox occupied the couch opposite, Leia cradled in her arms, the baby girl currently sleeping despite the ambient noise of ship operations filtering through the bulkheads. Nox's crimson eyes, the distinctive shade that marked powerful Sith bloodlines, that Leia had inherited, tracked between her daughter and her son with maternal attention that would surprise anyone who knew her reputation as ruthless Dark Council operative. Then Nox's head snapped up, her expression shifting from maternal softness to predatory alertness in an instant, her Force presence spiking with protective fury that made the room's temperature drop several degrees. "Someone just talked about my kids," Nox said, her voice carrying lethal certainty. "In a bad way. I sense he's old, creepy, and probably the kind of weirdo who sits there having wet dreams about watching children he plans to manipulate in the future." Her hands clenched around Leia protectively, dark side energy crackling faintly along her fingertips. "I swear I'm going to fire so much lightning up his ass he'll be constipated for years." Anakin blinked, processing this declaration, his mind immediately going tactical. Who could sense their children from distance? Who would have reason to threaten them? What defenses needed reinforcing? But then the actual content of Nox's threat registered. "Are you sure?" he asked carefully, "because I don't think that's how things work. Physiologically speaking, lightning-induced constipation isn't." "It's called mother's intuition," Nox interrupted, her voice brooking no argument despite the absurdity of the topic. "I read it from a holocron book. Very authoritative source. Lightning definitely causes constipation if applied correctly." That's not how Anakin started, then stopped, recognizing a losing battle when he saw one. "Never mind. But we need to think about the future of the kids. Seriously. If someone's already targeting them when they're less than a day old, we need comprehensive security protocols, Force shielding, probably off-site safe houses that." "Yeah," Nox agreed, her expression shifting from threatening violence to tactical planning without apparent transition. We'll have to train them. Like, right now. Anakin stared at her. What? They were just born. You can't just train them. They can't even hold their heads up properly yet. Training requires motor control, language comprehension, at minimum the ability to follow instructions. Not like that, silly, Nox replied, her tone suggesting Anakin was being deliberately obtuse. She adjusted Leia in her arms, the baby stirring slightly but not waking. But we can teach them to form the foundations of how to control and feel the Force, how to connect to it instinctively. Doing this when they're infants will give them stronger connections, make everything easier later on when actual training begins. She looked at him with absolute conviction. It's about building neural pathways early, about establishing Force sensitivity as fundamental aspect of their development rather than something learned later. The earlier we start, the more natural it becomes. Anakin processed this, his tactical mind warring with his very limited experience as parent. And where did you learn that? Your Noble House Training Manual for Raising Sith Heirs. Exactly like that. Nox replied brightly, as if this confirmed rather than questioned her methodology. There is no such manual, Anakin said slowly. Is there? Guilty, Nox admitted with a grin that showed too many teeth, continuing to play with Leia, moving her small hands in gestures that Anakin recognized as basic Force meditation forms adapted for infant motor capabilities. But I call it the special Nox Secret Baby Raising Training Manual, and just you watch, I will prove you wrong. And besides, it doesn't hurt the baby. See? Leia is already loving it. The baby girl was indeed responding, her small hands mimicking her mother's movements with surprising coordination, her Force presence still weak and unfocused but definitely present, flickering in rhythm with Nox's demonstrations. Wait, what? Anakin's voice rose slightly. You're doing it now? Nox, what are you thinking? We should consult medical droids, child development specialists, maybe other Force users who've actually raised Force-sensitive children before just diving into experimental. Relax, Nox interrupted, her voice carrying exaggerated patience. I know what I'm doing. Or I think I do. Probably. Like 70% certain. What do you mean you think you do? Anakin felt something approaching panic. I almost forgot you're a sociopath who performs dark side rituals for fun and thinks lightning-induced constipation is viable threat. Come on, Nox's voice softened slightly, her crimson eyes meeting his, carrying genuine affection beneath the dark humor. You know that's not fair. I'm a sociopath who loves you and our children very much. Trust me, okay? Before you know it, our kids will be the most powerful Sith in the galaxy. And I know this because they have the best parents and the best teachers. Her expression shifted to something approaching vulnerability, rare enough that Anakin recognized it as significant. We'll figure this out together. Make mistakes, learn from them, adapt. That's how parenting works, right? No one actually knows what they're doing, they just pretend confidently until results prove them right or wrong. Anakin felt his resistance crumbling despite his tactical concerns. That I can agree with, he admitted, his voice warming. Though it comes from two really prideful parents who probably shouldn't be trusted with impressionable young minds. Speak for yourself, Nox replied with mock indignation. I'm the perfect role model for. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening, her entire body going still. Anakin felt it too, a surge in the Force, localized, emanating from the small bundle in his arms. Luke's small hand extended toward the viewport, toward where his favorite toy, a simple stuffed bantha that Vet had gifted, sat on a side table 3 meters away. The baby's face showed concentration unusual for someone less than a day old, his blue eyes fixed on the toy with laser focus. And the toy moved. Not rolling or falling, but lifting, levitating off the table, floating through the air, crossing the 3-meter distance in smooth trajectory that defied physics, gravity, and any reasonable expectation of what newborns should be capable of. The stuffed bantha settled into Luke's reaching hands, and the baby immediately began playing with it, making satisfied sounds, as if using telekinesis at less than 24 hours old was perfectly normal rather than completely unprecedented. Anakin and Nox stared at their son, then at each other, then back at Luke, their expressions mirroring shock mixed with dawning realization of exactly what kind of power their children represented. "Did we just see that?" Anakin whispered, his voice carrying disbelief. "Yes," Nox breathed, her eyes wide. "Yes, we definitely saw that. Luke he just used telekinesis. At less than a day old. Without training. Without instruction. Just, instinct and desire and force sensitivity that apparently exceeds anything documented in." She stopped, looking at Leia, who'd woken during the display and was now staring at her twin brother with what could only be described as confusion, as if even at this age, she recognized that what Luke had done was somehow unusual, somehow significant. "They're going to be..." Anakin couldn't finish the sentence. The implications overwhelming his ability to articulate them. "Terrifyingly powerful," Nox completed, her voice carrying mixture of maternal pride and tactical concern. "The Chosen One's children, raised by two of the most dangerous Force users in the galaxy, displaying abilities at birth that most Force sensitives don't achieve until years of training." She looked at Anakin directly. "We're going to need better security. Much better security. Because if someone like that creepy old man I sensed earlier gets wind of this..." "He won't," Anakin interrupted, his voice hardening with protective determination. "No one outside our immediate circle learns about this. Not the Dark Council, not the Jedi Order, not anyone who might see our children as tools or threats or opportunities to exploit." He stood carefully, still holding Luke, moving to stand beside Nox and Leia, the four of them forming family unit that represented power concentration the galaxy should probably fear. "But speaking of immediate concerns," Anakin continued, his voice shifting to pragmatic mode, "we both have duties waiting. I need to get back to work. Darth Barris has been demanding a status report, and I'm still technically his apprentice. Can't ignore that forever without it becoming political issue." Nox nodded, her expression showing understanding mixed with reluctance. "Yeah, I need to get back to actual operations too. 9 months out of commission means I've got backlog that would choke a hut. Plus..." Her face darkened. "Darth Van Atten is demanding I return to Drummond Cost to explain my place in the Empire after the Dark Temple business with Zush. Wants me to appear before some tribunal or council session or whatever bureaucratic nonsense he's cooked up." "You mean the guy who hates you and wanted your master dead?" Anakin's voice carried warning. "Nox, this is definitely a setup. Van Atten sees you as threat to his position, knows you're more powerful than he is, fears that you'll challenge for his Dark Council seat. Walking into his summons is walking into trap." "I know," Nox replied, her voice showing she'd already calculated the risks and decided they were acceptable. "But I have to deal with it. Ignoring direct summons from Dark Council member makes me look weak, like I'm afraid of him. And I'm not afraid of that traditionalist fossil who thinks Sith power comes from ancient bloodlines rather than actual capability." She stood as well, carefully transferring Leia to Anakin's other arm, the baby girl making small protesting sounds at being moved but settling once she felt her father's presence. "Besides," Nox continued, dark humor returning to her voice, "if Van Atten wants to challenge me openly, I'll just kill him and take his seat. Problem solved, career advanced, one less irritating bureaucrat cluttering up the Dark Council." "That's remarkably direct," Anakin observed. "It's called the Kajith," Nox explained. "Ancient Sith tradition for resolving disputes between lords. Ritual combat where you destroy not just your opponent but their entire power base, their apprentices, their holdings, their legacy. If Thanaton's stupid enough to invoke it, I'll use it to wipe him from existence so thoroughly that historians won't even remember his name. And if he doesn't invoke it, if he just tries conventional assassination or political maneuvering, then I deal with those threats as they emerge, Nox replied with characteristic confidence. But either way, I need to return to Drummond Cos, face whatever tribunal he's arranged, and demonstrate that Lord Calig's heir isn't someone you threaten lightly. Anakin looked at her, at his children in his arms, at the reality that they were both too dangerous, too visible, too embedded in galactic affairs to simply disappear into peaceful anonymity. You have to deal with your stuff, he acknowledged. And I have to deal with mine. But... His voice softened. If you want, you can always ask for help. And I'll do the same. We're in this together, the Sith politics, the corporate empire, the parenting, all of it. Partners, right? Partners, Nox confirmed, leaning in to kiss him, brief but genuine, affection transcending their usual dark humor and tactical calculations. Now go report to your manipulative master. I'll handle the medical droids, get the twins settled with Kemval standing guard, and prepare for my triumphant return to Drummond Cos. Try not to start a war, Anakin suggested. No promises, Nox replied with wicked smile. You know how I am with impulse control. She left the quarters, heading toward the medical bay, leaving Anakin alone with Luke and Leia, both babies now sleeping peacefully despite having just demonstrated force capabilities that would terrify conventional force users.